Chapter 181 Secularization of Religion? When Wagner, with a confused look on his face, was invited by the servants to the Lord's castle, he had no idea what was going on. As a commoner of the lowest level, this was Wagner's first time stepping into the Lord's castle. Therefore, at this moment, he was extremely nervous. Your Excellency. The moment he saw Bruno, he immediately fell at his feet, because Bruno was his wife's savior. Although the actual operation was performed by Dr. Doug Batalov, Wagner believed that if it were not for Bruno's order and care, how could his wife be treated personally by this military doctor from Adar? If it weren't for the Earl's blessing, how could his wife have survived the operation? After all, the success rate of surgery in this era is there. Therefore, all of this is thanks to the Earl in front of us. Get up, Bruno said. Hearing this, Wagner stood up carefully and looked around nervously. This is Bruno's study. But the Earl's room is really plain and simple. This was a far cry from what Wagner had previously imagined. In Wagner's view, shouldn't the room of a noble lord be magnificent, with gems and gold everywhere? But here, because Bruno had been living in the Hanging Garden, the study in the Lord's castle only had a few simple sets of furniture, desks, bookshelves. Therefore, in Wagner's eyes, the image of this count became increasingly majestic. The Earl of Adar is truly a good noble, who always cares about the common people. I'm afraid, even when the Earl is eating or sleeping, he is still thinking about the people of Adar County. What do you think of the current situation in Adar County? Bruno asked. This, thanks to your wise leadership, Lord Count. Everything is fine in Adar territory. Compared with other noble territories, it is simply a paradise. Wagner replied. Yo-ho! This boy is quite good at talking. I'm going to give you a task, Bruno said in a deep voice. The lives of my wife and children were given by the Earl. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it for the Earl. Even if I can't do it for the time being, I will try my best to complete the Earl's orders, Wagner said firmly. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but nodded. Good. I was right. Wagner is indeed a trustworthy guy. It's not a big deal. Actually, I plan to form a police force in Adar territory, and you will be in charge for the time being. What do you think? Wagner was stunned when he heard Bruno's words. Originally, he thought that the Earl would ask him to do something extremely difficult, but he didn't expect that he would actually give him a promotion. Although Wagner was just a civilian and had no idea what the word police meant, he was keenly aware of the other words implied in the Count's words: police, troops. In today's Adar territory, the only forces that can be described as troops are the Adar Regular Army and the Adar Navy. This is the important right-hand man of Lord Adar. I just write a few words. How can I bear such a burden? Bruno seemed to have seen Wagner's concerns and said to him, Don't worry. This police force is similar to the patrol teams in big cities. They are only responsible for maintaining law and order within the territory and handling disputes between the people. Hearing this, Wagner couldn't help but feel relieved. Although this position sounded a little scary, he also made him a little peace of mind. Then, Bruno explained to Wagner many aspects of the police force, from recruitment to training, to the official start of patrols and investigations. For all of this, Bruno only gave him very limited support, and the rest had to be grasped and completed by Wagner himself. In short, Bruno has handed the opportunity to Wagner. If Wagner can seize it, it will naturally be good. But if Wagner did not give the answer to Bruno, then he didn't mind asking Wagner to return to the steel factory to continue his labor model. After all, as Bruno said, it was just to temporarily be responsible for the establishment of the Adar police team. There are many people led by Idol, and there are many people who are loyal to Bruno. For civilians such as Wagner, it is not enough to be loyal and capable. Otherwise, why did Bruno allow Wagner to achieve a leap from the civilian class to the ruling class? Therefore, Wagner must demonstrate abilities that match his status. Moreover, the reason why Bruno wanted Wagner to try this new position was not only because Wagner was loyal to him, but also because of other considerations. As civilians continue to pour in from outside, the proportion of local residents in Adar is gradually decreasing. However, most of the people who hold more important positions in Adar today are native Adar people. Although there is no clue now if the material life and spiritual life are gradually becoming rich. Will the two have a suspicion? Having Wagner, a commoner from the territory of Soren, take up such a position can allow many smart immigrants to see the hidden hope of the territory of Adar. This may make them realize that Adar territory can not only provide them with a stable living environment, but can even allow them to make a class leap. Don't worry, Lord Count. I will try my best to ensure that the police force led by Adar will be worthy of your cultivation, Wagner said in a deep voice. After sending Wagner away, Bruno finally resolved the matter that had been on his mind for a long time. However, before officially heading to the Almes Mountains, Bruno had more than just this one thing to do: educate. The process of recruiting police officers made Bruno realize clearly that there were too many illiterate people in Adar County. Perhaps, for those commoners and serfs who worked in the fields all day long, learning to read and write was a very difficult thing. But Bruno can't wait any longer. Only when a person has learned knowledge, at least learn to read and write, will he gradually learn to think. Although Bruno has always regarded himself as the owner of the Order of St. George, the uncertainty caused by the existence of the church to the future of Adar territory has always been a hurdle in Bruno's heart. The people of Adar can have their own beliefs, but they must not blindly worship and believe in gods. If the situation allows, Bruno hopes to peel off the beliefs of Idal to lead the people from the church and become a new religion, just like the religious reform led by Martin Luther in the previous life. The believers in Adar County were able to break free from the shackles of the church and become true Adar people. At least, it should be a religion that can be under its own supervision. Chapter 182. The teacher who grabbed was a good teacher. Perhaps, this will be an extremely long process, but Bruno must make plans early. The popularization of education is undoubtedly an extremely important link in this process. In fact, Bruno's requirements for the Adar people who had already reached adulthood were not high. As long as they could read the words in the announcement and write some commonly used sentences, they would be considered half successful. After all, if you want everyone to receive systematic learning, it is absolutely impossible, because, no matter in which era or which part of the world, education has always been a huge expenditure for a country or a territory. After a long time, I am afraid that it is almost compared to building a spectacle. At the same time, the results that education can obtain is extremely slow. It has always been measured in the units of the year. 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years. What's more than 90 people in this world are almost illiterate. So, for Lord Adar, this almost means starting from scratch. Even if Bruno is willing to pay money to support Adar's education, where will he find teachers? You know, the tutor is a patent that nobles have. Most of the people who know how to read and write are learned from their parents and elders. Even if Bruno has this heart, Idal has no ability for the time being. But, now that Bruno puts the problem of education on the table, it means that he already has a vague idea. At least, there is a might be feasible. Early the next morning, Bruno rarely slept in, and asked Lister to call Claire, Old Ford and Sam Layton over early, in the Lord Castle, including Bruno. For people sat around a round table, while the rest of the unrelated personnel were dismissed. In fact, what Bruno said was originally related to Old Ford. However, as the former chief steward and now the oldest official in Adar, although Old Ford's suggestions are usually conservative, some of them are pertinent and can provide Bruno with good reference value. So, naturally, I became one of the members of this meeting. I have a plan, Bruno said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the Old Ford felt that his heart shook a little. To this day, Old Ford has long been extremely convinced of Bruno's decision, because his own Lord Earl has already used facts time and time again to prove to everyone the correctness and foresight of his decision. It's just, any decision made by the Earl himself, especially one made so solemnly like this, would often cost a lot of money, and generally sound ridiculous. Although the results are generally good, the implementation process is often very painful. So, after hearing Bruno's words, everyone present took a deep breath to calm themselves down, and Old Ford even put his right hand on his chest in advance, fearing that he would not be able to breathe. Can I tell you now? Bruno asked sympathetically. The crowd at the scene looked at each other and nodded together. Ahem. Bruno cleared his throat and said, I plan to grab a group of tutors to Idle. Old Ford, Sam Reet, Claire _. After Bruno finished speaking, several people suddenly changed their faces. They keenly grasped several key words in Bruno's words. Rob. A batch of. However, although the faces of several people changed in an instant, at least they felt much better than usual. After all, no matter you grab a batch or just one, it doesn't cost any money. As for whether it was the tutor or something else, etc. Private teacher? Old Ford seemed to realize something. He asked carefully. Mr. Earl, the tutors you mentioned are the teachers who teach the children of the nobility to read? Of course. Bruno nodded as a matter of course. Huh. Old Ford took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This is much more serious than burning money. Where do the tutors of noble children live? In order to facilitate teaching, they naturally live in the castles of the lords of various noble territories. The risk of this incident is obviously higher than playing the robbers to rob robberies from the muddy path from Edal. Earl, are you serious? Old Ford asked again and again. Don't worry. Although what I want to do is a little difficult. It's not too outrageous. At least, I will definitely not put Lord Adar on the stove. Not always. The northern border of the Empire has been defeated in battle after battle. And Odin's army has won victory after victory. One fortress after another, and the Lord's castle after another have been taken down by Odin's people. At the same time, those tutors who originally worked in the Lord's castles of the nobles in the northern border have temporarily become rootless duckweed. Without support, our target is those people. Hearing this, Old Ford finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't just go to someone else's castle and brazenly rob someone, then he could accept it. Old Ford felt that under the influence of his Lord Earl, he seemed to have a moral bottom line that could float. Of course, it doesn't have to be a teacher. Anyone who can teach the people of Adar to read can be captured and used as a teacher, Bruno added. Teach the people of Adar to learn to read? Everyone asked in unison. Oops. I seem to have let something slip. Well, I do have plans, Bruno admitted. For a moment, Old Ford didn't know what to say. Although the Earl's actions certainly have a deeper meaning. Teaching the people to read is really too sensational. That's right. It's sensational. In all the years since the founding of the Norman Empire, such an outrageous thing has never been heard of. The only public school in the entire Norman Empire was the Norman Royal School located in the Norman capital of St. Lawrence, which was used to teach the descendants of officials at all levels under the Emperor. And it seems that the Earl wants to allow all the people in Adar County to have the opportunity to study. With this in mind, it is understandable that Bruno wanted someone to go somewhere else to snatch the teacher. My Lord Earl, it's really getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 183 Go. Public Service Monkey. Although everyone had many doubts in their hearts, they had already heard the unquestionable meaning in Bruno's words. This means, the decision made by the Earl cannot be changed. What they have to do is to help Bruno improve the plan as much as possible to prevent any other mistakes. The Earl's orders are the highest instructions, and the Earl's actions are always correct. Therefore, in line with the professional ethics of being officials of Adar, several people, led by Old Ford, began to have a heated discussion on the problems existing in this plan. Bruno looked at the guys in front of him, who were giving him advice with great interest, and felt particularly comfortable. He determines the direction himself, and his officials further revise and improve the decisions they make. Bruno is currently satisfied with the pace of work in Adar County. Finally, after nearly a whole morning of intense discussion, a hot plan came out. This time, the plan will be mainly carried out by the Adar bandit gang under the Adar Intelligence Bureau. After all, after more than half a year of looting, those blind and disobedient caravans have been robbed almost completely. Now most of the caravans traveling back and forth will consciously travel on Adar Avenue. Although the journey was a little longer, it was much easier to travel. And there were often new things in Adar City that they had never seen before. This also made those merchants with particularly sensitive noses interested in the city of Adar. Moreover, the Adar bandit gang is a subordinate unit of the Adar Intelligence Bureau, and is also a training ground for the Intelligence Bureau's agents. Through this operation, they can also test the situation of Adar Intelligence Agency, and let Bruno see the results of their training. As for the standing army of Adar territory, they were responsible for providing support from the periphery, and sending the captured teachers to Adar territory. In addition to this, there are of course many more specific details. After Bruno looked through them carefully, he did not notice any mistakes and nodded. Because this operation is extremely important and involves certain risks. The entire process will be personally supervised by Baumel Braun, Deputy Director of the Adar Intelligence Agency. As for Claire, the Director of Adar Intelligence, he will travel with Bruno to the Almes Mountains to explore the natural wonders. Braun was originally the Deputy Commander of Adar's standing army. He was transferred here by Bruno after the establishment of the Adar Intelligence Agency. It would surely be smoother if he were to take command. While everyone was busy discussing, Bruno had already lost his mind. It was actually Bruno's intention to put police recruitment and universal education together for the adults in Adar County. Even though life has become much better now, every day is still extremely busy. They have to do a lot of work during the day to support their family. If we force them into a small dark room with a kidnapped teacher, it will probably not have any effect at all. Therefore, only when every citizen of Adar is fully aware that learning to read and write can bring them great benefits, can Bruno's universal education plan be carried out in an all-round way. What Bruno wants to rely on and depend on is the civil service system. Only by passing the exam can you become a glorious civil servant of the Adar City Hall and obtain a job offered by the Adar Human Resources Management Bureau. Although, neither of these two institutions have been established yet. But that's not the point. The point is, through the civil service system, the people of Adar can realize that knowledge can really be transformed into wealth. Moreover, after such a long period of preparation, the implementation of the civil servant system in Adar territory should not cause too much waves. Some changes happened unconsciously. The moment Bruno traveled to Adar territory, some things that had existed in Adar territory for a long time had already changed quietly. Those who hold important positions in Lord Adar are no longer just those with noble titles. First, Shabi was appointed as the created position of Adar's poop scooper. Immediately afterwards, Bruno sent his new personal servant, Lapo, to supervise the fishing port and the Cape Salt fields. Then came Old Ford, Lister, and Clare, with Bruno's step-by-step management. The job structure of Adar County had quietly changed. All of this was done without affecting the interests of the original nobles in the territory, although there were not many nobles in Adar. Among the many senior officials of Adar County today, only Sam Layton has a true noble title. According to Bruno's idea, these noble titles should gradually evolve into a symbolic honor rather than real rights in the future. This is one of the advantages of being a border earl. Even if Bruno causes chaos in Adar County, no other nobles will be idle and interfere. But then again, although the teaching staff in Adar County is greatly insufficient nowadays, the only one with teaching experience is Bruno's former teacher, Mr. Nicholas. But it is still possible to conduct a pilot project on a small scale first. Therefore, after everyone decided on a feasible plan, Bruno had Mr. Nicholas dragged along and headed towards the Chidian orphanage built outside the city. Chidian orphanage is always the best. As an orphanage established by Bruno himself, Bruno has high hopes for this. Not only did they adopt children from all over Adar, they also had many orphans from other territories. Bruno's tutor, Mr. Nicholas, who has a white, chubby round face and a plump body, has been unemployed in the Lord's castle for many days. In fact, Mr. Nicholas had been disliked by his original body for a long time before Bruno traveled through time. But since Mr. Nicholas was the teacher appointed by Bruno's father, who had passed away long ago, it was not easy for the original owner to chase him away. So he had to let him live in the castle with good food and drink. In Bruno's opinion, since Mr. Nicholas eats, drinks, defecates and urinates in Adar County, he should make his own contribution to the development of Adar County. So, pointing at the children in the Chidian orphanage, Bruno said, from today on, you have to start from the most basic content and be responsible for teaching them. Class? Nicholas was stunned. That's right. You have to do it to them the same way you did it to me before. Okay. No problem. What Bruno didn't expect was that Nicholas agreed very readily without any hesitation. Could it be that? Does Chidian orphanage really have such a great appeal to other people? Looking at the children running in front of the orphanage, Nicholas felt vaguely excited. He is a person who is truly passionate about education. Whenever someone learns new knowledge under his guidance, Nicholas feels a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of his heart. He could even proudly say that, apart from Count Bruno of Adar, there was no student that Nicholas could not teach. It was precisely because of the major setback he suffered when teaching Bruno that Nicholas locked himself in his room almost every day, painstakingly studying the art of education, and had almost no presence in the Adar territory. So, when Nicholas heard Bruno's order, he was naturally very excited. My talents have finally found a place to be put to good use. Chapter 184. Visit Devil's Tower again. But, although Bruno handed all the children of Chidian orphanage to Nicholas for teaching, what to teach and what not to teach was not up to Nicholas alone. Bruno paid particular attention to the ideological and moral education of the new generation of Adar people. Bruno could gradually free the serfs from the shackles on them, and make them forever free. But all this is based on the rule of the Stuart family. Therefore, Nicholas's task is not only to teach the children in these orphanages to read and spell, but also to make a detailed plan for the education program of Adar territory, so that it can be implemented in every corner of Adar territory at some point in the future. What's more, Bruno has high hopes for the future of Chidian orphanage. In his mind, these children, who have lived in the Chidian orphanage since childhood, will become his most loyal supporters in the future and participate in the construction of various departments in the Adar territory. This time will not be too long. Bruno can still wait for 3 to 5 years. There are not only children aged 4 or 5 in the orphanage, but also street children aged 8, 9 or even 10. You know, in this world, people over the age of 14 are no longer considered children. They are already considered adults and are struggling to make a living. Bruno firmly believes that with his cultivation, these children, who have learned to be grateful, will become his trustworthy assistants at some point in the future. Come on, Nicholas. Among all the people around me, you are the one I value most. Bruno patted Nicholas on the shoulder and said seriously. The chubby Mr. Nicholas was flattered and quickly patted his round belly and assured, "Don't worry, Count. I will make sure that the children in these orphanages learn to spell as soon as possible. I hope that Chidian orphanage can really become a new starting point in the lives of these children." Bruno stared at the children playing and thought sincerely. When the construction of the baths of Caracalla and the Roman aqueduct was in full swing, Bruno finally put aside his concerns and prepared to move towards the depths of the Almes Mountains with the members of the expedition. The first expedition caused the Adar lords to lose many talented men, so Bruno had to make some changes in the selection of the second expedition team. There was a full month between the first expedition and this one, and the reason for this was because of the griffin taming method that Bruno exchanged from the system mall. Bruno spent 66 brilliant points lavishly, which made him feel particularly distressed. But this is the price Bruno has to pay, because those griffins roaming in the airspace around the Devil's Tower are undoubtedly the most powerful magical creatures that the Adar territory has ever faced. They form a sharp contrast with the blue-card golems that can only run away and shrink into their SHLs. However, the existence of griffins is not all bad. At least, if the Adar people can successfully tame them, then it will undoubtedly take the armed forces of the Adar territory a step further, completing the 3 major military branches of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and stepping onto a new level. Although the number of troops may not be large, it sounds very powerful, especially now that the magic cannon is still under intensive research and development, and long-range firepower strikes have not yet been formed. Once the Adar territory has the Griffin Knights, it will have an air combat force with extremely strong mobility and flexibility. Although the Griffin Knight has limited load capacity and may not be able to drop bombs from the sky in large quantities, hot air balloons can. Bruno can make a hot air balloon to launch air strikes against possible enemies, but the hot air balloon itself has no attack power. Bruno was not sure whether other forces had flying mounts like griffins and hippogriffs. Therefore, with a relatively cautious attitude, Bruno would consider everything he was unsure about. After all, under his leadership, the Adar territory possesses a large amount of secret power. But at the same time, there is no guarantee that other noble territories will not have some powerful killer weapons. And once the Lord of Adar has an air force composed of Griffin Knights, he can let the soldiers stand in the basket of the hot air balloon and drop bombs without any scruples. A Griffin Knight is roughly equivalent to a fighter jet, and a hot air balloon is roughly equivalent to a bomber. Just thinking about it casually makes me feel particularly sour. During this month, Bruno conducted large-scale selections among the regular army and the navy, and selected the best from the best. He found 20 soldiers who had no fear of heights and were extremely good in all indicators. They became the first members of the Adar Griffin Knights. Although the Griffin has not been found yet, the flag must be set for oneself first. However, among these 20 members of the Griffin Knights, only 2 would go to the Almes Mountains with Bruno to search for traces of the Devil's Tower and the Griffins, because there is a shortcoming in the Griffin taming method that cannot be ignored. That is, it only records how to tame Griffin cubs, but it does not mention how to tame adult Griffins. Could it be that this is because the personality of an adult Griffin is already determined, so no one can change it? But if you want to capture a young Griffin, you will definitely have to avoid the attacks of the adult Griffins. Therefore, even though they knew that the area around Devil's Tower was extremely dangerous, the number of people on this expedition was even smaller than the last time. With Bruno and Claire, there were only 11 people. Except for Bruno, Krell and 2 members of the Griffin Knights. The other 7 people are all the most elite operators of the Adar Intelligence Agency, and they have participated in the last expedition organized. If the Griffin can be tamed, tame it. If it cannot be tamed, then run away after successfully activating the Wonder bonus. At least in Bruno's opinion. With the magical power given to him by the system after the establishment of Namur Fortress, he should have no problem protecting himself. So, under the leadership of Claire, Count Bruno of Adar finally walked out of the city of Adar again, and the 11-member expedition team began to move towards the natural wonder hidden deep in the Almes Mountains. I hope that natural wonder can bring a wonder bonus to Adar territory, and I won't be disappointed. Chapter 185 The Natural Wonder is actually. This exploration was obviously much easier than the first time. Perhaps they wanted to show off in front of the Earl, or perhaps they were familiar with the route after their last experience. But at least in the first half of the journey, everyone's progress was extremely smooth. Even though a bear would pop out and howl from time to time, it was dealt with by the Adar Intelligence Agency agents in a very short time. Only, as the group continued to move deeper into the Almes Mountains, a look of doubt gradually appeared between Bruno's brows. Compared to ordinary people, mages are much more sensitive to changes in the external world. It is precisely because of this that mages can clearly feel the free magical elements contained in the air around them. So, as Bruno gradually went deeper into the Almes Mountains, he gradually felt that the magic power around him, as if attracted by some force, was slowly gathering towards a place deep in the Almes Mountains. This is a very weak and inconspicuous process. If Bruno did not possess magical powers far beyond ordinary people, it would be impossible to detect it. The basin you mentioned, and the Devil's Tower, should be in the northwest. Right? Bruno stopped and asked suddenly. That's right. Claire nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Bruno's guess was finally confirmed. This is because most of the magical elements in this mountain range are flowing slowly towards the northwest. Perhaps the speed of movement is extremely slow, but Bruno is 100% sure that this is indeed what is happening. The eastern border of the Empire where Adar territory is located is an area with relatively thin magic power. So the directional flow of magic power undoubtedly attracted Bruno's attention. Maybe this is some kind of bonus brought by natural wonders, which is why the magic elements in Adar territory are relatively thin. Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but quicken his pace. He couldn't wait to see with his own eyes the Devil's Tower standing in the basin, the magic power flowing toward the northwest, and the giant stone pillar similar to Devil's Tower undoubtedly confirmed Bruno's earlier view that Devil's Tower is the next natural wonder of Adar territory. How far is it to Devil's Tower? Bruno asked. Claire took out the map from his arms and glanced at it, then looked around and said, We're almost there. We're already halfway up the mountain. The altitude of that basin is relatively high, so it will probably take another day to get there. The first expedition took nearly half a month, mainly because the Adar people had never set foot in the high-altitude areas deep in the Almes Mountains. Coupled with the tasks assigned by Bruno to draw maps and search for possible natural resources, this resulted in an exceptionally slow progress. This time, not only is the number of expedition members reduced, but each member is a carefully selected group of experts. In addition, with the help of Claire and others who are familiar with the route, they will naturally be able to move much faster. So, at noon the next day, Bruno, under the leadership of Claire, finally arrived at the canyon where dozens of Crusader remains were buried. Due to their mission, the members of the previous expedition did not conduct a large-scale search for these remains, so they remained in their original locations. Gray skeletons lay across the narrow road. Although they were mostly covered by dust, they still gave people a creepy feeling. The group carefully avoided the dry bones scattered on the ground and continued to move towards the canyon exit that was already in sight. Walking in the canyon, the members of the expedition team couldn't help but slow down their pace, because just half a month ago, their comrades lost their lives forever in the basin at the end of the canyon. In fact, if they had been able to evacuate as soon as possible, so many people would not have died. But in the minds of the Adar people, completing the tasks assigned by the Earl is always the top priority. So, after escaping the first wave of attacks by the Griffins, those Adar elite soldiers, who were not afraid of life and death, actually turned back again. They haven't yet drawn a complete basin topographic map for the Earl. This means that their mission has not been successfully completed. Bruno only heard about all this afterwards, so his steps were naturally heavy at this time. Although Bruno is a time traveler, he has adapted to his current role during his time in Adar. As the Count of Adar, he has been moved countless times by the simplest and most honest actions of the Adar people. Perhaps it is because the civilians of this world have suffered too much injustice and hardship in areas other than Adar County, so that almost everyone has a heartfelt gratitude towards Adar County and Count Adar. In the territory of Adar, they don't have to worry about tomorrow's food, nor do they have to be afraid for their children's future, as long as they are willing to work hard. Count Adar will not treat them unfairly, especially the soldiers from Adar territory. They had a very simple idea that Count Adar had given them a good life and a new future, so they must complete the tasks assigned by the Count, even if it means sacrificing my life. I will do it at all costs, because great undertakings always need to be built with blood. They are willing to exchange their efforts today for a better and more stable Adar territory, so that their children can receive the best care in Adar territory. At least, that was the common thought among most of the Adar soldiers. Let's go! This time, despite the dissuasion of Claire and others, Bruno personally walked at the front of the team, because here, only he, who possesses the strength of a magic master, has the power to confront the griffin head-on. And since he had come here in person, Bruno would not let any Adar life be left alone in the mountains. As Bruno's footsteps gradually moved towards the end of the canyon, he could already faintly hear the cries coming from the sky. That must be a griffin, Bruno thought. If an adult griffin cannot be tamed, then it must be hunted. When Bruno finally walked out of the canyon and came to the basin in front of him, a huge hexagonal stone pillar about several hundred meters high appeared in front of Bruno. It stands quietly in the open basin before your eyes, like a pillar supporting the sky, with majestic momentum. It can be called a miracle created by nature. The midday sun shines on the top of this giant stone pillar, and under the influence of the ochre-yellow rock on the surface of the pillar, it radiates a dreamy color. Sure enough, the stone pillar in front of me looks almost the same as the Devil's Tower on Earth. Only, at this moment, the two pop-up windows that suddenly appeared in Bruno's field of vision made him completely stunned for a moment. System prompt: you have discovered a new natural wonder. Natural wonder, a set basin. Chapter 186 Natural Wonders, a set basin. The moment the system prompt appeared in Bruno's field of vision, Bruno felt completely confused. What's the situation? What the H.L. is a set basin? Where is my Devil's Tower? This is such a big thing standing there. But the wonder construction system just ignores it. This must be a bug. It's so cold. When will Devil's Tower stand up again? Bruno couldn't understand why the wonder construction system ignored the natural giant rock in front of him, and instead listed the basin in front of him as a natural wonder. There can't be any shady deal about this, Bruno thought puzzledly. But, as a golden finger with supernatural power, the wonder construction system makes decisions that Bruno cannot change. It does not even have reporting, feedback, or customer service options. In short, no matter what the wonder construction system determines, Bruno can only passively accept it. Although Bruno wanted to speak up for the Devil's Tower, it seemed that the introduction of the Asset Basin and the wonder bonus it could bring to idle territory was also very interesting. Then, Bruno signaled the members of the expedition team to follow him, and carefully retreated back into the canyon to avoid attacks from griffins in the sky. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Bruno sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and leaned against the rock wall of the canyon. He needed to study the introduction of the Asset Basin carefully before he could arrange the next plan. The members of the expedition team looked at each other in confusion. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. "My Lord Earl, what are you doing?" The Earl is the owner of the Order of St. George and the heir of the Stuart family, an imperial aristocracy. How can ordinary people like us understand the Earl's thoughts? Maybe this is actually some kind of ritual that can help us gain the blessing of God through prayer, Claire analyzed calmly. The Earl's knowledge is so profound. Of course. How can we speculate what the Earl is thinking? And the Earl's sitting posture is so handsome. Not only is he handsome and elegant, but he is also... Shut up. Bruno opened his eyes and glared at the guys who were chattering beside him. If I don't say anything, I'm afraid I'll go off topic. Besides, their endless chatter will undoubtedly affect my reading of the introduction to the Asset Basin provided by the Wonder Construction System. compared to the very impressive introduction of the Faroe Islands as land fragments from the Lost Land. The introduction of the Aset Basin is much simpler. Natural wonder, Aset Basin. Wonder introduction, the Aset Basin, located in the Almes Mountains, is the highest basin on the continent. Although it is remote and sparsely populated, it has eye-catching and magnificent scenery, and is rich in mineral resources. Background of the wonder: a meteorite from a foreign land hit and formed a huge depression in the Almes Mountains. The side effects of the impact exposed the mineral resources that were originally hidden deep under the surface. After many years, this place gradually became a natural basin. Seeing this, Bruno couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the wonder construction system would invent some gods, explosions, ruins, and other messy things that would make him irritated and worried. The pure wonders of nature are pretty good. At least they won't make you worry. But this may be because the remains of the Crusaders left in the canyons along the way are enough to make him think for a while. Although the Aset Basin formed by a meteorite impact does not sound as impressive as the Faroe Islands formed by an explosion, the spectacular bonus it brings is no less than that of the Faroe Islands. The bonus of the Faroe Islands is that Bruno can obtain overseas maps through brilliant points. Although this also has extremely important uses, it is difficult to play a more significant role in a short period of time, because the current population size, navigation technology level, and shipbuilding capacity of Adar territory are far from supporting Adar territory's wanton exploration of overseas lands. Therefore, the biggest role of the Faroe Islands now is to provide Adar territory with the cultivation of tropical cash crops such as tobacco and coffee beans, as well as to obtain the brilliant points rewarded by the system every month. As for the map function provided by the Faroe Islands, Bruno could only guard the treasure house, but it was difficult to explore. However, the benefits that the Aser Basin can bring to the Adar territory can be seen in the short term. The first is the first bonus that all natural wonders have, which is to obtain a fixed amount of brilliant points every month. One of the wonder bonuses of the Aset Basin, the system host can obtain 10 brilliant points provided by the wonder construction system on the 12th day of each month. Although the reward of 10 brilliant points may not seem like much, if you add what the French islands offer, that would be 20 brilliant points a month. By this calculation, that's 240 brilliance points a year, which is a huge profit. You know, even if you exchange a new policy concept in the system mall, the required glory points are only about 200 points. If we just rely on creating wonders, we would have to build 150 wonders to complete the goal. As for the remaining wonder bonuses, Bruno was both surprised and delighted. Aset Basin Wonder Bonus 2. There are a large number of griffins living on the cliffs around the Aset Basin. After the Aset Basin is included in the rule, the host will automatically become the Lord of the Griffins and gain the loyalty of the Griffins. What is this called? This is like someone giving you a pillow when you want to take a nap. Just when Bruno was worried about what to do with the adult griffin, the wonder construction system proactively solved the problem Bruno was facing. This must give the system a thumbs up. This wonder bonus does not conflict with the griffin taming method that Bruno previously redeemed in the system mall, and it can even be said that they complement each other. The wonder bonus enables Bruno to have the ability to command these griffins, while the griffin taming method allows the soldiers of the Griffin Knights to tame and care for their own griffins. Become rich. This time, Adar County has really become prosperous. But, as Bruno's eyes gradually moved downward, when I saw the last wonder bonus that Aset Basin brought to Adar territory, Bruno's brows were deeply furrowed. Chapter 187 Lord of the Griffin. The reason why Bruno frowned was not because the bonus from this wonder was too lousy, but because this description of the Aset Basin by the wonder construction system seems to be completely opposite to the reality that Bruno saw. This is something Bruno has never encountered in such a long time. Could it be that the system will also make mistakes? Bruno couldn't help but have such a question in his mind. Aset Basin Wonder Bonus 3. Aset Basin is located in a place where magic power gathers. The basin has extremely rich magic elements and is an excellent place for mages to practice and live. The explanation of the wonder bonus is very clear, and there is no ambiguity at all. According to the wonder construction system, the Aset Basin should be an area with extremely rich magical elements, like a big bowl, filled with magic pouring in from all over the world. However, the reality is just the opposite. The moment Bruno stepped into the Aset Basin, he could hardly feel any magical fluctuations from the surroundings. In other words, although the magic power near the Almes Mountains was constantly gathering towards this basin, It seemed as if it had disappeared out of thin air the moment it entered the basin, leaving no trace. This is as strange as the fact that the Wonder construction system ignores the large pillar standing in the center of the basin. Get ready for battle. Let's go in. Bruno finally opened his eyes and spoke to the expedition members surrounding him. Although according to the Wonder construction system, after activating the bonus effect of the Asset Basin, he was able to control the griffin soaring in the sky. However, today's Wonder construction system seemed to be malfunctioning. So much so that Bruno began to question whether this bonus had been activated normally. Don't attack them yet. When Bruno finally led the remaining members of the expedition into the Asset Basin, Bruno gave instructions. Although the dazzling sunlight made it difficult for Bruno to see the dark shadows passing across the sky, Bruno seemed to feel a vague connection in the dark. He seemed to be able to sense the location of those griffins. Just at this moment, Bruno suddenly felt warm, and then a strong impulse took over his mind. Under the astonished gaze of the expedition members, Bruno raised his head, and then he suddenly let out a roar like a dragon's roar. A whoop! Claire? Expedition members present? If the Earl's previous meditation with his eyes closed could be interpreted as prayer, what the Earl is performing now is probably an ancient ritual. Only, this kind of ceremony always seems a little bit plain? Could it be that? Just raise your head and roar towards the sky twice, and you can make those ferocious griffins crawl on the ground and surrender? Although the soldiers of Adar County have a mysterious worship for Bruno, in Claire's relatively normal cognition, the only purpose of everything the Earl is doing now is to anger those ferocious griffins. Oh my God! Thinking of this, not only Claire, but also the soldiers behind Bruno couldn't help but tighten their swords hanging at their waists. Bruno can do whatever he wants, but they can't, since Bruno had never shown his magical power in front of anyone other than a wizard apprentice. The soldiers of Adar County were extremely nervous about Bruno's life safety at this time. In the minds of many people, they have even made up their minds that if Bruno is in danger, they will exchange their lives for the safety of the Lord. In their view, this is the duty of an Adar soldier. The griffins that were originally circling in the sky seemed to have heard the call from the ground. They spread their huge light golden wings and gradually circled and descended in the sky. Finally, with a dull sound, a huge griffin nearly 3 meters long suddenly landed in front of Bruno. Bruno stared at the adult griffin that landed in front of him. Although it looked extremely ferocious, Bruno actually developed a faint sense of intimacy with it. Even a human like Bruno, who saw a griffin for the first time, could not help but be shocked by the appearance of this griffin. The eagle head at the front end of the griffin is covered with snow-white feathers, which is so clean that there is not a single flaw. Its sharp eyes, like a sword, seem to be able to see through all the creatures and things that appear before it. Its lion-like hindquarters were covered with brown fur as pure as the early morning sun, and on the eagle wings growing on its back, the light golden eagle feathers seemed to be showing off its noble temperament to the onlookers. With an eagle's head and a lion's body, he is tall, handsome, strong and powerful, and invincible. This was the first time Bruno had such a high opinion of a magical creature. It can even be said that the existence of the griffin completely broke Bruno's first impression that all magical creatures were cowards. The moment he saw the griffin in front of him, it seemed that even the doubts he had about the third wonder bonus not living up to its name were suppressed in an instant. Bruno couldn't help but step forward. "My Lord Earl, danger!" Claire stretched out his hand, trying to quickly stop his Lord Earl. Only, in the next second, Carol's eyes widened, because the adult griffin, which was originally so powerful and overwhelming, actually crawled on the ground on its own initiative when Bruno approached. It looked like a docile kitten. How can this be? Not only Claire, but also several soldiers present who were ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the Earl could not help but stay where they were. Could it be that the Earl's previous actions could really defeat the enemy without fighting and subdue the ferocious magical creature without bloodshed? Amid the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Bruno stretched out his hand and gently stroked the soft and warm down on the griffin's shoulders and neck. Although the griffin had a huge body and wings that were 7 or 8 meters long, when Bruno stroked it gently, this brave griffin actually let out bursts of comfortable purring sounds. This shocked almost everyone present speechless. The griffin in front of me, is it really the overlord of the sky that soared in the sky before? Chapter 188 Creation of the World. The griffin has the body of a lion, and the lion is a large animal in the subgenus Leo of the family Felidae in the order Carnivora. So, It is not difficult to understand why the griffin makes comfortable purring sounds when Bruno strokes it. Or is it because under the potential influence of the Wonder construction system, the feline bloodline that may be hidden in the griffin has finally been awakened? Bruno used his hands to stroke the huge beast that collapsed in front of him again and again. And he felt it was particularly good to stroke as he extended his hand towards the griffin. Bruno seemed to be able to feel that the griffin in front of him seemed to understand what he was thinking. Claire approached Bruno cautiously and asked nervously, "My lord, this griffin, how come it is so well behaved? Don't be fooled by his ferocious appearance." "But who doesn't want to be a kitten?" Bruno said with a smile, patting the griffin's head. As if in response to Bruno's praise, the griffin in front of him let out a crisp cry. Although the sound sounds a little bit crude, it is not a big deal. "Call the other griffins over." Bruno patted the griffin's head and said in a gentle voice, as a magical creature with extremely high intelligence, although it cannot speak, the griffin can understand what Bruno says. Bruno had just finished speaking when the griffin, which had been as docile and well-behaved as a cat, finally stood up from the ground and spread its wings that were 7 or 8 meters long. The moment the griffin stood up, the sharp claws over 10 centimeters long that were originally hidden in its hair were finally exposed. Its claws were so sharp that they could almost break a human's neck with one palm. It could be called a killing weapon that could tear apart flesh and blood. Its powerful wings shook slightly, and a strong gust of wind was blown up around the griffin, lifting its huge body into the sky, accompanied by a sharp and long cry. Bruno could vaguely see that on the rock walls around the Acid Basin, white heads like snowballs appeared one after another. Then, as if in response to the long cry, cries came from all directions of the Acid Basin, like an extremely off-tuned symphony, beating with a chaotic beat and shouting out an extremely noisy melody. The figures of griffins gradually appeared in the blue sky and flew around Devil's Tower. The midday sun shone on the group of griffins, casting oblique shadows of varying sizes. Bruno raised his head and stared at the sky. Although he was not very good at math, there were nearly 100 figures of all sizes. This is a huge group of griffins. As time passed, huge figures landed on the open space in front of Bruno. The captivating aura was something Bruno had never seen on the blue-carved golem. For a moment, Bruno's heart was filled with joy. This number is enough for Bruno to form an extremely large group of griffin knights. What's more, the average lifespan of a griffin is a full 150 years. Much longer than humans of this era. Moreover, for Bruno, forming a team of griffin riders costs almost nothing. Some people may say that raising griffins will cause great losses. But why does Bruno want to raise griffins? Before the Adar people came to this basin, wasn't this group of griffins self-sufficient and living a good life? Bruno will naturally be very generous when it is time to be generous. But when it comes to some unnecessary expenses, Bruno will not spend a penny more. Is it easy to make money in iDarling? Of course it's not easy. Sometimes, the profit margin of the goods sold by the Adar Chamber of Commerce could not even reach 200%, which made Bruno truly experience the bitterness of making money. So during this period of time, Bruno learned to cry poor to the church and the Regency Council from time to time. If he could get something from them, Bruno would definitely not lose out. But if he couldn't get anything, then he wouldn't lose anything either. As for the face, what is that? Can you eat it? After all, as the war situation in the northern border continues to deteriorate and the hidden secrets of the church continue to make their presence felt in front of Bruno, if the situation continues to develop in this way, the day when Adar County breaks away from other forces is getting closer and closer. Although nothing major happened in the Norman Empire during this period, in Bruno's opinion, there were undercurrents behind the Norman Empire, making people feel that this was the calm before the storm. There were a total of 2 members of the Griffin Knights in the expedition team who had been selected after layers of selection. They looked at the tall and huge creatures in front of them with bright eyes. Long before heading to the Acid Basin, they had undergone 2 weeks of intensive training, so they were very familiar with the living habits of griffins and many records about them. Just as recorded in the classics, griffins are different from other predators. They rarely fight with each other, and males will always carefully protect females, even if they are not in a mate relationship. Coupled with the griffin's strong loyalty and sense of honor, the griffin can become the best comrade in arms, far superior to war horses or other flying mounts. When they thought that they might ride on a griffin and soar into the sky in the future, they felt an inexplicable excitement in their hearts. Even the outstanding agents of the Adar Intelligence Agency couldn't help but express envy. under the gaze of the crowd and many griffins. Bruno flipped over and jumped onto the back of the griffin leader. Perhaps due to the effect of the wonder construction system, the griffin was particularly obedient to Bruno. As Bruno's mind moved, the griffin carried Bruno up into the sky, straight into the clouds. This was the first time that Bruno soared into the blue sky with the help of a griffin since coming into this world. Although Bruno had never ridden a griffin before, he seemed to have learned it by nature and could control the griffin under him with his own mind. Riding a griffin feels very similar to riding a paraglider. At the beginning, you are suddenly pulled into the sky, but soon you can move steadily in the sky, except for the need to hold onto the griffin's back tightly when diving and rising from time to time. The griffin's huge body brings Bruno an extremely stable riding experience. This also makes Bruno more and more convinced that the fully armed griffin knight can bring great benefits to the Adar County, whether it is conducting a sneak attack behind enemy lines, or serving as an advance force to scout the enemy situation, or providing firepower reinforcements from the air to ground troops. The huge role that the griffin can play is unimaginable, with a vehicle like the griffin that can roam in the sky. Bruno no longer has to walk all over the Aset Basin on his own 2 legs. So, under Bruno's command, the griffin under him began to fly slowly and low around the Aset Basin, looking down at the Aset Basin from the sky. It looks like a huge bowl that suddenly appears on the Almes Mountains. The meteorite from a foreign land almost created a very large basin in the high-altitude area of the Almes Mountains. Due to the lapse of many years, the traces of the meteorite impact have long been erased in the long river of history. And this basin with the highest altitude in the Norman Empire has gradually become a paradise for the griffin tribe. It was not until Bruno was flying in the sky on a griffin that he realized how vast this basin was, equivalent to 1/4 of the Adar territory. Since the Almes Mountains have always been regarded as an insurmountable natural barrier, the vast Almes Mountains region has not been included in the jurisdiction of any noble lord. At the same time, the Almes Mountains were not even included in the territory of any direct province. As a frontier nobleman canonized by the imperial royal family, Bruno has always upheld the excellent qualities of loyalty and patriotism. Since no one is managing the Almes Mountains, Lord Adar will take the initiative to assume this responsibility. The highest realm of a swordsman is the unity of man and sword, while the highest realm of a knight is the unity of man and beast. The process of flying on a griffin is also a process of mutual recognition between Bruno and the griffin. With the help of the wonder construction system, the level of tacit understanding between Bruno and the griffin under him can no longer be described in ordinary words. Bruno only needs an extremely small movement to make Puff understand and take action, and the memory of Puff leading the griffin group from birth to adulthood is gradually reflected in Bruno's mind. This is a very magical process that cannot be explained by common sense. But after successfully traveling through and possessing the system, Bruno has become accustomed to such things. Puff was the name Bruno came up with for this ferocious griffin in 30 seconds. The griffin's fur is yellow and white, not much different from Puff's. At least, Bruno was very satisfied with the name, because in his opinion, the best name is the one that is easy to remember. Everything was the best arrangement. Under the influence of the wonder bonus, flocks of griffins threw themselves into the arms of the Adar people without hesitation, which also provided infinite possibilities for the future of Adar territory. However, why is there a lake at the top of Devil's Tower? As soon as he took off into the air, Bruno noticed the blue sky beneath the clouds. But due to the huge surprise brought by the griffin, the small lake was repeatedly ignored by Bruno. However, as the flight altitude gradually decreased, Bruno finally realized that the lake was located at the top of Devil's Tower. Moreover, the color of the lake water is not always blue. Whenever Bruno changes the angle or looks closely, he always notices unusual colors in the lake water. At this moment, Bruno just felt that anything related to the Devil's Tower in the middle of the basin was somewhat abnormal, putting aside Bruno's overlooking from the sky. Since he had some of Puff's memories in his mind, Bruno was shocked to find that the main food source of this group of griffins was the lake at the top of Devil's Tower. This entire tribe of griffins sustains their lives and grows exceptionally strong by drinking water from the lake at the top of Devil's Tower. As Bruno's mind moved, Puff began to circle around the Devil's Tower, and then slowly landed at the top of the Devil's Tower. The moment Bruno fell off Puff's back, he felt dizzy, and an extremely powerful magical element enveloped Bruno in an instant. At this moment, many of the problems that had previously troubled Bruno were solved. Why is the third wonder bonus brought by the Aset Basin completely different from reality? and why those magical elements pouring in from all directions disappear without a trace the moment they enter the basin. Even, why are the magic elements in the eastern part of the empire relatively thin? All of this had its answer the moment Bruno finally stepped onto the top floor of Devil's Tower. Bruno suddenly felt dizzy. Not because of some unknown mysterious power, nor because of some deadly poison gas, but because of the extremely rich magical element at the top of the Devil's Tower. Because the magic elements in the entire Adar territory are extremely thin, and the mage's perception of the surroundings is extremely sensitive. The moment Bruno stepped into here, the abundant magic elements almost made Bruno's perception explode on the spot. That's right. The concentration of magical elements gathered at the top of the Devil's Tower was something Bruno had never seen before. Because the magic elements are so concentrated, a large amount of them have even formed an unprecedented liquid form. The lake at the top of the Devil's Tower is not an ordinary lake, but a miracle created entirely by extremely rich liquid magic elements. Bruno stretched out his hand and tried to gently touch the lake water that was shimmering with colorful light and was made up of magical power. He only felt that the liquid on the lake seemed to have a layer of crystal clear colorless film, which made Bruno's fingers feel a strange and real feeling. For a while, Bruno was completely stunned. His fingers actually touched the existence of magic at this moment. This means that everything before our eyes is not some kind of illusion beyond common sense, but a lake that is actually formed by liquid magic power. Or in other words, the wizards in this world finally saw and touched the magic element in liquid form for the first time. On this day and at this moment, the Adar school, headed by Bruno, is based on the theory of magic flow and is committed to exploring the potential value of magic elements. Finally, magic was transformed from an abstract and unpredictable existence into a substance that actually exists in nature and has its own unique properties. Not only can it exist in the air in a free state, but it can also be presented to everyone in liquid form. Not just mages. Everyone. This almost completely shattered the world's original values, allowing magic to appear in front of everyone in a brand new form for the first time. Bruno is very sure that the wizard civilization that has lasted for thousands of years in this world will become completely different because of this groundbreaking discovery. Chapter 189: Perpetual Motion Machine and Hidden Wonders. The diameter of the top of Devil's Tower is about 80 meters, and the total area is roughly 5,000 square meters. This lake formed by liquid magic alone occupies an area more than 4,800 square meters. So, Bruno can say without hesitation that Devil's Tower's head is full of water. Bruno stretched out his hand to fiddle with the liquid magic surging in the lake, and his thoughts gradually became distracted. This was a major discovery for the Adar school. For the Adar territory, this is a magical weapon that can transform the speed of Adar territory's development from running to a 100-meter sprint. Because in Bruno's understanding of the world, magic is not just a general term for elements that are widely present in nature and can be used by wizards to release powerful magic, but also a highly efficient renewable clean energy. Today, Adar has a factory, but it is just that one large factory. Compared to other noble territories, the Adar Steel Factory located in Grand Town has an astronomical monthly steel output alone. But although Bruno had already planned the direction of Idle Territory's progress, Idle Territory still had a disadvantage that could not be ignored. That's energy. Corresponding to the huge steel production is the huge energy demand. The large amount of originium found on the Friend Islands can indeed replace the solid magic array to absorb magic power in the air. But the prerequisite for absorbing magic power is, there must be enough magic power in the air. Since the magic power in Adar territory is extremely thin, the plan to use magic power and magic arrays to provide a stable energy supply to the Adar steel plant was abandoned before it was even proposed. As a result, the people of Adar can only maintain the normal operation of the Adar steel plant by mining coal in the Golan Heights. Burning coal will cause pollution. But for Bruno, environmental pollution is definitely not something that should be considered now. After all, even in the past when there was no pollution, the living environment and life expectancy of the people in Adar were not impressive. Even with the help of magic crystal bombs, the workers' mining efficiency would be difficult to improve for the time being without steam engines and other machinery to assist in the work. Therefore, Lord Adar could only stimulate the enthusiasm of civilians and serfs for work by rewarding work points, organizing production teams, and increasing remuneration. Mining, transportation, and many other logistical maintenance. All these aspects require a large number of manpower. In addition, due to the extremely low medical level, Bruno has always been particularly strict in the inspection and quarantine measures for foreign immigrants, which has led to immigrants from the north of the empire gradually entering the Adar territory at a relatively stable rate. When they enter Adar territory and successfully pass the inspection and quarantine procedures, the chief executives in charge of the construction of various migrant worker communities in Adar territory will come forward to recruit them. This is because, sometimes, the number of civilians pouring into Adar territory cannot even keep up with the growth of jobs in Adar territory. Build new wonders. Plant tulips and roses. Open up wasteland. Develop the Friend Islands and grow tobacco and coffee. Enter the workshops in the industrial zone on the Adar River. Or be assigned to Grand Town to become a member of the Adar Steel Factory. Every industry and every region in Adar territory requires a large number of manpower. In short, the relative shortage of manpower and energy has directly led to the difficulty for Adar territory to support a new large-scale factory. But Bruno has always had an idea in his mind, which is to try every possible way to use the most widely distributed magic elements in the world to replace minerals such as coal, making it a new energy source for Adar territory. After all, this is a magical world, so there should be magical solutions. Countless experiences and cases in the previous life were telling Bruno a very simple truth: no matter when or where, the key to success is to adapt to local conditions. However, before that, due to the extremely sparse distribution of magic power in Adar territory, Bruno could only put this idea aside in his heart. But the lake before him, whose magical power was so strong that it was almost terrifying, gave Bruno a whole new possibility. Countless magical elements gathered towards the Aset Basin from all directions in the eastern part of the empire. And then for some unknown reason, they were all absorbed into the lake at the top of the Devil's Tower. This undoubtedly gave Bruno a bold idea. If Bruno could transfer the large amount of magic power stored in this lake to other places in idle territory as energy, then idle territory would actually have a super energy system similar to a perpetual motion machine. Magical power drives all kinds of machines and production activities in Adar territory. The magical power that is dispersed into the air after driving the magic circle will be gathered again into the magic lake in front of us under the dual effects of the wonder bonus of the Aset Basin and the Devil's Tower. This cycle repeats itself endlessly. Perhaps on Earth, perpetual motion machines are just fantasy. But in a magical world that cannot be guessed by common sense, the principle of perpetual motion machines no longer seems to be something completely impossible to achieve. Because on Earth, within the scope of the law of conservation of energy, when a machine does work, energy will dissipate in the form of heat or other forms. But the working principle of the magic circle is completely different. Taking the heating array as an example, the heat it generates is not the ordinary heat that people talk about. The essence of this heat is actually the fire-related magic elements mobilized by the wizard when casting a fireball. Through the operation of the magic circle, this special magic element was separated from countless magic powers and then gathered together, thus generating a kind of heat in the magical sense. The heat it generates does not refer to a type of energy, but rather to the physical properties of this magical element related to fire. In other words, the process of the magic circle taking effect does not involve the transfer and loss of energy. Although this seemed to be completely contrary to the physical rules of the previous life and even incredible, and Bruno could not understand why the heated object gained energy out of thin air, and why the magic of the fire element could generate heat at all times. But this is a magical world where everything is possible. Moreover, this new perpetual motion machine system perfectly matches the first law of magic mechanics proposed by the Adar school and the second and third laws of magic mechanics. Namely, 1. Magic is a general term for a new category of matter. It is actually a collection of magic with different characteristics. Magic with different characteristics constitutes the elements of this collection. Second, magic power will neither appear nor disappear out of thin air. It will only be separated from the collection of countless magic powers under the control of the magic circle or the magician to play a role, and then return to the air after playing a role. In this process, the total amount of magic power remains unchanged. Third, the magical effect produced by releasing magic is not a transformation of energy, but a process in which a large number of the same magic elements gather, and their original weak physical properties are expressed in a powerful way. These 3 laws of magic written by Bruno himself and verified by wizard apprentices have become truths recognized by members of the Adar school today. At least, up to now, the operation trajectories of all magical powers in this world have perfectly conformed to the above 3 laws. Bruno's idea is good, But the biggest problem he faces now is how to transmit the magic power in this lake to other places in Adar territory. If it were someone else, this might be an extremely tricky matter. But for Bruno, having witnessed the prosperous human civilization in the previous life, he could think of a solution with just a little thought. And in Bruno's mind, the magic crystal is the key to break through the shackles. As we all know, the special material of magic crystal makes it have a natural affinity with magic power, thus becoming the main material for the Adar people to make magic crystal bombs. If that's the case, then can we use magic crystals as raw materials to create high-voltage cables specifically for transmitting magic power? After all, the structure of the magic circle is very similar to the circuit diagram of the previous life. Therefore, could the high-voltage wires that are widely present on the Earth also become one of the tools for transmitting magic power to the Adar territory? Although no direct experiments have been conducted, Bruno believes that this is an idea that is very likely to succeed. The reason why Bruno could make such a conclusion was not only because of his foresight and experience in his previous life. The response of the Wonder Construction System also proved to Bruno the feasibility of this idea. The Wonder Construction System will usually only be activated automatically when a natural wonder is discovered. However, the moment Bruno saw the magical lake in front of him, the familiar dialogue box appeared in Bruno's field of vision again. This is certainly a new reminder of a wonder, but it is not a natural wonder. According to system monitoring, you have reached the conditions for unlocking hidden wonders. You have unlocked the hidden wonder Stonehenge new. Bruno. After taking a quick look at the wonders of Stonehenge, Bruno couldn't help but take a deep breath. In fact, strictly speaking, the Stonehenge unlocked by the Wonder Construction System cannot be called a wonder. Not only does it not have a bunch of S ratings, it doesn't even have a powerful wonder bonus. Moreover, unlike other wonders, the system gave extremely detailed requirements for the construction of Stonehenge. And magic crystal and source stone were the only two materials needed to build Stonehenge. The only function it has is to act as a node for the transmission of magic power. Although this sounds a bit lame, for Bruno, it is one of the best news he has ever heard. The lake at the top of Devil's Tower. The idea of using magic crystal to polish the cable. In addition, Stonehenge can serve as a node. Bruno's idea has almost been confirmed in theory. He could almost foresee that at some point in the future, Adar territory would be brightly lit under the dark night sky, and the wires made of magic crystals would send endless magic power to every corner of Adar territory, making Adar territory the most dazzling pearl on the east coast of the entire continent. Adar territory. The future is promising. At this moment, in Bruno's eyes, the magical lake in front of him was simply a super existence, like a nuclear power plant. And most importantly, it will not cause nuclear leakage, and will not pollute the natural environment. Everything is the best arrangement. Although the magic lake on the Devil's Tower provided Bruno with new ideas and development plans, what puzzled Bruno was, how was this magic lake in front of him formed? And why does the magic power of Adar County continue to gather here? After being improved by divine power, Bruno was already very surprised by the ability of Originium to absorb magic from the surrounding air. The lake on Devil's Tower absorbs more than just the magic of the Aset Basin. If Bruno's guess is correct, the most fundamental reason why the magic power is so thin not only in Adar County, but in the entire eastern part of the Empire, is because of the combined effect of the Aset Basin and the Devil's Tower under our feet. This is a groundbreaking inference. But only this can explain why the magic power here can gradually evolve into a liquid form due to its extreme concentration. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to Bruno's mind. He wanted to go deep beneath the lake to see what exactly caused such a miracle. The members of the expedition team were still at the foot of Devil's Tower at this moment. But Bruno did not plan to let the Griffins pick up the soldiers. After all, including Claire, those ordinary soldiers, who were unable to mobilize magic power, could not provide much help to Bruno in his exploration of the lake. And for something as top secret as this, the fewer people who know about it, the better. It's not that Bruno doesn't trust them. But, alright, to be honest, it was mainly because Bruno didn't know whether there was magic like Lessiferman in the world. So naturally the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Moreover, this lake with extremely rich magical elements almost brings out the magician's maximum strength, reducing the time required for the magician to mobilize magic power by at least half. In addition, the Griffin tribe around him has lived here for so many years without any abnormality. So, this also gives Bruno, who has always liked to hide in the rear, a lot of confidence. Only, what Bruno didn't know was that, when he leaped and went deep under the lake surrounded by the magic shield, under the holy city of Bethlehem, a skinny old man suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 190 Holy City, Bethlehem. As the center of the Holy See of Light and the residence of successive popes, the Lateran Palace is undoubtedly the most eye-catching building in the entire Holy City. At least, that's what it looked like before the Colossus was completed. The majestic statue of the God of Light has been erected on a fairly solid base among the mountains outside Bethlehem. Although compared with the speed of building wonders in Adar territory, the construction progress of the Colossus can be regarded as slow as a snail. But if it is judged according to the most common construction speed in this world, this speed can be regarded as a leap forward. After all, Adar territory is the only place in the entire continent that can use the power of magic to carry out large-scale infrastructure construction. With the full support of the Adar school, the application of a large number of magic arrays not only reduced the workload of Adar workers, but also played a very significant role in promoting the construction of wonders. In addition, the establishment of production teams greatly promoted the work enthusiasm of serfs and civilians, which undoubtedly enabled all areas of Adar territory to enter a stage of rapid development. However, although Bethlehem is a holy city, it does not have these new things. As for the workers in Bethlehem, except for the engineering team composed of Adar people, almost all the other workers were forced to work under the endless whipping of the Crusaders. So such progress was already a cause for celebration. At this moment, newly ordained priest Michael is walking on the streets of Bethlehem with a smile on his face. However, what makes Mike quite helpless is that even with the care of the God of Light and the existence of the Holy See of Light, they have not been able to change the current situation, where the streets and alleys here are full of feces and water. Adar City is still the best. Although he was a jerk deep down in his heart, a faint and friendly smile was always on Mike's face. Along the way, from time to time, passing priests and even bishops would greet Mike warmly. As a priest promoted by Cardinal Camus Blanchard himself, and directly entering the Inquisition, many clergy in the Holy See were very willing to establish good relations with this new priest, who had a bright future. This is not only due to everyone's optimism about Mike, but also because of Mike's humble words and deeds, respectful etiquette, and deep understanding of Vatican scriptures, all of which make colleagues who communicate with him feel a kind of warmth, like a spring breeze, in the eyes of everyone. Such a devout person, who is kind to others, should be promoted. But, the moment Mike finally crossed the street and stepped into the Inquisition, he immediately put away the smile that had always been on his face, giving people a feeling of being kept 1,000 miles away. The Inquisition, the highest law enforcement agency of the Holy See of Light, has the supreme power to judge rebellion against the Holy See and execute heretics. And the current Cardinal Camille Blanchard is the direct person in charge of the Inquisition. However, although it has the right to execute heretics, since the power of the Church has never expanded to the level of the Western Middle Ages on Earth, its most important responsibility is to judge those clergy who deviate from the canon and make a lot of money. Of course, in the process, they will also do some shameful things for His Excellency the Cardinal. However, since Mike's character is a devout believer who is obsessed with Church scriptures, most of the time he will look for clues about the Church in the scriptures included in the Inquisition. And today is no exception, since he had always maintained a very secret communication channel with the Earl in Adar County. Mike naturally also received a message from Bruno about the early history of the Church. You know, in order to keep Mike's identity from being revealed as much as possible, Mike will not have any correspondence with Lord Adar unless something extremely urgent happens. Therefore, except for the letter Mike received from Adar when he faced the accusations from Snesahani a few days ago, he had never had any communication with the Earl, who was far away in Adar. But, just a few days ago, the Earl wrote to Mike again for the first time. And the purpose of writing the letter was just to let Mike pay attention to the early history of the Church. Although the task was simple, Mike could even sense the Earl's anxiety from the wording in the letter. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Relying on his status as a member of the Inquisition, Mike had access to many church texts that were not normally made public. However, even so, he only had a few words about the history before the establishment of the Norman Empire mentioned by the Earl. But even in these few words, Mike saw a lot of clues. As one of the most important institutions of the Holy See, the Inquisition was definitely established earlier than the Norman Empire. However, its original purpose and time of establishment were directly skipped over, and there is no written record of it. This is completely different from the church scriptures that even the Pope's farts are recorded. It is completely unreasonable. But what surprised Mike the most was that although the scriptures published by the church recorded many complete story fragments from the birth and advent of the God of Light to the blessings of the people, a complete belief system related to the God of Light was constructed. But, however, some parts of the book stored in the Inquisition are completely opposite to what is recorded in public documents. If these were some unimportant records, it would be understandable and could be reluctantly attributed to a typo by the person in charge of recording them. But these are records related to the God of Light. In a church that worships the God of Light as the highest faith, there are completely different and contradictory descriptions of the God of Light. To Mike, this is simply unbelievable. Unless, a bold idea gradually emerged in Mike's mind. The Earl was right. The records related to the God of Light were indeed fabricated by the church. However, this presented a problem that made Mike feel very conflicted. Since the Wonder Construction System mentioned the fallen gods in the records about the Faroe Islands, Bruno tactfully mentioned the possibility of the existence of gods to Mike in his letter. That's a bit embarrassing. After much effort, I finally made the Earl's atheism have a more reasonable basis. However, the Earl in Adar changed his atheist stance at the last second before I was about to complete the task. So, based on the thinking principle that the Earl's cognition is correct, Mike had to change his thinking. Perhaps there is indeed a God in this world, but he is not the God of Light. This idea suddenly entered Mike's mind and made his eyes light up. Great! It seems that my reasoning skills have improved again. The Inquisition is located west of the Lateran Palace, opposite the Basilica of St. George. When Michael was reading the scriptures in the Inquisition, wondering whether God really existed, what he didn't know was, right under the Lateran Palace, a non-human being who was most likely to be regarded as a god finally opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time due to a faint wave coming from the east. If there was a clergyman from the Holy See standing here at this moment, he would be shocked beyond measure and even faint, because the old man who suddenly opened his eyes had a face that was very familiar to everyone. The founder of the holy city of Bethlehem, the first pope of the Church of Light, the only representative of the God of Light on earth who should have died 1,000 years ago. The great, respected and selfless His Majesty O'Brien I. The portrait of His Holiness the Pope can be said to be the most common decoration in churches besides the God of Light. Its frequency of appearance is even higher than that of the 12 angels under the God of Light. O'Brien I is also the only known pope with written records, who unfortunately died before the establishment of the Norman Empire. As a terrifying existence that has lived in the underground palace of the Lateran Palace for nearly 1,000 years. Although his face still remains very similar to the portrait, O'Brien I's body looks like a run-out oil lamp. His pale face was covered with deep wrinkles, and his arms and fingers exposed outside his robe looked like dry bones in a tomb, with the distance between them and the bones seeming to be only separated by a very thin layer of flesh. There was obvious turbidity and dullness in O'Brien I's eyes, which had just opened, making people extremely doubt whether he could see the world in front of him. Clement, after a long time, he finally opened his mouth and called out in a deep voice. Perhaps because he had not spoken to anyone for a long time. The voice of the first pope sounded particularly hoarse, and with a slightly tearing sound, which made people feel particularly strange. The hoarse voice sounded particularly dull in this closed underground palace, and the candlelight in the wall lamp brought a faint light to this dark underground palace. After the first pope's voice fell, the sound of a door opening like metallic friction was finally heard not far away. The heavy palace door made of bronze was slowly pushed open, and the figure of a middle-aged man gradually emerged in the darkness. He is the current Pope Clement V, the nominal supreme ruler of the Holy See of Light. After all, who could have imagined that in the basement of the Lateran Palace there lived the first pope who existed 1,000 years ago? Clement V walked cautiously to the first pope. Then, he knelt down on the ground and whispered, my God, as the current pope of the Holy See of Light, Pope Clement V, who is the most devout to the God of Light in the eyes of all believers, actually called the first pope of the Holy See of Light a god. If there were other people present at this moment, they would probably be so shocked that their mouths would be unable to close. Even a man as powerful as Cardinal Camille Blanchard knew nothing about this building located underground in the Lateran Palace. As for the secrets about the first pope, they have never heard of it, because this is a top secret known only to successive popes. As for Clement V, who was prostrating before him, Audlin ignored him and asked to himself, What's going on outside? My God. The Odins have won victory after victory, while the Norman Empire has been defeated. Now, the two sides have already started a confrontation in the Somme plain. The situation is extremely stalemate. But Clement V paused and said cautiously, after all, the Norman Empire is vast and rich in resources. The previous decline of the imperial army has gradually reversed, and it has gradually gained the upper hand. The church has given the Odin people so many conveniences, but they are so useless. After hearing what Clement V said, the first pope gradually showed some anger in his words. Barbarians will always be barbarians. Even if we let them have the upper hand, it will be useless. Clement V crawled cautiously on the ground, listening respectfully to this being whose lifespan had exceeded the limits of human life, and venting his anger. When the first pope gradually calmed down, Clement V said cautiously, the monarch of the Odin people may have noticed our intentions and is deliberately letting us go, waiting for the help of the Crusaders. Assist? Heretics will always be heretics. Why should we honor the contract we signed with them? The church had previously helped them open up a road to the forest of monsters, which was already a big favor to the Odin people. However, the current confrontation is obviously not what the church wants to see. Clement, move up the plan and send someone to add fuel to the fire. After a moment, the first pope finally made up his mind and gave the order. Yes. Clement V was shocked and replied quickly, etc. Just as Clement was gradually retreating, the first pope suddenly called him. In the east of the empire, is there any unusual movement? East? Clement V was obviously stunned. According to Camus Blanchard, the number of believers in the eastern part of the empire has increased significantly during this period. In addition, it seems that a medal has been awarded to the nobles in the east. Hearing this, the first pope nodded involuntarily. The magic well in the east of the empire has been operating smoothly, except for the fact that dead griffins sometimes fall into the well. It has never been discovered by anyone over the years. Maybe I've been too sensitive recently. Have you found the other magic wells? The first pope couldn't help but ask. The magic wells in the western part of the empire and the kingdom of Basel have been restarted and are operating normally. However, it will probably take quite some time to extract all the magic power there. As for the northern part of the empire, the church has not found any trace of the magic wells. The magic wells there may have completely collapsed, said Clement V regretfully. You go down? Yes. Clement V bowed and replied. Chapter 191. Good luck with your grand opening. October 1st. 537 AD. Cloudy. Basel City. After nearly a month of preparation, a store called Norman Family finally opened on Nerva Avenue in Basel. The name of the Norman family was given by Bruno himself. In fact, to be honest, Bruno was very aware of his own weight. He really had no talent for naming, which could be easily seen from the fact that he named the Griffin Puff. But the names that others came up with were more rustic, because according to the business model of this world, no one would go to great lengths to give their store a name that sounds fancy. Even in the capital of the Kingdom of Basel, where money and decadence emanated from every corner, the doorways of most shops were merely a wooden board with the store's products written on it. However, since the number of people who can read the words is extremely limited, some merchants will use their brains to put a few pots of flowers and display a few goods at the door of the store, and then shout a few times from time to time when there are many people. This is already considered a very innovative vendor. However, Bruno's property cannot be so shabby. At least, such simple decoration would be extremely inconsistent with the price of the goods sold. Even though Calio, as the president of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, had learned a lot of business knowledge far beyond this era under Bruno's guidance, he inherited Bruno's shortcomings in naming and did not make any progress. Thus, a new luxury brand, Normandy, inspired by Balenciaga, was finally born amid everyone's eager anticipation. It is said that when Calio, who was far away in the kingdom of Basel, saw this name in the letter sent by Bruno, he almost jumped up with excitement. The name of the Norman family is noble in its simplicity, luxurious in its nobility, and luxurious in its luxury. Alright. In fact, it was mainly the added effect of the Earl's domineering aura that made all the members of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, including Calio, feel that the name was extremely suitable. At least, it sounds extraordinarily different. As the first store of the Norman family, this shop on Via Nerva carries the high hopes of too many people. Whether it was Bruno who was far away in Adar County, or Calio who was in charge of the scene, or the store guides who were carefully selected after a long period of training. They all devoted a lot of effort to the first opening of the Norman family. This was not only the Adar Chamber of Commerce's first attempt to officially enter the Kingdom of Basel, but also a preliminary exploration of whether Bruno's future plans could proceed smoothly. If it succeeds, everyone is happy. But if it fails, it is impossible to fail. Not only Bruno, the time traveler, but even Callio, the native of the magical world, has such confidence. Because, during the time when the store was being renovated, Queen Alana had inadvertently shown off the rose essential oil produced in Adar territory to the most prominent noble ladies in the Kingdom of Basel. Lavish aristocratic balls and banquets were the most common entertainment activities in the court of the Kingdom of Basel. After realizing the great effectiveness of rose essential oil, Queen Alana would naturally use rose essential oil to do a beauty treatment on herself before attending each event, and then spray herself with perfume made with rose essential oil. This young queen, who was already beautiful, became even more eye-catching and radiant after applying rose essential oil and spraying perfume. The great effect of rose essential oil is fully demonstrated on Queen Alana. It not only makes Her Majesty the Queen more refreshed on weekdays, but also has a very significant effect on skin beauty, making people exude a faint fragrance at all times. So much so that all the duchesses and marquises were intoxicated by the elegant rose scent lingering around Queen Alana. This also led them to hire people to find out the secret of making Her Majesty the Queen even more radiant after the banquet. In addition, the Norman family has always operated under the banner of the Harling family, which makes Her Majesty the Queen willing to help promote it. Queen Alana was not a stupid person. The more the noble ladies inquired, the more she concealed the truth, keeping them in suspense. Such behavior undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of the noble ladies. Therefore, at the instruction of Queen Alana, the waiter who was rewarded quietly revealed the secret of rose essential oil to the nobles. Throughout the history of the Kingdom of Basel, there has never been any product like rose essential oil that has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of so many noble ladies before it was officially put on the shelves for sale. The flattery and requests from the noble ladies undoubtedly greatly satisfied Queen Alana's vanity. So, before the Norman family opened for business, Cario received a huge order from the royal family. A full 250 gold coins, used to order 12 bottles of rose essential oil. You know, the rose essential oils sold by the Adar Chamber of Commerce are diluted with alcohol and are all in small bottles. Such a high price makes it even more precious than gold. Bruno set the price for a bottle of rose essential oil at as high as 18 gold coins per small bottle. Although the total selling price of the 12 bottles of rose essential oil is less than 250 gold coins. But if you round it up, it will be 250. After all, scarcity makes things valuable, so a moderate premium is not excessive. Anyway, the Basel royal family has plenty of small money, and the extra money can be regarded as a contribution to the cause of human progress in Adar. If less money is spent, it will damage the dignity of the royal family. Under Bruno's influence, the Adar Chamber of Commerce values the dignity of other nobles the most, especially for high-profit products like rose essential oil. It is impossible to discount it. Never in this lifetime, especially in the early days of the Norman family's opening, they could only rely on earning high profits with tears to barely maintain the normal operation of the Norman family and the Adar Chamber of Commerce. What's more, the shopping guides of the Norman family are all talented and speak well. All the nobles who come here to shop will definitely love it here. But, unlike rose essential oil, which has a firm price, spirits were included in the discount promotion plan early on. Because for the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel, strong liquor is definitely a new thing. The Adar Chamber of Commerce must first let the nobles develop a sense of dignity about strong liquor so that Bruno can make a lot of money. Besides, the production of Mole Village is very high, and it has just opened, so it is not impossible to give a discount for promotion, as long as it is handled properly. A certain degree of concessions will allow Adar to gain more profits. But then again, no matter how much promotion there is, in this era when the average annual income of ordinary people is only 2 gold coins, the goods sold by the Norman family will be extremely expensive. In line with the idea that good wine needs no bush and the high-end marketing model advocated by the Norman family, Callio did not publicize the opening date in advance. Rose essential oil is a seller's market, not a buyer's market. And the most powerful noble ladies in the Kingdom of Basel even kept the news of rose essential oil within their own small circles. Nobles like earls and viscounts didn't even know about rose essential oil. After all, according to the information obtained from Queen Alana, this rose essential oil is a treasure that combines the essence of heaven and earth. And the monthly output is only a tiny bit. If this news were to leak out, wouldn't it reduce the possibility of me buying rose essential oil? So during this period of time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the shop on the corner of Nerva Avenue, for fear that someone else would grab it first. For Callio, these outside views are not taken seriously for the time being, because Callio is very sure that the efforts made by those noble ladies to block the news about rose essential oil will definitely come to nothing on the day when the Norman family officially opens. Because the Norman family had been surrounding the store with an opaque curtain when it was being renovated. No one knew what the store was actually selling. This is not to prevent dust and workers from falling as in the previous life, but to ensure the shocking appearance of the Norman family on October 1st. So, on the morning of October 1st, when the sun was just shining on the Via Nerva, the curtains surrounding the Norman family store were finally quietly removed by the store staff. At this moment, Count Gilman and his wife, Siege and Gilman, were riding in the Count's luxurious carriage, driving along the Via Nerva towards the Duke of Hausen's residence. Duke Hausen is the most trusted favorite of the King of Basel, and one of the top nobles in the Kingdom of Basel. Count Gilman has always been under the command of Duke Hausen, and has been managing many of Duke Hausen's industries in the southern part of the Kingdom of Basel. He is also one of Duke Hausen's right-hand men. In order to return to the capital to meet the Duke, Count Gilman naturally had to bring many gifts for the Duke. However, compared to the city of Basel where the powerful and wealthy gathered, the southern part of the Kingdom of Basel really did not have any special products to show off. But this time, Earl Gilman was full of confidence, because he had spent a lot of time and effort to buy a lot of perfume. He believed that this kind of scented item would definitely please His Excellency the Duke. Only, when the luxurious carriage reached the corner of the street, Mrs. Gilman uttered a cry of surprise. "Oh my God!" Although the elegant Mrs. Gilman quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes were still wide open, staring blankly ahead. "What's wrong?" Count Gilman followed the direction his lady was looking, and then he saw a newly opened store? No! What a joke! How can this be a store? In the eyes of Count Gilman, the store before him was simply a huge work of art. The people of Adar spent a lot of effort on the decoration of this building, and used an asymmetrical design technique on this corner store, with a transparent window on one side and the entrance and exit of the store on the other. Around the entrance, the Adar people used translucent glass and crystals on the walls to create strange patterns, and the Norman family's logo New York. N stands for the Norman family, and Y stands for the Adar territory and the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Inside this pattern, there are many magic crystals that have been charged in advance, emitting a faint blue light. Since both sides of the building are surrounded by colorful glass and transparent windows, the gray walls are completely hidden in the innermost part. Therefore, in the eyes of customers, the first store of the Norman family was as dazzling as a palace made of crystal. If it were on Earth, customers might just sigh at the classic decoration of the luxury brand, then turn around and leave after touching their empty wallets, because people have long been accustomed to it. But in this world, the Norman family's first appearance almost blinded everyone's titanium-dawed eyes. In the streets full of feces and urine, in the city of Basel where dirty houses and shops are closely packed together, the Norman family is like a breath of fresh air, which makes Count Gilman stunned for a moment. I have only been away for a year or two, and there is actually a store like this in Basel? This should be a shop, right? Mrs. Gilman asked uncertainly. Let's go down and take a look, Count Gilman decided. After all, one of the main tasks of this trip was to deliver gifts to Duke Hausen. If there is anything good in this seemingly prestigious shop that makes me feel good, then the perfume I give as a gift would complement it, and might even please the Duke and the Duchess. Under the control of the servants, the carriage gradually stopped by the roadside. The things in the window that originally looked a little blurry were also presented in front of the Gilmans. But before they could marvel at the goods displayed in the window, Count Gilman was already shocked by the window in front of him. For the aristocracy, glass is not a very precious decoration. However, due to the limitations of production conditions and technical level, the glass produced by workshops in this world has always been extremely blurry, looking like it is covered with a layer of thick fog. But he had never seen glass as completely transparent as the one before him. This piece of glass alone is worth a lot of money, not to mention the goods sold in the store. What's this? It's the face of the card. Moreover, not only the windows, but even the door of this store has this completely transparent glass. However, glass alone obviously cannot protect against outsiders. Therefore, with the assistance of the sculptor Andy, the people of Adar skillfully melted the steel bars forged in the Adar steel factory through high temperatures into various strange shapes, which looked quite artistic. Count Gilman took a deep breath and was about to push open the door of the shop when he saw it being pulled open from the inside. Two pretty and well-built blonde girls bowed slightly towards him and greeted him in clear voices. Welcome. Chapter 192, Hot Sales. Welcome. The girls' crisp greetings echoed again and again in Count Gilman's ears. In fact, as a nobleman, he has always been treated respectfully. But today, in front of the Norman family shop, he couldn't help but have a feeling that was completely different from the past. Count Gilman himself couldn't explain what this feeling was. But this greeting was different from the fear of the peasants and serfs towards him. Instead, it was more sincere and a welcome from the heart. It was as if the shop assistants in this store were extremely looking forward to his arrival, which made Count Gilman feel a sense of joy in his heart. Count Gilman's feeling was correct. The moment he walked in, the shop assistants of the Norman family were indeed extremely excited about the arrival of this nobleman. This was the first fat sheep that the Norman family had welcomed. No. This was the first customer that the Norman family had entertained since its opening. The shopping guides who have undergone a long period of training have long kept in mind the work philosophy of customers are gods. No matter whether the customers coming in are small nobles or big nobles, they will use 200% of their enthusiasm to make the customers feel the warmth like at home. Because only in this way can the shopping guides squeeze more money out of these nobles, make them buy more goods, and thus give more commissions for themselves. With the welcome from the shopping guides, Earl Gilman was lucky enough to become the first customer of the Norman family. Although this shopping experience almost made him and his wife spend all the money they had on them. Even when he was interviewed many years later, this former Basel aristocrat was proud of it, because he was the first customer of Norman House since its opening. He witnessed the rise of a luxury giant, and in the days that followed, he became a loyal fan of Norman House. As soon as they entered the door, the space in front of them suddenly became clear, and a spacious hall appeared before Count Gilman and his wife. Unlike the stone floors in their own castles and residences, the floors of the Norman family are all paved with solid wood floors that have been polished by craftsmen to a smooth surface. And they also have many unique tree textures on them. The light blue carpet extends from the entrance all the way to the staircase at the end of the hall. Not far away, on the wall that is illuminated by the flickering candlelight and turned light golden, the name and logo of the Norman family are painted there in a brand new style, which looks particularly eye-catching. In the lobby on the first floor, there are neatly and symmetrically arranged transparent counters and tall display racks. On those display racks made of solid wood, various deep red corals show a particularly bright luster under the candlelight. A shopping guide, who was dressed quite simply but elegantly, came over with a smile on her face. She bowed slightly and said kindly, "Hello, sir. I am your shopping guide, number 001. I can answer all your questions about the products on sale. And with your permission, I can recommend products that meet your requirements and intended price range." Shopping guide number 001 said with a smile. Although as a nobleman, Gilman usually delegated the task of going out to buy things to his servants. But he was also very clear that such meticulous service was not something that an ordinary store could provide. "How long has your store been open?" Gilman asked curiously. "Sir, this is the first day our store is open. And you are the first customer here besides Her Majesty the Queen," the shopping guide revealed casually. "Your Majesty." With just one simple sentence, the quality of this store is instantly revealed. If he was just curious originally, now Earl Gilman has really become serious. After all, the title of Her Majesty the Queen is not something that can be used casually by just any shop. "Your Majesty?" said Mrs. Gilman in surprise. "Your Majesty is the only supreme VIP member of this store, and is eligible to pre-order products." The shopping guide replied cautiously, "You are free to visit all the products in the store. I will serve you wholeheartedly." Hearing this, Earl Gilman couldn't help but look around the hall on the first floor. The lobby on the first floor of the Norman family looks extremely spacious. In addition to the display counters for exhibits, there are also seats for guests to rest and various kinds of fruits that can be taken at will. The smooth walls are mostly covered with exquisite marble slabs, which look particularly luxurious. The display cabinets in the hall are all made of completely transparent glass, which is almost eye-opening, in Count Gilman's opinion. Not to mention the goods sold in the store. The furnishings in the store alone would probably cost hundreds, or even thousands of gold coins. Naturally, Callio noticed Gilman's performance. But although the decoration of the Norman family looked extremely expensive, in fact, for the Adar territory, these transparent glasses were just ordinary commodities produced in large quantities in the Riverside Industrial Zone, with the help of the magic circle and the glass-making method provided by Bruno. The cost of producing these transparent glasses can be said to be negligible. Just a handful of sand, and the cheap labor of serfs and civilians. However, in the eyes of others, the value of these transparent glasses was unconsciously multiplied several times, making customers praise them endlessly. Mrs. Gilman approached the display counter on the left side of the hall. Bracelets and necklaces made of gem-grade coral were placed on the soft satin, looking particularly noble under the candlelight. The counters and display shelves on the first floor all display coral products from overseas. Pirates were rampant along the coast of Basel, so these are all treasures that were obtained by chance after going through untold hardships and spending a lot of manpower and material resources. The Norman family divides gem-grade red coral into 4 grades, from the top acre red to the relatively common deep-water red. There are all kinds of coral ornaments and accessories. At the same time, the Norman family can also make special customizations according to the needs of customers. Shopping Guide 001 stood aside and introduced softly, looking at the extremely beautiful coral bracelets displayed on the counter. Mrs. Gilman's heart couldn't help but be moved, seeing Mrs. Gilman's eager eyes. The well-trained shopping guide cooperated very well and took out a dazzling coral bracelet from the counter and carefully handed it to Mrs. Gilman with exquisite satin padding in her hand. "It's so beautiful." Mrs. Gilman couldn't help but exclaim. "Your vision is second to none. This bracelet is made of the finest acre red coral. It has a pleasing color and a smooth texture, and it can only be obtained in the deep sea far away from the mainland. For this bracelet, the Norman family mobilized hundreds of fishermen who are good at water to go out to sea. This is truly the finest coral found only in the world." Shopping Guide 001 introduced hurriedly. "How much?" If it were in any other store, Mrs. Gilman probably wouldn't even ask about the price. However, every corner of this store revealed an indescribable luxury, which prompted Mrs. Gilman to ask. 16 gold coins. Salesperson 001 said with a smile. 16 gold coins? Mrs. Gilman's eyes were fixed. As a noble, she could certainly afford the mere 16 gold coins. But in the past, the price of a coral bracelet would probably have been only 1 or 2 gold coins. Although the quality of this bracelet does seem to be far superior to other corals. Even so, according to Mrs. Gilman's original expectation, it would never be worth more than 10 gold coins. "Madam, the higher the grade of the coral, the higher the price. If you choose a slightly inferior sardine red bracelet, you can buy it for 10 gold coins. If you want a third-grade red bracelet, I can sell it to you for 5 or 6 gold coins. But the bracelet you like is the top grade aka red, which is a rare color. A little later, third-class red." Hearing this, before the salesperson could say anything more, Mrs. Gilman made up her mind and said, "This is the one. It's just a few more gold coins." As a noble lady, how could she care about such a few gold coins? If you choose a cheap bracelet and others hear it, how would you keep your face? It's never wrong to buy the expensive one. Count Gilman, who was strolling nearby, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. As expected, the level of the store and the price of the goods are directly proportional. "What else is upstairs?" Count Gilman asked suddenly, pointing to the stairs at the end of the hall. "We can't stay on the first floor anymore." Count Gilman knew his wife's character very well. After buying the first necklace, she would have the second one. After buying the bracelet, she would have the necklace and the headdress. If she continued to stay in the hall, she would have to buy 3 or 4 more pieces. The second floor is a counter selling all kinds of alcoholic beverages, from low-alcohol wines to high-alcohol spirits, which are enough to meet most of your needs. As for what's sold on the third floor, it's the rose essential oil and various perfumes that are the most sought after and favored by Her Majesty the Queen. Whether it's the quality of the raw materials or the effects of use, the products sold by the Norman family are far beyond ordinary spices and perfumes. Wine and perfume. Hearing the salesperson's words, Count Gilman immediately became interested. One of his greatest hobbies in life was drinking. Or rather, for the nobles of that era, Drinking had almost become the most common activity in daily life. As for perfume, the gift he brought for Duke Hausen happened to be perfume. But, when he heard favored by Her Majesty the Queen, Count Gilman suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. This is the rose essential oil that was sought after by noble ladies a few days ago. In the days before the opening, noble ladies kept wanting to place orders for rose essential oil and perfume made with rose essential oil in advance. The layout of the third floor of the Norman family is different from the spacious lobby on the first floor. The Adair Chamber of Commerce used the unsold corals and wines, paintings and screens to artificially separate a number of small private rooms. But even the so-called small private rooms have a considerable area, mainly for the convenience of noble ladies trying out the various new cosmetics launched by the Norman family in the future. Looking at the small glass bottle containing the light golden rose essential oil, and the crystal clear glass bottle that was carefully taken out from the closed cupboard by the salesperson, Count Gilman suddenly felt that the perfumes he had bought before were so cheap. From the external packaging to the internal color, rose essential oil can be said to be far better than the perfume I brought from the south. How much does this bottle of rose essential oil cost? With a previous example of the coral bracelet, Earl Gilman asked quickly. A bottle of rose essential oil, 18 gold coins. The salesgirl said in a very calm voice, a number that even she herself felt was outrageous. You know, the reason why coral bracelets are very expensive is that they can be worn for many years, while rose essential oil is a complete consumable. Looking at the pitiful capacity of the rose essential oil in the small bottle, Count Gilman couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. In fact, buying rose essential oil is definitely not a transaction that can be measured by price. Its production is extremely low, and countless nobles are vying to buy it. Her Majesty the Queen alone bought 12 bottles in one go. So, under the enthusiastic introduction of the shopping guide, Count Gilman was so excited that he bought 6 bottles in one go. Moreover, after hearing the sincere words of the shopping guide, he even opened his wallet and donated 2 gold coins to the children who were responsible for picking roses. So much so that when he walked out of the Norman family with the goods he bought, there were only a few copper coins left in his pocket. But what surprised Earl Gilman was that when he walked out of the Norman family's gate, he saw that the entrance of the Norman family was crowded with carriages. And he also saw several nobles in the crowd with whom he had a good relationship. Count Kurtz, Count Gilman greeted warmly. Hearing Count Gilman's call, Count Kurtz strode over. But when he was about to greet Count Gilman, Kurtz's face suddenly changed. You bought rose essential oil? Count Kurtz asked incredulously. You know, in order to allow customers entering the store to enjoy a better shopping experience, the Norman family, with the support of Her Majesty the Queen, can straighten their backs and limit the number of nobles entering the store. This caused the nobles, who were scrambling to buy rose essential oil, to line up outside the store. However, the order of the line was not arranged according to the time of arrival, but according to the rank of nobility. This is a bit embarrassing. I finally thought it was my turn, but suddenly a noble with a higher title came, so the Earl and Viscount had to wait in line, and the Baron might not even be qualified to wait in line. So, when he saw Count Gilman coming out of the store carrying large and small bags of things, he was naturally very envious. What you bought is rose essential oil, said Count Gilman somewhat embarrassedly. Count Gilman, who had just entered Basel, was unaware of the uproar caused by the rose essential oil in the Basel Palace, so he did not deliberately lower his voice. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the nobles around him almost all turned their eyes to Count Gilman. Is this person showing off? Chapter 193, Soaring into the Sky. Although he could not even call out the names of many of these nobles, Earl Gilman was particularly familiar with the gazes cast upon him by the nobles around him. This is an envious look. Count Gilman never dreamed that he would be envied by so many nobles just because he accidentally bought several bottles of rose essential oil. These bottles of rose essential oil are worth it. It turns out, being able to shop in the Norman family store is such a prestigious thing. Thinking of this, Earl Gilman hurriedly greeted the nobles around him, and then rushed into his own carriage with Mrs. Gilman. You have to take a walk. If you meet a noble with a higher title than you, and he wants to buy rose essential oil from you, should you give it to him or not? If I don't give it, I will lose the other person's face. But if I give it, then the rose essential oil that I bought with great difficulty will become someone else's wedding dress. Right? For a moment, Count Gilman couldn't help but hold the paper bag with the Norman family logo in his arms. This is really a good thing. As for the perfumes I brought from the south, Bah! What the H.L. Earl Gilman leapt. But the heated scene in front of the Norman family continued. In fact, for these nobles, although getting together all day to brag and chat is a good entertainment activity, the fun will be reduced over time. Therefore, as more and more nobles gathered in front of this shop backed by Her Majesty the Queen, other nobles, who had never heard of rose essential oil, wanted to come and take a look. Even if you don't buy anything, you can still say hello to the many nobles and exchange greetings. After all, in this age of extreme scarcity of entertainment, even if the nobles wanted to live a life of luxury and debauchery, they probably couldn't do so. At most, they help each other put on a few brightly colored hats, so that they can find their own sense of existence. That's right. In the kingdom of Basel, where luxury and hedonism are most prevalent on the continent, the nobles live such a simple and unpretentious life. The Norman family located on the Via Nerva was undoubtedly a novelty in the eyes of the nobles. The crystal palace-like decoration and the gradually spreading rumors undoubtedly aroused the interest of these nobles, who had nothing to do all day long. Due to the large number of carriages of the nobles gathered together, the originally spacious and open Nerva Avenue was rarely congested. Unlike the nobles and wealthy people who were scrambling to buy rose essential oil, Marquis James was ordering his servants to move boxes of spirits from the Norman family's shop. As a well-known wine lover in Basel, Marquis James had no interest in expensive rose essential oil and coral jewelry. But he was particularly coveting the fine wine sold by the Norman family. Unlike the various fine wines he drank in his own lord's mansion, the Norman family for the first time divided the wines into low-alcohol and high-alcohol wines. The low-alcohol wine is naturally the wine with the more wine label. Although Marquis James has not drunk it yet, he is shocked by the exquisite packaging alone. But what surprised him the most were the various kinds of liquors sold here. There is not only brandy made from grapes, but also vodka made from grains. Unlike the sale of low-alcohol wine, the Norman family was even considerate enough to open a bottle of brandy for James to taste. From the initial discomfort to the subsequent intoxication, Marquis James suddenly felt that this spicy and stimulating strong liquor was his favorite. Therefore, the Marquis, who was addicted to alcohol, exchanged almost all the gold coins he carried with him for strong liquors such as brandy and vodka. Before selling spirits, customers must first taste them, which is a rule specifically set by Callio. After all, different people have different tastes. If customers buy products that they are not satisfied with, it will inevitably damage the reputation of the Norman family. Compared with short-term gains, the Norman family undoubtedly values long-term interests and reputation more. Moreover, the people of Adar have spent a lot of effort on the packaging and promotion of low-alcohol wine, and the wine produced in the Moor River Valley has a mellow taste. If the sales of strong liquor are blocked, even low-alcohol liquor can be sold at a very high price. And a very important point is, no matter how much liquor is sold, the profits obtained by the Norman family and the Adar Chamber of Commerce are extremely limited. Because these wines originally belonged to Moor wine industry, they were just temporarily placed on consignment in the Norman family's store. Although Moor wine already has shares in Count Adar, and the Adar Chamber of Commerce and the Norman family will take a certain commission and peel it off layer by layer to expand the actual profit of the Adar territory. But part of the profit of the wine still has to be allocated to the Conti territory. The hot scene on the first day immediately made Callio feel confident and made him feel that his efforts during this period of time had finally paid off. Therefore, after the first day of business ended, Callio brought in several accounting experts from the Adar Chamber of Commerce and began to count today's revenue. Box after box of coins were piled up in the basement on the underground floor of the store. And these coins are almost all heavy gold coins. Perhaps there was a small amount of silver shillings mixed in. But what is certain is that there was not a single copper coin. After all, how could a wealthy nobleman spend a penny? That is a low-end coin used by common people. Even though he has been doing business for many years, this was the first time that Callio saw so many gold coins piled up in front of him. The unique luster of those gold coins almost blinded Callio's eyes. Since this is the first day of the Norman family's opening, coupled with the buff provided by Her Majesty the Queen, the daily turnover of the Norman family has almost reached an appalling level. I'm afraid the income from the Norman family on this day alone is enough to offset the income one earned from working hard for a year or two in the past. Callio knew very well in his heart that if the Earl had not taken him in when he was desperate, he would probably still be traveling around the noble territories of the Norman Empire with 1 or 2 carriages, running his insignificant salt business. However, when he needed it most, Lord Bruno appeared in his life like a savior, rekindling the fire of hope in Callio's heart. With the promotion of the Earl, Callio has become the president of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, controlling all major and minor matters of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, and can be said to be in a high position, although almost all the money earned belongs to the Earl and is received by Adar. But Callio himself can also get a commission. Hurry, count the amount quickly. We need to report the good news to the Earl. Perhaps because he was too excited, Callio's tone became a little stuttering. Yes. The person in charge of counting the gold coins was seeing so many coins for the first time in his life, and was even more nervous than Callio. Time passes by second. In the end, even Callio couldn't contain his excitement and personally joined in the work of counting the accounts. As the coins were counted and the accounts were checked over and over again, even though he was mentally prepared, Callio finally came up with a number that shocked him. The turnover of the Norman family on the first day of opening exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Usually, the sales on the opening day are generally 2 to 5 times the sales on weekdays. However, since the Norman family is the only luxury store in the entire city of Basel, coupled with the advertising effect brought by Rose Essential Oil a few days ago, it undoubtedly attracted the nobles of Basel to come and find out. You know, as the richest group of people in the world, most of the nobles have accumulated countless wealth over the years. After all, aristocratic territories, like Adar territory, with a prodigal earl will always be a minority. However, due to the low level of productivity in this world, it is difficult for the nobles to spend the huge amount of money they have hoarded. This led to an economic phenomenon similar to revenge consumption on the first day of Norman family's opening. Callio was dumbfounded. Even though the Norman family's turnover today is a bit inflated, and will gradually decrease in the future. But this is 1,000 gold coins. Adar Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce, which is directly under the Earl, but actually has no presence in Adar County. I'm afraid it will really soar to the sky. Chapter 194 Under the Lake. Is 1,000 gold coins a lot? The answer is yes. 1,000 gold coins is enough to be considered a huge fortune no matter which country on the continent. To know, the annual income of an ordinary viscount is just fluctuating around 2,000 gold coins. The daily turnover of the Norman family is enough to match the income of an ordinary viscount for most of the year. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Callio would definitely think it was a fairy tale. This is not the collapse of the price system. It was the changes Bruno brought to Adar and to the world. In the process of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure, the Adar territory, which frequently builds wonders, is definitely unable to reduce expenditure. Therefore, the people of Adar naturally have to spend more time on open source. And naturally, squeezing money from the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel to give back to the lordship of Adar became part of Bruno's development plan. As it turns out, Adar territory's open source plan is extremely successful. At least, the first step has been successful. The Basel nobles, who originally had a lot of money but nowhere to spend it, would naturally spend some money when they suddenly discovered a store that seemed to match their status. As a result, in just one morning, all 30 bottles of Rose Essential Oil prepared by the Norman family were sold out. When it comes to Rose Essential Oil, the people of Adar have adopted a unique purchase limit policy, with each person being limited to a maximum of 3 bottles. After all, different from other products of Norman family, Rose Essential Oil is not only the brand of Norman family, but also has extremely limited production, which is undoubtedly an excellent gimmick for publicity. The more they are unable to purchase, the more the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel will rush to buy it, and the name of the Norman family will be known by more and more nobles. Of course, in addition to Rose Essential Oil, the coral accessories on the first floor and the spirits on the second floor sold a lot. It was with the support of these various income sources that the Norman family's daily turnover suddenly broke through the mark of 1,000 gold coins. On average, every noble who entered the store spent more than 30 gold coins. You know, as a store specializing in luxury goods, the profit margin of even the most ordinary goods has exceeded 200%. Even Callio, who was fully responsible for the operation of the Norman family, had never expected that the Norman family's ability to make money was so terrifying. Finally, I have given His Excellency the Earl a satisfactory answer. If Bruno knew what Callio was thinking at this moment, he would probably sneer. If the profit margin is only 200%, how can it be worthy of the name of luxury goods? How can we be worthy of the serfs and civilians who work diligently in production in Adar County? How can I be worthy of Bruno's care and dedication? As the president of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, Kaleo actually does not know the true cost of these goods, because the real cost information is all in the hands of Bruno, the Count of Adar, and Old Ford, who is responsible for the operation of various workshops in the Riverside Industrial Zone. It is a top secret of the Adar Lord, since there were no taxes and laws specifically targeting luxury goods in this era. Bruno's setting of commodity prices and the actual profit margins of these commodities had actually already exceeded the limits of what Kaleo could have imagined. The Adar Chamber of Commerce's first attempt to enter the Kingdom of Basel went smoothly. But in the Adar territory, Bruno was busy all day long. Since returning from the Almes Mountains, Bruno often locked himself in the study of the Lord's castle, whether it's the wonder bonus brought by the Asset Basin, or the Devil's Tower in the center of the basin, plus the remains of the Crusaders in the canyon, or the cute griffins and the mysterious magic lake. These sudden gains and experiences required Bruno to calm down, sort out his thoughts, and sort them out carefully. If Bruno can't figure out a clear thread as soon as possible, he might not even be able to sleep well. Among all of the above, what Bruno is most concerned about is not the griffin that can greatly enhance the combat power of the Adar territory, but the magic lake at the top of the Devil's Tower. Although the griffin can be cute, fierce, and petted, it is still far less important than the magical lake. Why did the magic power of the entire eastern part of the empire gather towards the lake on the Devil's Tower? Was it some kind of object, or some kind of power that Bruno had never seen before? To verify my point of view, Bruno once tried to dive into the water while surrounded by the magic shield. But the magic lake seemed to have no end, extending straight downwards, forcing Bruno to retreat halfway. It doesn't look like a lake, but more like a huge, deep well, Bruno thought secretly. But, as the most powerful wizard in Adar County, Bruno has an extremely sharp intuition about magic. Therefore, although the exploration beneath the lake was not completed this time, it cannot be said that there was no gain. At least, this made Bruno certain of an important point, which was, there was no risk in the magic lake at the top of the Devil's Tower. It will neither explode nor produce pollution. Although the reason for the gathering of magic power is still unknown, the magic power flowing smoothly in the lake is telling Bruno one fact: this is a very safe place. For a wizard, magic power never lies, especially in this world full of magic. Whether it is an earthquake, a tsunami, or a disaster caused by human factors, potential dangers often lead to the disorder of magic in the air. And the higher the concentration of magic, the easier it is to detect the danger. However, in that lake, the magic power flowed quietly, without any signs of interference from any external force. This undoubtedly made Bruno breathe a sigh of relief. Since there is no danger, Bruno can try to transfer the magic power from the top of the Devil's Tower to various places in Adar County, according to his previous idea. This will undoubtedly be a huge project. This was quite unbearable for the Adar Lordship, who was building the baths of Caracalla and the Roman aqueduct at the same time. But it often takes quite a while from planning to implementation. Moreover, whether it is the technology of using magic crystals to transmit magic power over long distances, or the practicality of using magic power as energy, the mages of Adar territory still need to explore it carefully. As for those wizard apprentices who have just developed the magic cannon, this will be a brand new challenge. Chapter 195: Magic Cannon and Magic Crystal Grenade. That's right. As Bruno was eagerly anticipating, Lord Adar's research on magic cannons finally made some progress. Although the magic cannon developed by the Adar Lord cannot be compared with the various artillery on Earth in terms of accuracy and lethality. However, in this magical world with almost zero industrial base, the new magic cannon developed by the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory is already considered the most powerful long-range weapon in the world. Even at its worst, it's still much better than the catapults and crossbows used in sieges. First there was the adorable griffin. Then, there was the magic cannon with huge potential. This autumn, the Adar territory received too many surprises. Under the dial of Bruno, the dedicated mage and apprentices used their wisdom and diligence to create a precedent of the times. As a traveler from Earth, Bruno is very aware that the successful development of the magic cannon is not only a milestone in the history of magic, but is also likely to change the pattern and situation of future wars. It was also driven by the news of the successful development of the magic cannon that Bruno finally walked out of his lord's castle and once again came to the Magic Array Research Laboratory at the foot of Mount Almes. Standing at the door of the laboratory, Bruno couldn't help but feel a little bit feelings. Every time Bruno came, the students would bring him unexpected surprises. Although these mage apprentices were not very smart and their talents were mediocre, they were able to calm down and study all aspects related to magic circles in a down-to-earth manner, contributing their own strength to the development of the Adar school. Everyone has selfish desires, and the selfish desire of these wizard apprentices is to carry forward the Adar school and let those great wizards, who look down on their talents, see that, through their own efforts, they can also become an irreplaceable member of the magic world and walk their own path. Who can expect that the magic guides will be revealed in the future, and it will be developed by several mage apprentices in the district? How can the great masters, who have lived in St. Louis for a long time? The sharp-eyed Arnell quickly noticed the arrival of the Earl, and immediately stopped what he was doing and greeted him. Master Minter. Bruno waved his hand as a greeting. At this time, it was the time when making magic spry bombs. But when he saw the arrival of Bruno, the mage apprentices still put down the things on hand and greeted their mentor. After all, as ordinary wizard apprentices, how could they have achieved what they have today without the guidance of their mentor? Whether it is a French array or a magic spry bomb, or a magic gun or a source stone, Lord Bruno, a mentor, must have had his own thoughts. But Bruno still resolutely gave them the task of developing these things, leaving the reputation of inventing the magic cannon to himself. What a broad mind this is. What a heavy trust this is. Perhaps other people are puzzled by Bruno's words and deeds and decisions. They think this is just lazy. But, from the perspective of mage and apprentices, this is clearly arranged by the mentor that in order to exercise themselves to cultivate their comprehensive quality and innovation awareness. So, in the final analysis, this is all for their own good. From this point of view, the mentor, but treat them as loved ones. What's more, every time Bruno comes, while verifying the previous research results, he will also assign new tasks to the wizard apprentices, and through a series of guidance and instructions, let them gain new ideas and learn more magical knowledge. Although Bruno felt that this kind of laissez-faire management was somewhat unworthy of his reputation as a mentor, but for mage and apprentices, compared with those Santa Claus's masters, Bruno has taught their frequency to be considered very high, so much so that almost every word Bruno said was taken as a golden rule by them, and they savored it carefully. Bruno looked at these energetic wizard apprentices in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel particularly happy. Although the magic cannon had been developed, the first thing that caught Bruno's attention the moment he entered the door was the magic crystal grenades that the mage apprentices were making. After these days of improvement and research and development, the mage apprentices not only developed the magic cannon with the cooperation of the Adar Steel Factory, but also successfully optimized and adjusted the magic crystal bomb, thereby designing a lighter and more portable magic crystal grenade. Although the magic crystal grenade is far less powerful than those large magic crystal stone bombs, it is a necessary compromise for portability and safety. After all, unlike magic crystal bombs, magic crystal grenades must be carried by the soldiers led by Adar. If it exploded accidentally, that would be a bit embarrassing. Therefore, in order to improve the safety of the magic crystal grenade, Anil and the other mage apprentices added a number of safety devices when drawing the magic circle. If the detonator is triggered by abnormal factors other than pulling out the pin, the multiple safety devices designed by the mage apprentices will be activated automatically, thus preventing unpredictable consequences caused by severe bumps during the march. At the same time, the magic power capacity stored in the magic crystal grenade was also reduced to a large extent, which limited the power and coverage of the magic storm. However, even though so many compromises were made in terms of power, the existence of the magic crystal grenade still greatly improved the combat capability of Adar soldiers and changed the soldiers' training subjects. Pull out the pin, throw it far away, and then, boom! It's so convenient and fast. In Bruno's opinion, if he were to encounter a weak army led by other nobles, he might just need to throw a few grenades from a distance to scare the enemy into defeat, and even the process of hand-to-hand combat would be saved. However, although the magic crystal grenade can indeed cause considerable damage, Bruno does not intend to create special grenadiers in Adar like on Earth, because weapons research and development has always been the focus of the Adar Array Research Laboratory. After completing the debugging of the first batch of magic cannons, the mage apprentices of Adar County did not further optimize and upgrade the magic cannons. Instead, they focused their energy on the magic rifles in accordance with Bruno's previous requirements. Chapter 196, Gun Test. It is precisely because of this consideration that combat units, such as grenadiers, are not of much significance to the Adar territory. After a period of time, when the magic rifle is developed by the mage apprentices, the army equipment replacement plan of Adar County will be officially a stage victory. Bruno has every reason to believe that in the near future, the Adar army, armed with magic rifles, wearing Adar sabers, carrying magic crystal grenades, and with fire support from the rear, will become the most elite group of soldiers in the entire eastern part of the empire, capable of dealing with threats from any force. At the same time, Adar's air combat power and naval strength will gradually expand, thus forming the 3-in-1 combat system of sea, land and air that Bruno has always longed for. Although at present, the Navy of Adar does not play a big role in resisting possible threats from inland, the support of the Air Force can enable the Adar people to take the initiative on the battlefield. The biggest disadvantage of Adar's army, the number of people, will gradually be alleviated with the continuous influx of foreign immigrants. In the time since Bruno traveled through time, the living standards of the people of Adar have indeed improved to a certain extent. But realistically speaking, this is only a very limited improvement. Serfs will not starve to death, and civilians will be able to eat their fill. Perhaps in the eyes of other time travelers, this achievement seems insignificant. However, in this world, just this tiny change can attract countless serfs and civilians. The reason why the improvement in people's livelihood was not significant was that Bruno focused more on the development of Adar's military strength. Thanks to Bruno's efforts, the military strength of Adar County has been significantly improved. The rise of a large number of workshops also gradually led to the formation of a group of workers in Adar, who were dependent on the Lord and engaged in industrial and handicraft production. Although they are not engaged in agricultural production, they can provide sufficient logistical support for Adar when Bruno needs it, laying the foundation for the development of Adar's industry and military industry. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Bruno has always believed in this statement. It is certainly not advisable to engage in war and aggression. But if you do not have enough capital to survive, you will become a fat sheep in the eyes of others, as Adar territory begins to export its own unique high-profit commodities. A strong military force will be a necessary guarantee for safeguarding Adar territory's interests. Only when Adar County has enough power to defend itself against foreign enemies, Bruno will be able to free up other time and energy to make the lives of civilians and serfs better and allow other aspects of Adar County to develop. The development of anything is a gradual process. Only by laying a solid foundation step by step can your own territory gain the power for sustainable development. Bruno knew very well that he was just one of many ordinary people in his previous life, and that after traveling through time, he also relied heavily on the golden fingers of the Wonder construction system and the many teams he had trained in Adar territory. In the process of the gradual development of the Adar territory, the mage apprentices belonging to the Adar school in front of his students played an extremely important role. The already developed magic crystal bombs, magic crystal grenades and magic cannons, and even the newly developed magic rifles. It was these young men with panda eyes in front of him who helped him create a new school of mages and build a new Adar territory. Let's go test the guns. Bruno withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from the mage apprentices and spoke calmly. Clear. Arnell seemed quite excited in his words and replied quickly. The weapons testing ground located on one side of the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory is an important place for mage apprentices to test weapon accuracy and record weapon operation conditions. Since the test explosion of the magic crystal bomb, it has become one of the few forbidden areas in Adar territory, just like the Magic Circle Laboratory. Since this place is not far from the Sky Gardens, when Viscount Conti was temporarily staying in the Sky Gardens, the sound of explosions from the Almes Mountains could be heard from here from time to time. It seemed that they had been prepared for Bruno's arrival. After a while, a brand new magic cannon was pushed to one side of the venue by the guards. Although Bruno has not witnessed the power of this magic cannon with his own eyes, just looking at it makes people feel that it is particularly imposing. The barrel of the magic cannon is cast from steel specially produced by the Adar Steel Factory. In addition, the alternating arrangement of light blue magic crystals and light gold source stones inlaid on the gun body makes this magic cannon give people a magical feeling compared to the artillery on Earth. The manufacturing process of the magic cannon is actually not too complicated. For the magic cannon itself, the most important thing is the propulsion device located in the barrel. After the gunner completes the angle adjustment, He can manually turn on the switch on the side of the gun body to activate the magic cannon, and allow the propulsion device driven by the magic circle to burst out a huge impact force in a short period of time, thereby firing the SH/LS in the barrel. The magic crystals and source stones embedded in the barrel exist to maintain the normal operation of the propulsion device located in the breech of the magic cannon. After all, the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and no one can guarantee that there will be a wizard to charge the magic crystal at any time. Therefore, the source stone that can spontaneously absorb magic power in the air was naturally installed on the magic cannon. Moreover, when the magic cannon is not in use, the existence of the source stone can ensure that the propulsion device of the magic cannon always has sufficient magic power supply. Compared to the simple propulsion device of the magic cannon, the SH/LS used by the magic cannon are actually the most difficult part to design. Magic crystal bombs definitely cannot be used directly on magic cannons as SH/LS. If you are not careful, the magic crystal bomb will explode in the barrel. Not only will it fail to kill the enemy, but it may also hurt yourself. This also places higher demands on the design of the artillery SH/LS, which must explode the moment they hit the ground. To achieve this, it is necessary to design a qualified artillery SH/L fuse. It not only shoulders the task of detonating the SH/LS when they hit the ground, but is also related to the safety mechanism of the SH/LS and the release of the safety, so as to achieve instantaneous or inertia and delay, so that the SH/LS do not explode on normal days and during firing, but explode when the SH/LS hit the ground. As far as Bruno knew, there were two main ways of detonating artillery SH/LS. One was instantaneous detonation, and the other was inertial detonation. The so-called instantaneous detonation refers to the explosion that occurs the first time it touches the target, causing most of the shrapnel to fly out, mainly used to kill infantry. As for inertial detonation, it causes a short delay after the SH/L hits the ground, allowing the SH/L to penetrate into the target and explode, thereby causing blasting destruction. Since the enemies that Adar may face nowadays are all lightly armored infantry or cavalry, at Bruno's request, at least at the current stage, all of Adar's artillery SH/LS use instantaneous detonation. This time, the artillery test was conducted by specially selected Adar guards. Not only did they undergo several days of artillery training, they also learned a certain level of mathematical knowledge so that they could estimate the landing point of the SH/LS more accurately. Although limited by the conditions, the soldiers' calculation of the landing point of the SH/LS was only a very rough estimate, but it was much better than the previous method of throwing catapults blindly. At least, the soldiers were able to estimate the approximate area where the SH/LS would land. The magic cannon requires at least 3 soldiers to operate. One soldier is responsible for holding a telescope to observe the target's position and calculate the landing point of the SH/L. One soldier is responsible for calibrating the angle and firing. The last soldier is responsible for unlocking the safety and placing the SH/L. Only when the safety on the SH/L is released will the detonation array inside the SH/L be triggered the moment it hits the ground, causing the SH/L to explode and kill surrounding enemies. Although it sounds very simple, this step is actually very important. Otherwise, the cannonball is just a small lump of iron. Under Bruno's gaze, the gunner skillfully removed the safety device on top of the SH/L, and a moment later, aim, fire! The magic crystal inlaid on the barrel suddenly glowed with a blue luster. Then, accompanied by a violent roar, a black shadow rushed out of the barrel and landed on the valley not far away in just a blink of an eye. Boom! A violent explosion occurred on the hillside not far away. The violent explosion formed a magical storm that could not be ignored. Although the power might be limited, it was enough to interrupt all the spellcasting processes around it. Moreover, for the magic cannon, the magic storm caused by the explosion is secondary. The most important thing is that the fragments produced by the explosion are enough to make the surrounding soldiers lose their combat effectiveness. Good job, Bruno exclaimed sincerely. Chapter 197, Shocking Change. For most common people in the inland of the Empire, the golden autumn of October should be a busy season. It is both the harvest season and the prelude to cooler weather. The wheat fields are waiting to be harvested, and the civilians in their spare time have to prepare for the cold winter that is about to come. The nobles were also generally busy counting the harvest in their own territories. and urging the commoners and serfs to pay the annual taxes on time. But, in this year, this scene is completely different. When the lands in the northern border of the empire fell one after another, and countless nobles in the northern border died, the imperial army of the Norman Empire finally began to advance northward. After suffering huge casualties and several months of struggle, the Norman soldiers finally stabilized their position on the Sonnefjord, stopping Odin's army from continuing its southward advance. The Son Plain is known as the crossroads of the Northern Empire. Countless roads converge here, making it a key transportation hub leading to the western and central parts of the empire. For hundreds of years, the Cornelius family has been the master of the Son Plain, relying on the powerful family private army and huge family wealth. They control this battleground. But everything the Cornelius family had was eventually turned into nothing under the iron hoof of the Odin people. Only, this was not due to the burning, killing and looting carried out by the Odin people on the Son Plain, but because of the arrival of nearly 100,000 imperial soldiers. Imperial Marshal Teodoro Lawton, leading the imperial soldiers, arrived late and brought the order from the imperial emperor. Then, in the gap between resisting the Odin people's attack, the imperial soldiers who were directly under the Norman royal family accused this family, which had existed on the continent for 100 years, of avoiding war and suspected of collaborating with the enemy, and made it disappear completely. If it happened on a normal day, such a move would undoubtedly cause an uproar. However, under the threat of the barbaric Odin people, who treated the nobles as cattle and horses, many nobles on the continent fell silent at this time. After all, compared to the emperor of the empire, who might still have a little mercy, the aggressive Odins are the nightmare of many nobles. Those nobles who were brutally executed after being captured were blatant precedents before their eyes, although neither side is a good thing for them. But in the final analysis, the threat from the Odin people is more frightening. Bruno already had a general idea of what happened on the Son Plain. That was why he paid more and more attention to the military situation of Adar territory, and continued to reorganize and expand Adar's regular army. Bruno did not believe that the Norman emperor, who had made it clear that he wanted to restore the royal authority, would show leniency to the nobles in the future, even if he restrained himself after defeating the Odin people. The most likely possibility was that he would be boiling a frog in warm water. Therefore, as a member of the nobility, he naturally had to make plans early. However, the Norman army on the Son Plain had an army of 100,000 soldiers who could directly participate in the combat. On the other hand, Odin's army, altogether, only had over 50,000 people. But even though the difference in numbers between the two sides was close to 2-1, and the attacking side was at a numerical disadvantage, the two sides were only barely tied. From this, the combat effectiveness of Odin's army can be seen. Today, the 10,000 Odin cavalrymen led by Odin Marshal Portia Mariano, who crossed the forest of monsters to raid the Norman Empire, have joined forces with the army of Odin Monarch O'Sullivan and are stationed safely in the Son Plain. As for the Norman Empire, in addition to the Norman Emperor's most trusted military commander, Imperial Marshal Theodore Lawton, the second Prince Rez Alexander also joined the army, vowing to drive the Odins back to the Armanchus Plain. Actually, the Odin people are not in a hurry to fight now, because the armies of both sides were facing each other on the Son Ogni Plain. And to the north of the Son Ogni Plain, countless Odin people were riding on their horses, driving the people in the occupied areas of the Norman Empire to harvest wheat, and transporting carloads of food and supplies to the Odin Empire and the frontline positions on the Son Ogni Plain. The longer the confrontation lasted, the more thoroughly the Odinites plundered the northern part of the empire. But, perhaps the Norman Empire's Marshal Theodore Lawton did have excellent strategic awareness and a sense of the overall situation. Or perhaps the Norman Emperor finally remembered that the land and people in the northern border were also part of his wealth. So, after realizing the Odinites' conspiracy, the Norman army, relying on their numerical advantage, under the command of Theodore Lawton, launched a frenzied attack on the soldiers of the Odin Empire. Through war, the Odin Empire can consume the excess population, but in comparison, the number of people in the Norman Empire was countless. As a result, a large number of serfs carrying black bread were driven onto the battlefield to consume Odin's arrows and energy. The lives of serfs are not lives. This is a deep-rooted view that is almost engraved in the subconscious of all nobles. For every 10 arrows shot by Odin's soldiers, 4 or 5 serfs would fall on the battlefield. But even so, The Norman Empire still continued to recruit serfs from all over the place in an endless stream. Although these Odin soldiers, who had been hunting in the mountains and fishing in the sea since childhood, were extremely brave, they were not invulnerable to swords and guns. As a result, under the desperate attack of Teodoro Lawton, they gradually showed signs of decline. There was no way. The number of serfs in the Norman Empire was simply too large. In an era when human life was worthless, this was a huge advantage unique to the Norman Empire. First, they used serfs to consume their numbers, and then the imperial soldiers charged. This simple and unadorned tactic brought huge casualties. However, it was precisely under this tactic of killing 800 enemies and losing 1,000 of their own that the Odin people finally began to think of retreating. Fight or retreat? The young Odin monarch O'Sullivan finally had to face this dilemma. St. Lawrence. A fully armed knight was galloping on the wide central street of St. Lawrence. If he was not carrying urgent military intelligence from the Somme plain, he would have been intercepted by St. Lawrence's guards as soon as he entered the city. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the steps of the Regency Council and on the tired body of Duke Doring, leaning against the marble pillar outside the Regency Parliament. A feeling of powerlessness enveloped Yersin Paris's heart. The fall of Doring County dealt a heavy blow to the Duke, making him the first Duke to lose his territory since the founding of the Norman Empire. The knight who was running straight towards the palace was wearing a suit of armor that had been scrubbed to a shine. As a noble who had lived for most of his life, he could guess from the messenger's attire that the Empire had once again achieved victory. Even if it was not victory, the Norman Empire at least had an advantage. This is both good news and bad news for him. Today's royal family is determined to get rid of the influence of the Regency Council on the political situation, and to regain the supreme majesty that belongs only to the emperor. As one of the 5 regent dukes of the Regency Council, a down-and-out duke who had lost all his territories and private armies, I was undoubtedly a good opportunity to make a breakthrough. Duke Doran raised his head and stared at the palace not far away for a long time without saying a word. Chapter 198. Raphael Alexander is the 43rd emperor of the Norman Empire, and the current supreme ruler of the Norman Empire. However, as the emperor of the empire, he did not enjoy the supreme majesty that was reserved for emperors. The Norman Empire is the most powerful empire on this continent, bar none. Even the brave and warlike Odin people can only admit defeat in terms of overall strength. However, if the territory, population and actual wealth under his rule are not taken into account, the power he possesses is not even as great as that of the King of Basel, who is hiding in the southeast corner of the continent. It can be said that it was precisely because of the Norman Empire's own violation of the law that the Kingdom of Basel was able to avoid following in the footsteps of the Norman Empire. Therefore, no matter from which angle you look at it, Raphael Alexander has no good feelings towards his ancestor Heller Alexander, who was known as the Wise King. Not everyone is capable of reducing their own power when they have nothing better to do. I have the power, but I don't use it. I just want to have fun. Heller Alexander's actions undoubtedly won praise from the nobles of the Norman Empire, earning him the title of Wise King. But it brought suffering to the generations of Norman emperors who came after him. After all, a high-end thing like the Regency Council is not something that just anyone can handle. If Bruto had not seen how incompetent the Norman royal family, who were the instigators, were, he might have really thought that there had been time travelers in this world before. And then, he would have gotten carried away and wanted to do some advanced things. Even though the Norman emperor at that time had a relatively good original intention, he overlooked an extremely important thing. My vassal's vassal is not my vassal. This sentence is commonly used to describe the Western medieval feudal monarchs on Earth. It can also be used to describe the political system of the Norman Empire. Except, in some aspects, there are some differences. The Norman Empire did indeed implement a title system of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. But in such a title system, the hierarchical order between Earls, Viscounts, and Barons was far less strict than that of Dukes and Marquises. As for the title of Knight, although it is a title of nobility, it is just a title conferred by the local lord. Just like in Adar County, as long as the lord is willing, anyone can become a knight, even a cook. Perhaps this was not the original intention of the rulers, but in the process of continuous implementation, due to various reasons, it evolved into the current situation. The Duke is a vassal of the Emperor, the Marquis is a vassal of the Emperor, and the Earl, Viscount and Baron could all directly become vassals of the Duke or Marquis. So, this also means that, apart from the level of title and the size of the territory, the gap between Earl, Viscount and Baron is not that big. At the same time, the power of dukes and marquises was greatly expanded. For example, taking Bruno himself as an example, the Adar territory and the Solon territory, as well as all the noble territories in the remote and desolate areas in the eastern part of the empire, were nominally loyal to the same Marquis of Valens, who ruled the Valens plain. The power of the Duke and Marquis was already not to be ignored. And with the addition of a regency council, the power of the nobles became even greater. But fortunately, the former Norman royal family was not too stupid. At least they knew to keep the imperial army in their own hands. But this is not very friendly to Bruno. If the Norman royal family at that time had given up the military power of the empire, then maybe after traveling through time, I would no longer be just a small earl in a remote area. If I was lucky, I might even become a prince. Therefore, Raphael Alexander, the ambitious 43rd emperor of the Norman Empire, was determined to eradicate this drawback from the first day of his reign. It was precisely driven by this ambition that Raphael Alexander made the decision that terrified all the imperial nobles and directly abandoned the northern border of the empire. After all, although the northern border of the empire would be riddled with holes after being ravaged by Odin's army, it could also become a blank slate for one to write on. This allowed one of the regions, which was originally heavily populated by aristocrats, to undergo a complete reshuffle and return to the jurisdiction of the imperial royal family without any obstacles. This is no longer killing the monkey to scare another monkey, but killing the monkey to honor the other monkey. But for the imperial emperor Raphael Alexander, all this is worth it in order to regain his supreme power. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that such an approach would undoubtedly cause the civilians and serfs in the northern border to suffer unbearable losses, reduced grain production, shrinking wealth, and even famine, resulting in corpses everywhere. But the Norman Empire is vast and rich in resources, and Huang's presence in the northern border is already minimal. He can definitely afford such a loss, at least. That's what he thinks. Only what you get is yours. Compared with the method of boiling a frog in warm water, Raphael Alexander prefers to cut the Gordian knot quickly, believing that a short pain is worse than a long one. Besides, those who eat meat are vulgar is not just a saying. For a superior like Raphael Alexander, what does the life and death of serfs and civilians have to do with him? The luxurious palace was magnificent, with orange-red flames dancing on the pure gold candlesticks, and a lavender flag with the Norman Empire's royal emblem hanging behind the throne. Like most nobles of this era, Raphael Alexander had never seriously considered the significance of the existence of serfs and civilians, nor had he ever thought about the foundation that supported the long-term continuation of the empire. Your Majesty, the messenger sent by Marshal Teodoro has arrived. The heavy bronze door was slowly pushed open, and a palace eunuch walked in cautiously and spoke softly. Hearing this, the emperor, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the barriers of distance and look directly at the forefront of the war. "Let him in," Raphael Alexander said calmly. "Yes." Led by the eunuch, a knight in gorgeous armor walked into the hall. "His Majesty." The knight knelt on one knee and paid the highest greetings to the emperor before him. "How is the battle going? Any news about Teodoro?" Raphael Alexander said in a deep voice. "Marshal Teodoro's tactics have achieved initial results. Within a month, the Odin people will surely retreat." After saying this, the knight carefully took out a letter from under his armor. "This is something Marshal Teodoro specifically ordered me to pass on to you." Raphael waved his hand, and the eunuch who had served Raphael for many years took the letter from the knight's hand, walked carefully to Raphael's side, and handed the letter over respectfully. "Only, carry. Move aside. You're blocking the light." Raphael opened the letter and spoke to the eunuch, but no one answered. Raphael frowned, raised his head, and then he saw his eunuch respond to him with a bright smile. "Goodbye, Your Majesty," Carrie said with a smile. Soon, Raphael suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and saw a sharp dagger piercing into his abdomen without any defense. Chapter 199, St. Lawrence Rebellion. Blood. The deep red blood gradually soaked Raphael's luxurious light golden robe. The sharp dagger coated with poison penetrated deeply into his body, causing the emperor in front of him to lose his ability to react almost in an instant. Under the influence of the poison, Raphael felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. But his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could hardly make any sound. He widened his eyes and watched the internal servant who had been serving him for many years betray severe pain. The faint smile on the eunuch's face was like a sword of Damocles striking his heart, making Raphael feel extremely angry and helpless. Why? Why do you choose to betray yourself? At this time, Raphael desperately wanted to grab all the possible life-saving straws around him. The poison of the dagger was soaked in the moment when he was piercing into him. As the blood flowed across his limbs, he made him the whole person without a trace of strength, and he could only be paralyzed on the seat that belonged to the emperor. Help! Save me! Raphael tried his best to make a sound, because the guards guarding the palace were standing outside the bronze gate. But his throat seemed to be blocked by a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds, forcing him to open his mouth and struggle desperately. He can't die. He is not even 40 years old. He had not yet succeeded in regaining the authority that belonged exclusively to the royal family. The war on the front line had just gained an advantage, and the arrogance of the Regency Council had just been suppressed. He had not even decided on his own successor. Only, the poisoning has penetrated the bone marrow over time. At this time, Raphael Alexander can only be paralyzed on his own throne. And to withstand the pain that makes people almost collapse, the internal servants, known as Carrie, stood there with a smile, and quietly watched the 43rd emperor in front of the Normandy Empire gradually fell into the endless abyss of death. Who exactly wants to murder me? Until he was unconscious and on the verge of death, Raphael Alexander didn't even know whose orders his personal eunuch was following. A desperate noble? The Odins who have always longed for the land of the empire? Or was it one of his rebellious sons who wanted to kill him because he coveted the throne? Raphael never dreamed that. He had always been ambitious and eager to change the declining situation of the Norman royal family. But he died on his throne at the hands of his most trusted eunuch just when his plan had just begun. Finally, Raphael Alexander's eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. The deep red blood dripped onto the ground along the throne made of pure gold. 1 drop. 2 drops. Carrie looked expressionlessly at the emperor he had served for so long. He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and tried to feel the emperor's breath. Sure enough, he was dead. After getting a positive answer, Carrie finally turned around and walked towards the knight, who also had a blocked throat and was unable to move. In the knight's horrified eyes, Carrie reached out and placed the dagger stained with the blood of the Norman emperor in the knight's hand. And then, Carrie smiled. He grabbed the knight's right hand holding the dagger and pulled it towards himself. And the dagger pierced deeply into Carrie's body. He fell heavily to the ground, and the endless darkness finally swallowed him up. At the moment of Carrie's death, the knight who was forced to hold the dagger tightly was finally able to control his hands and feet, and finally let out a cry of surprise. The emperor is dead. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, especially in the context of the coexistence of the Regency Council and the imperial power. There are countless guards in the palace who make a decent living by selling second-hand information. So, the news that the 43rd emperor of the Norman Empire, Emperor Raphael Alexander, had been assassinated spread throughout the streets and alleys of St. Lawrence that afternoon. The messenger sent by Imperial Marshal Teodoro Lawton actually killed the Supreme Emperor in the hall. Almost all the nobles living in St. Lawrence were shocked by this sudden news and were at a loss, even though the knight who delivered the letter had no way of making a defense. There were only 3 people in the closed hall at that time: the emperor, the eunuch, and the knight who delivered the message. Now, the emperor is dead, the eunuch is dead, and only a knight holding a dagger is left, claiming that he did not kill anyone. Those so-called doubts become particularly pale and powerless in the face of these facts. In fact, the common people and serfs living in St. Lawrence didn't care at all whether the emperor died or who would take over. Anyway, no matter who takes over, my life will not be worse than it is now. However, when they saw the soldiers patrolling the streets and alleys of the city stepping on sewage, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Maybe things are going to change? The fully armed Crown Prince Pisman Alexander entered the palace accompanied by groups of soldiers. Raphael Alexander has 3 sons. The eldest son is Pisman Alexander. The second son is Rez Alexander. And the third son, Victor Alexander, is only 8 years old now. Pisman Alexander knew very well that, as the eldest son of the Norman Emperor Raphael Alexander, who had just died. He was nominally the most likely heir to the throne. But it's just in name only. Putting aside Victor, who is only 8 years old, the 21-year-old Rezko is among the imperial soldiers in the San Plain. Together with the Imperial Marshal Theodoro Lawton, he controls an army of nearly 100,000 people. Moreover, according to the existing evidence, Imperial Marshal Theodoro Lawton is closely related to this assassination. The eldest prince, with a heavy heart, passed through one bronze door after another. Finally, he saw the bloodstains on the ground in the main hall of the palace and his father lying in a pool of blood. "Have you found out who the assassin was?" Pitman asked in a deep voice. "Reporting to your highness, that man is indeed under the command of Marshal Teodoro." The captain of the guards in charge of guarding the palace said cautiously. "Can anyone tell me why a dagger coated with poison appeared here? And the soldiers responsible for the body search didn't find anything?" Pitman Alexander was furious. Reporting. Before the captain of the guards could finish his words, he saw a sharp sword stabbing towards him. Puff. Blood spurted out from the captain of the guard's neck and sprayed onto the marble floor of the main hall. "Execute all the soldiers responsible for the body search. And bring Rez back." "No, your highness." Beside Pitman, a middle-aged man dressed as a staff member hurriedly stopped him. "The Empire is currently at war on the front lines, and Marshal Teodoro has a close relationship with Prince Riaz. If the assassination was really ordered by Marshal Teodoro, then that would be, send someone now to call Rez back to me." Pitman ignored the man's words and spoke stubbornly. Chapter 200. The tools are coming. If the Norman Emperor Raphael Alexander preferred to cut the Gordian knot, his eldest son, Pitman Alexander, can be said to have carried this characteristic forward. No matter what happens, he will never use his brain if it can be solved by brute force. For him, who is a fool, just do it. Proud, conceited, arrogant, Pitman never even considered how he should respond if Imperial Marshal Theodore and his 100,000-strong army at the front line really rebelled. In Pitman's extremely simple thought process, perhaps this matter was indeed related to Marshal Teodoro. But his younger brother Rez would certainly submit to his domineering aura and would pose no threat at all. Pitman deeply believed that with his wisdom and bravery, he could nip any disaster in the bud. Besides, it is the tradition of the Norman Empire that the eldest son succeeds to the throne. But to be realistic, among the more than 40 emperors of the Norman Empire, it is rare to find an eldest son with low IQ and EQ like Pitman, since this hot-tempered smart guy really possesses the potential of a dragon or a phoenix. Even Bruno, who is focused on living a secluded life and developing himself, has heard of this and is quite impressed. What surprised Bruno even more was that, with such a low IQ, the eldest son had quite a few aides and followers under his command, and they highly recognized his straightforward and frank character. The news of Raphael Alexander's assassination caused an uproar throughout St. Lawrence. But due to the extremely slow and inefficient information transmission speed of this era, the incident that occurred in St. Lawrence could not affect the Adar territory in the slightest for a while. Bruno then took the opportunity to focus most of his energy on the deployment of magic cannons. Bruno was extremely satisfied with the initial research results of the mage apprentices. Regardless of the power of the magic cannon, it at least provided the Adar territory with a completely new combat method and strategy. Besides, to be honest, both in terms of range and power, it is much stronger than the original catapults and crossbows. Therefore, the top priority is to quickly mass-produce magic cannons and equip the army with them. But what made Bruno feel helpless was that although the steel factory in Adar County had a very high work efficiency, the magic arrays needed to produce magic cannons still needed to be drawn manually by the mages. This is really a bit lame. After all, there are only a few mages in Adar territory. In order to quickly overcome this difficult problem that inhibits the further improvement of Adar territory's productivity level, at Bruno's request and accompanied by some Adar intelligence agency agents, Anil led more than half of the mage apprentices to conduct a field survey at the Devil's Tower in the Asset Basin. Wright and Watson, with the remaining apprentice wizards, began to conduct preliminary design and consideration on the development of magic crystal conductors and the possibility of long-distance transmission of magic power. There is no doubt that the dispersion of the mage apprentices will further hinder the already extremely slow production of magic cannons. However, in order to quickly get Idol's magic circle drawing and magic equipment production out of the dilemma of pure manual production, Bruno had to reduce production efficiency and extend production time at the cost of allowing mage apprentices to spare more time and energy to study these extremely important propositions for idle. In Bruno's opinion, the impact and significance of introducing the world's most extensive magical element into industrial production should be extremely far-reaching. And this is not limited to making magic a new energy source. Besides, if the Adar Lord wants to gradually push the production of medium-sized magic equipment, such as enchanted weapons and magic cannons towards industrialization and automation in the future, then the use of magic must be refined to every step and every link of industrial production. Only in this way can the drawing of magic arrays no longer be the exclusive domain of the mage class, but gradually form a new magic industry system in which mages design machines and then use specialized machines to mobilize the magic power in nature to deploy magic arrays. In other words, Bruno's ultimate goal is to let machines replace mages to draw magic circles. Otherwise, every enchanted weapon or magic cannon produced would need to be hand-painted by mage apprentices, just like making magic crystal bombs. Doesn't that mean that the Adar territory would need thousands of mage apprentices? This is almost impossible. Even if Bruno could tie up all the mages and apprentices on the continent and bring them to Adar to do hard labor, he probably wouldn't be able to meet his requirements. It is for this reason that Bruno can only hope that the magic industry system in Adar territory will be formed as soon as possible. He was almost certain that when the magic industrial system was formed in Adar territory, it would be the time for Adar territory to take off. By then, no force will be able to destroy the Adar territory with its powerful industrial system. So, the technological transformation of magical power is the new goal Bruno has set for the Adar school. But what Bruno didn't know was that while he was worried about the number of mages in idle, one mage apprentice after another was passing through the newly established Stranglethorn Vale customs and entering the land of idle. Mage apprentice Chris Pierre received a temporary pass to Adar territory from an official from the Immigration Administration. Although the certificate was just a piece of white paper, he still couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Although this thin paper is not as strong and durable as craft paper, it looks particularly delicate. The square form contained the length of time Chris Pierre was allowed to stay and his identity, a glorious mage apprentice. This is different from the strict management and meticulous review of foreign immigrants at the Soren River port in Adar. Most of the people who entered Adar territory from the Stranglethorn Vale customs were merchants or travelers traveling between the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Basel. Therefore, the officials of the Adar Immigration Administration would not conduct too strict inspections on guys like Pierre, who claimed that they were just passing through Adar territory temporarily. In fact, there are no overly strict requirements for the authenticity of the recorded identity information. After all, the current Adar Lord cannot retrieve and enter personal information through a huge data information system like in the previous life. It was more just to leave a stub in Adar County, so that if anything happened, it would be easier to investigate and trace. Of course, if merchants fail to produce a valid temporary pass when staying in an inn in Adar, it will be promptly reported to the newly established Adar Public Security Bureau, full name, Adar Public Security Bureau. Although this does not seem to have much significance, it can facilitate the supervision and management of the Adar Public Security Bureau and reduce the crime rate in Adar. Moreover, as the power of magic continues to become more and more popular, in Bruno's opinion, recognizable identification similar to that in the previous life will sooner or later appear on the land of Adar. Chapter 201. No one knows magic better than us. Chris Pierre and his group walked on the newly widened streets of Adar City, their young eyes full of curiosity. Like most of the wizard apprentices in Adar County, they were sent to the Wizard Tower of St. Lawrence when they were young to study magic knowledge systematically. But it is obvious that Chris Pierre has a good talent for magic, which also makes him favored by the great wizard Grand Galvin. However, despite this, under the subtle influence of the Great Lighthouse, these talented mage apprentices resolutely came to the Adar territory on the border of the Empire to look for their long-lost companions, including Wright and Watson. On the way to Adar territory, they passed through many cities. Compared with St. Lawrence, the largest city in the Empire, those cities were indeed real country towns. But the city of Adar before them really opened their eyes. If we only talk about the area, then the city in front of us is obviously not as good as St. Lawrence, the largest city in the central part of the Empire. But this is just a city located on the border of the Empire. Pearson had not yet realized that he was comparing St. Lawrence, the capital of the Norman Empire, with a small border town he had never heard of. With the demolition of the eastern city wall of Adar, and the construction of the baths of Caracalla and the Roman aqueduct, The city of Adar is full of bustling construction scenes. However, the city of Adar, which is undergoing a major renovation, is not at all cluttered or dirty. Those serfs, who in their eyes should have been naked and suffering, were actually wearing extremely simple and plain but clean and tidy uniforms, and working hard under the supervision of several officials who looked like supervisors. There were no whips from overseers, no wailing of powerlessness, and the appearance and clothing of these serfs were even better than those of many civilians in the inland area of the empire. Seize the sunny days, grab the cloudy days, and take the drizzle as a good day. When the moon is bright, it's daytime, and one sunny day is equivalent to 2 days. When it rains lightly, we work hard. When it rains heavily, we work hard. When it rains hard, we work hard. Led by labor songs, the serfs piled bricks and stones into solid walls and constructed huge canals tens of meters high. Although there are no magnificent palaces or towering wizard towers here, this city that is under continuous construction has been deeply engraved in the minds of the wizard apprentices. The eastern part of the empire is remote and desolate. This is complete bullshit. For a moment, Pierre suddenly remembered the stories that were passed down by word of mouth among the civilians he saw along the way. In the eastern part of the empire, there is a noble territory that can allow civilians to live and work in peace and contentment, and can free serfs from hardship. Only, to the nobles, such rumors were nothing more than meaningless and unfounded rumors. This is definitely not a rumor, Pierre thought secretly. The Adar people said that if you want to find someone, you have to go to the Adar City Public Security Bureau first? Right. On the side, Yaz Donaldson murmured. It seems like that, said another mage apprentice behind him, guided by the powerful light of the great lighthouse. The apprentice mages who were once merely acquaintances of Watson, Wright and the others, all came to Adar, the frontier of the empire, in search of their former classmates. This time, there were more than 30 mage apprentices who came to Adar territory. This almost emptied half of the mage tower of Archmage Grand Galvin, making the mage tower that was originally crowded with apprentices become empty in an instant. In fact, as soon as the mage apprentices entered the Adar territory, officials from the Adar Immigration Administration compiled the information of more than 30 mage apprentices and delivered it to the Lord's castle. After all, in this magical world, the influx of more than 30 wizard apprentices at one time cannot be called a normal phenomenon. No matter when. When Bruno received the news, he was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. The great lighthouse is always great. The wonder construction system is always awesome. Apart from the fact that the wonder bonus of the lighthouse played a role, Bruno could not find any other reason. So, under Bruno's instructions, the police officers of Adar Public Security Bureau quickly brought these dozens of mage apprentices to Wright. Bruno naturally would not let these mage apprentices, who had just arrived in Adar territory, go directly to the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory at the foot of Mount Almes. So, the meeting place is a remote tavern in the city of Adar, which is also a secret base of the Adar CIA. Right. When Pierre saw the apprentice, who once cleaned the mage tower, surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he immediately gave Wright a big hug. Right, oh. Actually, when Bruno told him that a group of mage apprentices from St. Lawrence wanted to find him, Wright felt a little confused, because he really didn't have any friends left in St. Lawrence. As for Pierre, who hugged him right away, Wright remembered clearly that he was the favorite student of the great wizard Grand Galvin, and he had no interaction with a cleaner like himself on weekdays. Could it be that Archmage Galvin is so bored that he wants to capture me and take me back to clean up the mage tower? So, he firmly pushed away Pierre, who was hugging him, and said loudly, "No matter what you want, I will not go back to St. Lawrence with you. I have now become a member of the Adar School, following the mentor to learn real magic." Adar School? Pierre was stunned. What's this? A school of magic that has just emerged in the eastern part of the empire? This is a brand new school of magic founded by my mentor. Although few people in the empire know about it now, I am absolutely sure that in this world, no one knows magic better than us. Wright said proudly. No one knows magic better than them? The expressions of the mage apprentices present couldn't help but become dull. Even the largest wizard faction in the Norman Empire today, the Iron School, probably wouldn't dare to claim in public that their knowledge of magic is unmatched. However, in the eastern part of the empire, where there was hardly any school of magic before, a school of magic that had never been heard of suddenly emerged. claiming that no one knew magic better than them. To Pierre, this was simply like a fairy tale. Chapter 202, Unexpected Road. Actual actions are often more convincing than simple words. When Pierre saw with his own eyes that the things around him were floating around according to lights while under the influence of the magic circle, he was completely shocked, because at this moment, there was no magical fluctuation emanating from Wright's body. He neither waved his staff nor chanted a spell. But Pierre was very sure that what Wright showed him was indeed the power of magic. Magic neither appears out of thin air nor disappears. It is just a general term for a certain substance that exists in the air for a long time. The process of casting a spell is to separate, pull and gather the required magic elements separately. And magic can also be cast in other ways. When Wright explained the views of the Adar school, Pierre was shocked and speechless. The 3 laws of magic mechanics. The basic theory of magic flow. These assumptions that are widely recognized by the Adar school and gradually put into practice are a refreshing experience for these mage apprentices who have long believed in the specialness of mages. Although this was extremely different from the common sense Pierre had previously learned, these laws and principles were logically tight and interconnected, making it difficult to refute them for a while. For Pierre, although they have many differences from the magic theories of the Irin school that he had studied before, to a large extent, these new theories can explain the magical phenomena that the Irin school cannot explain. Moreover, in the process of continuously drawing magic circles, Wright's control over the magic elements became more and more proficient. So much so that Pierre could not clearly see Wright's current strength. So, Wright, Watson, and the other wizard apprentices who resolutely left St. Lawrence were not just out of helplessness towards St. Lawrence, but to find a path that the wizards had never imagined. But most importantly, they seemed to succeed. If it were in the past, Pierre might have scoffed at the research results of these cleaners. But the ironclad facts were right in front of him. If a famous wizard were standing here today, he would probably stubbornly believe that the theories of the Adar school are just carefully crafted nonsense. But Pete and the others are just some young people who have not experienced much of the world. They have dreams and aspirations, and they aspire to become a powerful and respected wizard, hoping to leave their own names in the history of magic one day. Therefore, they are often able to learn new things faster than those older mages, accept other different viewpoints, and verify their own knowledge. It is for this reason that one can imagine the appeal of the Adar school to them. Under the dual influence of the spectacular effect of the lighthouse and the facts before him, Pierre became more and more convinced that the views of the Adar school were correct, and that the Adar school had a bright future. Bruno was not worried that these theoretical things might allow these mages, who had never come into contact with magic circles, to deduce the structure of the magic circles. Although in many cases one only needs a final kick to understand the truth, not everyone can control the strength of this kick. Without Bruno's vision that transcends the times and unique insights, even if one understands the theories followed by the Adar school, it would be difficult to replicate the miracles created by the Adar school. What's more, Bruno is not afraid of others copying him. As long as Lord Adar can maintain his leading edge in magic array research, he will be invincible. After all, although innovation sounds simple, it is actually the most difficult thing to accomplish. A cordial and friendly exchange and a basket of fascinating magical knowledge were enough to make these wizard apprentices, who hurried over from St. Lawrence, prostrate themselves under the glory of the Adar school. Stacks of prepared confidentiality agreements were brought into the room by agents from the Adar Intelligence Agency. All the mage apprentices present, including Pierre, signed their names on them without hesitation. The temptation of creating an unimagined path from scratch is much greater than becoming an unknown wizard. Perhaps, from the moment they left St. Lawrence, these mage apprentices decided not to go back. Captain Jack is back. After several months of hard work and struggle, Captain Jack finally completed the task assigned to him by Lord Bruno. The first task is to complete the reorganization of the Coral Island Pirates, and make them a pirate group that completely obeys the orders of Lord Adar. The second task is to complete the elimination and capture of all pirates entrenched in the northeastern waters of the Kingdom of Basel, so that Lord Adar can completely control the entire Merlin Bay. Out of respect for Lord Bruno's steward, Count of Adar, Captain Jack led his pirates and drove the ships towards the Lord of Adar as soon as he completed the mission, because Captain Jack is well aware of the strength of the Adar people. The terrifying magic crystal bomb is enough to nip any rebels in the bud. If he was not qualified for this position, the young Earl of Adar would probably kick him out without hesitation. Therefore, Captain Jack had long made up his mind that he must hold on tightly to the golden thigh of the Adar people, and willingly become the Adar people's lackey. Adar territory near the sea. One by one, the pirate ships have removed the black skull flags hanging on their masts, and replaced them with flags that symbolize the Adar territory, and are anchored outside the port of Adar territory. The port in the distance was bustling with people, and fishing boats returning with full loads were piling up their catches on the dock. The tall three-masted warship belonging to the Adar Navy was quietly docked in the Adar military port. Unlike Captain Jack, most of the pirates on board were visiting Adar territory for the first time. So, when they saw the warship that covered the Coral Island with artillery fire again, they felt a strong fear in their hearts. The devastated Coral Island is the result of fighting against Lord Adar. In addition, the giant lighthouse standing on the coast also made the pirates exclaim again and again. It is not only a reflection of the Adar people's strength, but also proves the Adar people's ambition for the ocean. For a time, clinging to the Adar people became a consensus among almost all the pirates. Bruno was undoubtedly delighted by Captain Jack's arrival, because this means that Lord Adar has completely gained control of the sea in Merlin Bay. Just one word, awesome. Chapter 203 Adar Whaling Company. Bruno has always attached great importance to the control of the sea in Merlin Bay, because Adar territory was a noble territory hiding in the eastern frontier of the empire. Bruno could not think of any other way to expand except being forced to look at the sea, unless the huge Norman Empire falls apart and falls into chaos in an instant. All Bruno can do is to survive and develop quietly, and then start the pace of magic industrialization as soon as possible, so as to make the Adar territory an existence that can look down on all threats. For him, perhaps living quietly as a noble lord who only eats and waits for death is the most comfortable choice. But in this era with extremely scarce entertainment activities and cooking methods, this is also an extremely boring choice. Therefore, with the help of the Wonder construction system, Bruno has always regarded making Adar County a pearl in the eastern part of the empire as his goal, urging himself to keep moving forward. This was not only to enable him to live a better life, but also to allow those serfs and civilians who were living in poverty to live a stable life. After all, the education Bruno received and his life experiences in his previous life made it difficult for him to remain indifferent to the current situation of this era. And most importantly, in this era of feudal monarchy, Bruno does not want to entrust his life to the hands of others. The ability to decide life and death with a single word is the exclusive domain of the emperor. And Bruno, who comes from the highly developed Earth society, does not want to become a victim of this aristocratic politics at some point in the future. Therefore, no matter from which angle, the Flanders Islands far overseas are an object that he must develop. It is not only a bridgehead for Bruno to turn his attention overseas, but also a retreat that Bruno has prepared for himself. It is for this reason that the Merlin Bay, which separates Adar from the Friend Islands, has naturally become a place that Bruno must control. This is the lifeline connecting the Friend Islands and Adar territory, and it must not be lost. After not seeing each other for many days, when Captain Jack saw the young Earl again, he felt that Bruno became more and more handsome, and his every move revealed the aristocratic demeanor and the temperament of a superior. Standing in front of Bruno, Captain Jack organized his words, and then said carefully, "My Lord Earl, we have wiped out all the pirates entrenched in Basil's territorial waters, except for those who are still useful. The rest of the pirates have been controlled and escorted here by ship to be dealt with by my Lord Earl." Bruno's eyes lit up when he heard that more pirate captives were being escorted to Adar. Although the first batch of prisoners of war pirates from overseas had been received some time ago, the 9th production team was always short of manpower. As the production team with the least waste and the greatest workload in Adar territory, Bruno was eager to cram all the criminals, and even potential criminals in Adar territory into the 9th production team for labor reform and make due contributions to Adar territory. Of course, the so-called least waste does not mean withholding necessary food resources, but reducing the supply of non-essentials and the types and variety of food, so as to ensure that the members of the 9th production team can play their role to the greatest extent, whether at the baths of Caracalla or at the construction site of the Roman aqueduct. If you look closely, you can almost always see the 9th production team of Adar. They played an extremely important role in the construction of the wonders of Adar. So, you should hand over to Lister, White Barrel and others, and send those prisoners with lighter crimes to the 9th production team. Shabby has a way to make them obedient. Bruno was particularly concerned about this. I understand. Captain Jack nodded quickly, and then continued, "It's just, my Lord Earl, I don't know how the Coral Island pirates should plan their next move. In fact, what Captain Jack was most worried about was that Adar would turn his back on him, and wait until he had wiped out all the pirates in the waters of the Kingdom of Basel before settling accounts with him. Therefore, he was extremely nervous at the moment. Don't worry. The Stewart family always keeps their word. Since we have chosen you to manage the Coral Island pirates, it means that I trust you. As long as you are loyal to Lord Adar, I will not do anything to destroy your promise," Bruno said with a smile. "Thank you for your careful training, Lord Earl. I will certainly work wholeheartedly for you, Lord Earl." Captain Jack was immediately delighted when he heard Bruno's promise. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down at this moment. "It's just that, since you are also under my command, you naturally can't wander around under the name of Coral Island Pirates all day long," Bruno said in a deep voice. As the supreme ruler of Adar County, Bruno would never allow any non-staff members, like the Coral Island Pirates, to be under his command. Even if they were robbing on orders, they had to have a strict set of rules and regulations like the Adar bandits before, knowing what they could and could not rob. Otherwise, they would be causing trouble for the Adar leader. Therefore, in addition to robbing merchant ships and controlling the Merlin Bay for Lord Adar, Bruno also needs to find something for these pirates, who have nothing to do all day long but eat, drink, gamble and whore, so that they can find the meaning of life and get rid of such low-level interests as soon as possible. I will obey the Earl's orders. I plan to set up a new branch, and the name is Adar Whaling Company," Bruno said excitedly. Bruno made the wise decision to form a new whaling company with the recruited pirates after considering for a long time. Today's Coral Island pirates are actually more like the second-line army of Lord Adar. They do not have the same sophisticated warships and rigorous training missions as the Navy, but they can provide a certain degree of maritime support to the Adar territory when necessary and become the eyes of the Adar people to monitor the entire ocean. Therefore, it is extremely appropriate to establish an Adar whaling company. On the one hand, whales are full of treasures from head to toe. Every time a whale is hunted, Adar County can obtain extremely high economic benefits. You know, Bruno has been coveting those huge creatures roaming in the deep sea for a long time. There are only a few hundred pirates on the Coral Island, and their weapons and equipment are relatively backward. Therefore, even if they try their best to hunt whales, it is probably difficult for them to catch 3 or 5 in a month. This will hardly reduce the population and number of whales in the slightest, and will not affect the ecological balance of Merlin Bay at all. On the other hand, the process of hunting whales is also a process of continuous cooperation and collaboration among pirates. The Coral Island pirates can train themselves and improve their combat capabilities while hunting whales. Besides, this basically does not require the Adar territory to provide military funds. On the contrary, the Adar territory can also obtain high profits through the whaling company. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 204 Merlin Special Zone. I will certainly obey all the orders of the Earl, but the whales in the deep sea are huge and really difficult to defeat, Captain Jack said, gritting his teeth. As a mature pirate who has spent most of his life in the ocean, Captain Jack knows how difficult it is to deal with those huge whales. The size of the whale alone is enough to match 2 or 3 ordinary pirate ships. You don't have to worry about that. I have already prepared brand new weapons and equipment for the Adar Whaling Company. Although they are not as good as Adar's regular navy, they are much better than the scrap metal you had before. Hearing the Earl's words, Captain Jack couldn't help but get excited. Even though we don't know what weapons the Earl has provided, the weapons of the Adar people are all good stuff. Sure enough, Adar's thighs were thick and strong. As long as a little bit of stuff leaked out from between his fingers, it would be enough to make the Coral Island pirates. Oh, no. It should be said that it would be enough to make the combat effectiveness of Adar Whaling Company reach a higher level. Thank you, Lord Earl. Captain Jack thanked him quickly, but if that's the case, then robbing. We still have to grab what we need. But we can't do it recklessly like before. We have to learn to take things slow and steady. You have to understand that there is a big difference between having enough food at one meal and having enough food every day. And whales aren't everywhere, so your robbery business won't be left behind. After hearing this, Captain Jack nodded repeatedly. The Earl was worthy of being the Earl. He could even come up with so many tricks for something as simple as robbery. Also, stop the previous acts of looting civilians. Civilians are already living in poverty, and even if you rob them, You won't get much out of them. We must have a vision and a goal. Isn't it more valuable and meaningful to rob the nobles of the kingdom of Basel than to rob the civilians? We must not only be vigilant at all times, but also have a flexible moral bottom line. I understand. I will definitely keep the pirates under control, Captain Jack quickly assured. At the same time that Captain Jack met Bruno, the pirates, who had finally completed the information registration, were finally allowed to set foot on the land of Adar. Captain Jack was well aware of Bruno's compassion and regard for the civilians and serfs. Therefore, most of these pirates, who were not transferred to the 9th production team, could be considered to have clean records and still retain their conscience and bottom line as human beings. Jeremiah Revere put the silver shilling and dozens of copper coins he had saved with great difficulty in his pocket and looked at this booming port. No one is born a pirate. Ja Revere, who was born into a poor serf family, was oppressed by the local lords and had no other choice. He finally succumbed to the damn world and became a pirate, although the nobles of the kingdom of Basel had amassed a great deal of wealth. Due to the endless rampages and invasions of pirates, the civilians living in the northeast of the kingdom of Basel had long been robbed of their last copper coin. In addition, most of the income from pirate raids went into the pockets of the pirate leaders, so that the lives of these lowest-level pirates could only be said to be slightly better than those of the lowest-level civilians. After seeing the desolation and ruin of the coastal areas of the kingdom of Basel, not only Ja Revere, but almost all the pirates were looking forward to this emerging town with a large population, because these pirates hiding on the Coral Islands have not experienced such a simple yet hopeful city life for a long time. As an important port for Adar territory to implement the sea viewing strategy, the Adar River Delta area, including the Riverside Industrial Zone, the fishing port and the Adar Military Port, was drawn in a small circle by Bruno. Chapter 155. Merlin Zone. This is the name Bruno gave to this booming area. Special Administrative Region. Just listening to the name, I feel that the high-end atmosphere is high-end, and there are extraordinaries. And the facts are indeed. In addition to the Adar Steel Factory, paper mills, and other industries that are prone to cause certain pollution, most of the emerging industries, including workshops producing rose essential oil, are gathered here, providing a large number of employment opportunities for the civilians of Adar. Although the Merlin district has not yet built a city wall, the Adar soldiers training in the nearby military port have given the Adar people here a very strong sense of security. The army of Adar is an army under the command of Lord Bruno Stewart, Count of Adar, and is always at the service of the people of Adar. Under Bruno's intentional propaganda, this impression has gradually penetrated into the minds of every Adar. Moreover, soldiers who do not harass the people, do not cheat for food and drink, and do not act recklessly can indeed be regarded as a breath of fresh air in this era. Naturally, all of the above was seen by the people of Adar. After nearly a year of development, the Merlin Special District has now become the most populous place in Adar territory except for Adar City. The influx of foreign population and the emergence of small workshops have brought continued prosperity to this area. As the only port connecting the Friend Islands, a large amount of materials and laborers are stored and gathered here, and then sailed to the deep sea on ships. The construction of the large lighthouse made the entire Merlin Bay calm, which meant that ordinary transport ships no longer had to worry about the risk of capsizing in the deep sea, greatly improving transportation efficiency. During this period, the Adar territory has basically formed a new development pattern with Adar City as the main body and Grand Town and Merlin Special District as the auxiliary. In fact, it has become the most attractive aristocratic territory for civilians in the entire eastern part of the empire. If there were not certain debt relationships or personal dependence relationships similar to serfs between many civilians and their lords, the number of foreign immigrants gathered outside the port of the Solon River would probably be more than double. How much is this loaf of white bread? Ja Revere stopped in front of a bread stall and asked. 4 coppers, or 8 loaves of brown bread of equal size. The changes in Adar territory are reflected in every corner of this territory. Delicacies that were once only available on the tables of nobles are gradually appearing in shops along the street. Although the selling price is still not cheap, some workers with relatively good wages can buy it once a month or every 2 or 3 weeks to improve their meals. If this happened in other noble territories, I'm afraid the common people would only eat white bread a few times in their lifetime. Give me a piece. Ja Revere touched his pocket and spoke. The price of white bread is indeed very expensive for him. But he is happy. Okay. The lady selling bread immediately smiled brightly. packed a piece of white bread that looked particularly soft in a bag, and happily handed it to Jeremiah Revere. Jean Revere carefully tore off a piece of soft bread and stuffed it into his mouth. For a moment, the rich aroma of wheat almost melted in his mouth. Chapter 205 Comprehensive Military Expansion. The unique aroma of wheat gradually spread in Jean Revere's mouth, making his eyes moist involuntarily. His previous life as a pirate had made him wander around and live in fear, to the point that it was extremely difficult for him to get a good night's sleep. But now, he was finally experiencing the life of a normal person again. Captain Jack was right. Idar territory was indeed a magical place, and it rekindled Jean Revere's hope for the future. Jake Revere was moved by the bustling city life before him, and Captain Jack was also surprised by the new weapons Bruno prepared for them. Although compared with the Idar Navy, the newly established Idar Whaling Company can only be regarded as the godson of the Idar Lord at most. But the new weapons placed in the warehouse in front of him are enough to make him so excited that he can't stand. The number of magic crystal bombs is very small. After all, it is an extremely important strategic material for the Idar territory, so Bruno will naturally not deliver it easily. Besides, since the pirates entrenched in Merlin Bay have been wiped out, who are you going to attack with the magic crystal bomb? So, the number of magic crystal bombs handed over to Idar Whaling Company is extremely limited. More so that they have a trump card to prevent other unexpected incidents from happening. In fact, it is not just the Idar Whaling Company, but also the Idar Territory's army. The use of every magic crystal bomb must be recorded in the archives to prevent the loss and abuse of this powerful weapon. Most of the weapons and equipment Bruno provided to the Idar Whaling Company were improved melee weapons and new crossbows specifically for hunting whales. And those improved weapons are all forged from extremely high-quality steel. The Idar steel plant has an extremely terrifying steel production capacity for this era. And all of this steel is high-quality steel that is selected from thousands of miles away. However, since the framework of Idar territory has just been laid out and construction in all aspects is only in its infancy, in addition to the creation of melee weapons, a large portion of the steel produced by the Idar steel plant has been stockpiled as a strategic resource. Instead of leaving it in a warehouse to rot, it would be better to give part of it to the Idar Whaling Company for use. On the one hand, it can greatly improve the combat capabilities of these former pirates. And on the other hand, it can also test the quality of these weapons through the feedback from the pirates after using them, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, if circumstances permit in the future, Bruno can even export these weapons in exchange for a large amount of gold coins, thus clearing obstacles for the further development of Idar territory, in order to facilitate the rapid development of the Idar Whaling Company's legitimate business. A large number of these melee weapons are sharp harpoons. Bruno also added an additional bleeding groove at the tip of the harpoon to cause greater damage to possible enemies. As for the improved crossbow, Bruno called it the I-type whale hunting harpoon. Not only the pirate ships of the Idar Whaling Company, but also the three-masted warships that the Idar Navy is proud of will soon be equipped with this new weapon and equipment. Idar's mage apprentices combined the original crossbow with the crossbow arrows and drew a new magic array system in it. What's more, it no longer shoots arrows, but whale hunting harpoons made of fine steel. With the blessing of the magic circle, this whale hunting harpoon is enough to burst out with tremendous force to penetrate the hull, making it a well-deserved naval warfare weapon. Captain Jack carefully touched the magical weapons in front of him. As a former pirate, he could sense the powerful power of these weapons just by looking at them. This also made Captain Jack more in awe of the strength that might be hidden behind the scenes of Lord Idar, even without the magic crystal bomb. With these weapons, Idar County is enough to sweep across Merlin Bay. After giving so many good things to the Idar Whaling Company, Bruno naturally would not forget his two sons, the Idar Army and the Idar Navy. In order to make it easier to distinguish the difference between the two, Bruno reorganized the Idar Regular Army led by Sam Layton to a certain extent some time ago, thus establishing the Idar Army. Today, the Idar Army consists of two forces, namely the Idar Army First Army and the Idar Artillery Force. In order to facilitate management, Bruno separated the artillery from the cavalry and infantry, and specifically responsible for operating the magic cannon. The selection for artillery is the most rigorous. Not only do they need to have service experience in the Idar Army, but they also have to pass a special mathematics test. It can be said that they select the best of the best. Now that the Idar Army has been established, the original commander of the Idar Regular Army, Sam Layton, was naturally promoted and became the new commander-in-chief of the Adar army. However, although it sounds impressive, the actual number of people in the so-called Adar First Army is really dismal. Less than 1,000. As for the newly formed Adar artillery unit, it only had 40 to 50 people. So, Bruno finally made a major decision to expand the army. The reason why Adar territory had only a few hundred soldiers before was mainly because the population of Adar territory was only 10,000 to 20,000 people. A few hundred people could just control the number of soldiers within a reasonable ratio. But now, a large number of refugees from all over the northern part of the empire gathered in the land north of the mouth of the Soren River waiting to enter Adar territory. And the number of people who have already entered Adar territory is about to exceed 100,000. Therefore, expanding the army has become the top priority of Adar territory. As the main force responsible for the defense of Adar, the number of Adar army troops should at least be increased to around 2,000. Perhaps in other parts of the empire, every expansion of the army was extremely difficult, and forcibly capturing able-bodied men was an extremely common occurrence. But in Adar territory, there are no such troubles at all. Although Bruno has set up many conditions for screening, there are people who voluntarily go to the Adar conscription registration office set up at the gate of Adar city to register every day in order to become a soldier of Adar as soon as possible. In Adar territory, serving as a soldier is an extremely honorable thing. Not only can they receive a considerable amount of military pay every year, but the soldiers' families can also receive various preferential treatments and care. Not to mention 2,000. As long as Bruno is willing, even 4,000 soldiers can be gathered by Adar Lord. So, as soon as the news of the full-scale military expansion was released, the entire Adar territory became boiling in an instant. Chapter 206 The Foundation of the Air Force. Almost early in the morning of the next day, the military camp on the outskirts of Adar was crowded with young men who came to enlist in the army. Completing the registration at the conscription registration office near the city of Adar is only the first step in signing up for the army. They still need to go through a series of strict screening before they can finally be accepted by the Adar army. Although the name of the Adar Navy spread throughout the Adar territory during the previous Coral Island naval battle, this does not mean that the army has no appeal. On the contrary, the victory of the war and the merits gained by the soldiers further aroused the enthusiasm of these young people to join the army. No matter whether it is the Navy or the army, as long as they can become an Adar soldier, it is the supreme honor in the hearts of civilians. Moreover, if he really passed all the tests and became an Adar soldier, then he would not have to worry about his life for the rest of his life. Not only do they have a considerable amount of military pay, but all the girls of marriageable age in Adar County are eager to have a handsome soldier by their side. So, for the sake of their own lives and their own future, almost all qualified Adar people are trying their best to join Adar's army. Perhaps in the future, some people would worry about their personal safety during a war. But in this era, the death rate of soldiers was not much higher than that of serfs and civilians. It is precisely under the stimulation of these many factors that the Adar people's enthusiasm for joining the army is much higher than when the standing army was established. As the commander-in-chief of the Adar army, this was not the first time that Sam Layton had seen such a hot recruitment scene. From being a little nervous at first to being calm now, he has become accustomed to it. Therefore, in order to respond to the eager anticipation of these young Adar people to join the army, Sam Layton deliberately raised the standards and requirements for the assessment. I guess this will make those Adar people who come to apply for the army particularly grateful. Different from the bustling scene outside the army camp, the camp of the Griffin Knights hidden in the foothills of Mount Almes seemed particularly deserted. The sparsely populated Almes Mountains have long been a place where Bruno hides various secrets. From the previous magic array research laboratory and magic weapon testing ground to the current camp of the Griffin Knights, the dense forests in the Almes Mountains have become a natural barrier to hide these secrets. Coupled with the guards of the Adar territory's soldiers on the periphery, these secrets are difficult for others to detect. After a week of simple construction, neat rows of houses have been built. A restaurant, dormitory, conference room, study room, training ground, and simple pens for griffins to live in. This campsite can be said to be small but complete. According to the current scale of the Edal Griffin, the migration of the Griffin group is certainly not necessary. Therefore, under Bruno's influence, about 20 or 30 Griffins migrated to this camp belonging to the Griffin Knights and regarded it as their second home. Bruno's new mount, Puff, the leader of the Griffin tribe, was naturally included. whether it is the Army Commander Sam Layton or the Navy Commander Mal Cullen. The existence of the Griffin Knights is still unknown to anyone except Count Bruno of Adar, Director Krell of the Adar CIA, and a few members of the expedition team who went to the Aset Basin together. This is a secret force hidden in the dark by Bruno, and it is also the foundation and basis for officially establishing the Adar Air Force at some point in the future. At this moment, a team of about 20 to 30 people were entering the camp along the winding path. They were the first batch of members of the Griffin Knights, who had been selected through layers of selection. Rolf Hawthorne was lucky enough to become one of the first Griffin Knights to serve in the Adar Griffin Knights. He was originally just an ordinary soldier in Adar's regular army, but by chance, he became a member of the Griffin Knights. Although he was a Griffin Knight, he had never actually seen the appearance of a griffin in person until now, and his knowledge of griffins was limited to the descriptions in books. So, Rolf Hawthorne could hardly suppress his excitement and urgency at this moment. After so many days of preparation, am I finally going to see the legendary griffin? Until now, Rolf Hawthorne still remembers that strange assessment. Just like the previous assessment for selecting members of the Adar Bandit Corps and the Adar CIA. Before the assessment, Rolf Hawthorne only knew that those who passed the selection would carry out a secret mission. But he had no idea about the content and difficulty of the mission. So, when a huge wooden wheel was placed in the open space in front of the military camp under the personal supervision of Lord Bruno Stewart, Count of Adar, almost all the soldiers were confused, because that thing is very similar to some torture instruments of this era. The Earl's rather eccentric way of doing things never disappoints others. When the first soldier participating in this election was tied to the wheel with ropes, Rolf Hawthorne felt a little frightened. However, his faith in the Earl and his sincere feelings for the Adar territory made him persevere to the end. When the candidates were fixed on the wheel, the Earl's personal soldiers, who had been standing on both sides of the wheel, and were eager to try push the wheel to spin quickly at the first opportunity. 1 circle, 2 laps, 3 laps. After more than 10 rounds, the soldiers who were untied felt dizzy, seeing stars, and could hardly stand steadily. But it's not over yet. On one side of the wheel is a single plank bridge that tests one's balance ability. The already dizzy soldiers have to walk straight across the single plank bridge built on the field before they can pass the first level. It is precisely because of such a strict and bizarre selection method that among the hundreds of candidates, only a handful of 20 or so people were able to pass all the assessments. After more than 20 soldiers successfully passed these rigorous tests, they finally knew the purpose of this selection. A group of Griffin Knights was about to be established, and in the near future, they will become Griffin Knights soaring in the sky. When Bruno's words reached Rolf Hawthorne's ears, he could hardly believe what he heard. Griffin Knight. Either of these two words was enough for him to look up to. But the Earl told him that he would become the future Griffin Knight of Adar. How could he not be extremely excited? Therefore, after passing the assessment, Rolf Hawthorne spent almost all of his free time on understanding griffins, their habits, their diet, and cultivating his relationship with them. Bruno had memorized the griffin taming methods that he had exchanged from the system mall, without missing a single detail. Today, under Bruno's personal leadership, the members of the Griffin Knights finally arrived at the camp built specifically for them, and saw the griffin that had lingered in their minds countless times. Chapter 207 Orphans. The Adar River is the boundary. The city of Adar, located on the north bank of the Adar River, has been changing at a speed visible to the naked eye during this period, while the land on the south bank of the Adar River is now large tracts of arable land. In the fields, newly planted potatoes and sweet potatoes are trying hard to poke their heads out of the soil. This was the first time that the common people and serfs of Adar County planted crops in the autumn. Even though Bruno had said that they could plant 2 crops a year, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The promotion of the new crops did not encounter the obstacles that Bruno had originally expected. After all, for the people of Adar, the Earl is the sky here and the supreme ruler of Adar. And most importantly, potatoes and sweet potatoes have entered the diet of many households this fall, and almost everyone is fascinated by these delicious new crops. Among these continuous fields, there are rows of houses. It was an orphanage built by Bruno himself. After continuous expansion over the days, the number of people living in this orphanage has gradually exceeded 200. They are not only from Adar territory, but some also come from Khani territory to the west of Adar territory or Sorin territory to the north. The extremely high mortality rate led to an increasing number of widows, widowers and orphans. So once the orphanages were established, They spread throughout the entire Adar territory. Bruno's small move undoubtedly greatly increased the people's sense of belonging to the Adar territory. After all, everyone gets sick sometimes. And when their family encounters a major change, what they worry about most is the future of their children. And now, the great and kind Earl is willing to pay out of his own pocket to support those helpless children. Not to mention in the Norman Empire. Even on the entire continent. It was enough to be regarded as a groundbreaking move. Mr. Nicholas, with his round belly, shuttled between the simple houses. Ever since Bruno asked him to take on the responsibility of teaching these orphans, Mr. Nicholas suddenly regained his vitality. As if he had finally come out of the shadow of his repeated failures in teaching the Earl. Reading and spelling. This is the main course that children in the orphanage need to master. The young faces and curious eyes of the children made Nicholas feel genuinely happy. He likes this process. And instilling knowledge from children's minds is what Nicholas wants to do most. Although in Edal, under the request of Bruno, the Nicholas teaching process brought a lot of private goods ordered by the counts. But, for Nicholas, this was not a problem. Moreover, due to Bruno's kindness, these children already had an unusual feeling for the Adar County that adopted them. So there was no need for Nicholas to teach them things like loving the Adar County and loving the Count. The place where these children take classes is a large classroom that can accommodate 500 or 600 people. Although there are only about 200 orphans living in the orphanage. The classroom is always crowded when Mr. Nicholas teaches. Most of these extra children are children of civilians living in the city of Adar. This is because, at Bruno's instruction, the Lord's castle spread the news to the outside world early on that, after a period of time, literate civilians would also be able to hold official positions in Adar and become direct subordinates of the Earl. The conditions required for recruiting police officers are a very clear signal. In the future, people who can read and write are very popular in Adar County. This undoubtedly ignited hope for the future for many civilians. And they tried their best to allow their children to go to orphanages to study in their spare time. Working under the Earl sounds very impressive. Not only can you get rid of your status as a peasant, but you may even be appreciated by the Earl. Although the civilians live in poverty, they are not stupid at all. Although he is illiterate and can only rely on his own strength to support his family, if his children can learn to spell and read and get a position in Adar, wouldn't they be able to escape such a hard life? The many changes that had taken place in Adar County were enough to make them realize the importance of learning to spell and read aloud. And it was natural for them to place their high hopes on their children. As for these children, Mr. Nicholas never turned away anyone. Teaching one person is the same as teaching two people. Teaching more people will make Mr. Nicholas feel more accomplished. Unlike other aristocratic teachers, Nicholas did not care whether the students under him were the offspring of aristocrats or the children of commoners. And this was also the most important reason why Bruno entrusted him with the important task of conducting the educational pilot work. But then again, in addition to Nicholas, there is another teacher teaching the children in the orphanage. And she is Isabel, the daughter of Viscount Conti. Bruno often told her the principle of learning by analogy, and that the process of teaching others is also a process of improving oneself. By imparting knowledge to others, we can discover our own shortcomings, fill in the gaps and improve ourselves. As a mathematical genius living in Adar territory, in order to deepen her understanding of mathematical knowledge, Isabel specially opened a mathematics course in the orphanage with Bruno's promise. In her spare time from learning advanced mathematics, she taught the children knowledge so that they could also feel the warmth and charm of mathematics. Learning mathematics is certainly difficult, but for some children living in orphanages, it can stimulate their interest in learning more than simply learning spelling. At least, that's what Parker thought. Although mathematics is extremely difficult for some people, Parker feels a great sense of accomplishment every time he solves a problem or learns a little new knowledge. Those densely packed numbers seem to possess magical power, attracting Parker's attention and allowing him to gain long-lost joy in life. Parker's father was one of the few soldiers killed in the Battle of the Golan Heights. It was Parker's existence that led Sam Layton to ask Bruno about the compensation for the children of fallen soldiers, which indirectly led to the birth of the orphanage. Chapter 65. For Parker, life in the orphanage was certainly not as free as at home, but it also gave him a sense of support in life after losing his father, and helped him gradually accept the reality that his father had passed away. Parker is proud of his father, because in his understanding, his father died in order to defend the territory of Adar territory and the people of Adar territory. He was on the side of justice. He loved the land where he lived. But he found it hard to hate the serf soldiers from Sorin who invaded Adar. Because his teacher Mr. Nicholas once told him that the serfs in Solon territory were all forced to go to the battlefield. And only the Adar people, only the great Earl of Adar, Bruno Stewart, could rescue those poor people from the dire straits. Parker agrees with this. Because the subtle influences from those around him these days, and the miserable conditions of the foreign refugees who had just entered Adar territory directly or indirectly confirmed what Mr. Nicholas said. So, although he was only 7 or 8 years old, Parker had already vaguely regarded his father as a role model. And he also wanted to make his own contribution to the Adar territory. Chapter 208: The Man Behind the Scenes. Winter came, and the Emperor died. When the people of Adar were hastily preparing for the coming winter, a piece of news from the inland of the Empire made Bruno's face turn a little stiff. In just less than half a month, the news that the 43rd Emperor of the Empire, Raphael Alexander, was assassinated in St. Lawrence spread to all parts of the Empire at a speed that surprised everyone, and echoed in the ears of every citizen of the Empire. Even Bruno had not yet received the intelligence from the Adar CIA. But the news of the Emperor's assassination had already spread among the new batch of refugees entering Adar. The most direct consequence of this was that Krell, the director of the Adar CIA, was locked in a small dark room by Bruno and given a good lesson. Although it is indeed too difficult for the Adar CIA, which was established not long ago, to obtain this information, it is necessary to give it a try from time to time. The news of the Emperor's death certainly shocked Bruno. But in reality, this had no effect on the most ordinary civilians in Adar County. The people living in the city of Adar talked about the Emperor's death as if they were talking about how many baskets of feces they had picked up today. And they talked about it after filling their stomachs. If you tell others about Raphael Alexander, the civilians will most likely hesitate for a moment. And then, who is it? Never heard of it. Even if you mention the 43rd Emperor of the Norman Empire, the most likely reaction of the common people would be just to nod, and then seem to have a little impression, but then turn back to do their own things, because the high and mighty Emperor was too far away for them. And in their eyes, the Emperor was just that, far inferior to their own Earl. After all, in the entire Empire, is there any noble territory like the Adar territory? This news was indeed insignificant to ordinary people. But for Bruno, Count of Adar, it was like a bolt from the blue. How could such a good emperor die like this? Bruno didn't really care who the emperor was or whether he was dead or alive. But the biggest problem was, according to the rumors that spread to Adar, the emperor's death was related to the imperial marshal Theodore, who was fighting against Odin's army on the front line, and the second prince Ross Alexander, who was the second in line to the throne. In Bruno's opinion, this can almost be seen as an obvious frame-up. Right? Although the current situation can be said to be solid evidence, and the story is well documented. But Bruno really can't understand. Under the current circumstances, why would the so-called second prince Riaz want to murder his own father? Raphael Alexander died when he should least have died. Therefore, Bruno is more accustomed to looking at this issue from other angles, such as, who can gain the greatest benefit after the death of Emperor Raphael Alexander? Odin? Taking advantage of the Norman Empire's restlessness, the Odin Empire can once again gain the advantage on the battlefield. Nobles? The nobles, frightened by the actions of the imperial emperor, can continue the power of the Regency Council through the emperor's wishes. Or is he an heir who covets the throne? For the second prince, Rez, if he wanted the throne, he could have found a more suitable time, and there was no need to take such a big risk to do something illegal. As for the eldest prince Pitzman, the death of the emperor at this time is more likely to allow Rez and the imperial marshal Teodoro, who control nearly 100,000 troops, to gain control of their own troops. Or the church. For some reason, the Church of Light, which should have been excluded from Bruno's options at the first opportunity, kept lingering in Bruno's mind. But what good would this do for the church? After pondering for a moment and scribbling on the straw paper, Bruno finally threw all the mess aside. Regardless of who did it, there is one thing Bruno is almost certain of. That is, the peaceful era belonging to Adar territory will probably be over soon. But Bruno wasn't really worried about this. As a member of the Norman nobility, Bruno had basically determined one thing during the time since his time travel. The Norman Empire at this time was like a bag of Lay's potato chips. It looked big and bloated, but there was not much in the way of solid goods. It could only rely on the flattery of the nobles to maintain its superficial strength and prosperity. However, in line with the idea that a lean camel is bigger than a horse, Bruno finally summoned officials at all levels of Adar and held an emergency meeting in the Lord's castle. Raphael Alexander is dead. Bruno went straight to the point. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present gradually became extremely serious, because they had also heard the news. Let me make some new arrangements now, Bruno said in a deep voice. First, the Adar army, which was originally planned to be expanded to 2,000 people, will be increased to 2,400 people, of which 2,000 will be incorporated into the First Army and 400 will be incorporated into the Adar artillery unit. In addition, the number of Adar's navy remains at around 600. After the 2 3-masted warships currently under construction are completed and put into service, the number of 3-masted warships owned by the Adar navy will reach 4. And the shipyard will temporarily stop building new warships. Clear. Army Commander-in-Chief Sam Layton and Navy Commander Mal Karen, who had just returned to Adar, said in unison. After all, when Merlin Bay was officially controlled by the Adar people, most of the security risks faced by the Adar territory were concentrated on land. Send more manpower to speed up the construction of the workers' community. For those refugees who have not yet entered Adar territory through the port of the Sorin River, the cold winter almost means the arrival of death, Bruno said in a deep voice. We will simplify the inspection and quarantine measures to a certain extent. Registration measures and related procedures will also be carried out after the refugees enter Adar territory. We will strive to allow all the refugees waiting to enter the port of Solin River to move into the migrant workers' community before the severe cold arrives. Liszt and the others were impressed and quickly agreed. This is an extremely difficult task for them. But the Earl's orders must be completed to the letter. Although Bruno had previously intended to control the speed of population movement. But for those refugees wearing thin clothes, the cold winter was a life and death challenge. Bruno had long regarded those refugees waiting to enter Adar territory as his own people. So it was impossible for him to watch those refugees die one by one in front of his eyes. In addition, all workshops that use wheat, barley and other grains to make wine will suspend production and instead cooperate with more wine industry to produce wine, brandy, and other fruit wines. Don't forget to charge an additional equipment usage fee, Bruno reminded. Although the planting of potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes has allowed Idal's food reserves to surpass the past. But the number of Idal's pilot today is not the same. So, as changes are coming, naturally, the more food reserves in Adar territory, the better. Chapter 209 Baths of Caracalla. The coming of winter not only put an end to the war in the north, but also caused the civilians, who originally wanted to go to Adar during this period, to gradually stop their steps. As for those civilians who were already on the road, they had to speed up their pace. No one fights in winter, and no one travels in winter. Then, under the influence of winter, the entire continent fell into an eerie calm. There are nobles and royal families within the empire, undercurrents between royal families, and outside the empire. Odin's army is eyeing the empire covetously. No one would doubt that after this winter, the Norman Empire would be surrounded by a more intense and wider war. On the day Raphael Alexander died, the eldest prince Pisman Alexander, with the support of some nobles, ascended the throne in the imperial capital, St. Lawrence, and was crowned the 44th emperor of the Norman Empire. And more nobles stayed at home sick or returned immediately to their fiefdoms. The aristocrats are a very smart group, so most of them are waiting for this. After all, although Pisman is indeed the nominal first heir, the question is, will the second Prince Rez, who controls nearly 100,000 troops and is charged with assassinating the former emperor, just sit there and wait for death? You know, unlike the smart Pisman, who has the potential of a dragon or a phoenix. Rez Alexander has shown admirable chivalry since he was a child, and has a close relationship with the Imperial Marshal Theodore, and is supported by many nobles. If there were only Pisman and Rez, then the possibility of Rez winning and ascending the throne would obviously be much greater. But the invasion of the Odin people undoubtedly added many variables to this. Although Rez Alexander was admired by others, he was now caught between the Odins and the Pisman, attacked from all sides and unable to move. So, in the eyes of the nobles, the final result is likely to be 50-50. As a result, most nobles were even less anxious to take sides, although this was more or less like being a fence-sitter. For the nobles, this was called waiting for the right price, and maintaining neutrality. Bruno was happy to see the conflict between the two sides. Because the more vigorously they play, the more Bruno can focus on developing and growing slowly. The impromptu meeting ended quickly, and officials at all levels quickly returned to their posts and prepared for action. Under Bruno's series of orders, officials at all levels in the entire Adar territory were mobilized at the first opportunity. Officials from the Adar Immigration Administration and the Adar Public Security Bureau worked together and worked overtime to try to get all the refugees gathered at the mouth of the Sorin River into the Adar territory within the specified time. Although the Norman Empire is located south of the Odin Empire, and the weather is not as cold as that in the Odin Empire, but for the poorest people, such temperatures are already unbearable. With the influx of a large population, it is natural that Adar County will need to provide more working-class communities for residents to live in. The completion of the Baths of Caracalla and the ancient Roman aqueduct undoubtedly provided the Adar territory with a large amount of newly idle labor resources. Production teams were soon put into new projects under the command of White Barrel, and migrant worker communities were established at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since Bruno widely implements the alien version of the grassroots people self-governance system in various working communities in Adar territory, the large influx of population will not cause too much management burden on Adar territory's original official structure. Speaking of the Baths of Caracalla and the ancient Roman aqueduct, due to the extensive use of concrete and steel in idle territory and the gradual maturity of magic array research, the speed of building wonders in idle territory has been completely put on the fast track. Especially the construction of this kind of medieval wonder is not difficult at all. The reason why Bruno dares to reduce his attention to inspection and quarantine measures is precisely because the spectacle bonus that Caracalla has possessed has officially taken effect within the scope of Adar. One of the wonder characteristics reduces the chance of Adar's people getting sick, greatly reduces the possibility of large-scale infectious diseases and plagues. Although this wonder bonus does not seem to have much effect at present, it is equivalent to adding a layer of insurance for the Adar territory, keeping the Adar territory away from plague and large-scale infectious diseases. At a time when medical standards are extremely backward, this can almost be said to be a life-saving device. In addition, the third spectacle bonus activated by the Caracalla bath with the ancient Roman water canal also excited Bruno. That is, Wonder Feature 3 unlocked. The medical enlightenment movement takes place in Adar territory, greatly accelerating the development of Adar territory's medicine and increasing the birth rate of the population. Increase the probability of population birth. This can almost be called a magical skill for the Adar territory, which is extremely short of population at this time. If we add the miraculous property of increased chance of wizard birth brought by the Great Lighthouse. According to the statistics of Adar Maternity Hospital after the completion of the Great Lighthouse, among every 100 newborns, there will be 1 or 2 good ones who can sense the existence of magic. This was a groundbreaking event for the Adar territory, where no mages had ever been born before. After the meeting, Bruno couldn't wait to come to the Caracalla baths in the eastern part of Adar. As the baths have not yet been officially opened to the public, Bruno came here to relax, combining work and rest and unwinding. Before building the baths of Caracalla, Bruno had already paid a large sum of demolition money and relocated the people who originally lived around the baths, because he is very sure that after the baths of Caracalla are officially put into operation, the area near the baths of Caracalla, which has a huge flow of people, will become a new commercial center in the eastern city of Adar. Therefore, this precious land should naturally be handed over to the Adar Chamber of Commerce for reasonable operation. In addition to the commercial blocks built around the baths of Caracalla, the interior of the baths of Caracalla is divided into 3 areas: thermal baths, private bathrooms, and public baths. Speaking of this, we have to mention public baths. The baths of Caracalla are undoubtedly a product of the Roman Empire, although they still received some attention in the early days of the Roman Empire. By the end of the Roman Empire, public baths had become places of debauchery, with men and women mixing together and bathing together at night, filled with obscene language and laughter. But as the Earl of Adar, and as an outstanding and progressive young man of the new era with correct values, Bruno would never allow such a thing that goes against public order and morality to happen under his nose. In order to avoid the embarrassing scene of public mixed bathing, under Bruno's order, the baths of Caracalla received men on odd days and women on even days, while the private bathroom area was not subject to this restriction. So much so that Bruno often worried that the so-called third wonder bonus that increased the probability of population birth might be related to mixed bathing between men and women. Chapter 210. Since being promoted by Bruno to the director of the Adar Immigration Administration, Lister has spent less and less time with Bruno. After all, in today's Adar territory, regardless of whether they are immigrants or not, almost all matters related to population are managed by the Adar Immigration Administration. Even the Adar Maternity Hospital located in the city of Adar is under the jurisdiction of the Adar Immigration Administration. There was no way. Adar territory was a small piece of land, and everything was still in its infancy. Bruno couldn't do anything fancy for the time being. So Bruno let Lister concentrate on managing the many affairs of the Adar Immigration Administration, and selected a new personal servant from among the servants in the Lord's castle to serve himself. Mondel, people like Shabi, Lapu, and Lister were originally just servants in the Lord's castle, but now they have been sent out by Bruno to take up important positions. This is not because Bruno is nepotistic. This is because the servants working in the Lord's castle can be regarded as the few guys who have received systematic education in the entire Adar territory. Because before Bruno's soul traveled through time, Mr. Nicholas's teaching progress was so slow that the servants in the castle had already understood most of it before the original body had even learned it. Mondel's presence in the Lord's castle was not very high before, but his loyalty to Bruno was evident to all, and his efficiency was no less than that of Lister and others. At this moment, accompanied by Mondel, Bruno finally stepped into the baths of Caracalla, which had cost a lot of manpower and material resources to build, under White Barrel's meticulous supervision. The decoration and construction of the baths of Caracalla perfectly matched the requirements on the drawings. Although the Adar people used new building materials such as reinforced concrete in many places, they did not make major changes to the appearance of the entire building. The interior of the baths of Caracalla is entirely made of marble, with mosaic floors. There are not only murals and statues, but also specially built fountains and gardens in the square in the middle of the baths of Caracalla. This made Bruno, who had just entered the bathing area, couldn't help but admire it again and again. The baths of Caracalla have 2 floors above ground and 1 floor underground, and do not look too high. The first floor is a public bath and hot spring bath, while the second floor is a private bathroom and rooms such as a gym, massage room, and steam room. As for the underground, there are pipes, boiler rooms, and future employee lounges. The main building of the bathhouse is rectangular, with completely symmetrical sides. There are 2 spacious circular arches in front and behind, which looks majestic. But the most amazing thing is the glass windows used in the baths of Caracalla. The windows on all 4 sides are large and bright to ensure that sunlight can shine in at any time during the day. At the same time, Bruno also specially raised the position of the windows to ensure light transmission while protecting privacy. This was the first large-scale application of the translucent glass windows produced by the Adar Glass Workshop. Although they did not have the colorful decorations and tones like stained glass, they had a more simple beauty. For this era, these completely transparent glasses are enough to be regarded as works of art. The baths of Caracalla were the first SSS level wonder Bruno ordered built in Adar, which earned Bruno a one-time construction reward of 200 brilliance points. In the process of building the baths of Caracalla, the people of Adar displayed extraordinary wisdom under the collaboration of Chief Engineer White Barrel and Master Sculptor Andy, by making subtle adjustments to the window positions and building layout. Not only do the large, fully light-transmitting glass windows fit in perfectly with the baths of Caracalla, but the baths of Caracalla's spectacle completion rating has also been directly improved. This was a pleasant surprise for Bruno. Under the guidance of Mondale, Bruno entered a private bathroom on the 2nd floor. In the bathroom, rose petals were floating on the clear pool water that had been adjusted to the appropriate temperature in advance. From now on, this bathroom belongs exclusively to this Earl, Bruno instructed. It would be fine if he was taking a shower, but as he has a slight obsession with mysophobia, he is not used to soaking in a small pool with others. I understand, Mundell replied quickly. After the servants who had served him retreated to the outside one by one, Bruno jumped into the steaming hot pool. The warm water stimulated his skin, making him feel comfortable. Ever since he traveled through time, Bruno could only curl up in a small wooden tub to take a bath. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable bath. Through the ancient Roman aqueduct, clear river water from the upper reaches of the Adar River was introduced into the city of Adar, providing sufficient water for the baths of Caracalla. Although according to the Wonder construction system, Bruno has completed the construction of the ancient Roman aqueduct and activated the 3rd Wonder bonus, Bruno does not intend to stop there. Supplying water to the baths of Caracalla was only one of the uses of the ancient Roman aqueduct. But what Bruno wanted to do more was to complete the water supply for the entire territory of Adar. Bruno certainly hopes to build a tap water system for the city of Adar. But unfortunately, the Adar territory is not able to do this yet. But it is completely feasible to build several new water supply stations by expanding the coverage of the ancient Roman aqueduct. This will undoubtedly save many civilians, and search the trouble of going to the Adar River outside the city to fetch water, greatly improving the living standards of the Adar people, especially in the cold winter. This allows the people of Adar to obtain a stable source of water without having to leave the city, which can be regarded as Bruno's selfless care for the civilians. Due to its proximity to the northern border, the climate in the Somme Plain has become somewhat cold. Today, the Lord's castle that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Cornelius family has become the residence of the second prince, Rez Alexander, and the imperial marshal Theodoro. The second prince, Rez, stood on the top terrace of the Lord's castle and looked far to the north. The second prince, Rez, was wearing exquisite armor. He held the fence in front of him tightly with both hands, and a hint of worry was revealed in his light blue eyes. Odin's army was stationed at the end of Rez's sight. Tents of all sizes were connected together, which looked quite spectacular. This made him frown. The news from St. Lawrence had already reached the Somme Plain. Even the highly anticipated second prince, Rez, felt somewhat at a loss at this moment. The advantage that the Norman Empire's army had originally built up with the lives of countless serfs was shattered the moment the rumor came. When Rez walked in the military camp, he seemed to feel that the way everyone looked at him had become different. As if in the blink of an eye, was he accused of murdering his father and usurping the throne? When Rez thought of his brother, who was bossing people around in the imperial capital, St. Lawrence, he felt particularly angry. It was absolutely impossible to just sit there and wait for death, based on his understanding of Pitzman's character. If he went back now, the biggest possibility was that he would be hacked to death. How abominable. Chapter 211, Northern Frontier in Winter. Rez. As he was thinking, a familiar voice came from behind him. Rez turned around, put aside the random thoughts in his head, and greeted respectfully, "Teacher." The visitor was wearing an ordinary light-colored aristocratic robe. He was not very tall, probably about 1.6 meters tall, which formed a sharp contrast with Rez, who was 1.83 meters tall. He didn't look too old, probably around 30 or 40 years old, with beard neatly attached to his face. Although he looked very neat and tidy, his appearance was really inconspicuous. Of course, in addition to being the second prince's teacher, he also has another identity: the Imperial Marshal, Theodore Lawton. Since Rez was 12 years old, Imperial Marshal Theodore was appointed by the late emperor as the new teacher of the second prince Rez. When he first met Theodore, Rez could hardly believe that this ordinary-looking, powerless nobleman was the Imperial Marshal Theodore, who had defeated the Odin people's attacks countless times. As the highest-ranking general in the Norman Empire, Teodoro Lawton had personally participated in countless border frictions with the Odin people, and had commanded dozens of battles, large and small. He had been an old rival of the Odin Empire's famous General Portia Mariano for more than 10 years. But this time, Your Highness, Teodoro nodded to Rez, and then said in a deep voice, "We can no longer fight. The news of the late emperor's death has spread throughout the Somme Plains, and the Odin people not far away are also keeping a close eye on our movements." Hearing this, Rez couldn't help but nodded. Unlike the stubborn first prince Pisman, the second prince Rez has always been far more obsessed with chivalry and more passionate about aristocratic politics than the first prince Pisman, and his comprehensive abilities in all aspects are also stronger than others. No matter from which perspective, Rez is considered a more suitable heir. Even the late Emperor Raphael Alexander favors Rez more. But Rez's emphasis on the nobles made Raphael Alexander hesitate again and again. Raphael Alexander tried his best to erase the influence of the nobles on the imperial power. But once Rez succeeded to the throne, the momentum of the nobles that had been suppressed with great difficulty would most likely rise again. Therefore, in order to cut off the close relationship between Rez and certain nobles as much as possible, Raphael Alexander specifically gave him the task of eradicating the Cornelius family. "Teacher, what should we do in the current situation? Pitzman has proclaimed himself emperor in St. Lawrence and has repeatedly ordered me to go back." Rez hesitated. "You can't go back. If you go back you will die," Teodoro said firmly. "But Once St. Lawrence cuts off our supplies. Rez hesitated. Your Highness, I plan to send someone to negotiate terms with the Odin people. Teodoro took a deep breath and finally said in a deep voice. What? Although he had expected this, Rez still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard these words coming out of Teodoro's mouth with his own ears. Rez knew very well in his mind that if he made peace with the Odin people under the current circumstances, it would mean that he would have to make many concessions to them, hand over a lot of money, and even land, but he had to admit that this might be the most appropriate method under the current circumstances. Teodoro's face was also very ugly. For him, it was extremely difficult to surrender to an enemy he had fought for most of his life. We are now stuck between the Pismen in the south and the Odins in the north. We can only react passively. But if we can make peace with the Odins, although we will give up some of our interests, we can turn around and focus on dealing with the many affairs of the Norman Empire. But the land in the north, Rez was still a little hesitant. Without support from the rear, we will have no way of regaining the lost territory. But if we can temporarily reconcile with the Odin people, the Sonefjord is located at the crossroads of the empire. We will change our previous passive situation and become a hedgehog curled up in the crotch, fully capable of attacking everywhere, Teodoro added. Although Rez was confused by Marshal Teodoro's strange metaphor. This is indeed a good method. Then I'll leave these matters to you. Let's try to fight back to St. Lawrence as soon as possible. It's not easy to make a decision. But once a decision is made, it will not be easily changed. Rez changed his previous hesitant attitude and finally said firmly. Since the situation in the north is difficult to change, then, just finish your own housework first. Clear. But just as Marshal Teodoro turned and was about to walk down the terrace, Rez finally couldn't help himself. Marshal Teodoro, Rez shouted. My father's assassination, it really has nothing to do with you. Right? Marshal Teodoro paused for a moment, then said as he walked. Nothing. Winter is coming, and Bruno has already made the steaming hot pot. The fireplace in the study was burning brightly, and the flickering flames made the entire study warm. There is no floor heating yet, although it is not difficult to install. But when Bruno suddenly remembered this, it was already a little late. This made Bruno particularly moved. He thought he was so diligent and caring for the people. Since winter began, Bruno changed his dining place to his study. Although it looked a bit crowded, it was exceptionally warm. The reason is simple. Although the banquet hall on the first floor of the Lord's castle is extremely spacious, it is extremely cold in winter. In addition, Bruno didn't care much about the so-called aristocratic etiquette. So naturally he had to do things in the way that made him most comfortable. The room was filled with the aroma of delicious food. The meat slices Bruno had just thrown into the steaming hot pot were rolling around. Bruno kept an eye on the time. Scooped the meat slices out of the pot with chopsticks, dipped them in the seasoning bowl, and blew them into his mouth. Tasty! Is there anything happier than having a delicious steaming hot pot in the cold winter? It really does exist. Since winter began, Bruno's work and rest schedule has become increasingly lazy. No, he is not as diligent as before. The warm bed made people feel particularly comfortable, and also gave Bruno more time to think and toss. So, in winter, under Bruno's guidance, the Adar people finally built the hot air balloon that Bruno had always dreamed of. Chapter 212, Flying. To be honest, making a hot air balloon is not complicated at all. It's just a little bit tedious. Under Bruno's instructions, the craftsmen of Adar territory sewed together more than a dozen pieces of cowhide and finally made the balloon of Adar territory's first expensive hot air balloon. Strictly speaking, a hot air balloon should be called a sealed hot air balloon, which consists of 3 parts, a balloon, a basket, and a heating device. Among the several main parts, the balloon is the most important one. In the previous life, balloons were mostly made of reinforced nylon, which was not only light, but also extremely strong and tight. But in Adar territory, Bruno couldn't get any reinforced nylon for the time being, so he could only use strong stitched cowhide instead. As for the hanging basket at the bottom and the heating device in the middle, it is relatively easy to tinker with it using ordinary methods. But since this is a world with magic, Bruno appropriately transformed the original heating device from top to bottom. The originium absorbs magic power from the air. The magic crystal is used to store magic power, and then through the combined effect of various magic arrays engraved on the magic crystal and other magic materials, the heating device can rely on magic power to operate normally. thereby fully heating the gas filled into the balloon. In fact, at the very beginning, Bruno also considered using the levitation array to do something directly. However, although the levitation array is easy to draw, it has its own limitations. The stability and timeliness of charging through the magic solid array are often difficult to measure, which naturally includes the floating arrays widely used in the construction sites of wonders. In order to reduce the possibility of safety accidents, most of the suspension arrays used on construction sites are disposable, thus ensuring that the suspension arrays will not cause safety accidents due to sudden failure when activated. After all, a magic circle is essentially the mark of magic left by a staff on the surface of an object, and is the result of the initial research of the Adar school. Up to now, under Bruno's guidance, the research of the Adar school has gradually transformed from two-dimensional magic arrays to three-dimensional magic devices. The heating device used on the hot air balloon is the first magic device created by the Adar school. It not only laid the foundation for the development of Adar Territory's aviation industry, but also was the first experimental application of the magic crystal conduction technology that Wright and others had been researching for a long time. From two-dimensional to three-dimensional, these few words alone sound extremely difficult. And in fact they are. If the original magic circle is similar to a circuit board, then today's heating device is a brand new magic device assembled from countless circuit boards and parts. It has largely gotten rid of the shadow of the magic mark, making it a breakthrough research result that can be reused, has a stable structure, and can be mass-produced. In fact, when Bruno heard the news, his only thought was that it was incredible. Because this is indeed a bit too fast. Life is far more ridiculous than fiction. But fortunately, the Adar school is talking about it in a good way. Of course, using magic devices does not mean completely abandoning magic circles. The mages of Adar Territory have also drawn a certain number of suspended magic circles in all directions of the hanging basket, so that they can have more options in case of unexpected situations. You know, the flying conditions of hot air balloons are extremely harsh. It's not like what was written in the online novels of the previous life, where you can take off easily. In his previous life, Bruno had watched the sunrise on a hot air balloon, which had extremely strict requirements on wind and weather conditions during takeoff. By drawing magic circles and simple magic devices on the basket and balloon, the flight direction of the hot air balloon can be adjusted in time by mobilizing the magic power stored in the magic crystal stone, allowing the hot air balloon to adapt to more weather conditions. At this moment, the square in front of the Lord's castle has been cleared. The mage apprentices led by Wright opened their eyes wide and looked excitedly at the hot air balloon that was making preparations for takeoff. Ever since the mage apprentices from St. Lawrence joined the Adar school, the mage apprentices who joined earlier like Wright have automatically become veterans, completely free from the tragic fate of staying up late and getting up early every day to make magic crystal bombs. This allowed them to spend more time researching new possibilities and concentrate most of their energy on overcoming the difficulties of magic crystal conduction technology. Mondale. Actually, the person I'm most optimistic about is you. Bruno patted his new valet's shoulder affectionately and spoke fondly. Hearing this, Mundell couldn't help but shudder all over. It is said that the Count said this to Shabi, Lapo, List and others, as the person I think is the best. I intend to give you this first chance to ascend to heaven. Mundell. At this moment, Mundell's mentality is very similar to the Mundell-Fleming model in an open economy, with various thoughts entangled and constantly changing. If I go up, then according to the experience of Shabi and other male servants, I will probably be reused in the future. But after ascending to the sky, will I really not fall to death? Mundell stared at the hot air balloon that was constantly inflating in front of him, thinking anxiously. However, under the Earl's earnest gaze, he finally made up his mind. He must believe in his Lord Earl. It's just heaven. What's the big deal? So, with Mundell as the first passenger and the mage apprentice, who was studying the heating device as the operator, under the curious gaze of everyone, the hot air balloon, which had made all the preparations, finally untied the cables and slowly rose from the ground. It's flying! It's really flying! The wizard apprentices, the Earl's personal guards, and many servants of the Lord's castle, who were watching, all pointed at the hot air balloon rising into the sky and marveled at it. As the hot air balloon gradually rose in altitude, Mundell, who was standing in the basket at the bottom of the balloon, couldn't help but feel his legs trembling and his limbs stiffening. Don't be nervous. It won't fall off for a while. The mage apprentice, who was in charge of operating the heating device, comforted her promptly. Hearing this, Mondale's face turned pale. What do you mean it won't fall off for a while? But, because the flight of the hot air balloon was extremely stable. Over time, Mondale gradually adapted to such an altitude. Then, he carefully poked his head out of the hanging basket. Oh my God! So high! After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he had stood on a hot air balloon and looked down at the city of Adar. Looking around from the sky, the people and things on the ground seemed so small. Wrong. Except for the Earl, whose figure was still bright and majestic. The rest of the people looked so small. Standing in the basket of the hot air balloon, Mondale could clearly see the entire Adar city, the clean and tidy South City District, the constantly expanding East City District, and the extremely crowded West City District. Not only the city of Adar, Monitor can even see the caravan that travels towards Edal City on Edal Avenue in the distance. Suddenly, Mondale realized one of the great uses of hot air balloons. Scout the enemy. None of the servants who can serve Bruno are fools. So this hot air balloon is indeed a treasure. Mondale was almost certain that the first launch of a hot air balloon would be recorded in the record archives of Adar by the clerk of Adar. And as the first passenger to take off in a hot air balloon, he would naturally leave a prominent mark in the archives. At this moment, Mondale's eyes were wet. It turns out, the Earl actually wanted to keep such a precious opportunity for himself. Could it be that? Am I really the person that the Earl favors the most? Chapter 213 Return. The hot air balloon floated in the sky, attracting countless people's attention. On the cover of the hot air balloon, the griffin badge belonging to the Stewart family seemed more and more attention under the shine in the early morning. In fact, the original emblem of the Stewart family was not a griffin, but a lion. Only, Bruno has long wanted to change the Stewart family emblem, because using a lion as a badge is like using Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Ermezi as names on Earth. They have long become common names. Throughout the Norman Empire, there were at least 60 or 70 nobles who used the majestic lion as their family emblem. So, after some careful consideration, Bruno happily changed his family emblem to a griffin. After all, due to the bonus effect of the wonder of a set basin, he is now the lord of the griffin. Besides, a griffin is nothing more than a lion with two small wings added, no way. And it's not too fancy. When the hot air balloon rose, countless spectators living in Adar City raised their heads and stared at the huge balloon floating in the sky, feeling an indescribable emotion in their hearts. That is, the pride of the Adar people. In fact, this was certainly not the first time a hot air balloon took off, but it was the first time a hot air balloon appeared in front of the Adar people. Long before this public experiment was conducted, the wizard apprentices of Adar territory had repeatedly conducted several small-scale experiments at the test site at the foot of Mount Almes to ensure to the greatest extent possible that the hot air balloon launch experiment displayed in front of all Adar people could proceed normally. The Adar Public Security Bureau also posted notices on the main streets of Adar early in the morning, informing all Adar residents that a hot air balloon launch experiment would be conducted this morning. If not, in this ignorant age where the Church of Light is the only dominant force, perhaps a large number of people would kneel down in the streets and shout for miracles. Aunt Sally, the leader of the Adar City Gossip Group, has been spreading rumors since she spread the false news that Lord Shabi has gone crazy. Chapter 14. However, now, she is spreading officially approved gossip under the authorization of the Adar CIA. Have you heard about it? That hot air balloon is a new gadget created by the craftsmen and wizards in our Adar County. It can even carry people flying in the sky. Aunt Sally said excitedly. That's great. It's so chaotic outside now, with people dying in wars every day. Our Adar County is really powerful. Not only is it far away from the war, but it can also deal with these things. Passerby A. This is all thanks to the army of Adar County, which has defended the peace and tranquility of our Adar County. As soon as the conscription notice came out a few days ago, my son joined the army, Passerby B said proudly. This scene was not only seen by the people of Adar, but also by the merchants and travelers who had just entered the city of Adar. The merchants who had just entered Adar territory had not seen the notices posted on the bulletin boards in various blocks, so they could not help but regard this as a miracle and spread it widely. The reason why the Adar territory is called a place where miracles happen probably started from this. The mage apprentice standing in the basket gradually slowed down the speed of the heating device. causing the hot air balloon that was originally suspended in the air to slowly descend. When the hot air balloon finally landed slowly on the open space in front of the Lord's castle, under the shock-absorbing effect of the suspension magic circle, almost everyone at the venue cheered. After all, this is the first recorded flying experience in the human history of this world without the help of flying monsters. And they are fortunate to become witnesses of history. As the first passenger of the hot air balloon, when Mundell finally flipped out of the balloon's basket, his legs were still weak. Looking down at the city of Adar from the sky was certainly spectacular. But at the same time, the unprecedented height also made him feel nervous at all times, for fear that he would fall down if he was not careful. Well done. Bruno gave Wright a thumbs up. The heating device made by the wizard apprentices has played a great role in the hot air balloon. And the magic crystal conduction technology has also been preliminarily verified on the heating device. After Annel and others return from the Almes Mountains, Bruno's long-cherished plan will finally begin. It seemed that as soon as Bruno remembered that Annel had gone to the mountains a few days ago, he saw several familiar figures slowly walking towards him on the road not far away. Bruno looked carefully and saw that the person walking towards him was none other than Arnell, the wizard's apprentice, who liked to steal bread. Oh, that's not right. Under Bruno's careful cultivation, Arnell has now successfully leapt into the ranks of mages. It has to be said that after such a long period of hard study, Bruno and many wizard apprentices of the Adar school were surprised to find that although the process of drawing magic circles over and over again was extremely boring, at the same time, their control over magical elements would become more and more proficient. It's even better than practicing spells over and over again in the mage tower. Moreover, the process of drawing the magic array will not only enhance the mage apprentice's control over magical elements, but it can also improve their mental strength. To date, this may be the only way to directly train and improve a mage's spiritual power. It was in the process of drawing the magic circle over and over again that Annel finally became the first wizard of the Adar school before going to the Almes Mountains. Annel's success greatly stimulated others, causing the remaining mage apprentices, who had not yet become mages, to become more diligent during this period. He is indeed my most proud student, Bruno thought sincerely, as he looked at Arnell, who was walking towards him. Master Mentor. The dusty Arnell bowed respectfully to Bruno the first time he arrived here. Hurry up. Hurry up. Take a look at the new heating device designed by your classmates. Bruno waved his hands quickly, smiling happily. It is indeed extremely ingenious. Wright and Watson are already capable of standing on their own. I am afraid that it won't be long before they will become new mages of the Adar school one after another, bringing the influence of the Adar school to a higher level. After carefully reading the design drawings of the heating device, Arnell couldn't help but admire it. Also, Master Mentor, Arnell suddenly said seriously, regarding that magic lake, I already have a preliminary idea. Chapter 214 Flag, 100 Stonehenges. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The task he gave to Annel some time ago was the most crucial step in the plan for the future of Adar County. Let's go back and talk, Bruno whispered. The magic lake on the Devil's Tower is still a top secret of Adar Lord, so naturally not too many people can know about it. Although, with the development of the Almes Mountains, this secret may not be kept for much longer. In the study of the Lord's castle, Arnell stood in front of Bruno and reported to his mentor what he saw and heard during his second trip to the Devil's Tower. Since Bruno had already tamed the Griffin tribe, Arnell did not need to go through the dense forests and face ferocious beasts. He could just fly directly on a griffin. It has to be said that this is an extremely difficult challenge for some mage apprentices who don't even know how to ride a horse. Fortunately, no matter how busy the tasks were, the mage apprentices never neglected their daily physical training, and they used the colorful sunlight twice a day. Their physical condition was no longer as weak as when they first arrived in Adar territory. As long as you hold the griffin's neck tightly, you won't be scared and fall from the air. Otherwise, Bruno really didn't dare to let these apprentice mages go deep into the mountains. If they were to catch some disease in the breeze, it would be a bit unlucky. My Lord Earl, the plan you asked me to conceive is definitely possible. As soon as he closed the door of the study, Arnell's face showed joy, and he couldn't wait to speak. Oh! We were worried before that the magic lake's attraction to magic would make it difficult for us to extract the magic elements from it. However, after repeated discussions at the magic lake, we found that this powerful ability to absorb magic elements is only for the free magic elements in the air. the ability to absorb liquid magic is almost negligible. In other words, we can somehow extract liquid magic from the lake easily. That's right. Have you any ideas? Bruno calmed down his excited mood and asked in a deep voice. If the magic crystal conduction technology used in the heating device of hot air balloons can be widely popularized, it can at least solve the problem of magic power transmission to a large extent. But Arnell hesitated. Any other questions? Bruno asked seriously. You know, the magic lake at the top of the Devil's Tower in the Aset Basin is an efficient energy source that Bruno has been coveting for a long time. If we can successfully use the magic crystal conduction technology to guide the pure magic power to Adar territory, magic lamps, magic machinery, and various magical devices driven by magic will achieve breakthrough progress. The level of productivity development in Adar territory will also leap to a new level. So Bruno will never miss any tiny details. After all, the effect of magic crystal conduction technology has only been tested in a small area. And according to the current thinking of Lord Adar, the magic crystal conductor will be generally very thin and have a large surface area. I am mainly worried if the length of the magic crystal conductor is too long. Will it cause the phenomenon of magic dissipation? Although this dissipated magic will be reinjected into the magic lake under the traction of the Aset Basin and the Devil's Tower. But will this cause the magic power that we have brought out from the Almes Mountains with great difficulty to be unable to exert its due effect? Anil said in a deep voice. The magic power dissipation that Anil mentioned is a common phenomenon discovered by the Adar school when making magic crystal bombs. When magic power flows in the magic crystal stone, a small amount of magic power will seep out of the magic crystal stone very slowly. When the magic power stops flowing, this magic power dissipation phenomenon will still exist. But it is extremely weak, since the Adar school hopes to conduct magic elements through magic crystal conductors. This phenomenon is almost inevitable during the conduction process. But this is indeed crucial. But you don't have to worry. This involves extremely advanced knowledge of magic. I will personally take action to prevent your efforts from being wasted. Hearing this, Bruno finally felt relieved and spoke out. This problem may be difficult to solve for others, but it is extremely simple for Bruno, who has a golden finger. Take a look at this. Bruno handed over a piece of straw paper. This is... Arnell looked puzzled. Drawing on the piece of straw paper was a circular closed stone ring. No matter how hard Anil racked his brains, he still had no idea what his mentor meant. This is the solution I designed myself. If there were other difficult problems, Bruno would probably be helpless. But what Anil said, the Wonder Construction System has already provided a solution. That is, Stonehenge. As a hidden wonder that was unlocked after the discovery of the magic lake, Stonehenge has a certain degree of gathering and pulling effect on the magic power floating within a certain range. This can not only effectively avoid the loss of magic power due to magic power dissipation, but also greatly improve the magic power conduction rate. The Stonehenge wonder provided by the Wonder Construction System is not the Stonehenge in the general sense. It is very different from the Salisbury Stone Circle located southwest of London, England. Moreover, the Wonder Construction System thoughtfully provides two versions to choose from. One method is to build a high platform by piling up a large number of rocks, and then use a large number of source stones and magic crystals to build a closed stone ring on top. It can be connected to the magic crystal conductor to form a transit node so that the dissipated magic power can be captured back. Another type of Stonehenge is located beneath the surface. It uses a special method to allow magic power to be conducted faster in the magic crystal stone, and avoids the dissipation of magic power to the greatest extent through high-speed traction. The two versions of Stonehenge differ in both construction method and appearance, but ultimately they achieve the same goal. Both enable the transmission of magic power to proceed more smoothly, as a wonder that is not a wonder. Although Stonehenge cannot provide wonder bonuses to Adar territory, it can provide a greater role for Adar territory today, and it is even the cornerstone for Adar territory to take a big step into industrialization. Moreover, the construction difficulty of Stonehenge is obviously much lower than that of ordinary wonders. For the Adar County, which now has cement, reinforced concrete, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to build Stonehenge? Let's set a flag first and build 100 Stonehenges before we do anything else. Chapter 215, The Construction of Stonehenge and the Magic Conduction Plan. Its name is Stonehenge, but I prefer to call it a magic stone ring, or a magic base station, Bruno told him, while Arnell was carefully observing the pattern on the papyrus. Magic stone ring? Magic base station? Although he had been looking at the blueprint for a long time, he really couldn't figure out the principle of this thing, nor what use it would have for the magic conduction plan of Adar territory. You can understand it as, this kind of magic base station can generate a stable magic field within a certain range, thereby avoiding the dissipation of magic power and accelerating the conduction of magic power. After hearing Bruno's further explanation, Arnell couldn't help but gasp. The look he gave his mentor became increasingly fiery. The knowledge and learning of the Adar school are indeed profound, even though his understanding and mastery of magic arrays has become increasingly sophisticated. He is still far behind his mentor, Count Bruno, steward of Adar. I don't know how much my mentor's understanding of the magic circle has reached. The existence of Stonehenge undoubtedly solved the problems that troubled Arnell and others, and the next task was to design a practical implementation plan for the magic conduction plan. From planning to implementation is an extremely difficult process, and the goal of building 100 Stonehenges is difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Although the construction of a single Stonehenge is much easier than other wonders, on the other hand, the planning and selection of the location of Stonehenge is much more complicated than other wonders, because this not only requires weighing the impact range of Stonehenge, but also considering the future planning of Adar County, which places require a large supply of magic power, and which places do not need magic coverage in a short period of time. The news of the emperor's death caused undercurrents in the entire empire, and most of the nobles stayed in their own lords' castles, watching the impending changes. This also makes it impossible for Bruno to spend a lot of manpower and resources to transmit magic power to every inch of land in Adar territory. Moreover, especially in the southern part of Adar territory, most of it is vast arable land and breeding bases for livestock such as chickens and piglets. The demand for magic power is really negligible, and there is no need for a large amount of magic power supply in a short period of time. Therefore, in Bruno Germany's conception, as long as the three locations of Adar City, Merlin District and Golan Heights are within the coverage of Stonehenge, it will be considered a great success. The terrain of these three locations is mostly flat, and the population is relatively dense, making it easy to mobilize a large number of people to build Stonehenge. Even though the Golan Heights are slightly higher in altitude, it is not a cause for concern. It's just that the appearance of Stonehenge did solve the biggest problem regarding the loss of magic power. But how to conduct the magic power in the magic lake out of the Almes Mountains has become a new problem on the table. Dense forests, rugged terrain, and undulating mountains will cause varying degrees of obstacles to the construction of Stonehenge and the connection of magic crystal conductors. You know, this is much more difficult than the previous exploration of the Almes Mountains, relying on powerful weapons and equipment and strict military training. The soldiers of Adar County can completely resist the invasion of wild beasts in the mountains and forests, with the help of griffins soaring in the sky. Mage apprentices can even cross the mountains to explore the Devil's Tower and the magical lake on the top of the Devil's Tower. However, the people responsible for building Stonehenge were unarmed serfs. Although Bruno greatly stimulated the labor enthusiasm of the people of Adar by forming production teams, recording work points, and freeing serfs, various emergencies that might occur in the mountains and forests were difficult to avoid. Therefore, Bruno still had a lot to do before officially starting the construction of Stonehenge. So, under Bruno's instructions, Claire, White Beryl, and even Sam Layton met again in Bruno's study. The first step of the plan is to draw a complete topographic map of the Almes Mountains. This requires the joint cooperation of the Adar Griffin Knights and the Adar Central Intelligence Agency. By flying the griffins in the sky, the general topography of the Almes Mountains can be mapped. At the same time, the Adar CIA will once again form a qualified expedition team, based on the intelligence from the sky and the maps drawn by the previous expedition team. Together with the skilled craftsmen of the Adar territory, they will conduct field surveys and select a route that is most suitable for building a magic crystal conductor channel. As for the army troops of Adar County, they must protect the safety of the production team members after the project officially begins, clear out the wild beasts near the camp and construction site, and thus open up a safe zone. Of course, the mages and mage apprentices of the Adar school, including Ael, were also mobilized by Bruno at the first opportunity, in order to ensure that Adar territory will have a sufficient supply of magic crystal wires after the start of this massive project. They will take the lead and lead a group of Adar territory's workers to build Adar territory's first magic crystal cutting factory in the Aset Basin. This is not only to provide enough magic crystal wires after the project begins, but also to test the feasibility of realizing magic industrialization through magic transmission. As the most precious talent resource of Adar County, these frail mage apprentices naturally cannot do the work themselves, especially the highly repetitive work such as cutting magic crystal wires. So their task is to create a magical device, like a hot air balloon heating device. But this kind of magic device is not used for heating, but for cutting magic crystals and making magic crystal wires. First, these mage apprentices hand-make the magic crystal wires, and then after the magic devices are made, they use these magic devices to uniformly cut and mass-produce the magic crystal wires. This will undoubtedly greatly improve the production efficiency of magic crystal wires, thus truly reflecting the power of magic industrialization. Through the application of magic guidance devices, mages can be liberated from repeated labor over and over again. Let them take more time to raise and develop the magic guide device, so as to create more and more efficient machines. And those that are citizens who went to the Asset Basin with them were the ones who actually operated these magic machines and produced magic crystal wires. Chapter 216 Build a Bridge. Let ordinary people participate in the production process of magic products, and make magic popular among every citizen. I guess this is the magic industrialization that the mentor often mentions. Although Bruno has always talked about the industrialization of magic. In fact, it was not until this time, until Bruno began to build the Adar Magic Crystal Cutting Factory, that the Adar School's mage apprentices including Arnell truly realized the horror of this word. Magic industrialization. Arnell finally realized what this meant. This means that magic is no longer just a power that can be accessed by wizards. It allows ordinary people who have never been freed from magic to change the world through the widespread magic power. Not only the magic crystal wires now, but even the magic crystal bombs in the future. Most of the guys who can become mages or mage apprentices are not fools. When Arnell finally realized this, his body almost shook violently. Everything that is happening in Adar territory, everything that he is participating in, will be an unprecedented change. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became more serious. At this moment, he felt as if he had carried a heavy burden on his shoulders. The surveying team to the Almes Mountains finally set out early the next morning, which finally relaxed Bruno's nervous mood and gave him some time to think about other things. The production teams in Adar territory had previously devoted most of their energy to the construction of wonders, which resulted in a relatively slow progress in the construction of Adar territory's infrastructure. So, Bruno planned to take advantage of the gap between the completion of the Great Baths and the construction of Stonehenge to tinker with some other things. For example, the construction of bridges and the renovation of Adar City. In fact, there was originally a bridge over the Adar River, but that bridge was a very crude and unreliable floating bridge, because the Adar River flows relatively slowly. This narrow bridge made of wooden planks was sufficient in the past. However, with the construction of Adar Avenue and the passage of a large number of business travelers, this wooden plank bridge across Adar Avenue began to look a bit cheap. Not only will it reduce the efficiency of business travel and cause congestion, but if it continues for a long time, it may also create safety hazards. After all, this wooden bridge has collapsed more than once or twice. Therefore, building a sturdy and wide bridge became the most important infrastructure task of Adar County before building Stonehenge. No, there's not just one. According to Bruno's general idea, at least 2 sturdy and spacious bridges should be built on the Adar River alone. Not only should one be built near the city of Adar, but at least one should also be built near the Merlin district and the Riverside Industrial Zone. Build a path through the mountains and build a bridge over the water. In the previous life, the infrastructure construction of the flower-growing family was almost unmatched. Roads and bridges connected every inch of land in the entire flower-growing family. Although Bruno was in a different world after traveling through time, he still possessed the soul of a rabbit. Therefore, if it weren't for the wonderful wonder bonus of the wonder construction system, the plan to build the bridge would not have been delayed for so long before its implementation. In fact, it's not just the Adar River. Bruno even wants to build a new bridge over the Solon River. However, if they wanted to build a bridge over the Solon River, Bruno was really worried whether Count Solon's old heart could bear it. Coincidentally, when the war in the northern border just broke out, the Regency Council issued a call to all noble lords, requesting them to send troops to help. In addition to some stinky aristocratic collar and a wretched aristocratic collar under the name of a pirate invasion, most of the nobles transferred some of the private forces from their own territories to take care of their face. But Soren, Herman Barclay, the son of Count Thorin, had never forgotten the tragic defeat in the Battle of the Golan Highlands. So he seized this opportunity to avenge his previous defeat and restore his reputation as the first warrior of Thorenburg. Therefore, Earl Sorin, who loved his son dearly, dispatched almost all of his private troops in the entire territory to ensure the safety of his only heir as much as possible. After all, due to the relative lack of information, in Earl Sorin's impression, this kind of war, everyone knows it. It's just like a free trip. The Regency Council was responsible for providing food and lodging, enjoying the scenery and drinking some wine along the way. And by the time the nobles who had come from afar arrived at the battlefield with their private soldiers, the war was basically coming to an end. Then, he would kill a few prisoners from the barracks, and that would be the end of another great journey. However, what Earl Sorin did not expect was that this time the Odin's attack was so fierce that when Herman Barclay and his noble private soldiers arrived at the 14th fortress of the northern frontier, the war had indeed come to an end. But the balance of victory had tilted in another unexpected direction. The tragedy of an old man sending off a young man was something that Earl Sorin could hardly bear. So, as the most cordial and friendly neighbor of the Sorin territory, I specially built a bridge to visit the elderly Earl Sorin and comfort the old Earl's wounded heart, which will definitely make the old Earl feel happy. Sending blessings from 100 miles away shows how noble one's character is. As for the bridges that are about to be built, Bruno plans to use steel directly. Otherwise, it would be a problem if the high-quality steel produced by the Adair steel plant was always piled up in the warehouse. Although directly building a steel bridge will invisibly increase a lot of costs, it can greatly improve the transportation efficiency of Adair territory and enhance the infrastructure level of Adair territory, especially in the Solin River, where the water flow is particularly turbulent. Building a movable bridge that can be disconnected directly on the edge of Nalmur Fortress will undoubtedly greatly improve the connection between Adair territory and the various noble territories in the north. Although it seems useless now, but it's impossible for Adair territory to never develop towards the north. Right? For example, in the territory of Solin, where the heir had just died, Bruno wanted very much to help Count Solin unload his burden and assist in managing all matters of the territory, so that Count Solin could spend his old age in peace. There are examples like this. Moreover, as the owner of the Order of St. George, Bruno can fully suggest his crusaders and believers to take action to help the civilians in Sorin territory feel the gift of God. Chapter 217 Change. Bruno's desire for Sorin's territory was only a matter of later consideration. At least for now. The important thing to do was to build the bridge. Bruno naturally had no idea how to build such a high-end thing as a steel bridge. As for those craftsmen who only had experience in building small stone bridges, Bruno did not dare to let them start directly. After all, the construction of a bridge involves extremely complex mechanical problems, and if you are not careful, all your efforts will be wasted. Following the principle of asking the system when in doubt, Bruno quickly activated the Wonder Construction System. And then, search keywords, bridge, shop around and click to buy. The Wonder Construction System is currently in the period of receiving a 10 billion brilliance points subsidy. The bridge construction blueprint, which was originally priced extremely high, only requires 48 brilliance points. As the system owner, who has just built a SSSS level wonder, Bruno has a large number of glory points on hand. Bruno hasn't even spent all the glory points he got from building the lighthouse last time, and the completion of the large bathhouse has brought him another 200 glory points. This finally allowed Bruno to experience the joy of being rich. Buy whatever you want. The happiness of rich people is so simple. Besides, the things sold in the Wonder Construction System are of guaranteed quality. They are simply selling things, and will not organize lotteries that are all based on experience points to fool people. Since White Barrel had to concentrate on the construction plan of Stonehenge and the implementation of the magic crystal conduction plan, the task of building the bridge this time fell on White Barrel's deputy, Oliver McLean. Oliver McLean is an immigrant from Conti. It is not only one of the most reliable assistants of White Barrel, but also the key training target recommended by White Barrel to Bruno. He has the experience of responsible for engineering construction alone. For example, with the unanimous consent of Bruno and Viscount Conti, the Moor Manor located in the Moor River Valley was built under the supervision of Oliver McLean. Today, the control of the Lord's Castle over the entire Adair territory is no longer what it used to be. Therefore, when the order to build a bridge came from the study in the Lord's Castle, the people of the entire Adair territory heard the news at the first time. Countless steel and stone materials were taken out from different warehouses by the workers of Adar territory. And ox carts carrying the raw materials for building bridges ran on the wide avenues of Adar territory. Although it was winter, unlike other noble territories, which were desolate and dilapidated in winter, the city of Adar was brimming with vitality inside and out. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be grown twice a year, so they remain hidden in the soil and thrive during the winter. Moreover, some time ago, Bruno specially ordered people to build a number of vegetable greenhouses on the land in the south of Adar city near the Almes Mountains, and mobilized many serfs to tend them. Planting out-of-season fruits and vegetables in winter almost dumbfounded the serfs in Adar's territory, who had been farming the fields for most of their lives, and even overturned their original worldview. It turns out, not only the potatoes and sweet potatoes discovered by the Earl, but even the crops that he once planted can be made to thrive in winter through certain methods. But then again, the vitality in winter is relative after all, especially in Adar County, which has just accepted a large number of refugees. There are still a large number of people who have nothing to do in winter. Therefore, as soon as the plan to build the bridge was announced, a large number of civilians and serfs came to sign up, clamoring to join the production team. Although the salary given by the Lord is not too much, the key is that food is provided. Moreover, for the people, since they are idle anyway, instead of doing nothing at home all day, they might as well take advantage of the winter to earn some extra money. Of course, this is also what Bruno most wants to see. If there are too many unemployed people, Bruno will inevitably worry about problems such as rising crime rates. But once people are busy, they will not have so much time and energy to cause trouble, compared to thinking hard about how to enrich the spiritual and cultural life and entertainment activities of the Adar people. At least at this stage, Bruno still prefers to keep the people of Adar busy, so that they have no energy to think about other things. In this era without any labor laws, Bruno is the boss of Adar. So, 007 and 996 can really be considered a blessing. And most of the people who had just entered Edal before the winter, most of them had no stable sources of income. Therefore, as a conscience nobleman, the conscience lord, Bruno could not watch them hungry. In this case, it would be better to let them use their own hands to exchange for food. This will not only allow them to survive this winter, but also contribute to the construction of Adar County, which is killing two birds with one stone. In the previous life, people often talked about work for relief, which was probably based on this idea. George's family is a native of Adar, and their ancestors have lived on the land of Adar for generations. Just a year ago, the Adar territory was just like other noble territories in the eastern part of the empire. The lives of serfs were miserable, and the common people could barely make ends meet. But even so, it is said to be much better than some noble territories in the inland of the empire. He grew up in a daze, lived his life in a daze, and then tried every possible way to make his family get through the hard times year after year. This was George's life a year ago. But all this has changed imperceptibly. Thinking back on this now, Georgia couldn't help but sigh. Lord Bruno brought an unprecedented bright future to Adar territory, and the people living in Adar territory. In the past, the Earl of Adar did a lot of ridiculous things, such as building the Hanging Gardens and the Namur Fortress. In the beginning, many civilians were worried that if the Earl's financial resources could not support such a huge project, they, the lowest level civilians, would suffer even more cruel exploitation and oppression. But unexpectedly, this did not happen. On the contrary, the lives of civilians and serfs became better and better as time went by. Looking back now, everything in Adar County seemed to have changed since the construction of the Sky Gardens began. Chapter 218. Although the establishment of Adar's poop scooper made people doubt whether the Earl had lost his mind for a while, it provided the vast majority of Adar people with a new source of income and gradually gave the city of Adar a new look. The dirty sewage on the streets was cleaned up in just a few days, and even the air in the city of Adar began to smell much better. From confusion at first to suspicion later, when the fields in Adar finally grew more food under the action of fertilizer, the people of Adar finally realized the truth. It turns out, the Earl actually has such a deeper meaning. Thinking of their past misunderstandings of the Earl and the shit shoveler Shabi, many Adar people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Pyrethrum, mosquito coils, and even a makeshift maternity hospital in Adar. Every move of the Earl has had a great impact on the development of Adar County and the lives of the people of Adar, and has penetrated into every corner of their lives. Especially products like mosquito coils, which are not expensive but are extremely effective in summer. are praised by many Adar people. In this age where human life is worthless, Bruno's attention to civilians brings a touch of warmth to almost everyone's heart. It is precisely because of this Adar territory that countless refugees flocked in. Countless serfs were grateful, and these people were willing to contribute their own strength to protect Adar territory. In addition to the trivialities of daily life, the victory in the Battle of the Golan Heights and the great victory in the Battle of the Coral Island made the reputation of Count Bruno's Steward of Adar reach an unprecedented height. This also enables Bruno's policies to be better implemented in Adar. Although the lowest level people like Georgia are still confused and do not understand some of the Earl's actions, they can clearly feel that under this series of reforms, their lives are getting better and better. Among these, many changes can be most directly reflected in one's own income. Copper coins were the most widely used currency among the people of the Norman Empire. But it is undeniable that even in the relatively wealthy western region of the empire, the lowest class of people may not have enough copper coins to trade, so they can only trade through the most primitive way of barter. However, in Adar territory, this way of trading has gradually disappeared without a trace due to Bruno's series of reforms. For many people, they used to work hard for a day to get only 1 copper coin. But now they can even get 2 copper coins for a day's work. Although this still doesn't seem like a lot, it's a direct doubling of income. Many people were worried about the young Earl. The sudden increase in wages might be due to the Earl cutting into his own income. The simple Adar people do think so. But the reality is not so. Through the cheap labor resources of Adar County, under Bruno's guidance, rose essential oil, strong liquor, and a series of commodities were produced. After these low-cost but high-priced goods were sold to the Kingdom of Basel by the Adar Chamber of Commerce, Bruno earned a large amount of gold coins, which greatly eased the financial situation of the Adar territory and enabled the construction of wonders to proceed in an orderly manner. Of course, income growth is only one aspect of the story. New crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as large catches of sea fish, also meant that the Adar people no longer had empty stomachs. Although they still couldn't eat very well, at least they would not starve to death. What's more, they can even improve their meals every once in a while. For example, now Georgia is holding a fish that she just bought from the seafood market, intending to improve the food for her family. As I was walking on the road, I saw the kind-hearted Aunt Sally coming towards me. "Hey, Georgia, the Earl has ordered the construction of bridges across the Adar River and the Solon River, and many of them have already signed up. If you want to earn some money, go there early. Those refugees who just entered Adar territory are very jealous." Aunt Sally greeted Georgia cheerfully. "Build a bridge?" Georgia was stunned. "Yes. It's already been posted on the bulletin board at the city gate. Taking advantage of the free time during the winter. Many people have signed up. I won't go. Let's give this opportunity to those refugees," Georgia said, waving her hand. "Oh!" Hearing Georgia's answer, Aunt Sally immediately became interested. She came over and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to the orphanage on the other side of the river to receive adult education?" The adult education that Aunt Sally mentioned was a new instruction that Bruno had given some time ago. The coming of winter left people with a lot less work to do. So Bruno seized this opportunity and added a new adult education course in the large classroom of the Chidian orphanage. Any registered Adar citizen can go to the Starting Point orphanage to learn reading and spelling after reporting. After all, although Bruno has sent people to other areas to rob teachers to teach the children in Adar County, the children need time to grow up. Therefore, carrying out adult education is a good way to improve the cultural and educational level of the Adar people. Moreover, the popularization of education was also of great significance to Bruno's later religious reforms. After all, only when people acquire knowledge and learn to think independently can they gradually get rid of the shackles of ignorance and religion. Therefore, since the beginning of winter, the schedule of Mr. Nicholas, the director of the orphanage, has been packed, and Isabel has been exhausted. But when he looked at those eyes seeking knowledge, Nicholas would ignite the fire in his heart and burst out with even stronger motivation. Hearing Aunt Sally's words, Georgia hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Georgia left with the fish, and Aunt Sally looked at Georgia's receding figure and finally took out a small notebook from her arms. Another check mark was made in a table on a page. There are about 60 or 70 households in the alley where Georgia lives. Among these residents, 5 or 6 chose to go to the Starting Point orphanage to take adult education courses, instead of going to the city gate to register and participate in the construction of the bridge. Although this ratio seems a bit low, it is actually quite a lot. After all, just a year ago, they were just living on the brink of starvation. It can be said that under Bruno's call, not only young children, but more and more adults choose to learn spelling and reading in their free time. They voluntarily accepted the ideological and political education ordered by the Earl, so that they could meet the new labor needs of Adar County and find a higher paying job in the future. Chapter 219, The Beast Wooden Box Trend. The reason why the bridge building project could be carried out smoothly was naturally inseparable from the generous donations from the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel. After these days of publicity and promotion, the sales of rose essential oil can be said to be in short supply. Coupled with the sales of various coral products and strong liquors, the Norman family has become the most famous store in the whole city of Basel, and the most popular one on the entire Via Nerva. Many shop owners sneaked into the Norman family store to visit, and then were stunned and shocked. After all, the Norman family's sales philosophy and store decoration far surpassed many other stores, allowing the nobles to willingly pay more money to satisfy the dignity they valued most. Moreover, there are many things that they cannot imitate. For example, the coral products sold on the first floor. There are indeed a large number of high-quality corals in the northeastern waters of the Kingdom of Basel. But that is the territory of pirates. For the Basel Navy, whose military discipline was lax, the strength of those pirates could not be underestimated, and it was almost impossible to wipe them out. Coupled with the huge influence brought by rose essential oil, they could only watch helplessly as large amounts of money flowed into the Norman family's warehouse, especially for those stores that sold the same types of goods as the Norman family. Their revenue and traffic plummeted. Those noble lords, who were particularly generous in the past, would rather go to the Norman family to be ripped off than shop in the stores they used to frequent. During this time, there were people who wanted to cause trouble. But the problem is, at least on the surface, although the name of the store is Norman Family, this is the Haarlem family's store, and it is the family business of Her Majesty the Queen. Moreover, under the instructions of Queen Elena of Basel, the soldiers of the Basel City Guard were extremely alert when patrolling the Via Nerva. No one dared to act rashly, and could only watch the lovely gold coins slip away from them. As the president of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, Callio naturally kept everything that happened in mind. Therefore, whenever the Norman family had anything good, he would send it to Queen Elena first. This is not only to express gratitude, but also for the advertising effect brought by the royal family's actions. The trend of collecting wooden wine boxes among the Basel nobles also started from this. At the beginning, in order to increase the sales of ordinary wine, Bruno specially carved different monster patterns in the wooden boxes containing wine, and used the priority purchase right of whiskey as bait to guide consumption. At the beginning, due to the limited sales of wine, the nobles did not discover the secret hidden in the wooden box. But as the number of people buying wine continued to rise, and these wines produced in the Moor Valley began to appear in more and more aristocratic banquets, the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel began to notice the patterns painted on the wooden boxes. These patterns all look exceptionally delicate and beautiful. Some extremely rare Warcraft patterns, like the griffin, are even decorated with exquisite gem-grade corals and crystal clear stained glass, which look magnificent and luxurious. In addition, the King of Basel once boasted at a banquet that he had collected all 16 types of magical beast patterns and praised the taste of whiskey. A new trend began to quietly rise in the royal city of Basel. The reason why the nobles buy wine is no longer just for drinking. Perhaps, collecting all 16 wooden boxes with monster patterns is their new goal. Only, the game of collecting wooden boxes is not that easy. Common Warcraft patterns are not difficult to collect, but wine wooden boxes with griffin patterns are pitifully rare. Callio personally took charge of the Norman family, and strictly controlled the shipment volume of the griffin wooden boxes. Often, among more than 200 bottles of wine, there would be only one wooden box decorated with a griffin. Moreover, as more and more nobles were frantically buying up the items, the shipment volume of the griffin wooden box was also adjusted accordingly. Just think about it. If at a banquet, the wooden box that contained your fine wine was an extremely rare and precious griffin wooden box, wouldn't that make all the nobles marvel at it? As for counterfeiting, most of the industrial techniques used in the Adar territory are advanced technologies that Bruno bought from the System Mall. These are not something that the craftsmen of this era can easily produce. At this moment, Duke Hausen was holding a grand banquet in his mansion. Of course, the banquet was secondary. Duke Hausen's main purpose was to show off the 2 griffin wooden boxes he had just obtained. Duke Hausen sat in the main seat, looking at the nobles surrounding the griffin box with satisfaction. The griffin patterns decorated with gems and corals are lifelike and appear even more dazzling under the candlelight, while others were running back and forth for a griffin wooden box. He had already relied on his privilege to get 2 griffin wooden boxes at a high price. Looking at the envious eyes around him, Duke Hausen felt that his arrogance had been fully demonstrated, as the Warcraft wooden box triggered a hot sales trend. A large amount of gold coins also flowed from the pockets of the Basel nobles into the hands of the Adar people. Bruno was naturally worried about leaving a large amount of gold coins in the kingdom of Basel. After all, only the money in his hands was his. Therefore, in addition to leaving enough startup capital for the Adar Chamber of Commerce to open up new markets, almost every week, a carriage loaded with gold coins would pass through Man's Fortress under the escort of mercenaries and head towards the city of Adar. If it were other business travelers, the guards of Man's Fortress might have conducted a strict inspection and made some money from them. But they made things very convenient for the carriages of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, even skipping the step of checking them. Because, as the war in the northern border of the empire intensified and undercurrents surged within the empire, the food and supplies provided to Man's Fortress also decreased. This was not intentional, but because the new Emperor Pitzman, who ascended the throne in St. Lawrence, needed to devote more energy to the north. And the second Prince Rez in the San Plain was also busy with his own affairs, and had no extra time and energy to take care of the imperial soldiers far away in Fortress Man. So, Bruno's suggestion to help the soldiers of Man's Fortress overcome the difficulties was very timely. For the imperial soldiers at Man's Fortress, this was like a timely help, and was hard to refuse. Chapter 220 Sarah Corin. Giving timely assistance is often more appreciated than adding icing on the cake. As a noble territory located on the border, the relationship between Adar territory and Man's Fortress has always been quite good. In other words, throughout the Norman Empire, the relationship between local noble lords and local imperial garrison generals was generally not too bad. After all, the nobles are not stupid. Although they will stand on the side of the Regency Council most of the time, it does not mean that they have to offend these imperial generals who obey the royal family. Moreover, as the Stuart family has been operating in the eastern part of the empire for generations, the garrison commanders of Fort Man have long had many secret dealings with the Stuart family, and daily welcoming and seeing off are naturally indispensable. In fact, the royal family is naturally aware of this widespread phenomenon. For example, even the previous emperor Raphael Alexander, who worked hard to suppress the authority of the nobility, did not mobilize the imperial army originally stationed near the San Plain when he eliminated the Cornelius family. Instead, he waited until the elite imperial corps stationed in the southern part of the empire, led by the second Prince Riaz, arrived before executing the order. Therefore, when Bruno heard that there was a shortage of food and fodder in Fort Maine, he very actively sent a large amount of food and fodder to help the imperial soldiers overcome the difficulties. At the same time, under Bruno's instruction, the flags and emblems of the Stuart family, Earl of Adar, were hung on these food and supplies, so that the imperial soldiers would know who provided the supplies and food they used during these days. However, the garrison commander of Fortress Maine pretended to be unaware of Bruno's actions. After all, if you trace it back to the source, Sarah Corin, the garrison commander of Fort Maine, and Bruno's father, former Earl Adam Stuart, are old comrades who participated in the Battle of the Northern Frontier together. Moreover, unlike those online novels where the protagonist is surrounded by enemies all around, Sarah Corin, like Viscount Conti, has always been very caring towards Bruno. It is precisely because of this relationship that the soldiers of Man's Fortress have never made things difficult for the Adar Chamber of Commerce's convoy, and even provided certain assistance when necessary. Otherwise, when Bruno transported truckloads of bagasse waste from the kingdom of Basel to Adar, it should have attracted the attention of Fortress Man. The Stuart family would naturally reciprocate by providing Sarah Corin with a considerable sum of money every year. It can be said that it was with the support of Lord Adar that Sarah Corin was able to firmly occupy such an important position as the garrison general of Man's Fortress. Adar territory has changed a lot. In the study of the Lord's castle, the Imperial General Sarah Corin praised openly, "The last time I came here, Adar city was not much different from other noble territories. But this time, it is very different. If it weren't for Uncle Cullen leading the Imperial soldiers to guard the Man's Fortress, there would be no such peaceful life in Adar County." Bruno smiled and flattered. Sarah Corrin used a fork to pull out a large piece of meat rolling in the boiling water from the hot pot in front of her. Without blowing on it a few times, she put it into her mouth. Well, what you said is too fake. Similar to Bruno, Sarah Corrin was a rather alternative aristocrat. Although he also held a noble title, he never took the so-called aristocratic dignity seriously. In addition, the relationship between the two has always been good. So they were quite frank, and there were no roundabout ways. Drinking big gulps of wine, eating big chunks of meat, hanging out with the soldiers in the barracks. These are what Sarah Corrin considers a happy life. Idar has not yet recovered from the pirates' attack. I plan to send a letter to St. Lawrence, asking the Emperor and the Regent Council to let the Imperial soldiers of Fort Man assist me in providing relief to the victims and resisting the pirates. Bruno wiped the corners of his greasy mouth and spoke suddenly. Hearing this, Sarah Corrin couldn't help but raise her head and took a deep look at Count Idar, who was sitting in front of her. The young face in front of him was still as handsome and elegant as ever, but his ability to tell lies with open eyes has improved greatly. Sarah Corrin didn't believe the story of pirate invasion at all. Everyone in Idar lives and works in peace and contentment. Merchants and travelers come and go constantly, and the streets and alleys are clean and tidy. In the huge city of Idar, there is not even a ragged homeless person to be seen. Such a peaceful and harmonious scene appeared before Sarah Corrin's eyes. How could it look like a pirate invasion at all? Where are the pirates? Sarah Corrin asked speechlessly. The brave Idar people fought hard and shed blood, and finally used all their strength to repel the pirates' attack, protecting the lives and property of the Idar people and maintaining the Idar territory. Speak English. I wiped out all the pirates. Bruno rolled his eyes and said frankly, "Are you afraid that I will be transferred to the front line to fight the enemy and die on the battlefield? No. I'm actually afraid that the new generals will have too many problems and find fault with me all the time, which will definitely affect the speed at which I make money." Bruno replied with a smile. "Actually, it's good for everyone if you stay here. Idar territory needs to develop steadily, and the current situation in the Empire is still unclear. If you rush and rashly, your death will be in vain. It's better to stay in Idar territory safely. And according to the current situation, will you have less opportunities to fight?" Sarah Corrin thought for a moment, then lowered her head and continued eating. Bruno went on to say, "Besides, if we need to fight, we must know what we are fighting for. Right? Is it for Pitzman, who ascended the throne to become the emperor? Or for the second prince, Rez, who is far away in the San Plain? Although guarding Man's fortress is an important position, and you have a lot of troops at your disposal, it is far away from the center of the empire. For these two forces now, no matter who you join, you will only be cannon fodder. I understand all this, but you should have some other ideas. Right?" Sarah Corrin raised her head and said with a smile. Bruno did not hide his feelings in the face of Sarah Corrin, so he nodded naturally. Edward Conti, Viscount Conti, and Sarah Corrin, the garrison commander of Fort Maine, are the two people Bruno trusts the most besides his many confidants. They are also the Stewart family's closest partners. I'll have someone write a report tomorrow." Sarah Corrin paused, then continued, "about the serious situation of pirate harassment facing the eastern territories of the Norman Empire. Sarah Corrin is a smart person. She does love military life and the life and death struggles on the battlefield. But that doesn't mean she has a straightforward way of thinking like Pitman Alexander." After saying that, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Chapter 221, Seed Land? Baumel Brown squatted beside the blazing bonfire, cupped his hands, and blew a breath of hot air into them. He was wearing a tattered and patched cotton-padded jacket. His cheeks, hands, and feet exposed outside the clothes were red from the cold. He shivered uncontrollably as he felt the cold wind whistling around him. As deputy director of the Idar CIA, this was his first time leading a mission alone. So, every plan has been revised and corrected countless times, and he himself has personally gone deep into the area actually controlled by Odin's army to look for those available talents scattered everywhere. In fact, it is not just the tutors who teach the nobles, but also the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and skilled people in various industries scattered throughout the northern border who are the targets of Baumel Brown's search. As the war in the northern border intensified, a large number of refugees fled. What Idar County lacks now is no longer a large number of farmers, but outstanding talents in various fields who can stand on their own. Although commoners such as blacksmiths and carpenters were no different in the eyes of most nobles, They were invaluable talent resources in the eyes of Count Bruno Stuart of Idar. In the previous life on Earth, when Han's cat was defeated, the Russian bear stole the cat's heavy machinery and various advanced equipment, while the American eagle only took away most of the cutting-edge talents and technicians from Han's cat's family. Perhaps the outcome of the Cold War was already determined from the very beginning. Baumel Brown did not understand why the Earl gave such an order, but his trust in the Earl made him try his best to complete the task assigned by the Earl without fail. In fact, at the beginning, the task force led by Baumel encountered great obstacles. When the displaced craftsmen and tutors saw these neatly dressed intelligence agency agents, they naturally imagined the appearance of slave traders in their minds. After all, at this moment, the so-called invitation for them to settle in the eastern part of the empire is really a reason that is difficult to convince people. Just imagine, when these refugees who were homeless, suffering from hunger and cold, were gradually losing hope for their future life, suddenly a group of people came over with great enthusiasm, saying that they would provide them with the best conditions and a stable residence, and the only requirement they put forward was to settle down in a noble territory. To them, this is 100% a slave trader. Moreover, he doesn't want to spend a penny, and doesn't want to bear any cost. He is just a slave trader who takes advantage of the situation and cheats every possible slave. Pooh! Therefore, after encountering obstacles again and again, Baumel Brown changed his coping strategy in time. He discarded the neat clothes he was wearing, put on patched coarse cloth clothes, and blended into the huge group of refugees. At this moment, he is a father who has been separated from his children and is running back and forth in the northern border of the empire, looking for his lost family. And when he successfully integrated into the refugee population based on his miserable experience, it became much easier for him to recruit craftsmen and literate civilians. Just as Baumel was warming himself by the fire, another prey came over. Hey! A middle-aged man with a beard greeted him with a chuckle. I heard from them that you said before that there is a noble in the empire who is willing to take in refugees and provide housing? Baumelier turned around, looked the man up and down, and said, not all refugees will be treated this way. They must be literate or have skills. Otherwise, although they can get through, they can only rely on their strength to exchange for food. I can read, and I can also forge iron, the man said hurriedly. Then go east. I once saw a caravan led by that noble near the Ide River. Maybe they can accept you, Baumel said casually. Is it reliable? The man hesitated. It is said that the noble lord is different from the nobles here, but I have never been there. However, the noble lord who is so high and mighty should not go to such great lengths to deceive us refugees. That's true. The man scratched his head. By the way, why don't you go yourself? The child is lost. Let's go around and see if we can find him. Hearing this, Baumeli immediately revealed a sad expression. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. He is about this tall, very thin, and just 7 years old. On weekdays, he carries water and, as he spoke, tears welled up in Baumel's eyes. Seeing such a sincere expression of emotion, the man couldn't help but empathize with him. Alas, this damn war. As he was speaking, there was a sudden commotion among the refugees gathered around, and many of them became somewhat panicked. What's wrong? Baumel frowned. It looks like Odin's cavalry. The refugee who was talking to Baumel replied in horror. Fortunately, this cavalry did not seem to have any intention of making things difficult for these refugees. Perhaps they had a mission to accomplish. Or perhaps they were very clear that they could not squeeze any money out of these refugees. So they rode on their tall horses and galloped towards the east at full speed. After the danger was over, the refugee came close to Baumel again and suddenly said, Have you heard? The noble seemed to be ready to admit defeat and reconcile. What? Baumel asked in surprise. The refugee looked around and leaned over to Baumel's ear and said carefully, I just heard it from others. It is said that the fighting in Sonnefjord has stopped. His Highness Rez seems to want to cede all the land in the east of the empire to the Odin people. What did you say? What should be ceded? Baumel was shocked for a moment. I just heard from others that since we lost the war, we must cede land. We will definitely not give up the fertile land in the west of the empire. It is better to give up the wild land in the east of the empire. It is not that important anyway. But what does this have to do with us? It is the business of those noble lords. By the way, you just asked me to go east. The noble territory you told me about shouldn't be in the east. Right? I was hoping to get a house, the man asked with some concern. Hearing this, Baumel suddenly stood up from the campfire. He had to immediately contact the other scattered intelligence agency agents to find out what exactly happened on the Son plain. Chapter 222 The Threat of War. Odin's army camp on the Sonafjord. The young Odin monarch Ariel O'Sullivan was particularly satisfied with the outcome of this battle. So much so that this young king, who usually has a calm and serious expression, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile during these few days. Moreover, he could not contain his inner excitement and rewarded his close ministers with a number of coarse hemp ropes that he had used to wipe their butts. This expressed his deep approval and showed the soldiers the beautiful vision of unity between the ruler and his subjects in the Odin Empire. Since he took the throne, Ariel O'Sullivan has held the highest authority in the entire Odin Empire. But due to his young age, he still finds it difficult to convince the people in many cases, and he needs to make a certain degree of compromise with the barbaric tribes in the Odin Empire on many policies. However, the victory of this war almost brought Ariel O'Sullivan's reputation and authority to the peak, and he won the support and loyalty of almost all Odin soldiers. In the past, wars for plundering food and grass were only minor skirmishes, and would not cause any serious damage to the Norman Empire. This made the royal family of the Norman Empire despise this northern neighbor, and they were too lazy to send troops to conquer it. But this time, the Odin Empire snatched a vast expanse of land from the Norman Empire for the first time. This was an unprecedented major victory in the hundreds of years since the founding of the Odin Empire. Although it is undeniable that this victory has a lot to do with the domestic situation in the Norman Empire. But don't ask about the process. Just look at the result. No matter when, the ownership of the land is of paramount importance. And the victory of this war also silenced all the doubts about Ariel O'Sullivan in the Odin Empire. After all, with more land suitable for farming, we can feed more people. And we can have more money in taxes, and thus feed more troops. The envoys sent by the second Prince Rez have met with the young Lord Odin many times and reached a consensus on the signing of a ceasefire agreement. Although, asking the Norman Empire to cede the land bordering the northern border of the Norman Empire and the plain of Armanches is the most suitable option for Ariel O'Sullivan. But he also knew very clearly that this condition was absolutely impossible to achieve, because the Norman Empire has invested too much manpower and material resources in the defense of the 14 fortresses in the northern border. Once those lands are ceded to the Odin Empire, the Odin cavalry will be able to march straight in and directly invade the rich land in the west of the Norman Empire. This is absolutely unacceptable to the Norman Empire. In this war, the reason why Odin's army did not invade the western region of the Norman Empire, but confronted the Norman army in the Son plain in the central part of the empire, was due to many considerations. On the one hand, in this war, the Odin Empire has divided its forces into two, which is extremely dangerous for the attacking side, which originally has fewer soldiers. If the main force of the Odin Empire led by Ariel O'Sullivan attacks westwards, it will distance itself from the Odin cavalry led by Odin Marshal Portia Mariano, and will most likely be defeated one by the Norman army. On the other hand, although the western region of the Norman Empire is rich, it is also full of nobles, and has a large number of soldiers. The attack of the Odin people is likely to cause the western nobles to fight back desperately, dragging Odin's army into the quagmire of war and making it difficult to extricate themselves. If the Norman army attacked the Armanches plain at this moment, although there would be 14 fortresses in the north occupied by the Odin people for defense, the Odin army would also be put on the defensive. Coupled with the agreement O'Sullivan had reached with the church and many other considerations, the Odin Empire had no choice but to deploy troops on the Sanjin plains and be ready for battle at any moment. Therefore, since the Norman Empire will never give up this part of land, it is better to change direction and ask for the land in the eastern part of the Norman Empire. After all, in exchange for benefits with the church, the Odin Empire can now travel through the forest of monsters, which makes the biggest obstacle between the Odin Empire and the eastern part of the Norman Empire disappear without a trace. For the second prince, Rez, ceding the relatively barren land in the eastern part of the empire was not a big deal, since he would not have to pay much tax throughout the year anyway. Moreover, after ceding the east, if war breaks out again, the Norman Empire can completely rely on the natural barrier of the Almes Mountains and the surrounding rivers and hills for defense, and even drag the kingdom of Basel into the war, although this will gradually shift the empire's defense focus from the north to the northeast. It is much better than ceding the 14 fortresses in the northern border. As for the future, Rez knew very well that he had to defeat Pithman head-on before he would be qualified to talk about the future. Therefore, it was under such consideration and weighing that Bruno was actually cut off. And Bruno didn't even know he had been cut. In a village in the southern part of the San Plain, the agents of the Adar Intelligence Agency gathered together for a rare occasion. When Baumel Braun received the exact news that the two sides had reached a ceasefire and made peace, he was completely stunned. The two sides stopped fighting and made peace. The Odin Empire recognized that the second Prince Rez was the new emperor of the Norman Empire, and the second Prince Rez Alexander ceded the eastern region of the Norman Empire to the Odin Empire in the name of the Emperor of the Norman Empire. As for the reparations, in order to support the Imperial Emperor Rez Alexander in eliminating Pisman Alexander, who usurped the throne in the southern part of the empire, the Odin Empire will not collect war reparations from Rez. Although the reputation sounds bad, it has to be admitted that ceding the traditionally poor eastern part of the empire would not cause any serious damage to the Norman Empire. After all, that was originally the territory that the Norman Empire had seized from the Kingdom of Basel. So they had never really cared about it. Baumel Braun didn't care at all whether the two sides would fight or how they would fight. But the problem is, according to the agreement between the two parties, the eastern regions of the empire, including the Adar territory, were all ceded to the Odin Empire. Oh my god! For the Adar territory, this is really a big trouble. Baumel knew very well that with his own Earl's temperament, Bruno would definitely not allow himself to be bullied. So, Lord Adar would face the threat of war. From now on, stop the action that the Earl had arranged to gather the craftsmen and teachers. Looking at the intelligence agent standing solemnly in front of him, Baumel said in a deep voice, "Everyone must be alert and use all the connections they can. Ruffians, street thugs, civilians, downtrodden nobles, even the lowest serfs. These people are all the ones we want to use." The Earl once said that money makes the world go round. Without exposing yourself, you can make promises within your authority and try your best to collect intelligence on the Odins and the second Prince Rez, and pass the information back to Adar territory as soon as possible. Bridger, leader of Intelligence Group 7. Everything here is left to you. I have to rush back immediately to report the current situation to the Earl in person. Baumel said seriously. Yes. Bridger looked solemn. Chapter 223 Urgent News from Afar. After a week of planning and preparation, the Baths of Caracalla are finally officially open to the people of Adar. The Baths of Caracalla, built in the eastern part of Adar, can be said to be the one among several wonders that is most closely connected with the public. Therefore, the successful completion of the Baths of Caracalla undoubtedly aroused great interest among the people of Adar. The tall Roman aqueduct runs almost across the entire city. It not only provides sufficient water for the Baths of Caracalla, but also provides a stable supply of domestic water for the newly built water supply station in Adar. In addition, there are wells scattered throughout the city of Adar, so the people of Adar no longer have to go outside the city to fetch water in the cold winter, so they can devote more time to work. According to Bruno's order, within 2 years after the completion of the Baths of Caracalla, the people of Adar could receive a free admission ticket to the Baths of Caracalla public bath part every quarter, which means they could take a bath in the Baths of Caracalla 4 times a year for free. At first glance, giving out only one free ticket per quarter seems a bit too little. But what Bruno wants to do more is to raise the hygiene awareness of the people of Adar through such measures. People in this era did not take baths very often, perhaps not even once or twice a year. But this has nothing to do with so-called religious beliefs, and the Church of Light does not consider bathing as a taboo. The main reason why people are not interested in taking a bath is that their lives are generally difficult. When they can't even get enough food to eat, how can they have the time to care about hygiene or cleanliness? Besides, most people make their living from the fields, and at the end of the day, they are covered in dust. So it is useless to wash off. However, as the living standards of the people in Adar improved and the urban environment became cleaner, people began to bathe more frequently. Moreover, the wonder bonus of the Baths of Caracalla also includes a description of raising public awareness of hygiene. So, if you think the admission tickets are too few, you can buy them yourself. Anyway, the price is not expensive. According to Bruno's thinking, even if the spectacle bonus of the Great Baths can subtly improve the hygiene awareness of the people of Adar, it cannot be achieved overnight. So, Bruno naturally had to add fuel to the fire, and issuing 2 years of free admission tickets was icing on the cake. The news that the Baths of Caracalla were going to be open to the public spread early in the morning. So, Early in the morning on the opening day, the baths of Caracalla were crowded with Adar people queuing up. Fortunately, Bruno had the foresight to not only widen the roads around the baths of Caracalla, but also build a large square in front of the main entrance of the baths of Caracalla. Otherwise, even the newly established Adar Public Security Bureau would find it difficult to cope with the gathering of such a large crowd. And something might happen. And just as Bruno expected, the shops around the square and the road were also doing a booming business. Although it had just opened, it already showed signs of becoming the commercial center of Adar's eastern city. Georgia arrived early with her family. Looking at the bustling crowd in front of her, she couldn't help but feel particularly excited. For him, after having enough food and clothing, what could be more exciting than seeing his hometown becoming better and better? For a moment, I felt proud to be in Adar. The key is, although there may be buildings of this scale in other cities, they are all prepared for noble lords. The baths of Caracalla and the shops around them are all open to the public. Once upon a time, most of the shops where common people shopped were located in shabby wooden houses in the alleys. How could a lord specially build a block and even construct a super luxurious bathhouse for the lowest level of common people? Bruno naturally also attended the opening ceremony of the baths of Caracalla. After his moving and thought-provoking speech, the name of Count Bruno Stewart of Adar became more and more famous, and was firmly remembered by more and more Adars. In Bruno's opinion, he may not know the civilians of Adar, but the civilians of Adar must know him. Only in this way can one's bright and majestic image become the object of worship by the people of Adar. Although from the perspective of future generations, personality cult will more or less cause certain problems. But this is at least much better than blindly believing in the Church of Light. Looking at those eyes full of hope for the future, Bruno also felt extremely proud, because that represented the Adar people's heartfelt recognition of him. It represented that the series of measures he had implemented in Adar had been supported by the vast majority of Adar people. This is the foundation of my rule. Just when the people of Adar were astonished by the magnificence of the baths of Caracalla and enjoyed the increasingly prosperous life in Adar, Baumel Braun, deputy director of the Adar CIA, finally passed the Solon River port and rode a newly changed fast horse all the way to the city of Adar. What did you say? In the Lord's castle. Bruno couldn't help but frown when faced with the important information that Baumel had brought back at full speed. Second Prince Rez reached an agreement with Ario O'Sullivan, the king of the Odin Empire, to cede the eastern part of the empire, including the Adar territory. Bomber Brown replied anxiously. Are you sure? Bruno wanted to struggle again. 100% sure, Baumel assured quickly. You've been traveling a long way, and the journey has been difficult. You should go down and have a rest first. I need to think about this carefully. Bruno waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Yes. Since Baumel is so sure, then this matter can be said to be almost certain. It's just, Bruno couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought that the first important intelligence brought to him by the CIA, which he had cultivated for so long, was such unfavorable news for Lord Adar. Some people may think that for the local lords, this is just a matter of changing a boss to pledge allegiance to. But the truth is not that simple. Although the Norman Empire and the Odin Empire are both empires, their political systems are very different. The Norman Empire was an empire composed of countless nobles, while the Odin Empire was a copycat derived from countless barbarian tribes. King Ario O'Sullivan of Odin represents not so much the royal family of the Odin Empire, as the most powerful tribe in the Odin Empire. Just like after the update of Civilization 6 New Era Season Pass, the barbarian camps will be transformed into independent city-states over time and become a member of civilized society. The Odin Empire is a barbaric royal court composed of countless barbaric tribes. It is precisely because of this that in the Odin people's hierarchy, the Norman nobles have no place at all. So war has become the only option facing Bruno. Chapter 224 Mobilization. Mobilization. War. Bruno tapped his fingers on the table and muttered softly. Since the end of the Coral Island battle, the Adar territory has not been affected by the war for half a year. When the war between the Norman Empire and the Odin Empire was tense, it gained a precious opportunity for development. And now, Lord Adar is finally going to face Odin's cavalry, and face the threat of those barbarians alone. That's right. In Bruno's opinion, no matter how powerful the military strength of the Odin Empire is, or how perfect its political system is, those Odin natives, who still retain the tradition of human sacrifice, are always uncivilized barbarians. Bruno would never let the Odins ruin Idle County. which they had built with great difficulty, and would never allow Idle County to return to that poverty and miserable social environment. Of course, the most important point is, he will never allow his destiny to be controlled by others. This is the dignity of a time traveler. So, for Bruno, it is absolutely impossible to surrender and beg for mercy and forgiveness from the Odin people. This also means that a war that is extremely important to the Adar territory and Bruno will inevitably break out after the end of the cold winter. Even, the war may break out even earlier. Bruno didn't know what kind of King Ariel O'Sullivan was. So, he couldn't be sure whether the victory on the Sonnefjord would allow Odin's army, which had won a great victory and high morale, to advance eastward in the severe winter and take over the eastern part of the empire. Therefore, Bruno must be fully alert from now on to ensure that the Adar territory can respond to threats from the Odin people at any time. Fortunately, after a comprehensive military expansion, the Adar territory now has an army of up to 2,400 people and a naval fleet of 600 people. In addition, Bruno also has nearly 1,000 other combat forces that can be deployed on the battlefield at critical moments, including the Griffin Knights, Adar CIA, Adar Public Security Bureau, Customs Anti-Smuggling Team, Adar Whaling Company, etc., coupled with the deployment of magic cannons and the comprehensive replacement and upgrade of soldiers' weapons and equipment. Bruno is at least confident that he can defend the land of Adar with the help of Namur Fortress and epic-making weapons and equipment. After all, the Adar people have never fought against Odin's army. Based solely on the intelligence handed over by the Adar CIA, Bruno could only have a relatively vague understanding of the strength of the Odin people. They are stronger than any other opponent in Adar. After all, even though the Adar territory has already accepted a population that is dozens of times larger than that of ordinary noble territories, the enemy Bruno has to face is a country with a vast territory, and a country that advocates the use of force, even though they possess many advanced weapons and equipment. Bruno has never underestimated the power of the Odin people, because the foundation of a country is difficult to examine and measure with ordinary eyes. Therefore, almost immediately after receiving this information, all of Bruno's confidants were gathered in the Lord's castle to think together about ways to fight against Odin. Old Ford, Shabby, Lapida, Sam Layton, Mal Cullen, without exception, these people frowned when they heard the news. But what surprised Bruno the most was that the first person to speak and propose firm resistance was not the always radical naval commander Mal Caron, but Old Ford, who always held a conservative attitude towards the development of all aspects of Adar territory. Beat him. You must beat him. And beat him hard. Old Ford was acting out of character. Not at all like the old, frail and conservative guy he used to be. The Odins are like wolves that can never be satisfied. If we show weakness at the beginning, they will become even more aggressive. My Lord Earl, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The barbarity and greed of the Odins are engraved in their bones. Only by hurting them and chopping off their claws that reach out to Adar territory can we keep Adar territory under the control of the Stewart family forever, and live up to the trust of the ancestors of the Stewart family. Old Ford slapped his dry hands on the table in front of him again and again. The determination and hatred in his words almost made Bruno tremble. Bruno had never seen Old Ford, a man over 50 years old, so determined about something. Perhaps this has something to do with Old Ford's experience of participating in the Northern War when he was young? The Namur Fortress is extremely strong, with the magic cannons and many new weapons and equipment. Even if Odin's army is 10 times larger than ours, the Adar army is confident that it can stop them north of the Soren River and never let them set foot in Adar. As soon as Old Ford finished speaking, Sam Layton quickly expressed his opinion. Bruno felt an unparalleled sense of confidence when he saw that 2 people had expressed their support for the war before he even opened his mouth. All of his men are determined to defend the territory and fight to the death. So how can Bruno not be the same? I will manage the treasury and finances of Adar, since the Odins can only launch an offensive in the north. As long as the army can stop the Odins from leaving Adar, the revenue of the Adar Chamber of Commerce and the tax revenue in Adar will not be greatly affected. I will always support the Earl's decision, Lister said concisely. Me too, Shabby quickly added, looking at the confident looks of his confidants. Bruno finally made the decision and said, the future of Adar County depends on this. If Adar County can withstand the attack of the Odin people, then from now on, the land in the eastern part of the empire that was ceded by the cowardly second prince Rez Alexander will become the territory of Adar County. And the people in the eastern part of the empire will become the people of Adar County. I believe the flags of the Stewart family will surely be planted all over the eastern part of the empire. And all of you here will become the pillars of Adar territory. From now on, Adar territory enters a state of emergency. Mobilize all the people in Adar territory. I want to turn Adar territory into an indestructible fortress. Bruno was not worried that such a move would cause panic among the people. Because, before becoming the people of Adar, they had always lived in fear. Therefore, for those people who have suffered from oppression and bullying, only Count Bruno Stewart of Adar can give them the life they have now. It is precisely for this reason that Bruno is very sure that once the order for Adar County to enter a state of emergency is issued, the people of the entire Adar County will not panic, but will be mobilized. They will fight to defend their homes, and fight to protect the Adar territory. Because only in Adar County can their children and families earn enough food and clothing with their own hands, and gain recognition for their hard work. These little things have long made the people living in Adar territory truly regard this land as their home. This can be seen from the long queues in front of the conscription registration office on weekdays. Chapter 225. Letter to all citizens. It's another sunny and warm day, when Roland Porter walked out of the house, wearing a neat dark gray police uniform. He suddenly felt particularly happy. On his chest, he wore a badge that symbolized he was an officer of the Adar Public Security Bureau. The pale golden griffin pattern stood out in the morning sun. Roland Porter was originally an ordinary civilian in Conty County. Before coming to Adar County, he worked as a servant for a tutor. It was precisely because of such convenient conditions that he, as a commoner, learned to spell and read aloud, was able to convey the contents of the announcement to others, and was able to try to understand the laws issued by the Earl. Therefore, in Adar territory, where there was a shortage of talent, Roland Porter naturally passed the interview of Adar Public Security Bureau and became one of the first police officers in Adar territory. Unlike other city patrols in noble territories that have a lot of money to make and are hated by the people, the Adar Public Security Bureau's function is to manage disputes among civilians in Adar and maintain public order in Adar. But it does not have any additional gray income. At least, under the current circumstances. The Adar Public Security Bureau has largely avoided the occurrence of corruption by giving police officers reasonable salaries and high social status, and establishing a stricter anti-corruption supervision system. In addition, most of the police officers of Adar Public Security Bureau are of civilian origin and have a deep understanding of the lives of the lowest class of people. Therefore, in most cases they can come up with solutions that are closer to the reality, and therefore have won praise from the vast majority of the people in Adar. Good morning, Aunt Sally. Roland Porter waved and greeted with a smile. Good morning, Roland. The ubiquitous Aunt Sally greeted warmly. Becoming a police officer of the Adar Public Security Bureau did not create any rift between Roland Porter and his neighbors, but instead made them closer and more harmonious. Although he had only been in Adar territory for more than half a year, Roland Porter had gradually fallen in love with this aristocratic territory that was completely different from other places, perhaps due to the relative improvement in material living conditions, the general improvement in the living environment, and the widespread recognition that labor creates wealth. The people of Adar County are able to create wealth with their own hands, work harder and earn more, and enjoy a better life. Bruno Stewart, the supreme ruler of Adar, did not impose numerous heavy taxes or levies, or exploit the people under various pretexts. In Adar territory, the taxes that the people need to pay are clearly posted on the bulletin board at the city gate. If the officials responsible for collecting taxes collect too much, the people can file a lawsuit with the Adar Public Security Bureau and ask the Earl to make a fair judgment. With the continuous reform of Adar's bureaucratic system during this period, and the trial operation of the civil servant system promoted by Count Bruno Stewart of Adar, an honest and efficient management system is gradually taking shape in Adar. Perhaps the current Adar territory still has many shortcomings, but Roland Porter is very confident that the future of Adar territory will become better and better under the wise leadership of Lord Bruno Stewart. With expectations for the future and a yearning for a better life, Roland Porter walked into the headquarters building of the Adar Public Security Bureau with his head held high. But today, Roland Porter gradually saw a hint of tension and worry on the faces of his colleagues around him. Hey, Bolt, what's going on? Roland patted a police officer who usually patrolled with him. Something big has happened. Bolt handed Roland a document from the Lord's castle. Since the literacy rate of the people in Adar is still quite low, There are no written publications such as newspapers in Adar. However, in Adar's management system, a paper publication called Reference News is distributed to civil servants at all levels in Adar from time to time. After all, most of the civil servants in Adar County are literate people who can spell. Therefore, by publishing Reference News from time to time, officials at all levels in Adar can understand the current main goals of Adar and understand the various considerations of Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. Only when these civil servants of Adar truly understand what they have to do and understand the main difficulties in Adar's current situation, will the officials of Adar be able to better implement the various measures issued by Bruno, thereby further improving the management efficiency of Adar. What's going on today? Roland curiously took the document handed to him by Bolt. But when he saw the long string of sentences written on the document, Roland's body froze there. Is there going to be a war? After a long time, Roland Porter suppressed the shock in his heart and uttered a few words. Bolt nodded. The war in the north of the empire had long been known to the Adar people. But the shadow of war had finally enveloped the Adar territory. Adar will definitely win. Adar people will definitely win. Roland Porter muttered to himself as he looked around and saw the police officers running around him. Yes, we will definitely win. On the side, Bolt echoed firmly. Letter to all leaders. This is the war declaration Bruno personally drafted for this war. And it is also a mobilization call issued by Bruno to all Adar people. When copies of letter to all citizens were posted on bulletin boards in various regions of Adar territory, the people of the entire Adar territory were excited. Different from the Battle of Grand Heights in which the Adar army participated, and the Battle of Coral Island initiated by the Adar Navy, this was the first real mobilization of the entire Adar people. It was also the first time that Bruno's Tiat, in the name of the supreme ruler of Adar, called on all Adar people to join hands and resist the invasion of Odin's cavalry. At the moment this announcement was officially issued to all the people in Adar. All the police officers of Adar Public Security Bureau and the agents of Adar CIA were on high alert, ready to deal with possible panic and emergencies at any time. However, just as Bruno expected, the people of Adar have already regarded Adar as their home, and regarded Adar as the only place on this continent where they and their descendants can hold their heads up high. Therefore, there was no panic, no fear. The most direct consequence of the announcement of national mobilization was that the queue in front of the conscription registration office in Adar County doubled several times in just a few hours. The people who have suffered from bullying and oppression have long regarded Adar as their only safe haven. So, whoever wants to end the benevolent rule of the great Count Bruno Stewart of Adar over the Adar territory will be destroyed by the angry people of Adar. Chapter 226 Quality or Quantity. All the people living in Adar territory. After half a year of peaceful development, the dark cloud of war finally enveloped the land of Adar. Adar territory is the home of all of us, the land on which we all depend for survival. In this period of time, we have created miracle after miracle with our own hands, and witnessed the growth of Adar territory with our sweat. I firmly believe that we can also use our own efforts and unity to keep the greedy Odin army out of our territory, and make idle territory a paradise on earth where people can live and work in peace, harmony and prosperity forever. I do not bother to hide my opinions and intentions. Here, I publicly declare that the prosperity of Adar County today is not only my own credit, nor is it solely dependent on the leadership of the Stewart family. It is also the result of the concerted efforts of everyone. I firmly believe that everyone has the right to hold their heads up high and live as a human being. Here, serfs can become free Adar citizens based on their contributions. Here, civilians can obtain better living conditions through their own labor. But the cowardly Norman royal family wanted to hand over the land of Adar. The evil court of Odin wants to return the people of Idle to poverty. All Adar people, let us unite. Let us defend our rights with blood. Let us cut off all the minions that are reaching out to Adar territory. Let those greedy invaders tremble in the sound of Adar people's artillery fire. All Adar people, unite. The above is only part of the content of the letter to all citizens. But even with just these, when the preaching officials of Adar territory read it aloud on the street, it made many people in Adar territory feel excited, not to mention their sense of identity and belonging to the Adar territory, not to mention their respect and admiration for Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. Since the founding of the Norman Empire, this is the first call issued to all the people on the cover. The first cry to the people. Before this, once a war or conflict broke out, the emperor's only way to deal with it besides directly mobilizing the imperial soldiers under his control, was to ask the nobles to send troops. The nobles living in various parts of the empire, in addition to sending out their own cavalry guards, could only forcibly recruit militia in their own territories. As for calls and appeals, in the eyes of the nobles anyway, the militia are just cannon fodder. So there is naturally no need to go through so much trouble. Just send people to capture them. Therefore, whenever a war breaks out, there is chaos in the noble territories, and there are many examples of wives and children being torn apart and families being destroyed. However, in Adar territory, the army composed of civilians is no longer cannon fodder, but the main force. What is the main force? The Adar civilian infantry, wearing a full set of armor and equipped with sharp weapons, are the main force on the battlefield. The Adar civilian artillery, deployed behind the infantry and equipped with a large number of magic cannons and magic crystal bombs, are also the main force on the battlefield. With Bruno's basic completion of the military reform, the most elite cavalry guards have been incorporated into the combat sequence of the Adar army. The task of guarding the Lord's castle and protecting Bruno's safety was entirely undertaken by Adar CIA agents and elite troops drawn from the army. Therefore, guarding the security of Adar territory and defending against enemies from land have completely become the most important responsibilities of the Adar territory army composed of civilians. It is for this reason that the advanced melee equipment, magic cannons, magic crystal bombs, and other powerful cross-arrow weapons manufactured by the Adar Steel Factory will first meet the needs of the Adar army. There are no cannon fodder among the soldiers of Adar County. The life of every Adar soldier is precious. This is the tone that Bruno set a long time ago. Moreover, compared to the imperial army composed of knights, the Adar territory has a natural advantage. That is, a large number of reserve soldiers. For those young people who signed up for the army but were not successfully selected, Bruno appropriately set up a number of reserve farming soldiers. On weekdays, the organization of these reserve soldiers is somewhat similar to that of a production team composed of serfs, who cultivate the fields during the farming season. But at the same time, they also receive a certain degree of military training every day. This way, they can achieve both farming and training, provide more food for Adar territory, and at the same time reduce Adar territory's military expenditure burden as much as possible, thus alleviating Adar territory's financial situation. Of course, the combat effectiveness and training level of these reserve farming soldiers are definitely not as good as those of the Adar army troops who have received rigorous formal training. But once a large-scale war or loss of troops occurs, they can fill the deficiencies and gaps in military power in the shortest time. This sounds somewhat similar to the military system of Adar lordship before the reform, which seems to be a step backward in history. But in fact, it is quite different. Not to mention that these soldiers all signed up for the army with a passion to defend the Adar territory. Bruno made great changes in both training methods and daily arrangements. What's more, they are just reserves. However, looking back at the huge Norman Empire, since the number of noble knights in the Norman Empire was extremely limited, a large number of cannon fodder militias took on the task of consuming the enemy's manpower. After all, once the most elite noble knights suffer heavy losses, the combat effectiveness of the Norman army will be greatly reduced. This is also one of the main reasons why the Norman Empire, despite its strong national strength, is still hesitant and timid on the battlefield. However, for the Adar territory, the reserve force composed of a large number of young people who responded to the conscription can provide the necessary combat personnel for the main combat forces when there is a shortage of troops. The huge Norman Empire suffered from a lack of sufficient reserve troops, while the Adar territory had a large number of reserve soldiers to provide backup support. This sounds extremely ridiculous, but sometimes the facts are just ridiculous. When the people of Adar County were eager to join the army and were ready to respond to Bruno's call, Bruno locked himself in the study of the Lord's castle to make an extremely important decision. The glory points of the Great Lighthouse had not been used up yet, and the SSSS level baths of Caracalla have given Bruno a lot of glory points. So, at this moment, when the territory of Adar is facing a threat, Bruno finally turns his attention to the national concept category in the system mall. Only, do you choose the concept of quantity? Or do you choose the concept of quality? Chapter 227 Quality Concept and Standardized Cutting. When in doubt, try quantity. This was a catchphrase of Paradox players in the previous life. The concept of quantity can not only increase the upper limit of the number of troops, but also increase the upper limit of supplies. increase reserve troops, and increase the size of garrisons. This large number of military bonuses does seem very powerful. And Bruno in his previous life did like to bully neighboring countries by relying on numerical advantages. But the problem is, this is a different world with magical powers. At first glance, these bonuses do sound powerful and awesome. But for the current Adar territory, they seem a bit useless. This is because, even if the upper limit of troops has been increased to a certain extent, the Adar territory does not have enough gold coins and food to feed so many soldiers. Even with the increased number of troops, compared to the number of Odin's troops, the number of soldiers in Adar's territory is still at an absolute disadvantage. So, after careful consideration, Bruno resolutely chose the quality concept. If there is not enough quantity, we can make up for it with quality. Since the number of troops in Adar territory is difficult to increase in a short period of time, let the soldiers of Adar territory have higher war literacy and cooperation awareness, so as to build the soldiers of Adar territory into an elite army, in addition to the relative financial and food shortages. There is another reason that prompted Bruno to choose the quality concept, which is, although the army of Adar currently has 2,400 soldiers, at least 2,000 of them have never been on the battlefield and have never seen blood. No matter how hard the training is, no matter how determined the soldiers are, Bruno always believes that a soldier who has never been to the battlefield and seen blood cannot become a real warrior. The bonus that the quality concept can bring to the Adar army can just make up for the shortcomings of Adar soldiers in war experience. The quality concept can not only improve the training proficiency of Adar soldiers, but also effectively improve the combat capability and combat morale of each branch of the army. Moreover, this effect covers all branches of the army in Adar, including infantry, cavalry, artillery, and even Adar's Air Force soldiers. Of course, at the same time, the combat capability and training level of naval soldiers will also be improved to the same extent. Although there seemed to be no threat at sea in this war, Mal Kalin had proposed several plans to Bruno after the meeting, including but not limited to letting the Adar Navy go upstream along the Solon River to assist in defense, and letting the Adar Navy take the initiative to attack and harass Odin's coastal cities. Bruno felt that many of the suggestions were promising. If planned properly, it might even make it so that the Odin people could not take care of both ends and give up the war against Idarland early. Therefore, it is undoubtedly very good to take into account the quality concept of the Navy, Army and Air Force of Adar. Out of respect for the world's rule system, there is a transition period of about 1 month from the time the quality concept is activated to the time it takes effect. A month is neither long nor short. At least in winter, 1 month is definitely not enough for Odin's large army to reach the eastern part of the empire from the Sonnefjord. Having decided to choose the quality concept, Bruno resolutely chose to buy it. In just a moment, the brilliance points in the upper right corner of the system interface dropped from 3 digits to 2 digits. And Bruno once again became a poor person. Crying.jpg. A set basin. When the softened magic crystal wires were produced by the machines in the magic crystal cutting factory, Arnell couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at those magic crystal wires that seemed to be carved out of the same mold. Even though he was mentally prepared, Arnell still stayed there. Incredible? Unbelievable? All kinds of strange emotions began to spread in Arnell's mind. But these magic crystal wires that look exactly the same were made by the most ordinary Adar civilians using the magic machines that had just been built. Even if the mages of the Adar school headed by Arnell were to make it by hand, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to reach this level. And the most important thing is, people can get lazy and tired. But machines are tireless, as long as there are enough workers. The workers in the magic crystal cutting factory can work in 3 shifts, so that the magic crystal wires can be produced continuously around the clock. Moreover, with the increasing number of magic machines, the production efficiency of magic crystal wires can be increased exponentially, even as the magic crystal cutting factory continues to expand. The magic crystal mining efficiency in Adar territory may not be able to keep up with the production speed of magic crystal wires. In the past, Arnell might have thought this was a fantasy. But now, the ironclad facts were right before his eyes, forcing him to believe in the power of magic industrialization. Moreover, with the continuous development of magic industrialization, the standardization and scale that Bruno once mentioned have gradually become new terms before Arnell. And those magic crystal wires in front of Arnell are the best evidence of standardization and scale. So, the Earl is really foresight. Counselor Arnell, Counselor Arnell. While Arnell was in a daze, White Barrel, the chief designer of the construction of Stonehenge and the magic conduction plan, rushed in from outside in a hurry, waving a roll of sketches in his hand. What's wrong? Let's talk outside. Let the workers continue production here. Arnell looked around and said in a deep voice. Good. White Barrel gasped and calmed down his excited mood. After walking out of the magic crystal cutting factory, White Barrel finally said, We already have a preliminary design for the construction of Stonehenge and the magic power transmission line that the Earl has instructed us to build. There was a hint of excitement in White Barrel's words. During this period, not only him, but all members of the engineering team worked day and night, spending almost all of their time on exploring the terrain and selecting a suitable location for the construction of Stonehenge. The purpose is to allow the magic power from the Devil's Tower to be transported to every corner of Adar County as soon as possible, so that Adar County can truly open the door to the industrialization of magic. Moreover, the news of the Odin people's impending invasion had been brought into the mountains by griffins, which made White Barrett, Arnell and others feel a sudden sense of oppression and urgency. Chapter 228 The Eve of War. Time. What Adar County lacks most now is time. And what it needs most is also time. The construction of Stonehenge is just in its initial stage, and the magic transmission line has only completed the route planning. So, the production of magic cannons and magic crystal bombs is still difficult to directly enter the mass production stage under the current circumstances. Therefore, production can only rely on the hard-working apprentices who have just joined the Adar school to work day and night by hand. But once a war breaks out, the consumption of artillery LS and explosives will increase dramatically, although Bruno has been working to increase the ammunition inventory in Adar County. But, in the final analysis, this was a small noble territory trying to resist the attack of a sovereign state. Therefore, the more gifts that Darling prepares for the Odin people, the better. Lord Bruno said that now is a critical moment concerning the survival of Adar County. If we fail in this battle, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Therefore, there is no need for us to hide it anymore. In the next 2 days, a large number of Adar citizens who have signed up voluntarily will enter the Almes Mountains to build magic transmission lines and a sufficient number of stone circles with us. We must put Adar's magic cannons and magic crystal bombs into mass production before the end of winter, so that Adar will have an unparalleled firepower advantage. Arnell looked into White Barrel's eyes and said in a deep voice, I see. White Barrel felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He nodded and answered seriously. Adar territory is as hot in winter as in summer. Now the Odin people, who are far away in the San Plain, are like the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of Lord Idle. They may bring great threat to Lord Idle at any time, making people unable to sleep or eat. So much so that Bruno had to divert his attention by eating. Of course, at the same time, Bruno led his guards to appear in every corner of Adar County almost every day, encouraging the soldiers' training morale, testing the fruits of the people's labor, and instilling in the people the belief that Adar County will win. After all, if Bruno, the supreme ruler of Adar, cannot show his determination to win, how can others have confidence in the upcoming war, despise the enemy strategically, and take the enemy seriously tactically? Even though the Odin people's covetous eyes brought Bruno a lot of pressure, the Adar Lord, who possessed many advanced weapons and equipment, was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. The Adar Lord is like a hedgehog that looks harmless, but is covered with thorns. Whoever tries to reach out will be severely stabbed. Simply patrolling was quite boring for Bruno. So sometimes, he would even personally prepare a sumptuous lunch for the people using fresh ingredients. The Earl appeared in person at the construction site, and even cooked for the people. Perhaps for Bruno, this was just a matter of cooking a meal out of itchy hands, and showing his care for the lowest class of people. But for the ordinary people in Adar County, this was an unprecedented thing. If this happened in other noble territories, would the masters even look at me straight in the eye? But in Adar territory, unexpectedly, the common people, who had worked hard for most of the day, carefully tasted the food prepared by the Earl himself. Their eyes could not help but become moist. It smelled so delicious. It tastes delicious, exclaimed a civilian with tears in his eyes. That's right. This is Adar territory, a place worth protecting with your life. Bruno's arrival and actions undoubtedly gave the civilians a shot in the arm. Even the distinguished Earl came in person. So what reason did they have not to work hard? fight hard, and struggle? So, Bruno has almost become a mobile encouragement machine. Whenever he comes to a construction site or a place, the people's work efficiency will be greatly improved, due to the urgent need for a large number of manpower to build a large number of stone circles. Bruno has ordered the original plan to send boatloads of refugees to the Frant Islands to be stopped. All Adar people, and all the refugees who have just entered Adar territory must contribute their own efforts to the construction of Adar territory in winter. A large number of civilians voluntarily walked into the Almes Mountains, under the protection of the Adar army soldiers, and under the command of the engineers. They spontaneously formed temporary engineering teams one after another. They braved the cold winter wind and built huge stone circles between the rugged mountains, and connected magic crystal wires around the stone circles. Even the majestic Almes Mountains cannot stop the hard-working Adar people. In this winter, the Almes Mountains have become a super large construction site. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, the figures of Adar people can be seen everywhere. Moreover, with Bruno's deliberate propaganda, the people of Adar County have already known what a huge plan they are participating in. They will bring the energy stored deep in the Almes Mountains to every corner of Adar County, allowing Adar County to transform into the world's first aristocratic county to enter the realm of magic industrialization. Bruno no longer had to hide the magic well deep in the Almes Mountains, because if they could not defeat Odin's cavalry, then everything in Adar would turn to dust. And once they can successfully resist the invasion of the Odin people, then in this world, the Adar Lord will not be afraid of provocations from any force. At least, the Adar Lord will be able to become the strongest military force in the eastern part of the empire and be able to protect itself. The civilians did not know what magic industrialization was, but through the explanations of Adar's preaching officials and some bits and pieces of knowledge about magic industrialization, they had already understood that magic industrialization could help them block Odin's cavalry north of the Sauron River, and even allow the Adar people to have the power to crush any other forces in the future. And this is exactly what all Adar people are looking forward to. The people of Adar territory worked as hard as they could in the Almes Mountains under the protection of the Adar army. At the same time, in the northernmost part of Adar territory, a hot air balloon belonging to the Adar Air Force was already floating in the blue sky. Chapter 229 Odin's Cavalry. Stand high and see far. Long before the hot air balloon successfully took off for the first time, Bruno had already realized the important role that hot air balloons played in scouting the enemy. By cooperating with the telescopes produced by the Adar Glass Workshop, the soldiers standing in the hanging basket are able to observe the ground conditions 10,000 meters away, allowing their own army to formulate reasonable response strategies as soon as possible. Therefore, ever since the reliability of the hot air balloon was verified, the planning and formation of the Adar Air Force gradually became clearer in Bruno's mind. With the Griffins, the Griffin Knights are equivalent to fighter planes on Earth, while the hot air balloons can act as reconnaissance planes and bombers. Although Bruno has always been cautious about this magical world, until now, Bruno has never heard of any military force similar to the Air Force on this continent. Moreover, during the war between the Odin Empire and the Norman Empire, no traces of flying monsters were found. This means that the long-range magic from the mage can be said to be the only threat that can fight back against the hot air balloon soaring in the sky. Once faced with a magical attack, the soldier standing in the hot air balloon basket would be doomed to die. But at the same time, since the mage takes a long time to chant the spell, the artillery unit of Lord Adar can make an effective counterattack in the following time, thereby interrupting or even destroying the second wave of attack from the enemy. Since the day the news was received, the Adar Air Force's reconnaissance balloons have been flying over the sky above Sorin's territory again and again, trying to find the traces of the Odin people as early as possible. That's right, in the sky above Sauron's territory. This also indirectly led to the fact that when the elderly Earl Sorin saw the hot air balloons, with the Stuart family emblem painted on them floating in the sky of Sorin's territory, he almost vomited blood. Maybe this is because I bleed too much on a daily basis? Although he had no idea how the Adar people made such a magical thing fly into the air. As a noble, he was able to look at the problem relatively rationally. He would not be like the common people in Sorin whose average cultural level was only prenatal education, and would not kneel on the ground and wait for the baptism of the God of Light. The Adar people next door can fly in the sky. All Adar people are children of destiny bathed in the grace of God. The Adar CIA's propaganda offensive has become increasingly sophisticated. So, ever since the hot air balloons belonging to the Adar Air Force began to float in the sky of Sorin territory, This news has spread throughout the streets and alleys of Sorenburg, making countless civilians yearn for the noble territory not far away. This also allowed Adar territory to naturally recruit a wave of manpower in the winter, which accelerated the construction of Stonehenge and further enriched Adar territory's labor resources. Since there was no intelligence network that worked well, and they were not alert to the war between the Odins and the northern frontier, most of the nobles in the eastern part of the empire were still immersed in their own comfort zone. So, as soon as he saw the hot air balloon floating over his territory, Earl Soren felt as if he was stripped naked and paraded through the streets. Not only was he being slapped in the face over and over again, but the cycle continued endlessly. Damn Adar territory. Damn the Stuart family. Earl Soren, who had no soldiers at all, could only curse on the terrace of his own castle. He also had to control his voice at all times to avoid being caught by the Adar soldiers floating over his castle and then fleeced by him. After all, Bruno has almost plucked all the wool out of Soren's collar. Ever since the monarch of the Odin Empire, Ariel O'Sullivan, signed an armistice agreement with the second Prince Rez, no. Now it should be called the 44th Emperor of the Norman Empire, Rez Alexander. Ariel O'Sullivan could not contain his inner excitement and sent a troop of Odin cavalry to the eastern part of the empire to take over the ceded territory. Because those lands that are right in front of them and almost within their reach are so coveted, especially for the Odin people who were extremely short of land and food. Those lands suitable for farming were simply delicious delicacies in front of them, and they always wanted to take a big bite as soon as possible. Therefore, the Odin cavalry who went to the eastern part of the Norman Empire to take over the territory were all members of Ariel O'Sullivan's royal tribe, and were led by Ariel O'Sullivan's cousin, Odin leader Raymond O'Sullivan himself. The first person to try something new often gets the biggest share of the benefits. The Odin Empire was an empire evolved from barbaric tribes, and it still retained a large number of various nomadic tribes within the empire. So, Ariel O'Sullivan naturally wanted to let the tribes under his command enjoy the biggest piece of the cake. After all, only if the royal tribe is strong enough can Ariel O'Sullivan sit firmly in his position, rely on the power of his tribe to control the entire Odin Empire and make his tribe even stronger. The generals of the other tribes could only watch O'Sullivan's tribe finish enjoying their cake before they could go up and get a share. This is the tradition of the Odin people. Only the strong can survive. And the strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. Those weak tribes have long been turned into dust under the wheels of history. There is a saying that goes, your enemies are often the people who know you best. In the Odin people's cognition, the local nobles of the Norman Empire were extremely cowardly. They regarded the dignity of the nobility as everything. They were greedy and stingy. And they longed for power, but had no ambition to make progress. Although they possessed enormous wealth, their military strength was extremely weak. So, Raymond O'Sullivan's trip was purely to plunder wealth and declare sovereignty. If it were anywhere else in the Norman Empire, holding such an idea would undoubtedly be extremely correct, because most Norman nobles were indeed like this. However, this is the eastern part of the empire, the eastern territory of the empire with the Adar territory. Who could have imagined that in this remote and desolate but vast land suitable for farming, there would be a lord from another world? It's like a pure and kind wolf mixed in among countless huskies, and no one will realize it until the veil is officially unveiled. An Odin cavalry consisting of thousands of soldiers was slowly marching along a road that ran east-west across the entire Valence plain. Raymond O'Sullivan rode on a tall and strong northern horse, constantly looking around. If Marshal Portia Mariano of the Odin Empire is a veteran warrior and the wisest commander of the Odin Empire, then Raymond O'Sullivan, a member of the royal family, is the most powerful young general in the Odin Empire. He has been the first warrior of the Odin Empire for 3 consecutive years, and is a rising star in the Odin Empire's military. At the same time, as the cousin of Ariel O'Sullivan, the monarch of the Odin Empire, Raymond is also one of Ariel O'Sullivan's most trusted generals. Although there were many disputes among the tribes, the harsh and difficult living environment created extreme unity within the Odin tribe, avoiding a lot of unnecessary suspicion and fear. After all, only when the tribe is strong enough can Ariel O'Sullivan secure his position and gain more benefits for his tribe. And this is also an extremely good positive cycle. The slightly cold winter wind blew across his face, and the temperature close to 0 degrees also made the soldiers riding on their horses feel a little chilly. But for these soldiers, who were born in the bitter cold of the far north, such coldness is completely acceptable to them. Moreover, even though there was a cold breeze blowing across his cheeks from time to time, Raymond O'Sullivan's heart was still hot. Here, the Val's Plain, which originally belonged to the Norman Empire, is about to become the territory of the Odin people. And further away, the vast land in the east of the Norman Empire will soon fall into the hands of the Odinites. Nothing is more admirable than expanding territory. With this fruitful result, not only did Aelio O'Sullivan gain huge reputation, but even the name of Raymond O'Sullivan became known to more people. Raymond O'Sullivan became a little impatient when he thought of the huge wealth hidden in the castles by the noble lords and the beautiful and dignified southern girls for the Odin people. Everything south of the Armanchus Plain is the south. Lord Raymond, look! Suddenly, an Odin rider beside Raymond pointed to a place not far away and shouted loudly. Raymond looked in the direction the soldier pointed and saw a towering lord's castle looming in the morning mist. He took out the schematic diagram of the noble lords in the eastern part of the empire that he had obtained from Aelio O'Sullivan, and pondered over the words that he could not quite understand for a long time. Only then, with the soldier's gentle reminders, did he know which nobleman's residence was in the castle not far away. The greatest nobleman in the eastern part of the empire, the Marquis of Valens, the supreme ruler of the Valens Plains, Taraji Hastings. Taraji Hastings? The Hastings family? When he heard the name, Raymond's eyes seemed to sparkle with fire. He hadn't heard of the name, but he had heard of the family. Most of the nobles who were granted fiefdoms in the eastern part of the empire were new nobles in the past 100 years. And among these new nobles, most of them had military merits. For example, the first Earl of Idar of the Stuart family was awarded the vast but barren fiefdom of Idar because of his considerable merits in the Third Barno War between the Kingdom of Basel and the Norman Empire. The reason why the ancestors of the Hastings family were able to obtain the Valens Plain, the most fertile and rich land in the eastern part of the empire, was because of the great results they achieved in the war with the Odin people. In that battle, Olme Malik, the first warrior of the Odin Empire and the then emperor of the Odin Empire, was killed. This directly led to the rapid decline of the Malik tribe, the most powerful tribe in the Odin Empire at that time, and allowed the O'Sullivan tribe to successfully usurp the throne. Although the Hastings family's achievements in a certain way played a significant role in the successful rise of the O'Sullivan tribe, for the Odin people, the Hastings family was a family that once brought them great pain. So, when Raymond O'Sullivan heard that this was the territory of the Hastings family, he couldn't help but feel angry. He wants to make the Hastings family prostrate themselves before Odin's cavalry, restore the glory that belongs to the Odin people, and avenge the former Odin Empire. Thinking of this, Raymond no longer cared about Aelio O'Sullivan's suggestion of a peaceful takeover. He drew the dagger from his waist and shouted angrily, "Brothers, kill all the descendants of the Hastings family and avenge Odin's shame. Kill!" Following Raymond's order, the Odin Iron Cavalry, which had been moving slowly, seemed to suddenly step on the accelerator to the bottom. Dust flew everywhere. Shouts of killing resounded through the sky. Thousands of Odin's cavalrymen brandished sharp weapons on their horses, and the tall and majestic northern horses flew out like arrows from a bow. There were only a few thousand cavalrymen, but they ran with the momentum of tens of thousands of people. The cavalrymen stared with bloodshot eyes, as if they wanted to crush all obstacles in front of them into dust. The pot-bellied Marquis of Valens, Taraji Hastings, had already seen the swaggering Odin cavalrymen on the top floor of the Lord's castle. But even though the achievements of his ancestors were obvious to the world, the former glory of the Hastings family also made him intoxicated. But if Taraji Hastings really had to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors and go onto the battlefield, regardless of whether he could stuff his big belly into his armor, it would already be a blessing in disguise if he didn't get scared to death. The Hastings family's butler had repeatedly reported to him the agreement reached between Rez Alexander and Aelio O'Sullivan. But as the saying goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Taraji Hastings believed that the noble Hastings family would never fall victim to such a dirty deal. So he always regarded this news as groundless rumors. Until he saw with his own eyes the Odin cavalry not far away, he was dumbfounded. Taraji could only hope that these Odins would pass by him quickly. But things did not go as he wished. Those wolf-like Odin cavalrymen turned their horses and rushed towards his castle. "Quick! Someone come quickly! Quickly, drive them away!" Taraji Hastings was already stammering with fear, and he sat down on the ground, shouting desperately. Chapter 230. The Idar people are full of martial virtues. For the Odin people, this sudden war seemed a little unreal. From the cause to the process to the result, It all feels like a ridiculous farce. The fundamental cause of the war was Raymond O'Sullivan's middle school syndrome. When he thought of the past history of the Hastings family, he wanted to restore the glory of the Odin people and get back at the Hastings family. But Raymond O'Sullivan forgot a very serious problem. They are cavalry. Although Raymond's troops also included a number of Odin infantrymen, the cavalry moved a little faster. So, the infantrymen he led were still 1 or 2 kilometers away. It was not until after the charge that Raymond realized that he was blinded by the rage for revenge. Without infantrymen ahead to rush open the city gate, are these cavalrymen going to just stand there under the city wall in a daze? These elite cavalrymen led by him might become sitting ducks in the eyes of the defenders. This is simply a behavior. Fortunately, Taraji Hastings, the Marquis of Valence, was also very powerful and provided a great assist to Raymond O'Sullivan in a very tacit manner. The long period of peace and tranquility has long made this family, which obtained the title through military merit, forget their past hardships and setbacks. Greedy, cowardly, arrogant and conceited, but actually weak. The Hastings family can only satisfy the humble vanity deep in their hearts by bragging about their family's past glory. The will of the noble lords will naturally be reflected in the lowest level of the military. The moment the soldiers belonging to the Hastings family saw the Odin people rushing towards them, they dropped their weapons one after another. Some were so scared that they ran away in panic, while others were so scared that they squatted on the ground and urinated. In short, the city gate was in a mess. These soldiers at the lowest level often cannot even get a full meal or receive military pay. If they die on the battlefield, what will happen to their families? Therefore, running away became the first choice for almost all soldiers. Moreover, simply running away was not enough. The panicked soldiers did not even close the city gates. Then, Odin's cavalry entered the city unhindered and scattered the people running in the streets. Then, in the Lord's castle in the city, Odin's soldiers successfully captured the Marquis of Valence, Taraji Hastings, who had fainted from fright, looking at the Marquis in front of him, whose clothes were filled with the smell of urine. Raymond could hardly believe that this was the helmsman of the Hastings family, which had once made outstanding military achievements. That's it. This is also a bit. Raymond O'Sullivan felt his cheeks flush slightly when he thought about how he was worried about whether the Hastings family would fight bravely and cause losses to the Odin cavalry. What kind of lousy aristocrats are these? Originally, Raymond was quite wary of this noble family that once dealt a heavy blow to the Odin Empire. But now, looking at the Marquis Valence, who was still lying on the ground and unconscious, Raymond just felt a little bored. This was probably the least fulfilling war he had fought since he joined the army. A revenge without any interest at all. Kill him and sacrifice him, Raymond said with some disappointment. Yes. The Odin soldiers who had been waiting for a long time all around responded, and 2 of them worked together to drag the Marquis of Valence, who was lying on the ground like mud, out. It's so heavy. The Marquis of Valence, who ate and slept, and sometimes kidnapped civilians for exercise, was indeed a heavy burden. But the gold and silver treasures buried under the Lord's castle were even heavier. When Odin's soldiers finally broke open the door of the underground vault with great effort, the piles of gold coins and various gold and silver jewelry almost blinded the titanium dog eyes of these Odin barbarians. Candlesticks made of pure gold, medals inlaid with rubies as big as pigeon eggs, chairs made of gold and silver, and various luxury items that Odin soldiers couldn't even name, almost made everyone stand there in a daze at the first moment. It turns out, the life of the Norman nobles is so extravagant. It turns out, a marquis with not so much wealth can own so much gold and silver. The wealth before my eyes probably amounts to tens of thousands of gold coins. The worldview of Odin's soldiers was slowly collapsing. And then, a feeling of greed and urgency began to spread in their minds. Register all the spoils and seal off this place. We will also take over the rest of the land and clear out all the Norman nobles who might resist. Just when the soldiers were almost going crazy over what they saw, Raymond O'Sullivan's voice finally came. Raymond, wearing armor, took a look at the staggering wealth in the vault, but quickly calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "Such huge wealth is certainly enviable, but food is the foundation of everything. His most important task at present is to completely take over this land that originally belonged to the eastern part of the Norman Empire, so that this vast land can provide enough food for the Odin Empire as soon as possible." But, looking at the soldiers who had been running around for a long time, Raymond finally said, 2 days. You have 2 days to plunder and have fun in this city. After 2 days, the whole army will set off. Yes. Odin's soldiers finally heard these long-awaited words. And they responded loudly. War is very cruel. This is even more true for wars between countries, and between different races. When the words plunder and fun finally came out of Raymond's mouth, the civilians living in this city finally ushered in the scene they least wanted to see. This is the cruel oppression of the victors over the losers. And also the gluttonous feast that the soldiers of the Odin Empire dream of. The people in the city were innocent. But the arrogance of the victors finally spread to the unarmed civilians the moment Raymond O'Sullivan gave the order. No matter which side the balance of war tilts towards, there will always be a large number of people suffering. They committed adultery and robbery, and all kinds of evil. The raging fire devoured countless civilians' houses, and buried countless civilians' lives. Young girls were wantonly ravaged by ferocious Odin soldiers, and harmonious families were torn apart under the powerful military threat. The civilians' wealth was looted, and even a copper coin was not spared by Odin's soldiers. As a result, this most prosperous city in the eastern part of the empire was completely reduced to ruins when the Odin people left. Bridger, the head of the 7th Intelligence Group of the Adar CIA, stood on a plain not far away, looking at the thick smoke rising in the city, and couldn't help but sigh. He tied the letter he had already written to the body of the raven, lifted his right arm slightly, and the raven carrying the information turned into a black light and flew towards the direction of Adar territory. The Valence Plains are considered the eastern border of the empire. After learning that the Odin Empire was about to annex the eastern territory of the empire, the Valence Plain had become the focus of surveillance by the Adar CIA. So, the tragedy that occurred on the Valence Plain was reported to the Adar territory by the Adar CIA agents in a very short time. The newly established Adar CIA was unable to provide Bruno with an accurate figure. But there was no doubt that the killing and looting carried out by Odin soldiers on this plain had torn apart countless families and left countless civilians unable to feed themselves. For those civilians who were immersed in the grief of their loved ones being tortured to death, perhaps death is their only relief at this moment. Bruno had anticipated these things, but he could do nothing about it. This is a world of cannibalism. A small number of nobles have accumulated more than 90% of the world's wealth and also have the power of life and death. The nobles, including Bruno, have possessed rights and wealth far exceeding that of ordinary people since birth. Moreover, this gap is difficult to make up through the efforts of civilians themselves. The vast majority of the people at the bottom of society could only crawl at the feet of the nobles and depend on them for their services. The civilians born in Adar are lucky, because only they, only under Bruno's leadership, can obtain the material means of life that allow them to survive. And they can also rely on their own labor to make their lives better, and even achieve class leap. Bruno had also imagined whether he could rely on the power of the Adar territory to help the civilians living on the Valence Plain escape this disaster. But the problem is, before this, Bruno didn't know how many troops Odin monarch Ariel O'Sullivan would send to take over the eastern territory of the empire. Moreover, the soldiers of Adar can indeed rely on the Solon River and the Namur fortress to protect the peace of Adar. But if they take the initiative to attack, it would be a bit too hasty. If they are not careful, the soldiers of Adar may sacrifice their precious lives and put Adar in danger. As the supreme ruler of Adar, Bruno is first and foremost responsible to the people of Adar. And, to put it bluntly, as the tragedy on the Valence Plain spreads to the surrounding areas, the nobles in the eastern part of the empire will also be frightened. They may try to organize the troops in their immediate territories to delay the advance of the Odin Empire and buy time for the Adar territory. This is cruel, but it is indeed the best option for Adar County. As more and more Adar people spontaneously joined in the construction of the Stonehenge and the construction of magic transmission lines, the entire Adar territory was bustling with activity. And thanks to the efforts of the engineering team, the magic crystal wires used to transmit magic power were constantly shuttling through the Almes Mountains. Have the wild beasts in the Almes Mountains been almost eliminated? Mainly those beasts located near the magic transmission routes, Bruno asked. We've opened up a safe zone at a certain distance, but we still can't rule out the possibility of wild animals passing by. Standing next to Bruno, Sam Layton said cautiously, we draw some soldiers from the Almes Mountains and gather them near the Sauron River and Namur Fortress. Bruno ordered. Clear. During the period when the news was received, Adar's artillery units had all entered the Namur Fortress to deploy firepower, and Adar's First Army had also assembled on the banks of the Sauron River. in order to use the fast-flowing Sauron River to block Odin's army in the northern Sauron territory. Although the soldiers of Adar County still felt a little nervous about the barbarians from the Odin Empire, who were often mentioned by the Earl, they were more eager to give it a try, because for most of the Adar army, this is the first war in their lives. So, these passionate young people are determined to defend the territory, protect their families, and muster up the courage to fight a bloody battle with the Odin people. During this period, the gradual implementation of the quality concept also played an extremely important role. Any national philosophy will have side effects, which may be good or bad. While the quality concept greatly improves the combat capability of the Adar-led army, its side effect is to enhance the Adar people's army tradition. The term army tradition may sound difficult to understand, but in other words, it will make Adar's army full of martial virtues. Therefore, under the influence of the quality concept and the threat of the Odin people, the martial virtues of the Adar people can be said to be abundant to the fullest. Although there is still a gap between them and those Odin people who claim to have subdued dragons and tigers since childhood, they are no longer what they used to be. At the same time, out of concern for the old Earl, who had just experienced the pain of losing his son, the kind-hearted Lord Bruno also wrote a letter specifically to describe to Earl Sorin the scene of how the Sorin territory might be devastated in the war. Therefore, Bruno specifically stated in the letter that for only 1,000 gold coins, Bruno could grant Count Sorin Adar citizenship, which could be regarded as his own contribution. However, Earl Sorin seemed to have misunderstood his good intentions. It was said that he cautiously cursed when he received the letter. Did I do something wrong? Bruno couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. He was clearly thinking about Count Sauron's life safety. Of course, these trivialities were not what Bruno had to consider. Anyway, the letter had been sent out, and he believed that when Earl Sorin saw the menacing Odin cavalry, he might regret rejecting Bruno's invitation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With his own efforts, Raymond turned the original peaceful takeover into a violent takeover. But this is not surprising. Raymond is the first warrior of the Odin Empire. But when God opens a door for you, he will often close a window, which means that Raymond's IQ can only be said to be barely passing. The tragedy that occurred on the Valence Plain undoubtedly touched the extremely sensitive nerves of the nobles in the eastern part of the empire. Even the most arrogant and extravagant nobles had to increase subsidies and recruitment for their own private armies. Some were organizing troops to fight to the death, while others were packing up their belongings and escaping overnight. But there is no doubt that since the Northern Passage has been controlled by the Odin people, if these nobles want to escape the line of Adar territory, Stranglethorn Vale and Condi territory in the south is their only escape route. However, since Bruno has already made up his mind to buy time for Adar County through the resistance of the nobles in the eastern part of the empire, Bruno will naturally not let these nobles escape smoothly. So, this forced many people to return to their noble territories cursing and waiting for the impending disaster. Chapter 231. There's a ball in the sky? From the Valence Plain to the banks of the Eider, and from the banks of the Eider to the Dale Hills, the noble lords either resisted or surrendered. But the tragedy like that on the Valence Plain never happened again. It's not that Raymond didn't want to do this, but after getting the news, Ariel O'Sullivan wrote a letter to severely reprimand him. As the monarch of the Odin Empire, Ariel O'Sullivan had long regarded the land and people in the eastern part of the empire as his own possession. So, every death means one less labor force to farm for the Odin people. The Odin people are not good at farming. Instead of digging for food in the fields, they seem to prefer hunting in the mountains and fishing in the sea. So, these Norman civilians living in the eastern part of the empire are the most important labor resources for the Odin Empire after taking over these lands. Every time a Norman civilian is killed, the Odin Empire will have one less serf tilling the fields. Raymond O'Sullivan didn't know many words, so these private letters were read by his most trusted confidants. However, Raymond couldn't resist his impulse and beat up the confidant who was responsible for reading the letters. Why should a letter reprimanding oneself be read so passionately and rhythmically? Compared with other territories of the Norman Empire, there are relatively few nobles in the eastern part of the empire. After all, because the land is relatively desolate, the area of a noble territory is often equivalent to that of 4 or 5 noble territories of the same level deep inland. At this critical moment when life hangs by a thread, even the most stingy and proud nobles in normal times can often burst out with a huge desire to survive. The vast territory also forced Odin's cavalry to travel back and forth in many cases to annihilate the remaining resistance forces, wasting a lot of time on the road. But the fighting power of the Odin people is there after all. So after more than a month of travel, the Odin cavalry led by Raymond finally arrived at the territory not far from Sauron's territory. But what is that big ball floating in the sky? It's round, and there seems to be a small tail underneath. Raymond O'Sullivan looked up and looked at the hot air balloon floating in the sky not far away, feeling confused. In his limited knowledge, the only things that can fly in the sky, apart from the flying monsters in the legends, are probably various kinds of birds and hawks. But the huge but slow-moving round object was obviously not any of the above creatures. Where is this? Raymond wondered. General, this is the territory of Earl Sorin, a nobleman of the Norman Empire. His castle is located on the seashore. It is said that due to many frictions with the surrounding nobles, its military strength is the weakest in the eastern part of the empire. The accompanying adjutant replied hurriedly, That's great. But do you recognize that thing in the sky? Raymond still had some concerns. After all, he really didn't know what that thing floating in the sky was. I don't know either. As he spoke, the adjutant's face turned red with embarrassment. The adjutant's name was Aetrus Rivian, a very Normanized noble surname. And he had indeed once been a noble of the Norman Empire. But at the same time, he has another identity, a senior guide. Since his grandfather's generation, the Rivian family has been loyal to the Norman royal family, and has provided the Odin people with a large amount of information and intelligence about the Norman Empire every year. After the two countries went to war, the Rivian family directly defected and threw themselves into the arms of Father Odin with open arms. The main reason why he came to Raymond to serve as his adjutant was because Ariel O'Sullivan was really angry after hearing about Raymond's ridiculous behavior. So, although he is an adjutant, he is also the eye of Odin's monarch Ariel O'Sullivan, mainly to prevent Raymond from doing anything that could get him into trouble again. As a former Norman nobleman, Aetrus Rivian considered himself to be well educated and had his own unique insights into many new things and plans. In addition, the Rivian family had indeed made considerable contributions to the Odin royal family over the years. That was why he was able to be promoted and reused by Ariel O'Sullivan as a traitor. But he really knew nothing about things that could float in the sky. General, don't worry about that. The nobles of the Norman Empire are all a bunch of idiots. And maybe it was the work of the church, although the hot air balloon could be seen from a distance. Due to the distance, Yared Rivian could not see the Stuart family emblem painted on the balloon's canopy. So he made up a story. Hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but nodded. Yes, after all, the church can even suppress the evil creatures hidden in the monster forest. So it is not surprising that they can tinker with something that can fly in the sky. Fortress of Namur. Sam Layton held up binoculars and observed from afar the colorful flags waving by the Air Force scouts standing in the basket of the hot air balloon. That thing is also a communication method recently invented by the Earl. It is said that it is called something like flag signal. Originally, this thing was used by the Navy soldiers of Adar County. But the Air Force scouts and the Adar Army gradually learned to coordinate with each other through this kind of flag signal, so as to lock the enemy's approximate position and distance, and help Adar artillery units calibrate the appropriate shooting angle. This can be regarded as making up for the communication deficiencies of Adar soldiers to a certain extent in this era without radio walkie-talkies. Odin's army is approaching. Looking at the signal sent by the Adar Air Force scouts, Sam Layton couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. But, looking back, Sam Layton looked at the morale-filled soldiers behind him. He suddenly became full of confidence, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. For those who want to invade Adar territory, the Adar people will only fight back with artillery and swords. Just one word, do it. Right now, the enemy is wreaking havoc on the land of Sauron. In less than an hour, we will have to face those ferocious Odin cavalry. So, tell me, are you afraid? Sam Layton shouted in a deep voice to the thousands of soldiers standing in front of him. Don't be afraid. There was determination in the soldiers' shouts. Do you want to stand out? Do you want your descendants to be able to hold their heads high and live with dignity? Think, Sam Layton continued. Lord Bruno is behind us. And our families are behind us. The new policy implemented by Idle is the general trend. If we cannot stop the Odins from Idle and stop them north of the Sorin River, then we will become sinners in history. The prosperity of Idle will be shattered. So Lord Bruno must win. Idle must win. We will win. We will win. The soldiers drew their weapons and shouted loudly. Those shiny sabers, under the light, flashed a suffocating cold light. Chapter 232, Sauron River. The Namur Fortress located along the Solin River is the second wonder of Adar territory. Its towering towers and thick walls make it look like a beast crawling on the ground, ready to attack, capable of devouring all enemies who dare to invade it. The Norman flag had been taken down and replaced by a griffin flag bearing the Stuart family emblem. It was hung high at the highest point of Namur Fortress, whistling in the biting cold wind, declaring to the world the sovereignty and ownership of this land. This is the territory of the Stuart family. People were coming and going on the city wall, which was large enough for 8 people to walk side by side. Soldiers in charge of logistics were carrying boxes of magic crystal bombs to designated locations. There are 3 such walls in the Namur Fortress. Moreover, from inside to outside, from high to low, even the 14 fortresses in the northern frontier, which were known as the most solid fortresses of the Norman Empire, pale in comparison to the Namur Fortress. Eli Cook stood beside his new weapon, his eyes full of determination and resentment. This was not his first time to participate in a war. As a veteran, he had personally experienced the victory on the Golan Heights and witnessed the changes in Adar County with his own eyes. Originally, he was just a civilian in Adar territory, but due to his excellent physical fitness and political literacy, he successfully passed the soldier selection assessment in Adar territory and became a glorious Adar soldier. After the Battle of the Golan Heights, he served in the Adar Army's 1st Army and the Adar Artillery Test Range, and now he has become a gunner in the Adar Artillery Unit, with the deployment of magic cannons in the army. The gunners responsible for operating this powerful long-range weapon have become popular among all soldiers. After all, this can be said to be the most powerful weapon publicly unveiled in the Adar territory today, and only those who have passed the most rigorous tests can become a qualified gunner. But then again, Eli Cook, known as a veteran, was actually just a young man of only 19 years old, and his original purpose of joining the army was simply to make a living. But under the lectures of the military instructors, he got a deeper understanding of Adar territory, and he admired Count Bruno Stewart of Adar more and more. So, he gradually had other ideas. He wanted to guard the peace of Adar territory and protect the people of Adar territory. In his opinion, no matter whether the attackers are Odin people or something else, any force that wants to invade Adar territory is evil. Only in Adar territory can civilians hold their heads high. Only in Adar territory can people have hope for life. Therefore, for anyone who wants to wipe out Adar County, he will respond with his own blood, or even his life. He squatted down and fondly stroked the cold and hard barrel of the magic cannon with his hands, as if he was caressing his lover. Eli Cook clearly remembered what the army commander Sam Layton had said: as long as Adar can repel the attack of the Odin people, then from now on, the name of Adar will resound throughout the empire. And as a member of Adar's soldiers, he will also gain his own immortal glory. Eli Cook couldn't wait to see the magic cannon's first appearance in the war, and couldn't wait to see how the Odin people would react to being bombarded by rounds of artillery fire. At this moment, the Adar people, who are full of martial virtues, are already eager to fight. Sam Layton judged that the Sorin territory would not last long. And the fact is, it is indeed so. In just one morning, the entire territory of Sauron was occupied. There are 2 reasons. One is that the fighting power of Odin's people is too strong, and the other is that Sauron's people are gone. The gone here does not mean gone in the biological sense, but means that all the civilians and serfs of the Sorin territory and the soldiers who laid down their arms have been transferred and received by the Adar territory. Even the wealth accumulated by Earl Sorin for generations had been emptied out by the Adar people in advance. What was left for the Odinites was only an empty city and a steward who had served Sauron's family for generations and was unwilling to leave easily. Count Sorin passed away just a week ago. After all, the defeat in the war and the grief of losing his son in old age had already made his body fragile, and the continuous bloodletting also aggravated the deterioration of Earl Sorin's health. Therefore, Count Thorin, who had experienced many ups and downs and hardships in his life, eventually fell ill and died suddenly under the blow of the impending invasion of Odin. Since there was no suitable heir facing the invasion of Odin's people, Sauron's territory naturally became a headless fly, became chaotic, and lost its backbone. No one can guarantee that the tragedy on the Valence Plain will not happen somewhere else. In addition, the territory of Solin is adjacent to the territory of Adar. So, under Bruno's order, all the people who originally lived in the territory of Solin were transferred to the working people's community in the territory of Adar. So, Odin's army, which gained nothing in Sauron's territory, finally came straight to the bank of the Sauron River. Idar territory is the last noble territory to be taken over by Odin's army, and it is also the last stop of Raymond O'Sullivan's journey. But as Odin's army gradually moved southward, Adjutant Atrus Rivian felt a vague sense of worry. "General Raymond," he said nervously. "How?" Raymond glanced at him casually. Raymond O'Sullivan had never been kind to this traitor, who was highly valued by his cousin, Lord Odin. "Ariel O'Sullivan. That thing floating in the sky has the Stewart family emblem drawn on it." "Stewart family?" Raymond frowned, not having much impression of them. The Stewart family is the ruler of Idar territory. Their family has participated in wars against the Kingdom of Basel and the Odin Empire, although the record is not as brilliant as that of the Hastings family. They have also made considerable military achievements, Atrus Rivian explained. "Have you ever participated in the war against the Odin Empire?" Raymond raised his voice a little. "Yes," Atrus Rivian answered, but he felt that Raymond seemed to be about to suffer from a second-year syndrome. So he quickly added, "But His Majesty has specifically ordered that you must never do anything as catastrophic as what happened on the Valence Plains again. But this is the last territory. We should let the soldiers relax a bit," Raymond insisted. "But this is..." Adler Rivian stopped talking halfway because he saw a huge bridge over the River Solon. "But why is that thing still reflective?" Atrus Rivian looked carefully. Then, he was stunned. "It's steel. There's no doubt about it. As a noble, he has some knowledge. So what appeared before Odin's army was actually a bridge made of steel." Chapter 233 Fire. Adler Rivian felt that his original worldview and values were collapsing. Because iron is considered an extremely valuable strategic material in any country on the continent. In the Odin Empire, all large iron mines were controlled by large tribes. They used the mined iron ores to create more weapons, and then plundered other tribes or exchanged them for large amounts of food. In the Norman Empire, owning iron mines meant having a stable source of income. The sale of various ironwares often made the local nobles very profitable, thus supporting them to enjoy a luxurious life for a long time. But there is no doubt that no matter in which country or region, using iron, a precious strategic resource, to build bridges is an unheard of thing. No matter how extravagant their lives were, the nobles would not be so wasteful. You know, building a bridge with steel would probably cost dozens of times more than an ordinary bridge. Moreover, if other people have the same amount of iron ore, it would be more than enough to arm a full-strength army. At this moment, Atlas Rivian's heart was filled with emotions. He was not only shocked by the generosity of the Idar people, but also by the craftsmanship and technology of Idar in forging iron. In this era, when the technological level generally remained at the lump iron process, due to the relatively soft texture of iron, even weapons could only be forged into short swords. Soldiers of this era certainly did not like this extremely short melee weapon. But the iron smelted by the block iron smelting industry could not meet the soldiers' needs for length. No one likes this short and soft thing, but it is the only choice they have. But here, a steel bridge across the Sauron River gave Atrus Rivian a heavy blow. Others can't, but Idar people can. Each steel beam standing on the bridge is probably nearly 10 meters long. Only hard, long and solid iron materials can be used to build a huge bridge across the river. Thinking of this, Adler Rivian felt a little unsure. He felt that his understanding of the nobles in the eastern part of the empire was shaken at the last moment of taking over the territory. According to the information he had compiled earlier, the conflict between the territory of Sauron and the territory of Idar should result in losses for both noble territories. And the territory of Idar has been looted many times by pirates from the distant seas, and should become even poorer and weaker. Only, could it be possible that a noble kingdom that could build such a huge bridge would be plundered by pirates, and its people become destitute? For a moment, Adler Rivian's heart was full of doubts. But the tragic experience experienced by Lord Idar was not just told by Count Idar alone. The Church of Light and the garrison commander of Fortress Man, Sarah Corin, also endorsed Lord Idar. Suddenly, an idea that seemed a little unrealistic to him popped into Atrus Rivian's mind. Could it be that the contents of those letters sent to the Regent Council were all false? Raymond O'Sullivan also frowned and looked at the opposite bank not far away. But what he noticed was not the iron chain bridge built over the Sauron River, but the fortress that looked like it had nowhere to go. "Why is there a fortress here?" Raymond asked in a rather unfriendly tone. "Fast-flowing water. Strong fortress." Raymond knew very well that it would be difficult to capture such a fortress with only the more than 1,000 Odin soldiers led by him. How is this possible? Why is there a fortress here? Adlerivian finally came to his senses, and stared blankly at the sturdy fortress standing on the other side of the river. And he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Before heading to the eastern part of the empire, he had done a lot of homework and looked through countless maps. But he had never seen any record of this fortress in the appropriation records of the Regent Council or on any marching map. And this also means that this fortress on the banks of the Solin River was actually built by the so-called Count Adar himself? The waste of gold coins, the loss of baggage, the shortage of manpower. Who would have the time to build such a solid military fortress on their own territory in peacetime? Waste. Raymond glared at Atlas and cursed. Since entering the territory of Sauron, Atrus Rivian's judgments have been repeatedly wrong. First, he saw a deserted territory of Sauron, and then a strong fortress blocking the banks of the Sauron River, which made Raymond O'Sullivan particularly angry. My lord, if we explain to the defenders here the contents of the Armistice Agreement and the fact that Adar territory has been ceded to the Odin Empire, perhaps the soldiers stationed in the fortress will obey the will of Emperor Norman and surrender. Atrus Rivian tentatively said. After all, although many of the Empire's nobles tried to stop the resistance, in fact, still, a large number of nobles, even though they had strong fortresses and a large number of private soldiers, opened the city gates under the persuasion of Atrus Rivian. Raymond glanced at him and said, That makes sense. You should be the one to pass on this message. Adler Rivian, as a former noble, after crossing the bridge and explaining his purpose to the defenders on the city wall, Atrus Rivian was smoothly pulled into the city by Adar soldiers via a hanging basket. Then he met the amiable army commander Sam Layton, and smilingly explained his purpose and the contents of the Armistice Agreement. Then, he was chopped to death the moment Atrus Rivian's head was thrown off the city wall by Adar soldiers. Raymond was furious. The reason why Atrus Rivian was sent to persuade them to surrender was because Atrus Rivian was a noble. According to the tradition of the Norman Empire, even though nobles would sometimes fight each other, they would still retain their dignity as nobles and would not directly attack each other with knives. Moreover, wars of this era could still be considered to have a bit of chivalry, and even the two warring parties would not usually easily draw their swords against the envoys, because once the messenger is killed, there will be no possibility of reconciliation, and they will face a situation of fighting to the death. But the Adar people did the opposite and directly killed Atlas Rivian as a sacrifice. Even though Raymond had always disliked that traitor Atrus Rivian, he was after all the adjutant appointed by Ariel O'Sullivan himself. Raymond simply couldn't explain to Ariel O'Sullivan. This is a humiliation and contempt for the Odin Empire. This is an absolutely unforgivable crime. For a moment, Raymond was furious. Infantry. Infantry assemble. Set up ladders and build rafts. Before dark, I will let those Adar people hiding in the fortress know the consequences of doing so. As Raymond stood on the other side of the river, cursing at the Adar soldiers and arranging their troops, the magic cannon in the Namur fortress finally adjusted its angle. Sam Layton looked at the Odin soldiers on the other side of the river and finally smiled. He said, Fire! Chapter 234 The Roar of the New Era. Fire! First salvo. Under the expectant eyes of the Adar soldiers, Sam Layton finally gave the order. When the order to fire finally reached Eli Cook's ears, the soldier squatting beside him in charge of loading LS had already placed a L into the barrel. They had practiced this kind of cooperation countless times, so Eli Cook completed the next steps very skillfully. He reached out and pressed hard on the mechanism at the end of the gun. At the moment when Eli Cook's right hand fell, a light blue pattern gradually appeared on the body of the magic cannon. The built-in magic circle of the magic cannon has been activated. The people squatting around the magic cannon turned around consciously and covered their ears with their hands. As the magic crystal installed at the end of the magic cannon bloomed with a strange luster, there was only a loud bang. The magic cannonball in the barrel rushed towards the other side of the river. At this moment, Raymond was standing in the open space on the north side of the Sauron River, looking up and down at the extremely solid fortress in front of him. Although he had extremely strong confidence in the fighting power of Odin's soldiers, Raymond O'Sullivan still felt a little overwhelmed when faced with the sudden situation before him. The solid fortress and rushing river greatly increased the difficulty of the Odin people's attack. As long as the enemy's defending general was not a fool, he would use bows and arrows to fire rounds of volleys at them when they crossed the river. But all Odin people are martial, The education that Raymond O'Sullivan received since childhood made him never retreat at this moment. This is the dignity of an Odinite. And this is the bottom line of an Odin warrior. All along, the Odins have always won their invasion wars against the Norman Empire with a smaller force. And they would slowly move north after plundering enough food or consuming enough people. So, even though he knew that the fortress in front of him was difficult to capture, Raymond O'Sullivan still wanted to give it a try. Even if he failed, he could at least find out the strength of the Adar people, and provide more detailed intelligence for the arrival of the main force. Moreover, he may not necessarily fail. On the way to taking over the eastern territories of the empire, Raymond fought many such wars. The Norman fortresses looked difficult to capture, but in fact the morale of the soldiers was extremely low. It only took a few charges, and a few casualties to defeat the Norman soldiers. But, suddenly, Raymond O'Sullivan's pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the fortress on the other side of the river. What happened? What is that? The speed at which the black shadow passed through the sky was so fast that Raymond could hardly catch it with his naked eyes. Just as Raymond had this thought, a huge explosion was heard behind him. Rumble. The magic cannon from the Adar territory finally made its first sound in this world at this moment. Raymond turned back. I saw flames rising into the sky and dust flying. The violent explosion produced layers of heat waves, and the strong impact force almost knocked Raymond to the ground. The explosion was not far from Raymond. The rolling heat wave hit him, causing his exposed skin to feel a burning sensation. The smoke and dust cleared, and Raymond's vision gradually became clear. He saw the Odin soldiers lying on the ground, and the blood scattered all over the ground. At this moment, Odin soldiers looked confused. What's this? There was thunder during the day? From the dull roar to the explosion of intense flames. It took less than a second, but the companion who was originally beside him turned into a corpse lying on the ground in an instant. The first SH. I was just for calibration. Then, the magic cannons on the city walls continuously emitted pale blue light, and a series of black shadows streaked across the azure sky. Retreat! Retreat! Raymond roared with all his might, although he was confused by the sudden explosion. As a famous general of Odin, who had personally experienced and commanded dozens of wars, Raymond still made a decision in the shortest time. Although the Odins are warlike and not afraid of strong enemies, the question is, where are the enemies? Odin soldiers could attack in the face of oncoming arrows, and fight hard in the face of pouring feces. But faced with this weapon that could cause a violent explosion at an extremely long distance, they finally showed fear. And the most despairing thing is, they can't even see the enemy on the opposite side. The place where the Odin people deployed their troops was obviously beyond the range of the Adar soldiers' bows and arrows. It was precisely because of this that the Odin people relaxed their vigilance against long-range attacks. However, what was unexpected was that this sky fire could launch an attack at such a long distance. That's right. This must be heavenly fire, because in the knowledge of Odin's soldiers, no force could launch an attack from such a long distance. This violent explosion, like a volcanic eruption, was far beyond their understanding. Raymond would not be so foolish as to let his soldiers die. So when facing such unknown risks, retreating as soon as possible is the wisest choice. But, can you make it? Looking at the SH.LS attacking his own army, Raymond's eyes flashed with despair. Boom. Rumble. In the second round of volleys, the Adar people finally activated all the magic cannons in the entire Namur fortress. SH.LS flew across the sky and then slammed heavily into the ground near the Odins. The firing pin inside the SH.I was activated almost the moment the SH.L hit the ground, and the magic array hidden in each SH.L also burst out at this moment. A colorful magic storm raged around Odin's soldiers, and the tearing caused by the chaotic magic almost made people faint. The flying shrapnel from the exploding SH.LS pierced deeply into the flesh of Odin's soldiers. For a while, the northern bank of the Solin River was filled with wailing. Raymond was knocked to the ground by the violent explosion. But the shock wave caused by the violent explosion almost shook the earth, and he felt that his internal organs trembled. Fear. As a warrior among the Odin people, and a famous general of the Odin Empire, this kind of emotion has not appeared in Raymond's mind for more than 10 years. But at this moment, this fragile emotion began to spread in his heart. Chapter 235 Tools are everywhere. Sam Layton stood on the city wall, and watched the explosion on the other side of the river from afar through a telescope. This was the first appearance of the Adar magic cannon, and also the first war in which the Adar artillery unit participated. Even though he was well aware of the power of the magic cannon, and was still afraid of it, Sam Layton still couldn't help feeling a little nervous. And now, when he saw the devastation on the other side of the river, and the Odin soldiers, who were defeated by the bombardment of the magic cannon, Sam Layton finally breathed a sigh of relief. If before this, Sam Layton was only 60% sure about defending the Adar territory, then now, he is almost 90% sure. Unless Odin soldiers launched a fearless attack with their absolute superiority in force, it would be impossible for them to force a crossing of the Sauron River with just the soldiers in front of them. Moreover, according to the current progress of the project in Adar territory, it is expected that before the spring, the magic power from the depths of the Almes Mountains will be transmitted to the city of Adar and the vicinity of the Grand Highlands, thus officially setting off a wave of mass production of magic weapons. It's stable. Sam Layton punched the city wall in front of him, extremely excited, looking at the smoke rising gradually on the other side of the river. The morale of Adar's soldiers was high. Although the artillery troops of Adar had long been impressed by the tremendous power of the explosion of magic artillery SH.LS, it was the first time for the ordinary soldiers of the First Army to witness the terrifying power of this long-range weapon with their own eyes. Hearing the huge roars coming from not far away, looking at the flames rising into the sky, and the dazzling light that flashed from time to time, they were stunned at first. And then they cheered involuntarily. They had originally climbed the city wall with the will to die, vowing to live and die with Lord Adar, and to make Odin's soldiers fall to the ground. But now, they didn't even get a clear look at the Odinians' faces before the opposing Odin army was already in disarray, with wails shaking the sky. So much so that many recruits actually felt a little disappointed. They also wanted to fight in the battlefield, make achievements for Lord Adar, and receive praise and rewards from Lord Bruno Stewart, Count of Adar. The soldiers of Adar. Sam Layton just raised the sword at his waist, wanting to call on the soldiers of Adar to rush out of the fortress and give the Odin people the most painful blow while they were covered in dust. But suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder, interrupting Sam Layton's next words. "Your Excellency?" Sam Layton turned around and looked in surprise at Bruno, who had appeared behind him at some point. "Don't rush to send out the cavalry. Continue to use artillery to bombard the ground and force all these Odin soldiers back to Sorenburg. I have other plans," Bruno ordered. "Yes." Sam Layton's face turned pale, and he quickly replied. Although he was somewhat doubtful about the Earl's actions, Sam Layton answered immediately because obeying orders was a soldier's duty. "But, my Lord Earl, this is the front line after all. It is too dangerous." Sam Layton hesitated to speak. "I am the supreme ruler of Adar territory, so I naturally have to stand with my soldiers. Moreover, with so many Adar people standing by my side, how could I be put in danger?" Bruno looked around, and those sincere faces made him feel particularly at ease. Long live the Earl. Long live Lord Adar. It wasn't just a question of who started it. When the soldiers in the Namur fortress saw Lord Bruno coming to the front line in person, they all shouted loudly. It has always been an extremely rare occurrence for nobles to personally visit the front lines to boost morale. So, Bruno's personal arrival greatly stimulated the Adar soldiers' desire for war, and strengthened their confidence in defending the Adar territory. Prepare for the second round of shooting. Sam Layton gave up his original idea of sending cavalry to attack and issued new orders. Looking at those high-spirited soldiers, Bruno felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. This is an elite army created by him. Bruno felt particularly satisfied as he watched the civilian soldiers of Adar grow step by step into the backbone of the defense of Adar. Perhaps this is the joy of farming. As for stopping Sam Layton from sending his troops to charge, Bruno actually had other considerations. After all Sam Layton needs to do is to defeat the enemy. But Bruno, as the supreme ruler of Adar territory, needs to coordinate and balance everything, control the overall situation, and take care of all aspects of Adar territory. Although the Odin soldiers in front of them were frightened by the magic cannon led by Adar, it was undeniable that the Odin people on the other side of the river were still the most ferocious infantry in the world. Even though the soldiers of Adar became more martial and had greatly improved combat capabilities under the influence of the quality concept, if they did not have new melee weapons, their individual combat power would only be on par with Odin's soldiers. Sam Layton had a good idea. The Adar people could take this opportunity to send cavalry across the river to fight, forcing the Odin people to flee north in panic. But If this is the case, the news about Adar County will undoubtedly be spread quickly. Even with the CIA agents that Lord Adar had deployed in the north in advance, they were unable to stop the hundreds of Odin cavalrymen. So, out of caution, Bruno decided to adopt another strategy at the suggestion of CIA Director Crow. During this period, the Adar CIA made countless deductions about the command style and personal character of Odin General Raymond O'Sullivan. So, if his predictions are correct, after suffering such a disastrous defeat, Raymond will most likely retreat to Sorenburg and wait for another opportunity, rather than retreating directly to the north. As long as it is not a large-scale Odin cavalry, it is easy for those strictly trained agents to stop a few galloping messengers or shoot a few crows with the assistance of Air Force scouts. Therefore, according to Bruno's idea, it would be better to give them a way out for the time being and let these Odin people retreat back to Sorenburg. Then, Bruno can order his soldiers to surround Sorenburg layer by layer, and wait for the right moment to capture them all in one fell swoop. Of course, preventing information from leaking is only one of Bruno's goals. For Bruno, these Odin soldiers who came to Adar to kill were excellent tools. Aren't the soldiers in Adar County lacking in actual combat experience? Then let Adar's army, Air Force, and even Navy take turns to serve Odin soldiers who will hide in Sorenburg, so as to improve Adar's combat experience as much as possible before Odin's large army attacks. After all, compared to these vanguard troops led by Odin's General Raymond O'Sullivan, the Odin army that followed after encountering obstacles and taking over the territory is what Bruno is really worried about. Chapter 236, Establishing Authority. 3 consecutive rounds of magic cannon bombardment almost completely destroyed the will to fight of the Odin people on the other side of the river. When the remaining Odin soldiers finally escaped from the bombardment range of the Adar people's artillery fire, they all showed fear on their faces. Odin soldiers are indeed brave, but each of them has received prenatal education. This can be easily inferred from the fact that Raymond O'Sullivan, Odin's general, could not even recognize a few words in the letter. So, the Odin people naturally regarded this bombardment from the Namur fortress as fire from the sky. Heavenly fire is a punishment sent down from heaven. The Odin people do not believe in the Church of Light, but they also have their own religious culture. However, what they believed in was not gods, but nature. The Odin people have an almost fanatical worship for the power of nature. They combine the changes in nature with the power of magic to form a complete belief system. In Bruno's opinion, this is probably a localized variation of primitive religion formed in the magical world. The Odin people's faith is based on shamanism, although it cannot be said that this religion is a combination of the shortcomings of hundreds of schools of thought. But compared with the Odin people's state religion, animism, the Norman Empire's Church of Light has become more high-end and classy. Human sacrifice is just one of the many anti-human religious rituals of animism. As for the many other unimaginable religious ceremonies, they are too numerous to count. Whenever there was a good harvest and the weather was good, the Odin people would sacrifice a few serfs to thank nature for its gift. Whenever there was an earthquake, tsunami, or volcanic eruption, the Odin people would sacrifice a few serfs to pray for nature's forgiveness. All in all, the unlucky ones are definitely the serfs and civilians, or the captives. Shamans hold a high status in this belief system, and the so-called shamans are actually wizards of the Norman Empire. In the Odin Empire, shamans have a status far beyond that of ordinary people, because they can mobilize the magical power of nature. In many cases, they can even be on equal footing with some tribal leaders. The Sagas school in the north of the Norman Empire actually has close ties with the shamans of the Odin Empire. The violent explosions and magic storms were considered by the Odin people as punishment from nature. So, the Odin soldiers who had just escaped from the artillery fire had completely lost the courage to fight the Adar people. Could it be that nature doesn't want me to attack the noble territory in front of me? In fact, such a thought had appeared in Raymond O'Sullivan's mind when the bombardment just began. But this idea was quickly suppressed by him, because Raymond could see clearly that this sky fire was controlled by the Adar people hiding in the fortress. Damn! For a moment, Raymond felt that the fortress in front of him was simply a hot potato. If he was asked to retreat, Raymond would definitely be unwilling to do so. After all, after this battle, Raymond wanted to know more and more urgently. What exactly is in Adar territory? How do they control these skyfires? So, retreat back to Sorenburg. The analysis of the Adar agents was correct. Despite suffering such a huge setback, Raymond still had illusions about the Adar territory. After all, when Odin's soldiers were bombarded by artillery fire, and had no will to fight, and could not take care of both ends. The Adar people gave up the best opportunity to fight, and did not send cavalry to cross the river to fight. This gave Raymond an illusion. That is, even though the Adar people had the help of sky fire, their morale was low, and they had no desire to fight. They were only willing to defend their territory, and did not dare to act rashly. Raymond O'Sullivan, his face covered in dust, walked at the end of the team, dragging his frightened horse. This vanguard force, which originally had thousands of people, was reduced to less than 700 people who were able to leave standing after 3 rounds of bombardment from Adar's artillery. On the other hand, the Adar territory only lost some artillery LS. This was the most painful blow Raymond had ever suffered since he became Odin's general. He finally turned around, took a vicious look at the Namur fortress not far away, and secretly swore that he would definitely come back to fight again. Eli Cook finally vomited. The battlefield was in ruins after the artillery bombardment. The broken bodies of Odin people could be seen almost every few meters, and the dark red blood that gradually seeped into the soil made the battlefield look even more tragic. In fact, many Odin people were not dead yet. They were just scratched by shrapnel from the LS and then collapsed to the ground and unable to move. Whether it is the Norman army or the Odin army, their attitude towards the wounded is actually the same, which is to let them fend for themselves. Although this sounds cruel, the problem is, based on the understanding of medical care in this era, the backward medical level is simply unable to provide the wounded soldiers who have lost too much blood with proper treatment. And most soldiers do not die at the hands of the enemy on the battlefield, but die from wound infections after being injured. In this era, only the military doctors led by Adar gradually learned to use alcohol to disinfect wounds at Bruno's request, greatly increasing the survival rate of the wounded soldiers. My Lord Earl, those wounded soldiers left behind by the Odin people. Sam Layton hesitated. If it had happened in the past, the soldiers would have definitely gone up and killed these Odin people with a single blow. After all, they were definitely going to die. But the problem is that the current Adar people are fully capable of keeping these Odin soldiers alive. Dr. Doug was able to perform the surgery. This has become widely known in Adar territory, although the complex operation is still difficult to perform and prone to infection. However, operations with relatively lower difficulty, such as cesarean sections, circumcisions, appendectomy operations, etc., can already be attempted. As for removing shrapnel from the bodies of wounded soldiers, it is even easier for the Adar people. Kill them all. To Sam Layton's surprise, Bruno said in a cold tone. The reason for asking Bruno was that Sam Layton knew that his lord the Earl usually liked to incorporate the captives into the 9th production team to supplement the labor resources of Adar territory, and let them contribute to the construction of Adar territory. But what he didn't expect was that Lord Bruno went against his usual behavior this time, and directly ordered the execution of these Odin soldiers. Under the protection of the guards, Bruno looked calmly at the Odin soldiers, who fell to the ground and wailed for mercy. Although these Odin soldiers lying on the ground looked quite miserable, the tragedy that happened on the Valence plain was still lingering in Bruno's mind. He committed rape, murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil. Most of these Odin soldiers have taken the lives of dozens of innocent people. They are extremely evil, and have committed many crimes. Therefore, in Adar territory where medical resources are extremely limited, Bruno would not use Adar territory's precious medical resources to treat these wounded soldiers, thus creating more unstable factors in Adar territory. And most of these soldiers belong to the tribe of Odin's royal family O'Sullivan. This battle, Lord Adar needs to establish his authority. Chapter 237 Bombing. Chaotic Odins. Bruno personally stabbed the sharp saber into the body of an Odin soldier who was begging desperately. Now that he has come to this era, he must gradually adapt to it. At least, Bruno must make himself brave enough to look death in the face, brave enough to face this world. The knife fell, and the splattering blood dyed Bruno's noble robe red. A strange emotion began to rise in Bruno's heart. He killed someone. It has been nearly a year since Bruno came into this world, and this is the first time he has killed someone with his own hands. He just felt a little dazed, and then pretended to be calm. In this era where human life is worthless, Bruno can make the Adar County prosper through the lowest civilians and serfs. But everything has a limit. Tokugawa Ieyasu once said, "To keep the peasants half dead is the secret of politics." If we look at it from the perspective of outstanding young people in the new era, This sentence is undoubtedly extremely reactionary, but if we look at it from the perspective of the feudal landlord class, this sentence contains certain truth. Bruno at this time was like a collection of contradictions. By inspiring the power of the lower-class civilians, he turned the Adar territory into the most shining pearl in the eastern part of the entire empire. But at the same time, he had to be cautious at all times because Bruno himself was also a member of the aristocratic ruling class. Bruno is just an ordinary man. So, in his spare time, he is always observing this world that is gradually changing because of him, and attaches great importance to the ideological guidance of the Adar people. Supporting the Stuart family's rule over the Adar people, and firmly following the footsteps of Count Bruno Stuart of Adar. These ideas that were gradually instilled into the Adar people seemed to have little effect. But they were what Bruno valued most. Bruno must keep the people's thoughts, and the military power of Adar in his own hands. Count! Seeing Bruno killing people himself, Mondo was stunned for a moment. Then stammered, "Your clothes." Bruno waved his hand and said, "No problem." Then, Bruno turned around and emphasized to the soldiers beside him, "Leave no one alive." "Yes." Upon hearing Bruno's order, the Adar soldiers responded loudly, "Your Excellency." At this time, Krell, the director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, came over and said in a deep voice, "The Air Force scouts sent news that the Odin people have indeed withdrawn to Sorenburg. Since the Air Force is still a brand new military branch in this world, Bruno currently has no ready-made Air Force generals available. Therefore, Krell, the head of the CIA, temporarily took on the position of Air Force commander. Then let the Air Force soldiers prepare for action," Bruno said with a smile. "Clear. Sorenburg, located by the sea, is a great place. It is surrounded by plains on 3 sides, and faces the sea on the other side. The army of Adar can use this to conduct actual combat exercises and tactical coordination. And the navy of Adar can practice artillery bombardment and beach landings. As for the Adar territory's air force, it can try to conduct bombing training and aerial reconnaissance under different climatic conditions. In addition, all-round tactical coordination among sea, land and air is also one of the contents that Adar soldiers need to practice. For Adar's army, Odin's army led by Raymond O'Sullivan was undoubtedly an excellent combat target, although such actual combat training will certainly cause casualties among the Adar people. But the casualties of a small number of soldiers can allow the Adar people to discover the problems in the training and unleash even stronger combat effectiveness in future wars. Bruno could still weigh the importance of the two. In peacetime, the life of every Adar person is extremely precious. But when war breaks out, the number of soldiers can only be a constantly changing number. As the supreme ruler of Adar County, this is something Bruno had realized long ago. Although it was a great victory, cleaning up the battlefield did not allow the Adar people to gain much, because the Odins are really poor. In order to increase the marching speed of Odin's army, most of the property previously looted from various noble territories was sealed in the vaults of each lord's castle, and special people were left to guard it. The Nordic horse under Odin can be said to be the only thing that can attract other people's attention. But the bombardment caused the northern horses to either be injured or to flee in panic, so that the Adar people didn't catch many horses. Although Bruno would have preferred to launch a night attack in the middle of the night, the Adar people's vision conditions made it difficult for Bruno to support his idea. Soldiers of this era more or less have some symptoms of night blindness. So, Bruno began to adjust the food menu of the Adar Air Force on the one hand, and at the same time adjusted the original action plan. The Air Force's bombing operation on Sorenburg will begin early tomorrow morning when it is just getting light. However, the Army and Navy began to close the siege of Sorenburg just as the Odin army led by Raymond O'Sullivan retreated into Sorenburg. Now that the fish has taken the bite, the Adar people no longer have to worry about anything. Adar's First Army and Adar's artillery units finally walked out of the Namur fortress, deployed troops on 3 sides of Solenburg, and surrounded the isolated and helpless Solenburg. In fact, it is quite difficult to blockade Sorenburg with only the more than 1,000 soldiers led by Adar. But since there are no shamans capable of performing magical attacks in this Odin army, the Air Force's reconnaissance balloons can always float over Sorenburg, so as to grasp the distribution of Odin's troops in a timely manner and make adjustments to the distribution of forces accordingly. Agents of the Adar CIA and the Griffin Knights were tasked with intercepting Odin's intelligence transmissions. On the one hand, they kept a close eye on the next move of Odin's army on the Valens Plain, and on the other hand, they paid close attention to all possible channels for transmitting information in Sorenberg, whether it is during the day or night. Griffin has a strong perception of messengers such as crows, which also enables Edal to cut off the most prone information transmission approach of crows, which allows Edal to hide behind a layer of mysterious veil. There is no doubt that under the joint action of Idar's Navy, Army, Air Force and Idar's Central Intelligence Agency, Odin's army hiding in Sorenberg has almost been sentenced to death. When Raymond O'Sullivan saw that Sorenberg was surrounded by Idar's army, he finally felt a sense of regret in his heart. My misjudgment of Idar territory has led to the current passive situation. Therefore, Raymond plans to make up for his loss and mobilize soldiers early tomorrow morning to prepare for a breakout. After all, night blindness affects not only Idar soldiers, but the symptoms of the Odin people are far more serious than those of the Idar soldiers. But what Raymond didn't know was, if you wait until the next morning, it will be too late. The next day, early morning, when a faint light just appeared on the sea level in the distance, the hot air balloon belonging to the Idar Air Force had already taken off. The airmen worked in groups of 3. One person is responsible for observing the enemy situation. One person is responsible for controlling the direction. And one person is responsible for dropping bombs. The basket of the hot air balloon was almost filled with magic crystal bombs, which were enough for the Odin people to have a good time. The Odin sentinels, who had been standing on the city wall all night, were standing at their posts with dazed eyes. It was not until they saw more than 20 hot air balloons, with the Stewart family emblem painted on them floating over Sorenberg, that they suddenly reacted. They raised their heads seriously, took a look, and then immediately fell into a half-asleep and half-wakeful state of sleep. The failed war yesterday really consumed too much of their energy, so much so that they felt particularly tired at this moment. Although he was still frightened by those Idar people floating in the sky, he kept falling into deep sleepiness. After all, since yesterday afternoon, Idar's reconnaissance balloons have been floating over Sorenberg, and the sentinels have almost gotten used to it. At the beginning, I would find some sheltered place to hide, but after a long time, I started to not take it seriously anymore. Anyway, those balloons won't drop anything. General Raymond, who had already woke up, had more concerns about the hot air balloons floating over Sorenberg, because although he didn't know why the Idarians were flying in the sky, but there was no doubt that the Idar would decide to attack the Odin soldiers on the ground by the arrow from the gaze, etc. Looking at the increasing number of hot air balloons, Raymond seemed to suddenly realize something. If the Idar people could drop skyfire from those balloons. Thinking of this, Raymond's body shook violently. On a hot air balloon, Johan Hudson, who was in charge of the operation, was using a telescope to observe the distribution of Odin's forces in Sorenberg. Since it was still early, most of Odin's soldiers were still sleeping. Captain, the soldiers have arrived at the designated location. A soldier beside him reported to him. Then dropped the bomb. A faint smile appeared on Johnny Hudson's face. Hearing this, the soldier carefully released the safety device of the magic crystal bomb, and then slowly extended the magic crystal bomb out of the hanging basket with his hands. This is the New Year's gift from the Earl to you, the soldier suddenly shouted. Immediately, he let go of the magic crystal bomb that he was holding tightly in his hand. Boom! Just at the moment when the magic crystal bomb collided with the ground, a roar that Raymond still remembered vividly came from outside the window. The explosion of the first magic crystal bomb was like a signal, and one magic crystal bomb after another was dropped by soldiers from the hot air balloon floating above Sorenberg. Rumble. Violent explosions continued to be heard from all over Sorenberg. In just a blink of an eye, the entire Sorenberg was shrouded in layers of smoke. The violent explosion ignited the Odin people's food and grass, and the raging fire mercilessly devoured the last bit of Odin people's supplies. Idar. Raymond O'Sullivan's eyes were wide open, staring at the Idar soldiers, who were throwing sky fire wantonly in the sky. He could even see an Idar man not far away, giving him the middle finger. Countless Odins were killed or injured in their sleep, and the buildings in Sorenborg collapsed one after another. What's going on here? Although anger and hatred gradually rose in his heart, Raymond looked confused at this time. The Odin cavalry had not even seen the enemy's face, and they had already lost most of their troops. Without the help of the shaman wizards, the Odin army could only watch as the Idar soldiers cast one sky fire after another in the sky. This is no longer the war that Raymond is familiar with. Chapter 238. The time has changed. The cavalry charged at the sound of the horn. The archers fired arrows at the command of the general, and the soldiers holding short swords fought the enemy face to face at close range. The above are what Raymond O'Sullivan thinks a normal war is. Only, when facing the Adar people, Raymond felt particularly powerless. Different regional cultures have derived different ideas and concepts. Compared with the Norman nobles who focus on chivalry, the Odin people care more about the outcome of the war. So, Odin's army, led by Mariano, passed through the forest of beasts and launched a surprise attack on the Norman Empire. But the Normans are different. The nobles of the Norman Empire have always believed that sneak attacks are the privilege of the lowly and cowardly. So, head-on confrontation is the most common way of warfare for the Norman army. But the soldiers of Adar's army completely overturned Odin's soldiers' impression of these southerners and their views on war. The Adar people did not engage in close combat with Odin's soldiers at all, relying on air power and powerful long-range attacks. The Adar soldiers almost completely destroyed the fighting will of Odin's army. No matter how brave the Odin men were, they had no place to use their strength because they couldn't even touch the corners of the Adar soldiers' clothes. At this moment, watching the explosions taking place in various places in Sorenburg and listening to the roars that kept coming into his ears, Raymond finally figured it out. The reason why the Adar people did not send troops to attack before and force him to retreat to the north was to let him retreat into Sorenburg, thus leaving all the Odin soldiers led by him here. Moreover, after being surrounded by layers of siege, there was no way for me to remind Odin's army of the true situation in Adar territory. Thinking of this, Raymond couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed as if every step of his plan had been calculated by the Adar people, causing him to step into the Adar people's trap step by step. In the sky, Adar people were constantly throwing skyfire. Outside the city, Adar soldiers were on full alert. And even at sea, there were Adar ships blocking the way. At this moment, he couldn't escape. Odin's soldiers had nowhere to go. Damn it! Raymond paid a heavy price for his contempt for the Adar people. Amid the constant roar outside the window, he straightened his armor, polished his sword, and then, he finally strode out of the Lord's castle that originally belonged to Earl Soren. The violent explosion raised countless dust and sand, and the flying stones hit Raymond's armor, making a crisp sound. How many cavalry do we still have? How many infantry do we still have? Raymond roared with all his might. Because only in this way can his voice penetrate the sound of the explosion and reach the ears of Odin's soldiers. After hearing Raymond's roar, the long-lost deputy general finally found his backbone. He hurried towards Raymond. And then, a magic crystal bomb that had just fallen exploded next to the deputy general, and his flesh and limbs were torn apart. The deputy general, who was running towards Raymond the previous second, turned into a mutilated corpse in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Raymond's eyes became even redder. He jumped on his horse and rushed out of the city, calling out to any Odin soldiers he saw along the way. At this moment, Raymond had only one thought in his mind. That is, at all costs, he must pass on everything he saw in Adar County, so that Odin's army can be prepared, even if it means his entire army is wiped out. Raymond ran along the main road of Sorenburg towards the city gate. Along the way were broken walls and Odin's soldiers struggling to death. But everything in front of him did not slow down Raymond's speed at all. The northern horse under his crotch ran at full speed, crossing the gullies and obstacles caused by the explosion, and galloping all the way out of the city gate. I have to say that even after such a violent bombardment, facing the fear from the deep inside, the Odin people still showed a good consciousness of combat. When Raymond finally could see the gates not far away, he had gathered nearly 100 Odin-Tietchi behind him. Looking back at the cavalry who had ashes but strongly supported themselves, Raymond felt a trace of sadness in the heart of Raymond. Odin, who had originally had more than 1,500 people, had only 100 people who could follow him after a round of bombardment. Kill! Raymond roared in anger. When Odin's cavalry finally rushed out of the city gate of Sorenburg, Raymond finally regained a familiar feeling. Raymond stared at the Adar position not far away, and the Northland horse under him began to gradually accelerate. At this moment, the explosions and roars behind him seemed to be far away from him, replaced by dense horse hoof sounds and cold wind whistling in Raymond's ears. This is the battlefield he is familiar with. Odin-Tietchi was like a sharp sword that came from the Raidlist's position. Sam Ledon looked at the Odin-Tai riding from the gate of the city, and said, "Fighting!" The magic guide gun, which had been ready for a long time, finally issued a roar again, and the gunner almost lowered the angle of the magic gun to the limit. Rumble. Raymond seemed to hear the wailing coming from behind him, as if he could feel the blood splashing behind him. But, Raymond acted as if he didn't hear anything, and still rushed straight towards the Adar position. As long as a bite is torn in the Adar's position, he can pass the intelligence led by Idol, so that Odin's army will not repeat the same mistakes. Then, he saw the Adar cavalry. As the Odin cavalry led by Raymond got closer and closer to the artillery position, the cavalry led by Adar finally began to speed up. The horses of Idol are not as good as the North Earth horse, but the Idol cavalry, which has been trained for a long time, also has the power of the first battle with the trained Idol cavalry. Sam Rayton first led the Idol cavalry to greet it. The Adar people are there to guard the land behind them, and to protect the peace of Adar territory, while Odin's Iron Cavalry is there to pass on information about the Adar people, so that they can survive. Finally, the two groups of people collided fiercely. They all held the will to die, fighting and shouting, roaring and struggling. The cavalry led by Idol tried his best to leave all the Odin people on this land, and let them pay the price for the invasion of Idol. Everyone killed Red Eyes, so that when the last Odin Iron Riders was cut off, the Idol cavalry could not help standing in place, silent. Chapter 239: A New Beginning. Sam Rayton sat on a raised rock, wiping his blood-covered blade. Nearly 100 Odin cavalrymen who followed Raymond in the charge were all annihilated by the Adar people. But at the same time, the Adar cavalry also paid a heavy price. Although the Adar people washed with artillery countless times, the Idol cavalry still paid more than 20 casualties. Looking at the smoke rolling in front of his eyes, and the corpse's battlefield, Sam Ledon just wanted to say, Odin Tietchi, this has nothing to do with justice or their respective positions. It is just Sam Layton's respect for these top elite cavalrymen of the Odin Empire. Under the bombardment of artillery, Odin's spirit showed a strong shock that he was not inferior to the Adar's fierceness and death. However, Sam Reitz firmly believes that Idol's soldiers are the strongest. In less than 1 year, only less than 1 year, Earl Idol Sterno Sturut made Idol lead the reborn and let the Idol soldiers fight a high spirit. So, as long as the Stuart family can continue to maintain its rule over the Adar territory, the Adar army will become the most powerful force in the entire continent. Sam Layton is full of confidence and expectation about this. As soon as the war ended, Bruno came to the battlefield in front of Sollenberg accompanied by a CIA agent. The death of Raymond O'Sullivan marked the fall of Odin's army. When Raymond finally fell on the battlefield, the Adar people's bombardment of Sorenberg stopped. The fully armed Idol infantry entered the gate of Soren from 4 directions, and under the order of Bruno, he killed all Odin soldiers who resisted or did not resist. The Adar Air Force's bombing of Sorenberg almost destroyed all the buildings in the city except the Lord's Castle. It is precisely because of the inhabitants of all Sauron's leaders in advance to Idol's land, and the Idol soldiers dared to bombard so unscrupulously. The more than 100 northern horses captured by the Adar people may be the biggest gain in this battle. As the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, under Raymond's command, the Odin people did not hide in Sorenberg and wait for help. So, the Adar Navy did not have time to conduct beach landings or other actual combat training except for firing a lot of artillery SHLs in cooperation with the Air Force at the beginning of the war. And Adar's infantry did not play a big role in this battle. In other words, this war to annihilate all of Odin's vanguards was almost entirely carried out by Adar's artillery, Adar's cavalry, and Adar's air force. This also made Bruno feel a little regrettable, because the plan he originally imagined to use the Odin army as a tool person to turn insulted. There is no possibility of realization. Everything was developing in a good direction. Idol successfully repelled the leading troops of the Odin Empire and guarded Idol's peace. But, after winning, Bruno faced an extremely difficult decision. The death of Earl Soren has turned the vast land of Soren territory into an ownerless land. So take it, or don't take it. Most of the north banks of the Solon River are plains, which are extremely suitable for farming. They have a lot of fertile farmland. For the Idol leader of the increasing population, Solon leaders can become another granary of the Idol. However, after some heavenly men fought, Bruno finally pressed this idea. Although the territory before him was almost within his reach and made Bruno extremely coveted it, now was not the right time. Lord Adar did indeed wipe out the vanguard of Odin's people, but the threat of Odin's army had not yet dissipated. Moreover, Sorenberg, which has been bombarded by the Idol Air Force, has almost become a ruin and looks full of sore. Although this means that the Adar people can freely draw on this blank land. Once Odin launches another attack, the vast plains of Sauron's territory will be indefensible. And it will also greatly affect the Adar people's troop deployment. So, although Bruno really wants to get this territory, there are prerequisites. Either completely eliminate the Odin people's ambitions for this land. Either the Adar can achieve the large-scale equipment of the magic rifle. Otherwise, unless it is a necessary combat reserve action, Bruno will never take the initiative to let the power of the Stewart family extended to Idal to take a half step. Damn! As long as Idal leads the money and someone has resources, and then explodes the dog's head of the Odin people, it can swallow the entire East in the morning and evening, and don't care about the time and a half. Besides, it is winter now. Even if I swallowed up the Lord of Sauron in one breath, I would not have time to develop it in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but feel relieved. Let the soldiers count the spoils carefully. The most important thing is, search them thoroughly, and don't let anyone live. Bruno was in good spirits, and said with a smile, "Clear." The weather gradually became colder, and the progress of the boulder array gradually became slower. Finally, the new year has arrived. For a long time, the day when Bruno regarded as the new year came to the grand festival of the people of the Norman Empire. It was not until this moment that Bruno suddenly realized that he had been in this world for more than a year. The Adar army won a great victory in the first war with the Odin people. This news was soon spread by Aunt Sally, a non-staff member of the propaganda department of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, and made everyone know, making the Adar people more and more looking forward to the future. On this day last year, Bruno repaired houses for the poor people in Adar and distributed food. In this year, for almost all Adalians, the victory of the Idal in the war with the Odin is undoubtedly the best New Year gift. Under the organization of grassroots officials in Adar territory, bonfire parties were held in migrant worker communities one after another. The holding of these entertainment activities also eased the extremely tense atmosphere in Adar territory. In the eyes of civilians, the ethnic of the God of Light, which was originally an important part of the New Year celebration. But, as Bruno becomes increasingly distrustful of the role played by the Church of Light, so in this celebration, under Bruno's instruction, the object of remembrance for the Adar people, by the God of Light, they became those Adar soldiers who fought bravely and died heroically. Chapter 240 Hagia Sophia. Bruno has always hoped to find a suitable time to gradually weaken or even peel off the influence of the church on Idal. The threat of the Odin people and the bloody idol soldiers gave opportunities such as Bruno. You know, even though the proportion of believers in the eastern part of the empire is relatively small, there are at least 10,000 people who believe in the church in Adar alone. And, with the continuous influx of immigrants, the number of believers is still showing an upward trend. As the holder of the Order of St. George, Bruno certainly couldn't just jump up and scream and declare that the Church of Light was a bunch of hypocritical charlatans, because that would only backfire. So, for the prosperity and stability of Idal, Bruno can only take gradual means. And this New Year's celebration is an attempt by Bruno. Although Bruno's move to adjust the commemoration of the gods to commemorate the Adar soldiers who died in the war surprised some believers, it did not cause much waves in the Adar territory. After all, every Adar person knew very well that those soldiers died to defend the Adar territory. If the soldiers had not built a solid defense line along the Sauron River, the tragedy that occurred on the Valence Plain would have been likely to befall the Adar people as well. Bruno personally presided over the funerals of the fallen soldiers and provided a generous pension to their families. It was at the soldiers' funeral that Bruno finally announced the next wonder that Adar County would build in the future, Hagia Sophia. The Cathedral of St. Sophia is one of the extremely famous churches on the planet. This church, which has a history of more than 1,500 years, is the most glorious representative of Byzantine architecture, the central church of the Eastern Orthodox Church, and a monument to the heyday of the Byzantine Empire. Although it has been changed to mosque and museum since then, it is undeniable that the St. Sophia Cathedral is definitely a wonders that cannot be given. Of course, the purpose of Bruno's church is definitely not to feel the grace of the God of Light, but to remember the idol soldiers who died in the war. In Bruno's opinion, it is obviously unrealistic to directly exclude the Church of Light from the Adar territory. In this case, with the convenient conditions of religious interpretation rights by the St. George's Medal to Bruno, Bruno can give a new meaning to the Holy See to a certain extent. For example, gradually fade out the role played by the God of Light, so that believers can focus more on real life, be grateful for the people and things in life, and remember those Adar soldiers who died heroically for the future of Adar. The reason why Bruno finally began to deal with the impact of the Church of Light on the Adar territory was mainly because of the intelligence that the Adar CIA brought to Bruno. Through the information obtained by the Adar CIA during this period, and the rumors intentionally released by Ariel O'Sullivan, Bruno can basically confirm that the Odin people attacked the Norman Empire through the Forest of Monsters. And this matter is more or less related to the Church of Light. According to Bruno's idea, a qualified church should manage the affairs of its own kingdom of heaven honestly, and not always join in the fun in the world and refresh its presence by jumping around from time to time. As the state religion of the Norman Empire, Bruno absolutely did not believe that the Church of Light would help the pagans of the Odin Empire to launch an invasion for no reason. So, the Church of Light must have some political demands, and completed some exchange of interests with the Odin Empire. Bruno does not know what kind of agreement the two have established. But there is no doubt that this is definitely not good news for the Idal caller. But having said that, since Odin's monarch Ariel O'Sullivan would take the initiative to spread the word and cause trouble for the church, it also means that the cooperation between the two is not unbreakable and close. After the threat of the Odinites was eliminated, a Hagia Sophia was built to commemorate the Flat soldiers who died fighting for Adar. This is the vow of Puno at the ceremony. In front of all Adar people, the noble lords allocated huge sums of money to build churches to commemorate the civilian soldiers who died on the battlefield. Although in this era of life, like a mustard, Bruno's words sound unrealistic. But the people led by Adar had no doubt about Bruno's words, because in the past year or so, Count Bruno, steward of Adar, has demonstrated his abilities to all the people of Adar through his actions. The steward family must practice, no matter how outrageous the promises sound, no matter how incredible the policies seem. It is undeniable that Idle County is getting better and better under Bruno's leadership. The people are simple and poor, but they are not stupid. They knew clearly which noble lords regarded them as lowly ants, and which noble lords regarded them as living people. So, when they heard that the Earl was going to build a cathedral called Saint Something to commemorate the Adar civilian soldiers who died on the battlefield, an indescribable excitement suddenly surged in the hearts of the people. Those are civilian soldiers. It's a civilian, not just the most ordinary people led by Idal. When they heard the words of Bruno, the soldiers of the soldiers who were working on the surrounding diligence and the awe of Bruno were rushing up like a rocket. Under the subtle guidance of the instructors, the soldiers were extremely loyal to Lord Adar. So, at this moment, when Bruno claimed to build Hagia Sophia to commemorate the fallen soldiers, the sense of honor, responsibility, and mission, all kinds of emotions filled their minds. So much so that these soldiers wanted to rush out and challenge Odin right now. Earl, Master Earl. As soon as the celebration ended, Great Beryl, the chief engineer of Idal, rushed over. The Hagia Sophia you mentioned. Is the boulder array finished? Bruno interrupted Beryl's words without hesitation and asked. No. Then to speed up the construction of the boulder, Saint Sophia Cathedral is naturally built. But there must be a priority and anxiety. In addition to the Cathedral of Saint Sophia, I also want to build a big library. Oxford University. Babylon Tontion Tower. But the question is, can you build it? Bruno said calmly. Well, actually, the construction of Stonehenge is almost complete. It will be almost completed in 10 days or half a month. White Beryl replied nervously. Then hurry up. You'll be busy later. Bruno kicked Beryl on the butt. This guy has been a little bit arrogant lately and needs a lesson. Yes. I'll go right away. Although his butt was kicked and it hurt a little, Beryl was still smiling. Chapter 241 by Yubi and Legal Examination Immigration. On the day of the God of Light. Even if the life in the usual day is difficult, the whole family must be reunited to share food. This is the long-lasting tradition of the Normandy Empire. But for Arnel Blood, who ran away from home in anger, it was obviously impossible for him to travel thousands of miles for more than a month just to reunite with his old father, who despised him when Adar needed him the most. So, he could only work with the other mage apprentices, who came to Adar territory from afar to pursue their dreams to overcome the difficulties encountered in the research of the magic rifle. The prototype of the magic rifle has actually available, but the choice of bullets has become a new problem for the mage that is plagued by the idle school. Bruno proposed two ideas, each of which has its own advantages and disadvantages. One is to precisely cut the magic crystal and divide it into a large number of tiny particles. Although this method consumes more magic crystals, It can engrave magic circles in the magic crystals, thereby causing greater damage when hitting the target. And, although other people are undoubtedly a very precious resource, for Bruno, there is no difference between magic spar and marble on the roadside, because in the system mall, the prices of minerals such as magic crystal veins are extremely low. As for another idea, the magic crystal is regarded as a magazine, which triggers a method that is similar to the trigger function, so as to form a special dynamic light wave under the common action of other method arrays. By UBU. The disadvantages are that the power is slightly smaller, and the range is slightly shorter. In addition, the research on magic arrays of the Adar school is still in its infancy, so it may take 2 consecutive hits to achieve the same effect as a magic crystal bullet. The advantage is naturally that there is no need to consume magic spar. The magic of BIU will eventually dissipate in the air, and then sucks by the dual effects of the Acid Basin and Magic Lake. If we had specialized in one, the magic rifle would probably have been developed by now. But children only make choices. Bruno naturally needs both. This undoubtedly greatly increases the burden of mage apprentices. But for the better tomorrow for Idal to lead. I believe that the master apprentices of the idol school will be painful and happy. During this time, under the threat of Odin's invasion, Light and Watson also successfully advanced to wizards, becoming the second and third wizards in Adar after Anil excluding Bruno and Siebel, and became the backbone of the Adar school. Although several people, including Anil, did not get the certification of the Mage Association. In Idal, it was enough to get Brian's certification. In this world, the boundary between the mage and the apprentice of the mage is actually a bit vague. According to the standards given by the Norman Empire Mage Association, 10 primary spells or 4 secondary spells can be released within 10 minutes, which is successfully squeezed into the sequence of mage in this world. At first glance, such standards seem very clear. But the problem is, the difficulty of meeting such requirements is very different in the West where magic is abundant, and in the East where magic is scarce. There is no problem with uneven distribution of educational resources in the Normandy Empire. The teaching methods are basically the release management of the master leaves the door and practiced in the individual. Therefore, this is like everyone obviously uses a set of paper, but you can reduce the admission. Therefore, in order to more easily obtain the Mage Qualification certification and become a member of the Mage Association, a large number of mage apprentices from the north and east of the empire went to the west of the empire to take the assessment. Bruno affectionately calls this phenomenon legal exam immigration. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how difficult it was for Arnell, Wright, and Watson to complete the promotion from mage apprentices to mages in the eastern part of the empire. Almost as soon as they were promoted, the strength of Wright and others surpassed that of ordinary mages by a large margin when it comes to casting spells quickly within a specified time. In order to do this, in addition to being closely related to one's own perception of magical elements and the local magical density, mental strength is the most important factor restricting the promotion from a mage apprentice to a mage. The constant drawing and engraving of magic arrays plays an extremely important role in improving the spiritual power of mage apprentices. It was for this reason that Bruno did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for exploiting the mage apprentices who had just arrived in Adar County. Idle territory is not a scrapyard. Why should idle territory accept all the unsatisfactory mage apprentices from St. Lawrence or other places in the empire? Why should idle territory accept them all? Why should idle school use them for its own purposes? Is this taking Idal as an honest person? Therefore, making the mage apprentices draw magic circles day and night is the token of their loyalty that they have to pay to Lord Adar. And this is all for the good of the mage apprentices. By drawing magic circles, the spiritual power of mage apprentices can be improved. Isn't this a favor from Lord Adar to these mage apprentices? Of course, the newcomers who came to Adar territory drew the simplest and most basic things, and the core magic arrays still had to be drawn by the mages who had already joined the Adar school. Compared with the core law array of magic sprite bombs, magic guns and magic rifles, Bruno really does not really value the confidentiality work of those ordinary legal formations. Because as long as it is dialed, the most basic law formations are actually easily drawn. What Adar territory needs to do is to stay ahead in the research and application of top-notch complex magic arrays, so that Adar territory can always have a more robust technology tree. In fact, Anil was not the only one who devoted all his energy to the research of magic circles in Adar territory, in order to develop the magic rifle as soon as possible. Even Bruno, who had always allowed the mage apprentices to grow wildly, would come to the Magic Array Research Laboratory from time to time to observe the research progress of the mage apprentices. He was indeed not directly involved in the development of the magic rifle, but the experience from the previous life could help the mage apprentices of the Adar School avoid detours and come up with more reasonable and appropriate solutions. Bruno's brilliant guidance time and time again made the students, who regarded Bruno as their mentor, more and more convinced of Bruno's magical ability and regarded Bruno as a big figure in the magic world. Chapter 242: Terrifying Prophets. It has been several days since Isabel returned to Conti County. Arnell and his friends were too far away from their families. But for Isabel, the distance of a Stranglethorn Vale was obviously not worth mentioning. It's just, after half a year, when Isabel returned to Conti again, looking at the hereditary land that belonged to the Confit family in front of her, her heart could not help but rise to a strange feeling. If Isabel has been living here, maybe he will think about everything here. Only, what she saw in Idal's lead made Isabel frown slightly for Conti's appearance. The territory of Conti remains the same, but the territory of Adar is undergoing new changes every day. Isabel, who teaches in person at the Starting Point Orphanage, has a deep understanding of this. On the people who had no dishes and eater, for the people who had no dishes and worked hard for their lives, Isabel could see their hope for the future and could see their expectations and gratitude to the improved living conditions. However, on the other hand, in the Conti family's hereditary fiefdom, the cold winter repeatedly ravaged the lower-class people who were half-naked. The hungry serfs gathered in the corners of the streets, huddled together tightly, relying on each other's body temperature to keep each other warm. These bottom people can't even solve the problem of eating and warm. Not to mention the children in the family, like the civilians led by Eater, to learn spelling and reading aloud. Although the leader of Idal and the Contour had only thorns, the scenes on both sides were completely different. Although more and more people are attracted by Idal, most of the news of this era was passed on by word of mouth among neighbors. In addition, the Adar territory had no intention of taking advantage of the Conti territory. So, to be honest, except for the villages near the Stranglethorn Vale, the population loss in the Conti territory was not particularly serious. After all, for these people who have rarely traveled far, they might not even know the name of the noble leader next door, let alone migrate. Therefore, even though the nearby Adar territory was in full swing of construction, and the serfs were gradually able to get rid of their shackles and gain freedom through their own labor, the neighboring Conti territory remained the same and was not affected at all. The people at the bottom are ignorant, but the FA of Empress Confucius naturally knows about the changes in Idal's collar. But not everyone has the courage to make the risk of making their own interests change. The severe winter cold made the smell of feces that originally lingered in the air less strong. But compared with the environment of Adar City, Conti territory seemed a bit desolate. Some time ago, Adar's engineering team dug a number of drainage ditches on both sides of the roads in Adar City, in accordance with Bruno's request. Those drainage canals are covered with neat cement slate. Once it encounters a continuous rainstorm, rainwater can flow into the drainage canal from the gap between the cement and slate, so that the streets of Idal lead are clean and tidy. However, in Conti, almost all the dirty roads in the city are mixed stools and soil. The small pudding that appears in front of Isabel from time to time makes Isabel feel a little embarrassment. The driver responsible for driving Isabel was a native Adar who was sent by Bruno. So, Isabel always felt that the appearance of the Confit in front of the Idal made her face. And the Confit family lost her face. Please, please, my lord. As he was thinking about it, he saw a thinly dressed woman stopping in front of his carriage and crying emotionally. The woman looked skinny and pale, as if she was ill, which made Isabel's cheeks slightly moved. Seeing this, Isabel nodded to the maid beside her. The servant understood what she meant, and he saw her stretch out her hand and hand over a few copper coins. Not all nobles treated the common people blindly, especially the soft-hearted female nobles like Isabel. Whenever they saw these poor people begging along the road, they would give them some copper coins from time to time, which was regarded as a demonstration of their kindness and favor to the common people. Looking at this familiar scene, Isabel fell into deep thought. If this was the Adar County, what would the young earl do? But what is surprising is that the woman did not receive the copper coin handed over by the coachman. She cried, "Miss, I hope you can allow me to work in more manner. I am a commoner, but I am willing to be a serf in more manner." Hearing this, Isabel was stunned. This woman stopped me not to ask for money, but to ask me to let her go to Moor Manor to be a serf? Those are serfs. In fact, not only Isabel, but even the servants following her could not help but stand there in a daze. This was the first time they saw someone voluntarily become a serf and voluntarily put their life in the hands of others. Mole world, Isabel murmured, as the supervisor who promoted the cooperation between the Conti family and the Stewart family. Isabel was one of the nominal managers of Moor Wines. But to be honest, since Isabel has been busy studying advanced mathematics and teaching mathematics in Adar territory, she has never been to Moomin Valley in person to check it out. Take that civilian with you, and let's go take a look at Moor Manor, Isabel finally said. Viscount Conti leaned lazily in the rocking chair in front of the fireplace. The dancing flames in the fireplace warmed the entire study. The butler was explaining to Viscount Conti the income and expenditure of the territory over the past year. But, after incorporating large tracts of vineyards and wine production workshops into Moor Wines, a joint venture with the Stewart family, Conti's book income was obviously reduced by a large portion. Because according to the agreement between Bruno and Viscount Conti, the profits of Moor Wine industry need to be settled annually and are not taxable. And the time for distributing profits is around the day of the coming of the God of Light every year. It's just, perhaps because the sudden war involves most of Idal's energy, the profits obtained by Moor's wine industry have not been reported by the Adar. So much so that if the income from Moor Wine industry is ignored, Conti is actually spending more than it earns this year. Well, Viscount Conti sighed deeply, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he said with great difficulty, no one expected that things would develop to this point. If the threat from the Odins really makes Adar's finances difficult, you can have someone tell Bruno to waive the share that should be given to Conti this year. This can also be considered as helping the Stewart family. But sir, according to the merchants who came and went, the wine produced by Moor Winery is very popular in the Kingdom of Basel. This is a huge sum of money. How much can you do? After all, this is the first year of the Moor Wine industry. If it is a long time, maybe you can really get a lot of benefits. But there is always a process in everything. I am afraid that this is the promise of Idal to put on money to make money. The child of Bruno is the son of Lao Adam. Chapter 153,154. While saying, Viscount Conti seemed to be lost in past memories, thinking back to the time when he and Adam grew up together. Master Viscount. Master Viscount. Just as Viscount Conti was immersed in his memories, a servant ran in rashly. What are you doing? Do you have any manners at all? The housekeeper frowned and scolded. The servant finally realized his own recklessness. He trembled all over, knelt on the floor, and said carefully, Master, Adar, the people of Adar have sent all the dividends from Moor Wine industry. Hearing this, Count Conti couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression and said, as expected, although Bruno seems a little unsteady in his actions, he is still a trustworthy person after all. The Stewart family always keeps their word. But I am not a guy who only cares about money. Go and tell the people who come here that Adar territory has had an especially difficult time this year. Not only has it taken in a large number of refugees, but it has also had to do everything it can to resist the threat of the Odin people. For now, we will not pay the dividends to Conti territory this year. But, just say whatever you want to say. Do you want to be punished for hesitating in front of the Viscount? The butler rolled up his sleeves. But the Adar people sent so much money. It fills a whole cart. The servant couldn't help but shrink his neck and gestured in a panic. A whole carload? The housekeeper frowned and said, Master, please let me go and take a look. Viscount Conti nodded. After a while, the butler rushed in rashly. Master Viscount. Master Viscount. Looking at this familiar scene in front of him, Viscount Conti's mouth twitched involuntarily. Say if you have something. My Lord Viscount. The butler calmed down his shocked mood and said, the share said by the Adar people is nearly 3,000 gold coins. But it's only 3,000. What? How much did you say? Viscount Conti sat up from the rocking chair almost instantly, without even noticing that the chair under him had been knocked over. Nearly 3,000 gold coins. To be exact, there are 2,724 gold coins, the butler said with a slightly trembling voice. How could there be so many? Viscount Conti asked in shock. I don't know either. But I heard from the Adar people that it seems that some kind of promotional activities have stimulated the consumption of the nobles. But that person doesn't know the specific measures either. More than 2,700 gold coins. Viscount Conti muttered. Such an answer sheet brought him more than 3 to 5 times the profit he had previously expected. How can this be? Suddenly, Empress Confit thought of his little daughter, Isabel, one of the more wine managers. Where is Isabel? Find her. I need to ask her something. Viscount Conti took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, But, Lord Viscount, should we return this dividend of nearly 3,000 gold coins to Lord Adar? The butler asked cautiously. Hearing this, Viscount Conti suddenly felt his heart bleeding. It's not that he doesn't want to give it, but the dividends from the Adar people are just too much. But I clearly said no just now. So tangled. Go ask Bruno in person and tell him, if Adar is in financial difficulty, the dividends can actually be paid later. Finally, Viscount Conti said, the territory of Conti, located in the Moor River Valley, is divided into 2 parts, one in the south and one in the north. By the Moor River, the Lord's Castle of the Conti family and the city of Moor are both located in the plain area south of the Moor River. Most of the people of the Conti territory gather here, and it is the most developed area in the Conti territory. The Moor estate, jointly built by the Stewart and Conti families, is located on the land north of the Moor River. The King's Road, located on the north bank of the Moor River, connects the vast lands of the east and west of the empire. Every day, countless business travelers are traveling, and through Idal, they shuttle between the Normandy Empire and the Kingdom of Basel, while bringing a lot of trade goods to the 2 countries. They also have a lot of income for Idal along the way. Perhaps it is limited by the common social concepts in this era. Perhaps it is to avoid unstable factors that the business travel and mercenaries, who come south to the north and the mercenaries. The conservative Confit family focuses on the land south of the Moor River. But this is a good deal for Bruno and Lord Adar. If you want to cultivate the road, this is the principle that Bruno has always adhered to. So, for the Confucian family to build Moor City on the south bank of the Moor Hunan far from the Avenue of the King, Bruno is full of question marks. Black question mark. JPG. Through the establishment of the Moor Manor and the practice of making a small part of the profit, Idal led the power of military power on the north bank of the Moor River, and also made the forces of Idar's leader finally stepped out of the thorns and began to extend towards the landing. In fact, during the actual construction process, the area allocated to Moor wine industry and Moor Manor far exceeded the original agreement. But Bruno believed that when Viscount Conti saw the high dividend, he would definitely not have any dissatisfaction. Bruno knew the nature of the imperial nobles very well. So, as long as the money was in place, everything would be easy. The so-called Moorish Manor is actually a great farm covering a very large area, where the Adar people built a series of supporting facilities. But, when Isabel finally saw the endless stretch of houses before her, she was a little dazed. Isabel knew very well how barren the north bank of the Moor River used to be. However, under the management of the Adar people, after nearly a year of continuous development, a town of considerable size had actually been formed here. The Adar people built towers and sentries here, and dispatched a number of strictly disciplined soldiers to guard the safety of the Moor Manor. Therefore, even though there were no city walls here, Isabel still felt particularly secure. Do not know either. How did Bruno do it? Chapter 243 The Temptation of Moor Manor. Isabel did have a great talent for mathematics, but she knew nothing about the management of the territory and the rule of the people. In her opinion, the emergence of such a new town north of the Moor River must be related to Bruno. After all, during the years when the Lord of Conti controlled the north and south banks of the Moor River, the north bank of the Moor River has always been a symbol of poverty. Although there are large tracts of farmland planted with grapes, the lives of the people are still extremely difficult. However, when his father, Viscount Conti, established the Moor Manor on the land north of the Moor River and handed over the management rights of the land to Count Bruno of Adar, a brand new town sprang up here in just 1 year. For a moment, Bruno's image became taller and more majestic in Isabel's mind. In fact, Bruno was only average about the development of this land and didn't care too much about it. After all, Bruno was a transmigrated soul. Even though he knew that Viscount Conti had a very good relationship with the Stewart family, he still had a certain defensive mentality towards others. Therefore, Bruno did not have any idea of turning Moomin Valley into a rich and prosperous place. In his opinion, the only role of the Moor Manor is to provide enough fresh grapes to Moor wine industry, so that Bruno can produce more wine and obtain higher profits. The town that now appeared before Isabel was actually just a house where workers lived in the beginning. However, as the area of the Moorish manor continued to expand. More and more Adar people and local people from Conti came here to work, especially after the craze for the Warcraft wooden box swept through the kingdom of Basel. Bruno issued 2 consecutive orders to expand the land area of the Moorish manor and increase the number of civilian employees and serfs, which indirectly led to the gradual formation of this new town. As the number of laborers increased, shops and workshops selling daily necessities gradually appeared near the Moomin Valley. At the same time, the people who originally lived near Stranglethorn Vale gradually moved to idle territory under the temptation of idle territories' policies and systems. Therefore, Mole's Manor, which is close to Stranglethorn Vale, naturally became a new stopover for merchants traveling back and forth on the King's Road. Because the road in Stranglethorn Vale was so difficult to travel, the merchants traveling back and forth had to rest at Mole Manor before they dared to set foot on the dirt road to Stranglethorn Vale. The soldiers under Adar naturally discovered Isabel's carriage, but they just followed it from a distance, mainly to protect Isabel's safety. After all, Isabel is one of the nominal managers of Moomin Valley and the youngest daughter of Viscount Conti. After all, Moore Manor is just a small town that has just emerged. Whether in terms of population size or city size, it cannot be compared with Moore City on the south bank of the Moore River. And naturally it cannot be compared with Adar City. However, walking on the small path in the Moomin Valley, Isabel could feel an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. Rather than saying that Mole Manor is a town, it would be more accurate to say that it is a super large village. In most parts of the world, a village far away from the city often does not mean far away from the hustle and bustle and peace and tranquility. Living around cities will certainly lead to oppression from the nobles, but remote rural towns are often even poorer and more difficult. But in Moomin Valley, although the new creations of Adar Lord did not appear on this land, the smooth and clean stone road still made Isabel feel unbelievable. Locke, the administrator of Moore Manor appointed by Bruno, implemented most of the policies issued by the Adar Lord on this land, and also inherited the Adar people's characteristic of being a road-building maniac. The grapes produced by the Mole Manor are the basis for the normal operation of the Mole wine industry. So there are a large number of carriages and horses going in and out of the Mole Manor every day. The flat stone road makes the movement of the carriages and horses smoother, and also makes the newly established Mole Manor look more colorful. Although it is just a village, there are more vehicles and horses coming and going than in Moore City. During the busy farming season, people naturally have no time to spare. But now that winter has arrived, every corner of the Moomin Valley is bustling with activity. Of course, in addition to repairing houses, paving roads, collecting manure, and a series of labor, Administrator Locke also presided over the New Year celebration at Moomin Valley. Serfs with outstanding performance were granted their freedom, and civilians with high work points were rewarded. In this land located in the territory of Conti, the miracle created by the territory of Adar seemed to be reenacted. When Isabel arrived, the New Year celebration was just coming to an end. The happy serfs dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, and the civilians who received the rewards gathered together to brag and chat. A year ago, they were still struggling on the edge of survival. But in this year, their lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. On the way, Isabel curiously stopped a middle-aged woman who was hurried home carrying a fresh sea fish. Then she was surprised to learn that the woman in front of her was just a serf, looking at the sea fish held in the farmer's hand. Isabel felt that her worldview was being reshaped. That's a sea fish. In less than a year, the serfs on the north bank of the Moore River were able to eat fresh sea fish. Isabel knew how well the people of Adar lived. But how long had it been? Had Moore Manor developed into this state under the management of Adar? To know. In the city of Moore south of the Moore River, in the land directly ruled by Viscount Conti, even the civilians who had personal freedom could hardly taste the slightest bit of meat in a year. Even in the streets and alleys of Moore City, there are still many lower-class people huddled together for warmth. Thinking of this, Isabel couldn't help but turn around and look at the hungry and cold civilian she brought with her. When the sickly-looking civilian finally arrived at Moomin Valley under the guidance of Isabel, her eyes instantly brightened up. That was hope for the future. No wonder the common people in Conti territory are willing to come to Moore Manor to be serfs. Even the lives of the lowest serfs in Moore Manor are not comparable to those free common people in Conti territory. Isabel watched with her own eyes as the serf carrying a sea fish happily returned to his residence, a house that had just been renovated. Then, she couldn't help but remain silent. Let's go back. Isabel closed her eyes and spoke in a very complicated tone. Dr. Doug feels like a developed person. As a doctor, Doug Batilov's experience is more or less legendary, and the success of several consecutive cesarean sections has made Dr. Doug a well-known friend of women in Adair County. In the past days, due to his obsession and persistence with bloodletting therapy, he fell from a military doctor to a prisoner. In fact, although bloodletting therapy sounds very scary and makes Bruno very disgusted, Bruno has to admit that this is an inevitable experience in the continuous development of medicine. No one can figure out all at once where the development of medicine should go. Everything develops gradually through the process of constant exploration. The reason why Bruno locked up Dr. Doug was actually because he wanted to contribute to the development of medicine in Adair territory. After all, in this ignorant age, if dissection and other medical experiments were done openly, it would be really creepy and not conducive to the stability and development of Adair County. Therefore, only by hiding Doug Batilov in a small dark room, under Bruno's nose, can the possibility of the news leaking out be avoided to the greatest extent. The piglet castration operation performed by Doug Batilov in the dungeon of the Lord's Castle was an attempt conducted under Bruno's instruction. In this era, whether it is in terms of disinfection, sanitary environment, operating standards, etc., these issues are major risks that are difficult to ignore when performing surgery. So, only when Dr. Doug became proficient in operating on piglets, chickens, and rabbits, and was able to make the animals survive the operation, did Bruno dare to let Doug Batilov make further attempts. The large amount of medical knowledge that Bruno spent a large sum of money to exchange from the system mall was gradually instilled into Doug Batilov's mind by Bruno, allowing this medieval doctor who once only knew how to bloodletting to finally find the right path. The medical knowledge that Bruno taught, which was ahead of its time, undoubtedly opened Doug Batilov's eyes. In Doug Batilov's view, Count Bruno's steward of Adair is simply his guiding light and the guide in his medical career. If Bruno hadn't issued the gag order himself, Doug would have told all the patients he cured that no one knew more about medical care than Lord Bruno. Of course, the medical knowledge imparted by Bruno played an important role, but this is also inseparable from Dr. Doug's own efforts. Although most doctors of this era have the courage to face death, they may be beaten to death by the patient's family. Not all of them dare to attempt human dissection experiments like Dr. Doug. The Coral Island naval battle a few months ago, and the war against Odin's vanguard that just ended provided Lord Adair with a large number of corpses for Dr. Doug to dissect. To be honest, even if Dr. Doug's a few abdomen operations have achieved great success, and have been widely recognized by the people of the idol, this is completely different from the human anatomy experiments under the light of light. However, after the construction of the large bathhouse was completed, such worries disappeared. Wonder Feature 3 unlocked. The medical enlightenment movement takes place in Adair territory, greatly accelerating the development of Adair territory's medicine and increasing the birth rate of the population. After the construction of the Great Baths and the ancient Roman aqueduct was completed, the wonder bonus brought to Adair was not only an increase in the birth rate of the population, but also the flourishing of the medical enlightenment movement in Adair and the overall enhancement of people's awareness of medical and health care. So, under the influence of this wonder bonus, Doug Batilov can finally recruit assistants openly and no longer have to hide under Bruno's arrangements. Regarding Dr. Doug's anatomical experiments, although most people still have an indescribable aversion to medical anatomy, it did not cause panic among the people or chaos in the Adair territory, nor did it trigger any rumors. Such performance also made Bruno express his deep appreciation for the stable wonder characteristics of the wonder construction system. From tricking the mage apprentices into going to the lighthouse in Adair territory, to this large bathhouse that comprehensively enhances people's medical awareness. The impact and changes that the wonders of idle territory have had on the psychology and thinking of the people have greatly promoted the development and progress of idle territory invisibly, and also provided strong support for the changes that Bruno is making. Promoted by Bruno from the pig castration expert of Adair territory to the director of Adair Temporary Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital, Dr. Doug demonstrated to the people of Adair territory the great effects that Adair's new medicine could bring. This also made the people of Adair realize that bloodletting is not the only way to cure diseases and save lives. Sometimes, there are other ways. The threat of the Odin people's threat to Idal has made the entire Idal collar a huge construction site. Almost all the people of Idal let themselves spontaneously put in their own jobs. At the same time, A brand new institution at our medical college was established by Bruno. In Bruno's opinion, once a fierce war breaks out, even if the Adar territory has many advanced weapons and equipment, large numbers of casualties are bound to be unavoidable. So, military doctor. Idal's leaders need military doctors. These doctors do not need to be able to perform meticulous surgery like Doug Barterov. They only need to learn the most basic battlefield rescue and disinfection bandaging, which is enough. Under Bruno's orders, Dr. Doug Barterov became the first dean of Adar Medical School and enrolled students throughout the territory of Adar. In order to allow more young people who can read and write to participate in the enrollment of Adar Medical College, and at the same time ensure the smooth development of new medicine in Adar, Bruno issued a special announcement stipulating that doctors in Adar must be approved by the Lord and complete the assessment of Adar Medical College before they can obtain the legal qualification to practice medicine in Adar. At the same time, Bruno even planned to incorporate doctors into the civil service system of Adar territory, with special funding from the Adar territory's finances. After all, in this era when civilians' lives are generally difficult, a job with wages paid directly by the Lord is almost equivalent to a stable job in the previous life. And it is very attractive. Although I can't make a lot of money, but at least I can survive safely. And this is the salary personally paid by Lord Bruno Stewart, the supreme ruler of Adar. What's this? For most civilians, this is the supreme honor. Chapter 244 Adar Medical School. But, although Bruno offered good benefits, the number of the first batch of medical students admitted by Adar Medical College was not large. Probably only about 30 people. At first glance, in Idal, with a total population of nearly 200,000, the number of more than 30 new students seemed to be a bit bullish. But don't forget the average cultural level of Idal, and the enrollment requirements of the Idal Medical College. The total number of Adar's lead has really approached 200,000. But the problem is, the cultural level of most civilians is still in the prenatal education stage, let alone those serfs, who have just filled their stomachs. Although Bruno has been trying to use various methods to encourage more and more Adar people to learn spelling in these days, this is always a process. In addition, the Public Security Department and Grassroots Management Departments of Adar territory are also constantly recruiting high-end talents who can read and write. So, although he only recruited more than 30 students in the entire Adar territory, Bruno was already satisfied. After all, if you choose to become a medical student, it means giving up other job opportunities and delaying the time you earn money to support your family. For the vast majority of civilians in Adar, if they do not have a certain interest in medical research, becoming a grassroots civil servant in Adar is a more popular choice. However, everything is difficult. With the continuous development of new medicine, Bruno is very convinced that more and more people will be put into the medical career of Idal, which will contribute to Idal's development. Bruno chose the location for the Adar Medical College next to the Adar Temporary Maternity Hospital. On the one hand, it is to facilitate Dr. Doug Barterov to treat patients in his daily life. And on the other hand, it is to facilitate these students to carry out more comprehensive practical learning. In order to show Bruno's emphasis on Idal's medical and health care and the earnest expectations of the Idal Medical College, the New Year's Bruno personally took his guards and servants to the Idal Medical College in the east city of Idal City. The medical school covers a large area, similar to the Starting Point Orphanage on the south bank of the Adar River. The students taking classes here are actually not just the 30 or so students of the Adar Medical School. A few days ago, Bruno personally ordered that every working community in Adar territory must send at least one qualified civil servant to study at Adar Medical College. What these people learn is also very different from what the students at Adar Medical School learn. Classes for students at Adar Medical College are scheduled in the morning every day, while these study teams composed of grassroots civil servants receive concentrated training every evening. What they studied was the otherworldly version of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual that had been edited by Bruno, namely the Adar Public Health Manual. In the last life, the Barefoot Doctor Manual published in 1969 in more than 30 years. It has been a national health guidance manual for the Flower family. It has trained a large number of rural doctors of semi-farmers and semi-medicine. Today, the situation of Idal's lead is also similar. The extreme shortage of doctors and medical staff forced Bruno to have to spend a lot of glorious points and buy the Barefoot Doctor Manual in the system mall. Bruno manually translated the content recorded in the Barefoot Doctor Handbook. Deleted content such as cancer and complex cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, retaining most of common diseases. thereby forming a new version of Edal Public Sanitation Handbook. After all, the wonder bonus of the Grand Baths only prevents the risk of large-scale infectious diseases and plagues breaking out in Adar territory. But common diseases such as colds and fevers are the most common. In later times, fever and colds are just common minor illnesses. But in this era, they can take a person's life. In short, as the supreme ruler of Adar, Bruno could not let those lower-class people who were already living in poverty die because of a minor cold or fever. They can't die. They are going to live. And they will continue to contribute to Edal's lead. Therefore, Bruno hopes that through this collective training, every working community in Adar territory will have a qualified community doctor, so that the people of Adar territory can fight diseases through the simplest and easiest methods, rather than blindly bleeding. It is also because of this idea that all these grassroots civil servants have learned based on the Edal Public Health Manual. It does not follow the traditional courses of anatomy, physiology, chemistry, pharmacology, and other courses. Instead, it is based on problems, and clearly introduce the causes and treatment methods of the disease. From common cough, vomiting to mosquito extinguishing, flying out of epidemic prevention. From common illnesses to ordinary herbs. These are described in detail in the Edal Public Health Manual. Bruno is almost sure that with the medical cognition far beyond this era, the Edal grassroots medical system composed of the community doctors relying on the Edal Public Health Manual can lay the foundation for the development of Edal's medical care. Due to leading the main aura, the arrival of Bruno greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the students of the Edal Medical College, and strengthened the students' confidence in their choice. Your Excellency, Dr. Doug, who is a friend of women, is busy undergoing surgery at the maternity and gynecology hospital next door. Jerry Pozo was originally a soldier of the Standing Army. He was responsible for controlling the pig's limbs when Dr. Doug was castrated, and cooperated with Dr. Doug to tacit understanding, allowing countless piglets to complete the transformation in the physiological sense. In addition, he has a certain level of intelligence, and his IQ and cultural level are higher than the average level of Adar County. Therefore, after the establishment of Adar Medical College, Jeremy Pozo was sent by Bruno to continue to assist Dr. Doug and be responsible for the daily affairs management of Adar Medical College. After all, Dr. Doug Barterov had a new job, not only responsible for the teaching of the Edal Medical College, but also from time to go to the Edal Maternal and Gynecology Hospital next door for surgery. In addition to Jeremy Pozo, Bruno also saw another familiar face among the medical students, Adar's mage advisor, Patsy. Patty was attracted by the magical bonus of the big lighthouse. It was originally just to find Siebel to play, but everything Adar led him obsessed with him. And since then, he has been led by Adar. Since the news of the success of Dr. Doug Barterov's surgery has been spread by Bruno, Pedersey has shown a very strong interest in medical research. This meant that even though Patsy was a mage, she still resolutely became an ordinary student at Adar Medical College. Of course, Bruno did not stop, because after all, it is a world with magic. Although the disease caused by the disorders is rare, it is not without. Maybe Patty can also connect magic with medical treatment after the success, and create more advanced medical devices under the cooperation of the Edal School of Tonley, and grow into a composite talent led by Edal. All the Adar Medical College made Bruno satisfied. After all, it was just in its infancy. The main purpose of Bruno's arrival here is to cheer for these young people who are determined to devote themselves to Edal's medical research. After taking a quick look at the restaurant accompanied by Jeremy Pozo, Bruno took Mundell back to have hot pot. Eat a hot pot in the cold winter. I feel beautiful when I think about it. Yalian Woodall was burning by the fireplace. A sweet potato was thrown into the fire by his entire land. This is a fresh crop for Edal's leader, and it is the food sent by Earl Bunno Stewart. Although the baked sweet potatoes felt hot to the touch, they were exceptionally sweet and delicious, making Alan Woodard unable to stop eating them. He was invited by Baumel. Since the empire's northern Xinjiang was occupied by the Odin people, the nobles living in the north were all taken away by the Odin people. This has made Alien Wuda, a tutor is a tutor, completely lost his iron rice bowl. For Alien Wuda, who has been used to living a meal in the Lord's castle, and the life of his clothes, he has a life. And this is like a cracking of the sky. The cold climate is equal to everyone. But when the hungry and cold Alan Woodard finally fell on the side of the road, he met a stranger who looked very friendly. It's just that. Arian Wuda didn't know that the man was Bomril Blon, deputy director of the Idol Central Intelligence Bureau, who was among the flowers. And he himself became the first prey to be successfully seduced by the Idol Central Intelligence Bureau. But he didn't care about so much at that time, and had no time to think about other things. Because the moment he saw the black bread handed over by the man, Alan Woodard's defensiveness had already vanished in the face of hunger. Able to spell. I have taught students. Then go to Adar. The stranger said this as Alan Woodard wolfed down his piece of black bread. Eater led? As a family teacher who teaches young masters all year round to understand the names of various families in the empire, the land ceiling and history are necessary literacy. But for this name, Alan Woodard actually felt a little strange. Immediately afterwards, the stranger who had a big mouthful and thick black bread for himself began to introduce himself to the noble leader located on the eastern border of the empire. The eastern border of the empire. Although in the introduction of this stranger in front of him, Yalian Wuda always felt a trace of rehearsal traces in advance. But Idal's name was first remembered by Alien Wuda at this moment. The fall of the Northern Empire caused Alan Woodard to lose everything he once had. But he was unwilling to be reduced to a commoner at the bottom of the society, who made a living by relying on the output of the fields. So, Balmel Blon could not help but be fascinated by Idal's idol. And the most important thing was, in his opinion, the east of the remote empire should not be threatened by the Otting people again? Yalian Wuda successfully came to Idal's leader at the stirred army, and came to the home of a teacher who had just been established on the south bank of the Idle Hunan. When Alan Woodard realized that the people he was going to teach were not the nobles, but the poor peasants, he felt terrible. Noble teachers are just commoners. But the closer relationship with the nobles makes Alan Woodard have a natural sense of superiority. He receives a salary from the noble lords, lives in the noble lords' castles, and has a status that other commoners can hardly reach. However, the professor civilian spell and read aloud. The approach of Idal's leadership, Alien Wingda, is simply difficult to understand. However, this thought did not last long in Alan Woodard's mind, because the news that the Odins intended to invade Idle territory soon began to spread around Alan Wuda. Yalian Wuda. But, and different from the northern of the empire, when Yalian Wuda was always ready to run the barrel. The enthusiasm of the Adar's war made him unforgettable. Men, women, young and old took to the streets, clamoring to do their part to protect Adar. This was the first time in Alan Woodard's life that he had seen such a scene. The soldiers led by Idal were not afraid of death, and the people led by Idal were united. Even Ian Wuda himself began to have anger for the Odin army. This may be due to the inspiration of the people, but it is more likely due to the influence of the quality concept and the abundant martial arts ethics. Idal's army successfully defeated the Odin's pioneer and killed thousands of Odin on the land on the north bank of the Sauron River. Yalian Wuda once saw the power of the Odin people with his own eyes, and Idal's leadership could make him feel sincere. Perhaps even Yarian Wuda himself did not realize that his views on those at the bottom gradually changed under the influence of Idal. Chapter 245. 2-Point Academy and the Secret of the Holy See. When Alan Woodard swallowed a whole baked sweet potato in a few gulps, he suddenly felt his stomach was full. Just like what the Adar people said. This thing is not only sweet and delicious, but also has a strong sense of filling. After experiencing the miserable life of hunger and cold, Alan Woodard cherishes it especially. And he even eats the blackened roasted sweet potato skin. After dinner, classes would continue, leaving Alan Woodard with little time for meals and rest. However, after experiencing the war, Alan Woodard no longer had many demands. It's already the best life we have now. Besides, when Alan Woodard saw with his own eyes the great cohesion and willpower displayed by the people of Adar County, he gradually began to recognize the peasants who worked in the fields for a living. Therefore, for Alien Wuda, it is no longer a torment with the professor to civilians. Thinking that the time was about right, Alan Woodard put on his warm new clothes and walked out of the room, and saw his neighbor, Mrs. Dahlia, coming towards him. Alan Woodard was certainly not the only tutor to come to Adar territory. Although after the Odin signed a ceasefire agreement with the second Prince Rez Alexander, the Adar CIA's talent invitation program for the northern part of the empire had to be delayed. However, the Adar CIA agents, led by Bommelbron, have already attracted a large number of talents for the Adar Lord in recent days. Some of them are tutors like Alan Woodard, and many more are blacksmiths and stonemasons with special skills. By promise to give these civilians a stable living environment and stable labor remuneration. They voluntarily came to Idal to lead the peacekeeping business. Such conditions may not sound very favorable. But for the people living in the midst of war, this is enough. Because apart from the Adar territory, no other noble territory would give these civilians such preferential treatment, let alone send soldiers to meet and escort them far outside the territory. The CIA agents were responsible for deception, while the regular army soldiers in plain clothes were responsible for escort. Perhaps because no one had ever really cared about the lives of civilians, the Adar people's actions in the north of the empire were unusually smooth and did not encounter any obstruction at all. Although at the beginning, most of these craftsmen and teachers decided to go to Adar County under the half-truthful deception of the CIA agents. But when they saw the soldiers who came from afar to pick them up, their originally anxious hearts were settled. After entering the Adar territory, the craftsmen and blacksmiths were dispersed and settled in various working people's communities, while many tutors, including Alan Woodard, were all settled here on the south bank of the Adar River. Mrs. Dahlia, who was walking towards Alan Woodard, was one of these tutors. Dahlia's husband died at the hands of the Odin people. If the Adar people had not discovered Dahlia in time and invited her to teach in Adar, her 6-year-old son would probably have frozen to death on the roadside in the northern border of the empire. Mrs. Dahlia. Yalian Woodar raised his hand, greeted him slightly, and then quickly recovered his eyes. Even the loose and thick coat could not hide Mrs. Dahlia's hot and plump figure. Although it was just a casual glance, the young Alan Woodard blushed a little. Mrs. Dahlia nodded in understanding and said with a smile, "The children at home are always crying. I don't know if they disturbed you last night." "It's okay. It's okay." Alan Woodard quickly waved his hand, and then added, "Actually, I like children the most." Noticing Alan Woodard's expression, Mrs. Dahlia couldn't help but look at him deeply. Compared with the army of hundreds of craftsmen, the number of tutors who came to Adar territory was not large. Only more than 20 people. But this is enough for the current Adar territory, because this has increased the number of teachers led by Idal, which has increased by dozens of times at once. The number of teachers has suddenly increased from the original 2, and a part-time and a full-time, which suddenly increased to more than 20 people. If the schedule were a little tighter, and the number of students in each class was a little more, each teacher could teach nearly 200 students per class. If there are 4 or 5 lessons a day, it is nearly 1,000 students. And the number of teachers in Adar territory is more than 20 people. If you think about it this way, for the current Adar territory, more than 20 teachers can barely support a school. Besides, Adar territory currently only offers 3 courses, namely spelling and reading, ideological education, and Isabel's mathematics class. Mathematics is still considered a high-end subject in Adar territory, so only Isabel can come to the orphanage to teach from time to time, and she serves as the mathematics teacher of Adar territory. As for the rest of the teachers, they are all responsible for teaching spelling and reading. The ideological education courses that have been offered are taught by the military instructors of the Adar army, who come here from time to time. But, since there are more teachers, it is naturally impossible for classes to always be held in the orphanage. After all, in Bruno's opinion, since he could travel through time, the myths about the orphanage, although outrageous, were not necessarily false. So, how could anyone enter such a sacred place? Then, the first primary school, adult education school, and night school in Adar County was built next to the orphanage, in order to take advantage of the orphanage's good luck. In fact, according to Bruno's idea, the most amazing thing would be to directly build a SSS-level university wonder with the Oxford University and the big library. But unfortunately, the education level in Adar territory is still very low, and the current goal is only to get rid of per capita prenatal education. In addition, there are a lot of more useful wonders waiting for him to build, so he can't rush it and can only take it step by step. For Bruno, what is the most painful thing in life? That is, there are a lot of wonders in the system list, but you can't build them immediately, since the construction of the boulder is close to the end, and the Idal caller has temporarily spent the most difficult stage. Bruno deliberately collected the 9th production team of the labor force to the south bank of the Idal River. Bruno didn't have high requirements for this school. He just wanted the rooms to be big enough to accommodate enough people and not collapse easily. Therefore, the construction progress of Adar territory's first school that combines primary education and adult education is soaring forward like a rocket. Just a few days later, Alan Woodard was able to go to college with his neighbor, Mrs. Dahlia. The school was named Adar 2-Point Academy by Bruno. Almost everyone was confused when they heard this name, and were very puzzled by Bruno's decision. But they have long been used to it. In fact, this name has no other meaning. It is mainly to commemorate the simulation business game 2-Point University, which had not been officially released until Bruno traveled through time. It is said that there are all kinds of weird courses. Anyway, it is very awesome. Mrs. Dahlia was walking on the street with Alan Woodard. Her heart couldn't help but tremble when she saw the children of the same age as her son, each of whom was smiling lively and brightly. Not to mention the northern border of the empire that suffered from war. Even those noble territories located in the inland of the empire, that had not been ravaged by war, had never experienced such a scene. Children of common people could also sit in the classroom and learn the knowledge that only the children of nobles could learn in the past. They don't have to work in the fields, but can sit in the classroom and learn spelling. This was a situation that Mrs. Dahlia had never imagined in her past. However, this is the reality happening in Adar territory. The limitations of the times made it difficult for Mrs. Dahlia to see the deeper meaning behind the actions of Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. But she knew clearly that in the territory of Adar, the people also had hope for the future. Mrs. Dahlia felt particularly happy when she thought that her children would grow up in such an environment in the future. Only, I have to find an adoptive father for my son. Unlike Mrs. Dahlia, Mike, who hopes to return to Adar as soon as possible to have 30 or 50 children, has no such concerns. When the news spread that the second Prince Rez was crowned emperor with the support of Imperial Marshal Theodore Laudon and hundreds of thousands of imperial soldiers, and ceded vast lands in the east of the Norman Empire to the Odin people in exchange for peace, the entire empire was shocked. Everyone really dislikes the rude and overbearing Pitsman. But this move also caused the imperial nobles' favorability towards the second Prince Rez to drop by one. Although most of the nobles were not attentive about the land in the east of the empire, they also knew that this was just the right measure of Rez. But the nobles loved face. Now that all the land has been divided, where will the dignity of the nobility go? And, although the nobles in the Eastern Empire are very low in the regulatory council, it is also a noble after all. Rez did require the imperial aristocracy in the agreement. But the tragedy that happened on the Valence Plains was naked face-bearing. Mike actually doesn't care about the affairs of these nobles at all. But the Adar territory is closely related to him. When I came to Shungchung Berry Hung, Bruno's request was to find out the true situation of the Bright Church as much as possible, and return to Idle after collecting enough information. And now, the time to go home is here. Being in the Inquisition, Michael is more likely to discover the secrets behind the church than anyone else, and the contradictions exposed in the church classics and literature, which also made Mike rise to a stronger vigilance. He continued to read documents silently as usual, and completed the tasks assigned by the Archbishop honestly and dutifully. He did not talk nonsense or look at random things, and tried his best to maintain his image as a devout believer. From being nervous at the beginning to being able to answer questions fluently now. Although Mike is doing well in Bethlehem, he has never forgotten the tasks assigned by the Earl. Finally, he found a suitable time. As a member of the Inquisition, Bishop Barbosa is Michael's direct superior, and the top thug under Cardinal Camus Blanc. He is ruthless when dealing with disobedient heretics, and is therefore valued by Cardinal Camus Blancard. But this guy has a shortcoming: he likes to drink. According to the classics of the Guangming Church, the Holy See staff can drink appropriately during the grand holiday, but it must not be alcohol. But for an old bachelor like Barbosa, drinking can be said to be the only pleasure in daily life. So, it is easy to imagine the following bloody plot. When Bishop Barbosa was drunk in his own home, Father Mike, a diligent, studious, devout and sincere super-believer, came to ask questions with a thick stack of church books. Father Barbosa poured a cup of drinks in the entrance, while Mike studied carefully with the Holy See. As a member of the religious trial, for Bishop Barbosa, even if it is after wine, the guardian is naturally the most basic ability and ethics. But the thing is, Mike is definitely not an ordinary person. His sincere and earnest eyes were full of affection, and his sincere and brief words revealed his exploration and pursuit of knowledge of the Vatican scriptures. His brainwashing skills became more and more sophisticated as he got along with the gangsters day and night. In addition, these Vatican scriptures were not paid much attention to on weekdays. So at this perfect time, Mike used his extraordinary talent of licking Bishop Barbosa. Lick it. Lick it as much as you can. When Father MC took the disgusting in his heart, he licked the Bishop of Balbosa in various ways, fluttering, and he couldn't say anything. When he was addicted, Bishop Barbosa finally shouted, and then did not hold back his strong impulse for a while, and fell out the Holy See, who retained himself for decades. Although Bishop Barbosa was not a high-ranking member of the Church of Light, he was a senior member of the Inquisition after all, and had been in the holy city of Bethlehem for decades. So, although it didn't reveal all of the Church of Light's wealth, it was enough to make Mike tremble and shudder when he heard these secrets. Chapter 246, Cardinal Mike. The cold winter did not have much impact on the holy city, the southern Xinjiang of the empire, although there was no obstruction of the mountains. When the cold wind from the northern Xinjiang of the empire was invaded around the holy city, it disappeared silently. It is precisely because of the dual blessings of being as warm as spring in the cold winter, and the bright church, that the name of the holy city of Bethlehem is so loud and attracts countless devout believers. Lateran Palace. Cardinal Camus Blanchard frowned tightly. His face looked a little unhappy, but his eyes revealed more of a sense of disappointment. Are you sure you have thought it through? The cardinal hesitated for a moment, finally opened his eyes, and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I have thought it through. Mike looked into the archbishop's eyes and spoke firmly. Mike was here to say goodbye to the cardinal. In fact, he could have slipped away quietly, but after weighing the pros and cons, Mike decided to come to the cardinal to make a statement. If there is no red jacket, Bishop Camus Blanchard nodded in person. How could he become a priest from a flat and unpretentious ordinary believer, and logically entered the religious trial? Besides, if he came to ask for advice from Cardinal Camille Blanchard, he might be able to rely on the cardinal's appreciation for him, and finally get some benefits for Lord Adar. Regarding this point, Mike has strong confidence in his dog-licking skills. There were two reasons why Mike was suddenly so eager to return to Adar territory. On the one hand, it was because he had learned some of the secrets hidden behind the church. And on the other hand, it was because the Odin people were gradually encroaching on the eastern part of the empire. At this moment, the news that the first wave of Odin's attack was repelled by the Adar people has not yet spread. So, as a spy sent to the church by Count Adar and a native Idarian, when Mike heard the news that the Odin people would invade Adar, his most instinctive reaction was to return to Adar as soon as possible and report his major discovery to the Count, a discovery that might allow the Stuart family's rule to continue in another form. In Mike's opinion, it is now related to the most important juncture of Idal's death and death. As the Battle of the Grand Highland ended, Mike and the conflict were sent to the Saint City Barry hung together. Therefore, Mike was a little inaccessible for the real situation of Idal's leading today, although he had great confidence in Count Bruno Stuart of Adar. But the war situation is always changing rapidly. Even if the Earl can successfully repel the harassment of Lord Sorin, when Lord Adar faces the more powerful Odin's cavalry, who can say for sure? What's more, if the Idal's color really turns into history under the invasion of the Odin people, then it is easy for the information that you can pick out from the church's body. And who should you find it? Therefore, Mike came to the Lateran Palace and gave a reason that sounded a bit absurd, but also reasonable. He wanted to return to the Adar territory in the east of the empire to support the Adar people in their counterattack against the pagans. Like the church's former ancestors, he wanted to participate in the battle against the pagans and fight until his death. After all, Mike's character is that of a devout believer. So when the war comes, it is not difficult to understand that he asked to return to Adar County in the east of the empire to pray for that land. Moreover, at the beginning of the Norman Empire, Vatican clergy did appear on the front lines of the war. Although they will not kill the enemy, they will pray for the wounded in the camp. It is said that this has great effects on the implementation of the blood therapy, saving the lives of countless Norman soldiers. Cardinal Camus Blanchard tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger joints, seemingly struggling over whether he should agree to Mike's request. In these days after Mike came to the sacred city Barry, he always showed a deep thought of Adar's lead. So at this moment, it was not too obtrusive to put forward the request to return to Idal. Only, this is a good seedlings. In Camus Blanchard's impression, Michael not only has a devout belief in the God of Light, but is also extremely serious and responsible in everything he does. He even considered promoting Michael to bishop as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Camus Blanchard looked at Mike's eyes and revealed a hint of unbearable. Is such a good seedlings gone? Camus Blanchard never thought that Mike could come back alive, because in his cognition, There was no force in the east of the empire to resist the invasion of the Odin people. And letting believers from the bright church live in a group of pagans, the possibility of surviving is minimal. So, according to church conventions, only bishops can bless and pray for the Norman Empire's soldiers on the front lines of the battlefield. Although you have a lofty and sincere faith in the God of Light, you are only a priest after all, and you are not qualified. Hearing this, Mike's heart suddenly got coldly. Damn! I was careless. Can't you play with yourself? So, since you have such a strong desire to return to the eastern part of the empire to fight against the pagans, I will promote you to the cardinal of the eastern diocese. Do your best. Camus Blanchard really wanted to refuse. But looking at Mike's determined eyes, he knew that unless he detained Mike here, he would never be able to stop Mike from returning to Adar territory. In this case, why not just promote Mike to cardinal? And let the priests and bishops in the church see that as long as one has a devout faith in the God of Light, he can be promoted to bishop within a year. Not to mention, in the view of Camus Blanchard, it is estimated that Mike's cardinal bishop is not long. After all, the Odin people like a tiger are definitely not Mike. A bare-handed believer can provoke it at will. Hearing this, Mike felt his head go a little dazed. This is the cardinal. According to the level of the church clergy, the handicraft bishop of the dispatch place is the deacon cardinal, which controls all the religious affairs in the parish area, which is enough to be regarded as the middle and high-level clerical staff in the church. And it took only 1 year from the believers to the priest to the cardinal bishop, although this was related to the fact that the cardinal believed that he was in a hurry to die and be reborn. Such a speed of promotion was enough to be called sensational. Lord Blanchard. For a moment, Mike was so excited that he knelt down in front of Blanchard, and tears from the corners of his eyes dripped down his cheeks to the ground. Go ahead. Do your best. If you can come back alive from this trip, your future will be limitless. The cardinal nodded and said, I will never come back. Although Mike's heart was a thief, he still burst into tears and said very emotionally, the villain will not live up to the expectations of Lord Blanchard, vowed to fight against those pagans, and fight to the end. Looking at Mike, who was kneeling in front of himself, the great bishop of the Red, was a lot of emotion. Since the church has grown stronger, there are fewer and fewer sincere clergy like Mike who volunteer to go to the front lines to pray for the soldiers. In the morning, he went to the Lateran Palace to bid farewell to the cardinal, and at noon he took the appointment document issued by the Vatican and ran away. Mike had already made some clothes, planned to leave the route, and couldn't wait to cross the horses I bought a few days ago. And Faye ran towards the city. The Holy Religion soldiers who were patrolling in the city naturally saw Mike, who ignored the rules of the Holy See and rushed to the streets of Barry Hung. But they turned a blind eye to this, but also admired Mike's measures. New Cardinal Mike went to the east of the empire to personally fight the pagan from the Odin Empire. The news was widely circulated in the city of Barry Hung as early as the moment Mike stepped out of the Ratland Palace, so that even the soldiers of the Holy Army looked at Mike, which became more and more hot. They also wanted to go to the front line in person like Mike and see those damn pagans. But they didn't have the courage. When Mike finally rode his horse under his own, after leaving Barry Hung under the eyes of everyone, he turned his head, looking at the towering city wall of Bethlehem. Relieved, the whole person relaxed at this moment. Every day in the Holy See, every day is like a thin ice. Mike must always be cautious at all times, and dare not make any mistakes, especially when he set out some secrets about the church from Bishopa's mouth. Mike did not dare to show any leakage. What kind of God is? It has long been dead. It is the original words that Bishop Bar Baba said after being drunk. This sentence has two meanings. One is that there really are gods in this world. At least there once were. And the second meaning is literal, that the gods of the past are dead. The drunk Bishop Barbosa told Mike the secret in the most plain words, which made his legs tremble. Mike also wanted to continue to ask questions, but it seemed that Bishopa was not enough. And what he knew was only a little bit. This is because he knows that he is an important Holy See institution in a religious trial. The end of the discussion about the gods ended, and Mike only got this lost gain. However, Bishop Barbosa did not know much about the topic of God, but he knew everything about the church's scandals and what the church had done in the world. Therefore, he has revealed a lot of secrets that make people feel appalling. For example, the war that broke out now was co-planned by the church and the pagan of the Odin Empire, under the action of the Inquisition. The church used some means to open a passage for Odin's cavalry to pass through the forest of monsters, allowing Odin to directly cross the 14 fortresses in the northern frontier and penetrate deep into the northeastern territory of the empire. In addition, even the death of Raphael Alexander, the emperor of the Norman Empire, was instigated by the Church of Light, and it was even planned by Bishop Barbossa of the Inquisition himself. The Bright Church helped pagans to invade their own country. It was very nonsense to hear this matter, but Bishop Barbossa had a nose and eyes, which made people have to believe. So, when I thought of the redness of the Bishop Camus Blancad, the courage to the Odin people in the next day, and the courage to praise himself in the past, Mike felt particularly disgusting. Pooh! Hypocritic guy. However, despite his hypocrisy, the position of Cardinal of the Eastern Diocese that he had previously obtained from Camus Blanchard was very tempting. It's just a bit embarrassing to say. This so-called Eastern Diocese was actually just established a few hours ago when Mike said goodbye to the Cardinal in person. The Guangming Church did not set up the Eastern Diocese of the Eastern Division, because most of the dioceses of the Guangming Church were designated at the beginning of the Normandy Empire. At that time, most of the land in the east of the empire, including Idol, also belonged to the Kingdom of Basel, which is now in the southeast corner of the mainland. It is precisely because of these historical reasons that not only the royal family and Regency Council of the Norman Empire paid little attention to the territories in the eastern part of the empire, but even the Church of Light paid very limited attention to the eastern part of the empire. Coupled with the Odin people, the entire empire is about to be included. So, Camus Blancad waved his hand directly and scratched the entire east of the empire into the jurisdiction of the Eastern Diocese. If Bruno is here at this moment, I am afraid I will laugh happily. As the holder of the Order of St. George, he already possesses a certain degree of religious interpretation power. Together with Mike, the Cardinal of the Eastern Diocese of the Empire, wouldn't it be a good idea for him to set up a brand new church based on the Church of Light? After looking at the holy city that had been lurking for a year, Mike immediately turned to the head and galloped in the direction of Idol. He didn't know how long Idar could resist how long the Odinian offensive. So, he must tell Bruno a message from the Church of Light as soon as possible. Beyond this continent, on the other side of the ocean, there is also a greater land. Chapter 247 Stonehenge. Completed. Duong. After the New Year celebrations, the people of Idar County quickly returned to their hard work. Everyone's heart was very clear. The Odin riding led by Raymond Odorin was just the first wave of the Odin people's first wave of Idol. And it was just the beginning of the Odin people's invasion. In the first battle in this war, Idol's leader undoubtedly greatly enhanced the confidence of Idol's people to protect Idol's lead. That's right. Rez Alexander abandoned the land in the east of the empire, and most of the nobles in the Eastern Empire were also surrendered to the iron hoof of the Odin people. But Earl Idol Stuno's steward did not give up. But the people led by Idar did not give up. From a legal point of view, the Norman royal family has the right to set up all territory of the Normandy Empire. Since Rez Alexander has signed a truce agreement and decided to hand over the eastern part of the empire to the barbarians of the Odin Empire, the nobles in the eastern part of the empire can only swallow this loss. But, for Bruno, he hasn't signed a paper, which is the shit in the toilet. Not to mention, at this moment, the Norman Empire has two emperors. The so-called Armistice Agreement was signed by the second prince, Rez Alexander, who ruled over the San Plain, while the eldest prince, Pisman Alexander, who controlled the central, southern and St. Lawrence parts of the empire, never recognized the Armistice Agreement from beginning to end. According to the news from the Idar Central Intelligence Bureau, when he heard that Rez Alexander crowned the crowns in the Somna Plain, and also ceded the vast land in the Eastern Empire to the Odin Empire, Pitman, who was anxious, he almost dug 3 feet, and killed all the relatives of all the second princes who lived in St. Los. According to the gossip, Pitman killed nearly 20 nobles of nearly 20 pandas in a day, more than 100 nobles with the title of knight, and more than 700 servants and innocent civilians who had played for Rez. Pitman's anger made the front door of the palace rolling, and St. Los's patrol team was washed in front of the palace for nearly a day and one night before wiping the red blood of the beach. This measure undoubtedly made the nobles of the entire St. Ross's cicadas, for fear that Pitt's man turned over his old account and gave himself a knife. If Rez's previous act of ceding the empire's eastern territory caused the imperial nobles' favorability towards Rez to drop by 1 then Pitzman's actions at this time would undoubtedly cause the imperial nobles' favorability towards Rez to drop by 10. Since the founding of the Norman Empire, this is the first time that the imperial family has killed such a large number of nobles for no reason in one day. This is truly appalling. Originally, except for those dukes with high jaws, marquis-level nobles. In fact, for the bottom nobles, who is the same as the emperor is the same. Anyway, everyone is mixed with the regulations. But the problem is, the brutality displayed by Pitzman caused many originally silent nobles to change their minds. The aristocracy is life. They have the status and wealth far beyond ordinary people, and naturally do not want them to be chopped when they are cut. Instead, Pitzman's move not only did not play the effect as expected, but let more aristocrats hope to be the emperor far away from the Songna plain, the second prince of the two princes, who was particularly close to the nobles. Of course, not everyone had high hopes for Rez Alexander's rule. For example, the nobles whose fiefdoms were ceded to the Odin people had many complaints against Rez. The Odin people's means of targeting the eastern nobles were not limited to killing, especially after the massacre on the Valence Plain. Ariel O'Sullivan strictly ordered his cousin Raymond O'Sullivan, who led the Odin Iron Cavalry, not to slaughter Norman nobles at will. This was certainly not out of kindness or sympathy, but because, compared to killing all the nobles of the Norman Empire at once, Ariel O'Sullivan hoped to repatriate these nobles who had lost their land to the Norman Empire and let the Norman royal family take over this hot potato. Of course, the nobles in the east and northeast can't see Pitzman, so most of them are in trouble now. The Duke of Duolin, one of the 5 giants of the Regent Council, is one of them. Durin territory was a noble territory that fell under the offensive of the Odin people at the beginning of the war. So, as soon as the news signed by the armistice agreement came, Duke Duolin gave up his expectations for Rez Alexander and turned to Pitzman's camp. He was also one of the 5 Grand Dukes who first expressed his position after the conflict between the two sides officially broke out. Duke Durin may be greedy or conservative, but he holds on to a bottom line, and that is the territory of the empire. Not an inch of it can be lost. Not a bit can be given up. Therefore, compared to the Rez Alexander, who exchanged land as a switching chip, he felt that Pitzman may still be treated in time. Only, the current situation also led Duke Duolin, the old man, Duan. The balance of superiors has never been related to the bottom-level civilians. As a citizen led by Idol, Bella Angel is waving the hammer in his hand and hitting a hard steel nail into the stone in front of him. He didn't know the curve around the Odin people's invasion. What he knows is that with the wise leadership of Earl Browinner Stuarda, and with the efforts of each Idol, they can resist the invasion of the Odin people. And this is enough. Although the new year has passed, the cold wind of winter has gradually become no longer so bitter. The weather still reveals a lot of coolness. Drops of sweat drip down Bella Angel's cheeks, and the clothes he was wearing had long been soaked with his sweat. He has worked here for 4 or 5 hours, even if the officials of the supervisor called him to rest. Bella Angel just took the opportunity to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The thick cloth long dress he was wearing was just made this year, without the burden of tax, coupled with the harvest of food. Bella Angel finally replaced his grandfather to his coat, and added this new dress that looked like a patch, but was extremely warm. Based on this, he also hoped that Idol could always be under the rule of the Stuart family. In fact, it is not only himself. Their civilians of a whole construction team have such expectations more or less. There are many temporary construction teams composed of idle civilians. They all took the initiative to invite to participate when Idar was threatened by foreign enemies. In fact, most of them first entered the Xing registration office at the Idol requesting office near the gate of Idol. However, because of the body or age, he was not selected by the idle army and reserve forces. So that when Bruno saw the list of people who voluntarily signed up to participate in the construction of Idol, they were a little stupid, and even doubted whether there was a bad event for forcibly recruiting. And when Bruno found out the truth, he couldn't help but admire the simple folk customs of the people led by Eater, and the purest gratitude they showed. The 36 boulder complete. When the last steel nail was finally knocked into the established position by Bella Angel, it was difficult for him to cover the excitement in his heart and shouted loudly. When he heard Bella Angel's words, almost all the members of the construction team were stunned first. And then, they shouted excitedly. From the Acid Basin to the Almius Mountains. From the Almius Mountains to Idol City. To the Grand Highland. The people led by Idol have only used less than one winter to complete the feat of 36 giant stones. In this world, no one can do this except Lord Adar. This is the speed of Idol. Looking at the cheers in front of her, Bella Angel's face couldn't help but be filled with an excited smile. He couldn't help but touch his left arm. On his arm, there was a black bruise that still hurt slightly. The construction of the boulder array is not easy, and the connection of the magic crystal stone guideline is also difficult, especially in the rugged trees of the terrain. The difficulty of building these things has been a few more difficulties, because there is not only the magic stone tower, the first version of Stonehenge, but also the Adar people have to build a large number of large steel viaducts produced by the Adar Steel Factory between the two magic stone towers, so that the magic crystal wires can be smoothly connected to the next magic stone tower, completing this miracle across the Almes Mountains. In addition to the increase in difficulty, there are a large number of beasts in the Almeda Mountains. At the beginning, due to the protection of a large number of Adar soldiers, the construction team did not encounter any danger. However, with the gradually shortened distance between the Odin Iron Rider and the Idol leader, more and more Idol soldiers were transferred to the northernmost Soren River in the Idol color to resist the Aiden people's invasion. So, will inevitably appear in the safety zone established by the soldiers established by the Idol soldiers, which leads to the attack on the beasts that focus on the construction. Bella Angel was also attacked by a wild beast, but her coworker noticed the clues in time, and she luckily escaped with her life. However, the coworker who reminded her died on the construction site that day. Kalen Kinch. Bella Angel clearly remembers the name. The pain on his body was caused when he was pushed away by his coworkers. Amid the cheers around him, the past scenes replayed in Bella Angel's mind over and over again, and tears gradually welled up in the corners of his eyes. His tears were shed for the sacrifice of Carlton Kindle, for his own hard work, and for Darling. It wasn't just Carlton Kindle. In fact, many workers died during the construction of Stonehenge. Some of them lost too much blood due to being attacked by wild beasts. Some of them fell off the cliff due to carelessness. And in addition to the various difficulties and dangers encountered during the construction process, during the construction of Stonehenge, more than 40 people from Adar County sacrificed their precious lives. But their efforts were not in vain. The people of Adar completed a miracle in the architectural history of the Norman Empire at a speed far beyond ordinary people. The news of the completion of Stonehenge reached Bruno's ears at the first time, which naturally made Bruno, who had always been very concerned about the construction of Stonehenge and the magic transmission plan, very excited. Riding on his beloved mare, Bruno set off briskly. Since the Wonder construction system provides two construction modes for Stonehenge, the Adar people were able to use different construction methods in different locations. From the Aset Basin to the rugged Almes Mountains, the Adar people built magical stone towers and large iron towers above the surface, and transported massive amounts of magic power to distant places through magic crystal wires hanging high on the mountainside, near the city of Adar and the Grand Highlands. The Adar people buried magic crystal wires deep underground and built many magical stone rings, the second version of Stonehenge, connecting the magic crystal wires underground to prevent interference and damage caused by human factors. At the same time, in order to ensure that the flow of magic power originating from the Aset Basin can be continuously transported to the land of Adar territory, Bruno's plan will also build multiple backup lines and backup magic stone rings in the future, and set up two main lines above ground and underground, so as to ensure a stable supply of magic power as much as possible. But that's all in the past. At this moment, looking at the huge stone standing in the wilderness and riding on his mare, Bruno suddenly felt relaxed and happy. Compared with the first version of the boulder array, the magic stone ring presented in front of Bruno is quite similar to the Salisbury stone ring in the previous Eagle Kingdom. Under the surround of large cylindrical stones, the source stones and magic spines in the air depict the light blue ripples in the air. If before this, Bruno was only 40% to 50% sure of resisting the next attack of Odin, then as long as the news of the successful development of the magic rifle came from the Adar Array Research Laboratory, Bruno would have almost 90% confidence. As for the remaining 10%, it is for modesty. It's not just about defense. As long as the Adar soldiers can be equipped with enough magic rifles before the spring plowing season, Bruno even dares to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, looking at the vast territory he owns, thinking about the hardworking and down-to-earth people on this land, and looking at the wave of magic industrialization that is about to come to Adar territory, Bruno couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. The huge increase in production efficiency brought about by the industrialization of magic that the wizard apprentices of the Adar school saw was only the surface level. But Bruno from Earth knows very well what kind of era he is about to usher in. Chapter 248 Hunt and Kill. Harvest. At noon, the scorching sun shines on the boundless ocean, and the surging waves sparkle with light. Even though the Merlin Bay became calm due to the lighthouse, the surging waves and the howling sea breeze still made the sailors on the whaling ship shiver. The two whale hunting ships traveling together looked quite old, and the rams on the bows were already quite damaged. They were probably the most common type of warships in the world. However, in the center of the whaling ship, a brand new sail was held high, and at the top of the mast lookout, the Griffin flag of Adar County was fluttering in the wind. The Adar Whaling Company and the Adar Navy are two completely different systems. The former is a little bastard that Bruno picked up from a roadside trash can, while the latter is the Adar Lord's own son. Since the shipbuilding capacity of Adar territory is still very limited, high-end goods such as three-masted warships are naturally not available to Adar Whaling Company, its godson. Not to mention that the construction of the wonders and the war preparations of the Adar army took up most of the Adar people's energy. Even the Adar Navy, which was their own son, had no new warships added to the fleet in a short period of time. But Bruno was still very considerate and made some modifications to the pirates' original ships, which were still decent. For example, although I cannot give you a three-masted warship, I will equip you with a one-masted sail as a token of my appreciation. Although its sailing speed cannot compare with that of a three-masted warship, it is much better than the previous warships. Although the magic crystal bomb and magic guides could not allow the Idal to lead the whale hunting company at will, Bruno also retreated and provided them with a new type of magic whale hanging fork. Although these upgrades of warships and the replacement of weapons and equipment, although it is more than a little bit behind the navy of Idal. For these Coral Island pirates that once knew that they only knew the short swords to cut people to connect the side war, they were already considered to change the cannon in the waters of the kingdom of Basel. Captain Jack wore a captain's hat specially made for him by Bruno, and he also painted two dark circles around his eyes. Except for being a little fatter and a little older, he was exactly like Captain Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack's outfit was specially made by Bruno. Even the dark circles were designed by Bruno himself. It is said that this will allow the pirates, no, it will allow the employees of the Adar Whaling Company to more easily identify their captain when facing a naval battle, so that the orders issued by Captain Jack can be conveyed in time. He was a little uncomfortable at first, but after a long time, Captain Jack felt that his ruffian-looking appearance actually revealed a hint of unusual handsomeness. No one can say no to Captain Jack Sparrow. The coolness of the sea breeze made Captain Jack particularly energetic. Although he was an old pirate, he was still a real novice when it came to whale hunting, since people in the previous life generally agreed on the need to protect whales. Even Bruno, who was almost omniscient and omnipotent, found it difficult to provide any help other than weapons to Captain Jack and the employees of the whaling company. Most tactics required these former pirates to learn from scratch and to figure out the techniques of hunting whales bit by bit. So, even though the Adar Whaling Company had been established for 2 or 3 months, Captain Jack still had not been able to successfully kill a whale. It's not that the employees of the whaling company are too inexperienced, but looking at the huge body of the whale, not everyone dares to rush up except for the stubborn ones. Captain Jack is certainly not a stubborn guy. He was able to transform himself from a low-level pirate to the head of the Adar Whaling Company. Although there was a certain element of luck in this, Captain Jack's own shrewdness was also particularly important. Captain, a whale has been spotted in the northeastern waters. Just as Captain Jack was staring at the blue sea in the distance, the sailor standing on the lookout suddenly shouted loudly to the sailors who were observing around. Wow! Upon hearing this, Captain Jack, who was originally standing on the bow meditating, instantly became alert. During these few months, the employees of Adar Whaling Company have encountered giant whales more than once, but each time they returned empty-handed. The fear of whales is only a minor aspect. The panic cooperation among the pirates is the most important reason why the whales have been slipping away from their hands. Remember what you've been training. Give your backs to your comrades. Be as close as when you were in bed together. We have the best equipment in this sea area, and we have the strong support of Lord Bruno Stewart, Count of Adar. If we can't catch a whale for several months, then how can we explain to Lord Count? Looking at the pirates busy behind him, Captain Jack roared loudly. No matter what, this whale must be captured. Clear. At this moment, Those pirates, who were once loose and lazy, finally revealed a hint of ferocity. During the past few days, Captain Jack has used the skills he learned from the Adar Navy to train the Coral Island pirates under his command. From complaining in the beginning to gradually obeying now, Captain Jack can be said to be worried to death. Forcing pirates, who are used to being relaxed and free, into the framework rules of the Adar Whaling Company all of a sudden would certainly make many people dissatisfied. But Captain Jack understood deeply that this was a transformation that the pirates had to go through. Based on Captain Jack's understanding of Count Bruno's steward of Adar, he was very clear about the importance of the Adar Whaling Company in Bruno's heart. Although Captain Jack is unwilling to admit it. Compared with the Adar Navy, the Idle Whale Hunting Company he controls is just an optional institution. Therefore, only by letting the pirates and his pirates show their value can I get the favor of Bruno and be valued by Idal. In the face of the absolute power of the Adar people, Captain Jack had long given up any thoughts of betrayal or hypocrisy. And the only thing he could do was to let Bruno see his efforts and then reward himself with a little red flower. The giant whale was getting closer and closer. Even without a telescope, Captain Jack could see its huge body looming under the sea and the huge columns of water that were sprayed out from time to time. The wandering giant whale apparently noticed the ship that was slowly approaching it. But it never realized that those tiny and stupid humans were actually plotting against it. The pirates skillfully set out their I-type magical whale hunting harpoons. The fine steel harpoons reflected a slight chill under the warm sunlight. Everyone held their breath at this moment, staring intently at the giant whale that was swimming freely beside the ship. Shooting. When the other whaling ship finally reached the designated location, Captain Jack finally gave the order. Shoot! Shoot! As the magic circle drawn on the magic whale hunting harpoon made a humming sound, the light blue magic power that was suddenly released suddenly poured into the air. Boom! Different from the sound of a crossbow arrow, the pirates suddenly fired a special whale hunting harpoon, which made an unusual sound due to friction with the air. And then, it pierced into the whale's flesh without any hesitation. The sudden attack obviously took the whale by surprise. Next, the severe pain from its body caused the huge whale to struggle desperately. The blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding sea surface dark. There is a special bleeding groove at the front end of the whale hunting harpoon. So the harder the whale struggles, the more severe the damage it suffers. The harpoon that pierced the whale's body was firmly connected to Captain Jack's ship through a sturdy iron chain. Although this prevented the whale from escaping, it also made the whale hunting ship face the whale's struggle directly. The huge body of the whale continues to beat the ship. This is the most difficult moment, and the most dangerous moment. Everyone hold your posts. Helmsman, turn left. What the hell are you doing? You idiot! Shoot him out now! Captain Jack roared desperately. Everyone was worried because a month ago, a whaling ship had sunk to the bottom of the sea after being harassed by a giant whale. At this time, at Captain Jack's shout, the magic whale harpoon on another whaling ship was finally launched. The harpoon shot from another whaling ship were not connected with iron chains. Their purpose was to bleed the whale faster and cause greater damage to the whale. Whoosh! Puff! This was the sound of a whale harpoon sinking into flesh and blood. At this moment, the pirates did not hold back at all. A brave sailor even jumped down and stabbed the harpoon in his hand into the body of the giant whale. Once the harpoon is inserted into the area with dense blood vessels of the whale, the huge whale will gradually lose its ability to resist. So, when the struggle of the giant whale gradually became no longer so powerful, the sailors on the whale hunting ship finally saw the hope of successful hunting. Another sailor jumped down frantically. It landed on the smooth back of the giant whale, splashing a pool of blood-stained sea water with all his strength. Dig hard. This brought another heavy blow to the giant whale below. Although the giant whale is huge, when a fish fork did not enter its body, it was finally unable to compete to the humans in front of them. It was completely destroyed by these crazy pirates. We killed the whale. I don't know who started it first, but all the pirates present suddenly howled with excitement. Ouch! Unusual words have been difficult to express their excitement at this time, and the high shouting sounds on the whaling boat. Looking at this scene, Captain Jack finally felt that the pirates under his command were beginning to be organized, have goals, and be motivated. After experiencing countless day and night hard work, although there are still many leaks and mistakes in this hunting, they have finally succeeded. This is a first for all the pirates. For these pirates, this successful hunt was far more enjoyable and exciting than those experiences of bedtime talks and gunfire. For the first time, they also regarded the pirates around them as their comrades in arms. Not just plastic brothers who mixed together. The whaling ship returned with a huge whale towing it. Looking at the coral island in the distance, the pirates felt an indescribable sense of pride. Compared with a year ago, the coral island has changed its appearance. The traces of the magic crystal bombing still exist, but the reconstruction work is also progressing in an orderly manner. Today, the coral island has become an important base for the Adar Whaling Company and the largest coral-producing area of the Adar Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the refugees who moved to the Friend Islands, some outsiders were also sent to the coral island by Bruno. Some of them became logistics workers for the Adar Whaling Company, and some collected gem-quality corals for the Adar Chamber of Commerce, which were sold at high prices. The people who were once captured by pirates have transformed themselves into Adar people registered with the Adar Immigration Administration. They work and live on this small island and enjoy the benefits of being an Adar person. The impression that the Coral Island pirates once left on this island seems to have gradually faded away with the passage of time. Only in the ruins of the castle in the center of the island can one recall the dark rule of the great pirate Kelvin Prato in the past. The ship is on the shore. The logistics workers of the Adar Whaling Company were busy. Although they were still a little unskilled, they carefully collected the fat from the whale's body and cut large chunks of whale meat, not daring to waste even a single bit. A whale to feed a village is not just about talking, not to mention the valuable oil, baleen, and whale bones. Every sailor who went into battle received a handsome reward as a reward for their successful whale hunting. For the pirates collected by Adal Whale Hunting Company, Bruno has long made people formulate a set of reward and punishment measures. What kind of punishment should be accepted by making mistakes, and what kind of remuneration the whale can be hunt is clearly explained. Maybe the money is not a lot, but it is enough for them to live on. And this may be the first legal income most of them have ever received. Those truly vicious pirates had been captured by Bruno and taken to Adar's 9th production team. So the pirates, who survived and participated in the Adar Whaling Company, were mostly poor people with nowhere else to go. Seeing this legitimate income, many people shed tears of excitement. If you can live well, who wants to be a pirate risk to take off his head? Chapter 249, Wine Merchants Counterattack. Basel City. The bright moonlight spread across the street, and the gradually approaching night enveloped the filth on the roadside in the shadows of the corners. There was almost no light in Basel at night, except for the flickering candlelight in the brothels in the western part of Basel, and laughter and howling from time to time. Only a few rustling sounds could be heard from the mansions of the great nobles from time to time. For most common people of this era, when night falls, apart from rolling into bed and sleeping soundly, they probably have no choice but to engage in the monotonous and boring activity of making babies. Because candles have always been an expensive luxury item and are definitely not affordable for ordinary families. Most of the shops on the Via Nerva had closed down as soon as the sun set, except for the Norman family shop windows, which were brightly lit. The glass exterior walls also reflected a faint blue glow against the backdrop of magic crystals. Under the cover of night, the luxurious decorations of the Norman family looked even more magnificent and attractive, attracting the attention of countless nobles. This is the card. In more than half a year, the Norman family has completely established a foothold in Basel. Under Bruno's remote control and Cario's specific implementation, the Norman family established a very good brand reputation and left a very deep impression on the nobles of the entire kingdom of Basel. The shortage of rose essential oil caused the nobles in Basel to raise their prices. But, however, the Norman family still adhered to its original sales principles and pricing standards, and was not at all affected by the high profits offered by the outside world, which made the nobles of the kingdom of Basel praise it endlessly. It is a fool to make money without making it. But the problem is, the Edal people are pursuing more long-lasting profits and reputation. Of course, this does not prevent some embezzlement sales staff from disguising themselves and carrying a few bottles of diluted rose essential oil to the black market to make huge profits. After all, rose essential oils sold in the black market of the kingdom of Basel are not only sold higher, but also less content and lower concentration. Therefore, on the premise of not affecting the business reputation of the Normandy family, Cario will leave a small number of rose essential oil quotas each time, and occasionally let people walk around from the black market, thereby compiling additional profits for the Norman family. If the rose essential oils make the nobles jealous, Then the low-level wine produced by the more wine industry sold in the Normandy family is crazy to make the nobles of the entire Basel. In this era when entertainment and cultural activities are so scarce, the nobles do not have many hobbies. So, once the secret of the Warcraft wooden box was leaked, it set off a fashion trend in Basel City. The collecting habits of the nobles brought excess profits to the Norman family. And the crazy sales scene even shocked Cario. If it wasn't for Bruno's foresight, it made people prepare sufficient inventory in advance. The sales methods proposed by Bruno made Cario's eyes open. As if the business experience of his business for most of his life lived on the dog, and was deeply convinced by the means of Earl Edal Stuo's steward. Not only rose essential oil and low-alcohol wine, but also gem-grade corals. Strong liquor and other products sold by the Norman family have won praise from Basel nobles. The excellent quality of the goods is only one aspect. The luxurious and trendy decoration style of the Norman family, and the well-trained sales skills, and after-sales service of the sales staff also make the nobles who come to shop feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. And this, it is also difficult for any other shops. It was also under the influence of these many aspects that the brand effect of the Norman family rose rapidly. So that the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel felt that the products of the Norman family were particularly impressive as soon as they heard that they were products of the Norman family. Norman family did not stop operating after closing. The staff responsible for managing the account books and finances carefully counted the day's revenue. And the shopping guides began to review their sales today and Norman family's current inventory of goods. The salary of the Norman family sales staff is not constant. In addition to the most basic salary, the monthly commission can even reach more than 5 times the basic salary. The underlying employees are busy. And on the top floor of the Normandy family, the chairman of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, Callio, is sitting in front of the table, studying the books of the Earl Master under the bright candlelight. Not all texts can be called books, but the texts Bruno wrote in his spare time have almost become the most respected works in Callio's mind. In his opinion, this is the code of wealth that can make every businessman crazy. All kinds of sales are dazzling. Which is dazzling, making Cario's business consciousness improved unprecedentedly. In this book, Bruno not only mentions many eye-opening and enlightening sales methods, but also puts forward many new terms, such as economics. This new term proposed by Bruno undoubtedly made Cario feel, what is the economy? What is business? These were things that Callio had never thought about before. In his original understanding, the work of a businessman is nothing more than buying low and selling high, reselling goods back and forth between different regions. But, however, in his book, Bruno gave these behaviors a clearer and more brand new explanation, and invisibly praised and affirmed the meaning and value of the existence of businessmen, and raised the status of businessmen. Economy is not only the general term for people's production, circulation, distribution and consumption of all material and spiritual resources, but also the way of governing the country and benefiting the world in Bruno's mind. The circulation of commodities, the distribution of wealth, the accumulation of capital. These new concepts opened a new door for Cario, which have been in business for more than 10 years, and let him first recognize the wealth and value he can create. Lord Bruno. Looking at the words recorded in the books, Cario could not help but sour nose. This is a grace of rebirth for myself. Only if I am loyal to Lord Adar, run the Adar Chamber of Commerce prosperously, and give Lord Bruno a perfect answer, can I live up to the Lord Count's kindness. Of course, Callio should be shocked, because the contents recorded in those books were compiled by Bruno with great effort. With Edal's current financial resources, Bruno can actually live a noble life without shame. But he did not do this. The productivity of Adar territory has indeed been gradually improved under Bruno's guidance. But the thinking and ideas of the people of Adar territory still remain at the original basis. It is obviously impossible to just wait for the idle people who have just begun to learn spelling, in order to quickly improve the capabilities of Callio, Shabi, Lister, Mundell and many other key officials in Adar, and enhance the depth and breadth of their thinking. Bruno personally wrote and organized a number of notes, hoping that they could adapt to the changes in Adar as quickly as possible and follow his footsteps more closely. As the president of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, Callio naturally became Bruno's key training target. So, Bruno combines knowledge from Western economics, political economics, finance and other disciplines, discards those theories and models that appear high-end and classy, but do not conform to the reality of the world, and uses a more down-to-earth language to concisely summarize the knowledge content about business, economics and sales. And Callio obviously lived up to expectations. In addition to daily management, he devoted almost all his time to books, gradually combining theory with practice and observing the business and economy of this world. The market of the Kingdom of Basel is vast, and the consumption power of the nobles is also dazzling. But, no matter how broad the market is, there is always a scope. And no matter how high consumption power is, there are always restrictions. The Norman family was like a dragon crossing the river. Without any warning, they plunged into the city of Basel, relying on Queen Alana as their backer. They gathered wealth that amazed everyone in a very short time. The Normandy family stood firmly in half a year, represented her reputation, and won admiration. At the same time, many nobles praised them, and some nobles felt gritted their teeth. Rose essential oils do not have a direct impact on the original market, but the sales of low-level wine have made many people jealous, because there is a limit on alcohol consumption. It is impossible for a noble to drink wine as water all day long. So, when the low-degree wines of the Norman family are sold hot under the driving of Warcraft wooden boxes, the rest of the other wine-selling wines are bleak, and even the losses are serious. Most of the business that can operate wine in the capital of the Kingdom of Basel is because of the support of a nobleman behind it. Therefore, the vendors who are responsible for operating the store are all right to the Norman family. The rivers and dragons. Itchy teeth. Broken people's wealth is like killing parents. Behind the hot sales of low-degree wines in the Norman family, countless vendors who run wine have encountered the aristocracy behind them. So, after so long, they finally couldn't sit still. After all, the queen is not the king. But even the king, there will be nobles in the face of excess profits, and try to touch the tiger's beard. Capitalists dare to sell their ropes even. Although these vendors who rely on nobles are not a capitalist, they also have red eyes for the high gains in the low wine market. You know, the low-alcohol wine sold by Norman family is much more expensive than other wines. In a tavern in the south of Basel, the merchants who run wine in the city are almost gathered here, and the atmosphere seems dignified. Everyone. The Norman family is really going too far. If they continue like this, the entire wine market in Basel will be swallowed up by them. Harley Santa Cruz spoke first. That's right. This situation must be changed. Ernie Mfila agreed with a dark face. Harley St. Cruz and Elni Mifla are the largest wine merchants in Basel City, and each year they compile a lot of benefits for the nobles behind Basel. Originally, both of them were their own masters, and there were many contradictions. But this year, the former situation of the arrival of the Normandy family has made the two of them have to come together. If they can't get through this difficult time as soon as possible, then life will definitely not be easy for both of them. When the two largest wine merchants in Basel said, the tone of this party was determined. That is to let go of the previous prejudice, jointly compete for low-level wines sold by the Normandy family, and return to the original market. It's just, how easy is this? After all, the Normandy family has the queen as a backing, and the aristocrats also love the essential oils sold by the Normandy family, said a lot of embarrassment of a wine merchant. This does make many wine merchants feel a little embarrassed. On the one hand, the existence of the Norman family had a great impact on their original merchandise sales, causing sales revenue to plummet, causing the nobles behind them to be furious. However, on the other hand, the aristocrats behind them praised the products in the Normandy family, and even bought a lot of products from the Normandy family. This is a bit embarrassing. After all, Alan Heron is the queen of the Basel kingdom, and a member of the royal family. It is impossible to ignore the power behind us. Besides, in fact, the low-level wine sold by the Norman family does not necessarily affect the Normandy family. Harley St. Cruz suddenly said a word that made people feel a little bit confusing. What do you mean? A businessman frowned, full of doubt in his heart. According to our investigations these days, the low-alcohol wine sold by the Norman family is not actually the Norman family's own product, but is sold on behalf of a vineyard called Moore Wine Company. Moore Wine Company is the property of a Norman noble. What? The vendors present were shocked. As Basel people, how can we let the Norman nobles take away our gold coins so easily? Harley Santa Cruz said in a deep voice. Have you made any plans? Someone asked. The reason why Moore wines are so popular in the Kingdom of Basel is nothing more than relying on those so-called magical wooden boxes and other trivial tricks. In these days, I have made the workshop rush to work day and night. and also produced a group of wine wooden boxes engraved with Basel-style patterns. This is at our site, and it can't overwhelm them, Harley St. Cruz said with a rumor. Chapter 250's reaction of the Norman family. The wine wooden box engraved with the Basel-style pattern? Hearing this, the businessmen present were delighted at first. But then many of them revealed an unnatural look in their eyes. Isn't this imitating their approach? A head-iron businessman hesitated for a moment, and then said, the patterns engraved on the wine wooden boxes produced by people are the landscapes in the kingdom of Basel. They are completely different from the Moor's wine wooden box drawn this Warcraft pattern. Furthermore, even if plagiarism, if you feel inappropriate, then you exit. Harley Santa Cruz snorted. Hearing this, the businessman who had doubted before fell silent. Although this approach does not sound very good, at least let them see the hope of recovering the market. As long as the gold coins lost before can return to their own hands. What method is used? I don't know what the cooperation law that Mr. Heron said? A businessman asked, interested. First of all, the competition between each other and the price competition naturally stop immediately. I wait to unify the front and face the low-level wines sold by the Normandy family. Harley St. Cruz emphasized. Previously, because the low-level wines sold by the Norman family were greatly selling, these wine merchants had to attract more customers through the way of coming to the price. But such measures were not effective. After all, people who can afford wine are mostly wealthy. Not only did it fail to have any substantial impact on the Norman family's wine sales, but it caused their own profits to shrink sharply, causing the original wine merchants of the Kingdom of Basel to fall into serious internal strife. Hearing this, the businessmen present couldn't help but nodded. Since they want to form an alliance, they naturally cannot suppress each other within the alliance. Since last month, Elni Mifla and I have already recruited a lot of people to produce a lot of wine boxes. These wooden boxes can be sold to everyone to pack their own products. But, Harley Santa Cruz changed the subject and said, after all, engraving patterns on the wooden boxes will add a lot of cost. So the price of these wooden boxes is not low. I don't know how much money is needed. Someone asked. Harley Santa Cruz quoted a price. And then everyone present had different expressions. Because, this price was indeed a bit high. For this scene in front of him, Harley St. Cruz had long been expected. However, engraving patterns on the wooden box would undoubtedly require recruiting a large number of people. Even if the lower-class people were oppressed to the extreme, it would certainly consume a lot of money and food. In fact, Harley Santa Cruz didn't want to bring this group of merchants along. But what he and Ernie Fila were most worried about was that when their action began, these remaining merchants would become unstable factors and hinder their wine sales. Harley Santa Cruz and Ernie Fila are indeed the largest wine merchants in the Kingdom of Basel. But their sphere of influence is mainly located in the southern region of the Kingdom of Basel. So they are somewhat wary of the city of Basel, which is full of mixed people. After all, the Norman family is under the protection of Queen Elena, and it is the most famous store in the Kingdom of Basel. So, if Harley Santa Cruz cannot get a few more nobles to share the pressure, he will be a little restrained. Since you two have spent a lot, we naturally cannot take advantage of you. So I will pay for this. Finally, a businessman gritted his teeth and said, if the wine sales were still sluggish after purchasing the wooden boxes, then he would naturally lose all his money. However, when he thought of the hot sales of the Norman family's wine, he became excited. Seeing the nobles present expressing their opinions, Harley Santa Cruz couldn't help but smile. Every merchant who joins represents the support of a noble. So, in addition, in order to ensure that there won't be any major changes in our wine sales, I plan to negotiate with the Norman family and ask them to remove the wine sales counter of more wine industry. Finally, following Harley Santa Cruz, Ernie Fila also spoke sinisterly. What? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. In fact, this idea is indeed good, because according to the information they get, the Moor wine industry is a business trip from the Normandy Empire. From the perspective of these Basel businessmen, it is precisely the strong influence and appeal of Normandy's family rose essential oil. Once the Norman family stops purchasing and selling low-alcohol wine from Moor Wine Company, wouldn't all the difficulties be solved? It's just, how easy is this? Not to mention that behind the Norman family are Queen Alana and the Harlan family. It is unlikely that any store would give up a hot-selling product for no reason under the current circumstances. So, the businessmen present all looked at Ernie Fila's performance with a look of suspicion. Don't forget, We now have this wine wooden box with different patterns. So, this matter is indeed impossible to succeed in the past. But now it is possible. The royal family is certainly majestic. But they must also take us, and the nobles behind us, into consideration. Since the Norman family now has an alternative to more wine industry. As long as we can explain the pros and cons, and lure them with benefits. Even Queen Alana will have to make concessions at the right time. As soon as the words fell, the merchants present first stunned. And then, they could not help showing their excited eyes. Because Elney said this method, it seems feasible. Things turned out just as Ernie Fila and Harley Santa Cruz had predicted. When a large number of wine merchants in the Kingdom of Basel gradually showed their dissatisfaction. And after passing some of the aristocratic masters behind the aristocrats behind the palace, Queen Allen finally summoned Cario again. I haven't seen you in a few months. And the Queen's His Majesty's glory is increasingly shiny. Cario lowered his head slightly. And he congratulated me docile. This is not all in Fenghuan. Because the young queen is indeed white and beautiful. And the appearance of the flowers is very suitable for the aesthetic concept of this era. Is the Norman family's business doing well? They should be making a lot of money. Right? Queen Alana asked softly. This is a pavement, Your Majesty. Although the sales of rose essential oil are extremely tight. The Norman family has always adhered to the consistent price and principles. So they don't make much profit. Callio answered evasively. What about wine? After all, I was just helping people sell things. And I made a little money. Which is not worth mentioning. In fact, the southern part of the Kingdom of Basel is also a good wine place for wine. It has always been loved by the nobles. I like grapes in southern Basel. Not only can it taste beautiful, but the wines brewed are also very sweet. Queen Allen pointed out. This is a warning. Which means that since you are here to make money, you, the Norman family, should stop focusing on selling wine from the Norman Empire. And you should also help your own nobles. Cario's expression was a moment of stun. And then revealing the expression of realization. The Normandy family can have today's momentum. Thanks to His Majesty's photo. Since the Queen likes it, then the villain naturally takes more attention to the wine of our Kingdom of Basel. That's good. Wally Harlem really didn't see the wrong person. Queen Allen praised. Outside the palace, Cario drilled into his carriage calmly, saying, as we expected before, seeing our wine cells red fire. The nobles of the Basel Kingdom are jealous. What does the Queen say? She said she wanted to pay more attention to the wines from the southern part of Basel. But she backed down, said Callio. The sale of wine is a large income. Those southern nobles in the Kingdom of Basel are quite powerful. Naturally, it is impossible to give up the entire market in this way. It is already a good result to have the best selling of these months. In the carriage, Julian Heaton consoled. I naturally know this. The Queen must take into account the reaction of other nobles. After all, we just take the banner of the Harlem family. So, the Queen could not be scored for the benefits of wine. Cario said. I guess that in the near future, there will be businessmen from the nobles of the South to find you. At that time, you will try to delay as much as possible. In short, according to the instructions of Lord Earl, you have to be tangled and difficult to give up. But let those opposite people understand that as long as the price code is appropriate, you can make concessions. Everything can be talked about. What does the Earl Master mean? Cario asked quickly. The Earl said that the connection between Adar County and this place cannot be concealed, whether it is true or false. So, we should try our best to put the blame on more wine industry, so that the Norman family will always be branded with the traces of the Harlan family, and receive the protection of Queen Alana. From now on, all matters related to more wine industry will be handled by me. I will try my best to separate the relationship between more wine industry and the Norman family. You only need to deal with the Norman family and the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Although there were still many things he wanted to ask. Callio finally nodded and said nothing. The name of Julian Heaton has heard of it before. He is a native of Adar, and the manager of more wine industry promoted by Bruno. Although he just came to the Kingdom of Basel this month, he suddenly became the general manager of more wine industry in the Kingdom of Basel, which shows Bruno's trust in him. The two didn't have much interaction before, but seeing Julian Heaton's confident look, Callio felt relieved. Thinking of the economic way of the Earl's writing, Cario felt that his heart was hot. I just don't know. How will the Earl solve the current predicament of more wine industry? Harley St. Cruz came to the Norman family the next evening. Although he has always gritted his teeth for the Normandy family. Standing in front of the Normandy family, Harley St. Cruz had to make a sincere admiration. Because just looking at it from the street, the facade of the Norman family makes people feel majestic. It is not only extremely luxurious, but also stands out like a crane among chickens in front of the surrounding small shops. After taking a deep breath, Harley St. Cruz opened the door of the Normandy family. The wind chimes inside the door made a crisp sound, and a shopping guide from the Norman family hurried over and said, "I'm sorry, sir. The Norman family is closed today." Although the shopping guide who was walking towards him could not be said to be particularly bright and attractive, both her face and clothes looked exceptionally clean, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. "I come to the person in the host here," Harley added, "about wine. There is a business to talk about. Please sit down in the lounge and browse around. I'll go ask." Harley nodded while looking at the shop with a review. Most of the items sold in the lobby on the first floor are coral ornaments and wooden furniture. In less than a year, the Norman family's grading standards and color judgment methods for corals have almost become the common standards in the entire Kingdom of Basel. And this also made the Normandy family almost the only place in the Kingdom of Basel to buy coral jewelry at ease. After all, if you go to other shops, the price of corals is almost all of which rely on the vision of the home. But why is it worth such a price? But there is no clear value judgment standard. But at Norman family, the sales staff can explain to you in detail how the price of each product is determined. For example, how the color of this coral bracelet is rated and where there are flaws. All the deductions and bonus points can be clearly arranged for customers, for people to choose. What a Kong. Siding red, dark red. Unconsciously, these fresh words from the Norman family have long been familiar with Harley St. Cruz. Harley had no intention of enjoying the fruit placed in front of him. His eyes swept across the first floor hall of the Norman family. For some reason, whether it was the arrangement of lights, the location of goods, or the placement of various objects, Harley seemed to have seen a lot of knowledge in it. But he couldn't figure it out for a while. Chapter 251 Compromise? Harley Santa Cruz walked out of the Norman family's gate with heavy steps. It was not so pleasant to talk to Cario before. Although Harley had anticipated the Norman family's high negotiation terms, he still felt uneasy when he heard the price from Calio's mouth. During the conversation with Carlo, Harley clearly saw the dissatisfaction of Cario on his face. He knew very well that if it were not for the sake of the noble lords behind him, Calio would probably kick him out directly. Queen Alana had already passed the message to the Norman family. Harley Santa Cruz already knew this when Calio walked out of the Basel Palace. But the huge profits that can be made from selling wine are in front of everyone. So it is not surprising that Calio shows such an attitude. The Normandy family agrees to withdraw the sales counter of the more wine industry. But they ask us to give compensation for 2,000 gold coins. In a tavern in Basel, Harley Santa Cruz took a big gulp of beer and then spoke. Sitting opposite him was the wine merchant Elni Mifra. Although it is a league composed of all wine merchants. In fact, the specific actions and plans are polished by the two of them. 2,000 gold coins. Ernimfila frowned and mused. Yes. 2,000 gold coins. This is too much. Even if we add all our two's benefits this year, I am afraid that it may not be able to make up for 2,000 gold coins. But that Cario. Give them. Ernimfila interrupted Harley, and said in a deep voice. What? Harley Santa Cruz was stunned. I said, since they set up a price of 2,000 gold coins, let them. Elni Mifra took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, they are clearly asking for too much. And this money must be shared by all of us. Do you think the nobles will agree? Meeting? Ernimfila said in a decisive tone. Harley St. Cruz. What? Ernimfila, who had always been extremely stingy, suddenly changed his personality, which made Harley a little confused for a moment. It seems that you have also remembered that we have the support of the nobles behind us. Ernimfila snorted coldly and said, gold coins are certainly a good thing. But you must not forget that behind the Norman family stands Queen Alana and the royal family. The Norman family is a store under the protection of Queen Alana. With the power of the royal family, Her Majesty the Queen could have completely ignored this. However, after hearing the nobles' complaints, she still hinted to the Norman family to cut off the sales of more wine. What is this? This is giving face to the noble master behind us. 2,000 gold coins is certainly a high price. But if we keep pushing the price down, we'd be asking for more. And we wouldn't know what's good for us. Ernimfila looked at Harley Santa Cruz unhappily. This guy is indeed a good businessman. But if he has to consider all these twists and turns, his brain will become a little confused. You mean? This money, could it be the Queen's intention? No matter whether it is true or not. Since the Norman family has offered such a price, then just agree to it. Besides, think about how popular those packaged wines are, and you won't be so hesitant anymore. That being the case, then give them 2,000 gold coins. Harretton said. So he said, but according to the Normandy family, we need to give them at least 7 days to clean up the inventory and replan the counter for the sale of wine. What? Don't they agree to sell our wine? Ernimfila asked puzzledly. Kallio claimed that all products sold in the Norman family must have a strong quality guarantee. So, he wants to observe our sales situation before making a decision. Well, just follow their methods. From today, prepare for inventory. After 7 days, I will definitely let our wines in Basel southern Xinjiang to win the entire market again. Ernimfila waved his hands helplessly. Although 7 days seemed a long time, since the Norman family had already made a compromise, it would not be a good idea to push them too hard. He told each other with Ernimfila. And Harley finally returned to his residence in the middle of the night. Only, even though he had a beautiful girl in his arms, Harley had no intention of exercising at this moment. Outside the room was a pitch-black night, and inside the room, the candlelight flickered slightly. Harley couldn't help tossing and turning on his bed, thinking, and he couldn't sleep well no matter what. Everything was developing in the direction they hoped. The Norman family no longer sold wine from the Moor Wine Company. The wine merchants in the Kingdom of Basel were forced to huddle together for warmth, waiting for a thundering attack in 7 days to regain the lost market. It stands to reason that Harley should already feel that the voucher is in control. But at this moment, his mind is always quite embarrassed. He feels like he seems to have forgotten something and ignore what? Grown-ups. A soft call came from Harlem's body, and he only felt that a pile of soft meat was close to his back. The trouble at his heart made Harley's heart particularly anxious. So he rolled over and whipped it. Son Cario. President Cario. Early the next morning, the staff of the Norman family knocked on the door of Cario. What's wrong? Kallio sounded quite unhappy. He stayed up late last night thinking about economics. So he was suddenly woken up by the knock on the door, and his thoughts were particularly confused. Outside, someone has brought a lot of boxes of gold coins, saying that they are paying the compensation according to yesterday's agreement. What? After hearing the words, Cario finally got up from the bed and went down the window. Oh no! Harley Santa Cruz was standing downstairs looking around, and behind him, 2 fully loaded carriages were driven by the coachman and stopped at the door of the Norman family. Kallio hurried downstairs and saw Harley coming towards him with a smile. Mr. Cario, according to your previous instructions, 2,000 gold coins have been carried by me with a carriage. Chapter 252 Gridded Chamber of Commerce. Kallio was somewhat confused. In fact, the reason why he offered a compensation of up to 2,000 gold coins was simply to give Julian Heaton enough time to react and delay the negotiation process. After all, since it is called a negotiation, doesn't it require everyone to go back and forth and argue with each other? But the thinking of the Basel merchants was beyond Kallio's imagination. They agreed to it right away. This has made Cario deeply doubt about their awareness of money. Is it the price of 2,000 gold coins? Did they even drive less? When Harley left here yesterday, it was obviously gloomy. Today, there was a 180-degree turn. This script is wrong, even for the thriving Adar territory. 2,000 gold coins are not a sum that can be used at will. It must be decided with the permission of Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. But looking at the Harley Santa Cruz in front of him, and the carriage parked in front of the Norman family, Kallio had to believe the facts before him. The merchants of the Kingdom of Basel, and the nobles in the southern part of the kingdom actually paid such a large sum of money for the wine market of the Kingdom of Basel, etc. Thinking of this, Kallio seemed to understand something suddenly. Queen Alana. That's right. It was because of Queen Alana's face that the merchants of the Kingdom of Basel agreed to such a high price so readily. Only such a reason can we explain why these businessmen, who are interested in daily life, suddenly become so generous. If you know this, you will open the price of 4,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Kallio couldn't help but feel a little depressed, looking at Cario's complexion constantly changing back and forth. Harley's mood became a little embarrassed. Mr. Cario, according to the conditions you previously issued, 2,000 gold coins have been sent to you. You can let people recount, Don't worry. Since it is 2,000 gold coins, then the Normandy family will definitely not eat. When the Normandy family processes the inventory of these days, it will definitely cut off the supply of Moore's wine industry. Although I was very unhappy, Cario quickly changed her expression and said cheerfully, if he delayed his eyes, Harley's wine merchants are not fools, and they will definitely realize that their purpose is. Maybe what kind of change will occur? That's good. That's good. After the agreement was signed, the money was also collected, and Cario smiled and sent Harley St. Cruz out of the door of the Normandy family. Watching Harley's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Calio's expression finally darkened. Someone, go find Julian Heaton and tell him that Moore Winery only has 7 days left. Clear. Of course, Cario's hand did not find Julian Heaton, because at this moment, Julian Heaton had come to the Goethe Plain north of Basel. The supreme ruler of the Gothic Plain is the MacLean family. As the founding noble of the Kingdom of Basel, Grand Duke MacLean possesses power and status second only to the royal family in the Kingdom of Basel. Although Grand Duke MacLean has gradually withdrawn from the core power of the Kingdom of Basel, the connections, wealth and military power cultivated over hundreds of years still allow the MacLean family to continue the glory of their ancestors. Different from those nobles who dreamed of life and death in the Normandy Empire and the Kingdom of Basel. Although Dago Macaron also lives luxuriously, it is enough to be described as aggressive. Under the rule of the contemporary Duke of MacLean, Harrisburg, the core city of the MacLean family, has become the second largest city in the Kingdom of Basel and an important town in the north of the Kingdom of Basel. According to the information collected by the Adar Central Intelligence Bureau, the Macquarie family not only operates the food trade in the northern Basel Kingdom, but also has more than 300 taverns and hotels distributed in the Kingdom of Basel. In addition, among the most elite northern legions in the Kingdom of Basel, even more than 1/3 of the soldiers came from the Gulf Plain under the rule of the Macaron family. The trip to Julian Heaton is to visit the merchants who do things for the Macaron family. Although Hallberg is far from prosperous as the city of Basel, this city located in Basel is far more shot than Basel city. The breath of Phasis permeated in the city. But Harry de Mulson is like a solid military fortress, a solid city wall, a towering tower, and a strong guardian. In Julian Hinault's mind, only the Halleberg Castle on the Gothic Plain is qualified to be compared with the Namur Fortress. Julian Chino's destination on this trip was the Goethe Chamber of Commerce in the southern part of Halliday City. The Goethe Chamber of Commerce is the largest merchant in the northern part of the Kingdom of Basel, and behind it, there is a shadow of the Macaron family. Although the nobles are more greedy for money, the nobles of this era are disdainful to do business in person. Therefore, anything related to business was mostly handled by the nobles' trusted butlers or servants. Mr. Sancho, I hope to discuss a business with you. When Julian Heaton finally met Mr. Sancho, the head of the Goethe Chamber of Commerce, in the reception room of the Goethe Chamber of Commerce, he directly stated the purpose of his visit. Sancho was a rather fat middle-aged man, with a big round belly that almost tore his thin shirt apart. Business? Sancho narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in front of him with a half-smile. Julian Heaton was the head of Moore Wines in the Kingdom of Basel, as introduced before the meeting, when most people still thought that the design of the Warcraft wooden box came from the Norman family. Sancho had already found out the source of these wines by visiting taverns and hotels all over the Kingdom of Basel, Norman Empire, Moorish wine industry. But he couldn't be sure for the moment why Moore wine industry, which was now at its heyday, suddenly came to him to discuss business. I hope. Julian Zino took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Goethe Chamber of Commerce can become the distributor of Moore wine in the northern part of the Kingdom of Basel. Reason. Fatty Sancho looked him up and down, then asked briefly, you must have seen how popular Moore wines are in Basel. So, we hope to completely take over the wine market in the Kingdom of Basel with the help of the Goethe Chamber of Commerce. Julian Heaton answered confidently. Chapter 253, Must Pass Level 6. Go for it. With Basel as the center, Moore Wine Industries wines will cover the entire Kingdom of Basel. We can make some concessions, but we must ensure that the dealers have a large amount of inventory in their hands. Wine is just a starting point. We need to gradually establish a stable sales channel through Moore Wine Industries wines, find trustworthy partners, and make the Kingdom of Basel a dumping ground for Adar's industrial products in the future. Before coming to the Kingdom of Basel, Julian Hinault had a lot of conversations with Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. Although he is the head of Moore Wine Industry, The interests of Adar County are the most important factor driving Julian Chino's actions. The profits that can be obtained from low-alcohol wines are indeed considerable. But what Count Bruno Stewart of Adar currently hopes to see more is the establishment of a reasonable and complete sales network in the Kingdom of Basel. Not to mention, as the nobles in the south of Basel gradually begin to respond, the sales momentum of More Wine Industries wine in Basel City is bound to encounter huge challenges. Is More Wine's wine selling well? It is naturally a bestseller, but its popularity is limited to the city of Basel and its surrounding areas. It's not that More Wine Industry doesn't want to expand sales channels, but it is limited by the production capacity of the Warcraft wooden box in Adar territory. The production of Warcraft wooden boxes has always required the employment of a large number of workers for hand carving, which not only has high labor costs, but also has a long production cycle. But now, this problem has gradually been solved. The completion of the magic conduction plan initiated by Count Bruno Stewart of Adar himself marked the beginning of the magic industrialization of Adar territory. This allows the Adar people to try to transform from pure manual production to semi-mechanized production. It was obviously impossible to ask the Adar people, who had just begun to learn spelling, to create sophisticated machinery in a short time. However, with the help of simple magic machines designed by wizard apprentices, the Adar people can completely hand over simple repetitive work, such as cutting wood and planing wooden boards, to the hands of magic machines. The large amount of steel that had been stockpiled at the Adar steel plant in the Golan Heights in recent days finally came in handy at this moment. The magic power from the Aset Basin was transmitted to the land of Adar territory through magic crystal wires. Of course, it is impossible to stuff a huge amount of magic power into the magic machinery all at once. So, the magic stone rings scattered across the city of Adar and the Grand Highlands also act as the otherworldly version of transformers. The magic machines created by Adar wizards are connected to the magic stone ring through magic circles and magic crystal wires, forming a closed loop, so that magic can flow continuously in the magic crystal wires, so that those magic machines can have enough energy. The application of magic machines not only reduced the labor cost of making Warcraft wooden boxes, but also greatly improved the work efficiency of the Adar people. Because, even though the efficiency of these first-generation magic machines is a bit hard to describe, it is still more than one level higher than the original work efficiency. Magic technology is the primary productive force. The words of Count Bruno Stewart of Adar still echoed in Julian Hinault's ears. This is also the confidence that Julian Chino has in conducting negotiations. That's right. The southern nobles of Basel did respond. They hoped to regain the market by using sales methods similar to those of More Wine, and used abnormal means to force the Norman family to cut off More Wine sales channels. But More Wines is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. The advent of magical industrialization has dramatically reduced the cost of the Adar people making magical wooden boxes and greatly increased the production speed. So, Julian Heaton hopes to take advantage of the opportunity when those Basel wine merchants focus most of their energy on the city of Basel to complete his stealing home plan. While you were busy dismantling the tower, I had already started working on your crystal. The royal family of Basel needed to balance the interests of all parties. Therefore, against the backdrop of the strong north and weak south, it was the royal family's consideration to suggest that the Norman family appropriately look after the southern nobles of the Kingdom of Basel. But for local nobles like the McCaughlan family, since cooperating with More Wines has only benefits and no disadvantages, then naturally there is no need to consider so many messy issues. After all, it's not just 1 or 2 days since the royal family used the southern nobles to suppress the power of the northern nobles. Since the nobles on both sides already dislike each other, there is no need for them to care too much about each other's feelings. Anyway, the harder the two sides fight each other, the happier the royal family will be. Not only will they not stop it, they may even be happy to see it happen. Julian Chino took a sip of the wine in front of him and waited for Mr. Sancho's decision. He has already stated the conditions. And, for the Goethe Chamber of Commerce, this is undoubtedly a deal that is sure to make a profit. The more wine the Goethe Chamber of Commerce buys, the more negotiable the price becomes. Because, the more low-alcohol wines the Goethe Chamber of Commerce stockpiles, the more concerned the wine market will be about them, and the less likely they will buy wine from other nobles. According to the Earl, this is probably to increase the opponent's inventory pressure. Although he still didn't understand many of the new words that Mr. Bruno used, he still understood a little about the so-called inventory pressure. When the Goethe Chamber of Commerce has enough more wines in its hands, will it still buy wines from other noble territories? Of course not. as long as the Goethe Chamber of Commerce has inventory pressure. Any vendors selling other types of wine in the north of the Kingdom of Basel will become the target of the McLean family. The Goethe Chamber of Commerce may even force all stores on the Goethe Plain to only sell wine from More Wines. The idea of More Wine is actually very simple. As a merchant from the Norman Empire, More Wine cannot cheat people under the banner of Queen Elena like the Norman family did. So, Julian Zino naturally had to lure a few more nobles aboard so that he would have the capital to compete with the southern nobles. As long as the Goethe Chamber of Commerce can stockpile a large amount of inventory, More Wine industry will be invincible. Of course. But how much do you want to bid? 90% of the selling price. Too much. Sancho frowned. If you buy more than 5,000 bottles at a time. Julian Zino paused and said with a troubled look. At least 85. Chapter 254 Counterattack. Perhaps for others, 5,000 bottles of wine is indeed a considerable number. But for the wealthy Goethe Chamber of Commerce, this number is like drizzle. Just 5,000 bottles. After some cordial and friendly bargaining, the Goethe Chamber of Commerce ordered a total of 5,000 bottles of low-alcohol wine from Julian Zino at a price equivalent to 15% off the actual selling price. Julian Chino is having fun. After losing the sales channels of the Norman family, More Wine industry finally found a new foothold in the Kingdom of Basel. Relying on the influence of the Goethe Chamber of Commerce and the McLaughlin family on the northern part of the Kingdom of Basel, More Wine industry has become invincible. Moreover, 5,000 bottles of wine are a lot. In order to sell these wines smoothly, any merchant who dares to sell other wines in the northern part of the Kingdom of Basel will certainly be suppressed by the Goethe Chamber of Commerce. In Julian Zino's opinion, although the method devised by the Earl seemed simple, it made it difficult for all other competitors to cope with it, and they had no way to fight back. Seize the opportunity. As long as the More Wine industry can make these Chamber of Commerce scattered in various places have inventory pressure, then wine in southern Basel will be difficult to do. You want me to sell yours? Wait until I sell all the wine from More Wines. Mr. Sancho is also very happy. Although the wine of More Wine industry caused a sensation in the city of Basel, due to the indescribable speed of information transmission in this era. Up to this moment, most of the northern part of the Kingdom of Basel has not been baptized by the Warcraft wooden box. Although the lion's share was certainly taken by More Wine industry, this did not prevent the Goethe Chamber of Commerce from taking advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. In addition to taverns and inns, the Goethe Chamber of Commerce, like most chambers of commerce of this era, mainly engages in the business of buying low and selling high. It relies on recruiting mercenary groups and a large number of caravans to sell the specialties of the Goethe Plain to other places, and then transports goods from all over the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Basel to the Goethe Plain. Before this, it was not that the McLaughlin family did not want to sell wine, but almost the entire wine market of the Kingdom of Basel was firmly controlled by the nobles in the southern part of the kingdom. Of course, the McLean family also wanted to get a piece of the pie, but since they could not find a suitable wine-producing area, they had to give up and watched enviously as gold coins flowed from the Gothic plain into the pockets of the southern nobles. So at this moment, in the face of the olive branches that the More Wine industry took the initiative to throw, Mr. Sancho naturally picked it down very happily. After all, since it is known that this is a sale that can make a lot of money, there is no reason to refuse. Port Herod is only the first stop of Julian Chino's trip, and the cooperation agreement signed with the Goethe Chamber of Commerce naturally gave Julian Chino more confidence. According to the previous instructions of Earl Ernard Brion Stewart, Julian Chino will visit the nobility of local aristocrats from all over the Kingdom of Basel, especially those nobles and chambers of Chamber of Commerce who did not set foot in the wine market. But to the wine market, money can move people's hearts. Not to mention the McLaughlin family, which originally disliked the southern nobles. Even the aristocratic families that originally lived in peace with the southern nobles might change sides in the face of the profits from wine. Didn't you forbid the Norman family from selling More Wine's wine? Then I will unite with the local nobles of the Kingdom of Basel and seize the markets outside the city of Basel from you. The 7-day period passed in a flash. With Harley's witness, Cario personally had the sales counter of More Wines removed, which undoubtedly made Harley Santa Cruz feel relieved. Now that the Norman family has fulfilled their promise, the southern wine merchants led by Harley Santa Cruz and Ernie Fila have finally started their show. Almost a while. The wines sold in all shops in Basel City were covered with a brand new wooden box. Although the price was soaring, it looked particularly delicate. It is reported that the wooden box is drawn in the famous mountains and beautiful scenery of the Kingdom of Basel. Once you gather a full set of wooden boxes, then you can get the supreme VIP member qualifications of these great shops. Not only can you not queue up, you can also enjoy 20% discount. The actions of these wine merchants can be called a patchwork version of a monster from another world. More Wines can use the priority purchase right of whiskey as an inducement to guide the nobles to find ways to collect a complete set of Warcraft wooden boxes. But since the whiskey had not yet been sold, the southern wine merchants obviously had no idea what this whiskey was. So, they pieced together all the activities that the Norman family had ever done. Don't you Norman family offer a 10% discount? Then our Supreme VIP members can get a 20% discount. As for things like no need to queue, they were just pulled in to join in the fun, because their shops never had queues. The effect of exquisite packaging is obvious. Since Norman family has removed almost all low-alcohol wines from More Wines from the shelves, after experiencing a sales slump for several consecutive months, wine merchants finally see a bright future again. The deserted shops suddenly became crowded. Such changes almost made wine merchants cry, as if they had seen Jean Chanson's coins poured into their pockets like flowing water. Julian Chino sat in a carriage on the street, looking calmly at the shops where people were coming and going, looking at the smiles on the faces of the wine merchants. Julian Zino sneered. That's right. After losing the Norman family's sales channels, More Wine's influence in Basel City suddenly faded. But Julian Zino's heart was calm, because he knew very well in his heart that within a month, More Wine industry would return to Basel as a victor. By then, the entire wine market of the Kingdom of Basel will be occupied by More Wine industry. Because Julian Zino knew very well that hidden behind this prosperous scene were hidden dangers behind this business alliance that were difficult to ignore. Not to mention whether the quality of wines from different wine-producing areas can be guaranteed. Although these Basel-based merchants have learned to increase prices through exquisite packaging, the problem is, they have only learned the surface. The Normandy family has always had a very clear control of the shipments of the wooden boxes of various patterns, especially for the most precious Griffin wooden box. Daily sales have strict records, thereby slowing the time of heat dissipation as much as possible. But the problem is, this loose alliance formed by southern wine merchants is obviously unable to make such precise calculations. So, although at this moment, the sales and profits of these wine merchants are rising sharply, as time goes by, the problems hidden behind them will gradually become apparent, especially when More Wine industry began to gradually gain momentum in various parts of the Kingdom of Basel. Julian Zino could not wait to see the expressions of these wine merchants at that time. Chapter 255 This night, the lights are bright. While Julian Chino was busy making arrangements in the Kingdom of Basel, the Adar territory, located north of Fortress Man, was also not at peace. The successful completion of the boulder array made the people of Yidel feel particularly excited. Whenever the leaders who came out of the city saw the towering magic stone rings on the field not far away, a pride of the Adar was born with a sense of pride. The concentration and convergence of a large amount of magic power almost changed the color of the sky around the magic stone ring, especially under the afterglow of the setting sun. The colorful magic shows a luster that is like an oil painting. Deep purple, sea blue, dark red, light yellow. This kind of vague and hazy feeling instantly brings out the natural scenery of Adar County to its fullest. The magnificent landscapes presented by the boulder array are naturally unforgettable. But at this moment, most of the Idal people gathered around the streets of Idal South City. Almost all the police officers of Adar Public Security Bureau were mobilized to form human walls at crowded intersections to prevent stampedes and other accidents as much as possible. The people of Adar have been waiting for this day for a long time. Not only the people of Idal City. Many Adar people even rushed from the Merlin Special Economic Zone and Grand Highlands in order to witness this historical moment of Idal's lead. Since yesterday morning, all staff of the Adar Immigration Administration and the Adar Public Security Bureau have been on duty. All business travelers from outside the area are prohibited from entering the city of Adar. Only Adar residents holding Adar resident identity cards can enter the city after their identity is verified. As the glow of the setting sun was gradually obscured by the tall outlines of the Almes Mountains, every Adar person gradually became nervous. On this wide street where thousands of people gathered, the original noise gradually faded away at this moment, and only in very few corners could extremely tiny murmurs be heard. The people of Adar County stood on the main road in the southern part of Adar, their eyes wide open. Time passed by, and then, just as the afterglow of the setting sun was about to completely disappear. A dry and hoarse voice seemed to be gradually coming from not far away. Buzz? For most of our people, this voice was extremely unfamiliar. But then, swish. Almost the kung fu in the blink of an eye. The bright light suddenly passed through the evening cricket, penetrating the night that was slowly coming. At the top of the hardcores that were originally erected on the roadside, a soft halo was suddenly bloomed. Street lights. Under the action of magic, the street lights on both sides of the street lit up one by one, and continued to extend from the Lord Castle from the distance. It's lit. It's actually lit. Looking at the light groups that gradually unfolded at the top of the hardcore, and Adar murmured to himself, "It's lit up." After the began silence, there was finally a cheer in the crowd. At this moment, under the driver of magic, Idal City is finally lit by lights. Looking at this street under the streetlights, it was like a day-to-day street. Prior to this, although most of them knew that magic was hidden by themselves, contained in all things in nature. But, for these ordinary people, magic has always been something out of reach. That's what the master can feel and applied, and has nothing to do with the small people of these wells. But, under the leadership of Earl Idal Breon Stewart, in the careful research of the master of the idol school, those people just heard the magic that people had heard in the past, and finally presented to everyone in a new form of application at this moment. In fact, it is not a very difficult thing to use magic circles to create something similar to the electric light in the previous life. It can even be said to be very simple. The biggest obstacle in this process is the stable and lasting magic supply. Although the word of lasting sounds simple, it is not something that can be done casually. The wizards of St. Lawrence also wanted to use magic to light the lamps. But the problem was, unless there was always a wizard or a wizard apprentice nearby to guide the magic in the air. Otherwise, the lights lit by the magic would completely dim in just a few seconds. But in the face of the boulder array built by the Adar, almost all of these difficulties were solved. This is the power of magic. This is the power of magic technology. The light in the night made Idal City cheer. Because, from this night, Idal City will be brightly lit. Bruno stood on the top floor terrace of the Lord's castle, watching the light gradually brighten, listening to the cheers coming from not far away, and finally revealed a long-lost smile at the moment of the Auden people's invasion. Although Bruno has always been confident, because the magic rifle has not been able to enter mass production, Bruno's heart is still pressing a big mountain. But at this time, Bruno finally laughed. The people cheered for the magic of magic. For this reason, they could be cheered and cheered on the dark night. And for Bruno, although these are worthy of his joy, they are just happy. When he first came into this world, the people of Adar were still worried about their food for the next day and their winter clothes. But now, when the news that the street lights were about to be lit came from the Lord's castle, so many people took the initiative to come to Adar City to witness this glorious moment belonging to the Adar Lord. This shows what? This shows that the people led by Idal have gradually got rid of the hardships of hunger and cold, and they can gradually live like people. They really regard the land under their feet as the home that they live in. If not, why would an invention from the ruling class make them so excited and so elated? At this moment, Bruno finally felt the changes that he had brought to Idal with his own power. Although at this moment, these changes only existed on the remote land in the easternmost part of the Norman Empire. But Bruno believes that with the continuous expansion of the Stuart family's rule, one day, the world will tremble. But, speaking of expansion, the magic rifle that has been brewing in the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory for a long time is about to be completed. Chapter 256, Magic Rifle. The Master of Eater was busy, especially in the situation of the threat of the Odin people. Each mage has 12 points of energy, because their mentor, as a Bruno, who is Earl, has already said clearly with them. The research and development of the magic rifle is related to the future of Idal's lead. Even though Idal has the support of artillery today, only when the magic rifle is successfully installed in the army, Idal's talents can have a more secure chance of winning, or even the possibility of active attack. Bruno must not be as weak as those Norman nobles, and must not surrender as soon as the Norman aristocracy appears. Therefore, during the period of the first conflict, Bruno's research and development of the magic rifle was particularly attentive. As a crossing, although Bruno Stutat has not directly participated in the development of the Magen rifle, he can also give the Idal school the necessary guidance when necessary. It is also in such a tense atmosphere that the research and development process of the magic rifle is enough to be called a rapid progress. Even a week ago, it had entered the final debugging stage before mass production. If this is not the case, Bruno, is absolutely impossible for the mage to plan the lighting line for Idris City. After all, even though the street lights on both sides of Idal Avenue made the city of Idal instantly full, and the happiness index of the idle people rose straight. But the problem was, this is not obvious for Idal's lead to defeat the Odin people. The debugging of the magic rifle does not need too many people, and the planning of the lighting line does not consume too much energy of mage and apprentices. Therefore, Idle City will be lit by these magic street lights in such a short period of time. Look at how fast Wright and his team designed the street lamps and lighting solutions. How long do you think it will take to debug the magic rifle? You actually have the time to join in the fun here. Looking at the bright lights not far away, Bruno turned around and angered towards Arnell. Hearing this, Arnell felt a little aggrieved. Although the scene before us was indeed spectacular, the problem was the difficulty of developing magic rifles, and this are not a magnitude of order. Besides, if the development of the magic rifle was not nearing completion, and the Stonehenge had not been fully completed, Bruno would not have pulled right out of the development plan of the magic rifle. And together with Idar's chief engineer White Barrel, he would not have put the planning of Idar City's lighting lines on the agenda. The development of street lamps is not difficult, especially after having a sufficient supply of magic power. The difficulty of construction drops sharply. The only thing that needs to be considered is how to sort out and plan the magic transmission path buried deep underground. However, this has nothing to do with the apprenticeships of the Idal school, and it is more about relying on Brunaro's feedback on the future planning of Idal City, and White Barrel to conduct feedback during field inspections. If it were in the past, since this was criticism from his mentor, Anil would definitely accept it humbly. But today, Aina rarely raised his head, and saw the corners of his mouth rising slightly, and said excitedly, "Master Mentor, actually, just before I arrived, the magic rifle was almost ready." "What?" Hearing this, Bruno's eyes seemed to suddenly sparkle with a gleam of light. "Master Instructor, the first generation of finished products of the energy-filled magic rifle has been developed by us," Arnell repeated triumphantly, with an expression that looked as if he was seeking praise. Bruno had previously proposed two development ideas. The rechargeable magic rifle that Anil mentioned is a short-range magic rifle that treats magic crystals as magazines and then emits magic rays through magic circles to injure the enemy. "Why don't you say before? Master, weren't you busy admiring the lights in the distance before?" Anil shrank his head and answered cautiously. "Go now. Go to the Idar French Array Research Lab," Bruno said with the excitement in his heart. And said Shinsheng, "After all, that's the magic rifle. Although the magic world has extraordinary factors such as magic that are difficult to explain with common sense, at the same time, it also has a convenience that cannot be ignored. That is, in many cases, Bruno can even cross many necessary industrial processes and science and technology methods, directly pulling Idal's technology tree to a dazzling level. Although this may be just a sudden rise, the foundation underneath is still unstable, and the cultivation of related theories and talents is also very incomplete. But, for the Idal leader who is facing foreign invasion today, the success of the magic rifle has a pivotal significance. This is true for the magic rifles and the street lights on both sides of the street. In Idar, a country that had not even experienced the first or second industrial revolution, street lamps powered by magic suddenly appeared in this world. This is the magic and convenience of magic. Although under the influence of the world's rules, many technological means that existed in the previous life are difficult to restore. But the existence of magic provides infinite possibilities for the future of Idar territory. In addition, Bruno hurriedly walked, as if he suddenly realized something, and turned back to call Sam Layton, Oldford, Krell, and the others over now. "I want them to see the power of the magic rifle." "Yes." Before Mondale could react, Arnell spoke first. The successful development of the magic rifle can be regarded as a major event in the Idar territory. Bruno was naturally delighted by the two surprises that came one after another in one day. And in his opinion, there was no need to hide the successful development of the magic rifle, because such powerful weapons and equipment are of great significance in enhancing the confidence of the Idar people in defending their territory and maintaining the Stewart family's rule over the Idar territory. compared to Arnell and other natives from another world. Bruno knows the potential contained in the magic rifle better than anyone else. Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but quicken his pace. My Lord Count. Slow down. It's dark over there in the Almes Mountains. Mundell rushed over and said breathlessly, as the street lights attracted a lot of attention. The streets in the southern city were crowded with people. Therefore, Bruno had to leave the city through the west gate where lights had not yet been installed. Accompanied by his guards, Bruno jumped on his horse and galloped towards the Almes Mountains hidden in the night in the distance without hesitation. As a law-abiding and patriotic young man of the new era, Bruno only had the impression of guns from movies and TV series. So, Bruno felt extremely excited and impatient when he thought of the magic rifle that was waiting for him deep in the Almes Mountains. Magic rifle, I'm coming. Chapter 257, Cheap and Sturdy Persuader I Submachine Gun. Under the light, the gun barrel made of fine steel flashes an intoxicating cold light. So much so that as soon as Bruno walked into the laboratory door, he immediately caught a glimpse of the magic rifle placed on the experimental table not far away. Bruno, eyes shining, walked straight to the experimental table, and then solemnly picked up the first-generation rechargeable magic rifle placed on the table. The slightly cool touch, the unique luster of the metal, the explosive power contained in the gun body. The moment Bruno touched the magic rifle, all kinds of thoughts began to surge in Bruno's mind. Although this is a world of magic, it may be influenced by Bruno. The magic rifle designed by the Adar French Array Research Laboratory is not much different from the guns of the previous life. The familiar appearance of the magic rifle can't help but let Bruno think of countless classic firearms that are well known in the last life. AK-47, AWM, M16. However, not much difference does not mean they are exactly the same, since the principle of the charged magic rifle is to stimulate the magic power stored in the magic crystal to produce magic rays similar to fireball. It avoids the consumption of physical ammunition, so that the position originally used to change the magazine is replaced by a handle to stabilize the gun. Similarly, in order to better fit the magic spry of the Energy magic rifle, the Idle French Array Research Laboratory eliminates the initial loading steps and replace the original bolt position to the card slot of the magazine installed by the magic spar. And a very important point is that this type of charging magic rifle can fire continuously, although due to the limitations of conditions, the killing effect that such non-physical ammunition can cause is relatively limited. But it can't stop shooting too fast. This kind of magic-guided rays, completely constructed by the French formation, are enough to cause multiple damage to the enemy in a very short period of time. From the perspective of Bruno's eyes, such a strike method and attack form seem to make this kind of energy-type magic rifle beyond the category of the average rifle and become a more similar to the assault rifle. At the same time, since the loading step was omitted, in order to avoid accidental damage to their own side, the mages of the Adar school not only set a safety on the handle of the gun, but also increased the force required for the first trigger. The fine steel used to make gun barrels has a special production line in Adar. After countless experiments, the craftsmen of the Adar steel factory came up with the most suitable ratio of raw materials, and thus created steel that best meets the requirements of gun barrels. As for the buttstock, since wood has many advantages such as being light in weight, heat and cold resistant, easy to process, and low in cost, most of the components of the first generation of magic rifles, except for the necessary refined steel materials and magic crystal structures, are made of high-quality wood from the Almes Mountains. Although the wooden buttstock is made through many processes such as baking, dewaxing, laminating, and oiling, it is of lower cost, but it is not inferior to any other parts made of any other materials. It also perfectly fits the advantages proposed by Bruno of being cheap, sturdy, and durable, because after all, the magic rifle is different from the previous magic cannon. As a standard equipment that will be equipped to every soldier in the future, Bruno naturally has to reduce costs as much as possible while ensuring the power and quality of the weapon. Furthermore, if the entire magic rifle is made of stainless steel, even if Idal has the financial resources, the heavy stainless steel will also greatly consume the physical strength of the soldiers, which is not conducive to long-distance attacks and long-term high-intensity operations. What's the cost? Bruno asked out loud. According to your previous instructions, we must compress the cost as much as possible under the premise of ensuring the real resistance of the weapon's skin. Therefore, if a magic energy rifle like this enters the mass production stage, The cost can be controlled at the influence of the scale effect. A gold coin, Bruno murmured. Is there a lot of gold coins? Not much really. You know. In any noble collar except Idol. Even if it is the most common short sword or other blades. It also requires a dozen silver oz, which is equivalent to 1/2 gold coins. Because material consumption is only one aspect. The labor cost and time cost of hiring a blacksmith must also be considered. Of course, after the magic transmission lines were connected and magic industrialization came into being, the cost of producing weapons in our territory was greatly reduced. After all, not to mention the application of the new steel technology in Idol. Just in terms of fuel energy, Idol led a lot of costs. It wasn't that Bruno didn't want to use a heating array to replace the burning of coal, but due to the scarcity of magic resources, he had to give up the idea of using magic as energy. But now, a huge amount of magic power can be continuously transported from the Almes Mountains to the land of Adar territory. This clean and pollution-free renewable energy has almost reduced Adar territory's energy expenditure by more than 70%. Moreover, the work efficiency and product quality of large machinery are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Ordinary swords require more than a dozen silver thresholds, while magazine rifles need at least 1 gold coin. At first glance, the cost of the magic rifle is indeed much higher. But the problem is, this is a magic rifle. This is an epic-making individual combat equipment that can change the battlefield situation and conduct long-range attacks in advance. Moreover, the power it can exert on the battlefield is by no means comparable to ordinary weapons. So, the price of a gold coin is a great value. As for the power, just as you expected before, this magic rifle that cannot fire live ammunition is indeed limited in power. But, the considerable rate of fire can completely make up for this shortcoming, Amel added. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but nodded. Just as he expected, the range and power of the first generation of magic rifles were not as good as expected. But, this is enough. The requirements Bruno set for the Idol Array Research Laboratory were not actually very complicated. First, it had to be cheap, strong, and durable. Second, it had to be able to kill enemies without exploding. And this magic rifle held in his hand can definitely be said to perfectly meet his requirements. Bruno's blood boiled as he held the gun tightly in his hand. Although Bruno has always believed in the truth that political power comes from the barrel of a gun, it was not until this moment that Lord Adar finally possessed his first real firearm. My lord, please give it a name, Arnell suddenly said to Bruno. In that case, then its name is the Persuader 01 submachine gun. After all, our Adar territory has always been about convincing people with reason. Persuader Type 1? Convincing people with reason? Arnell was visibly stunned. However, immediately afterwards, Master Minter is right. We in Adar territory must convince others with reason. Arnell pumped his fist at the air. Chapter 258. Take the initiative? Bayou. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. In the open space on the side of the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory, the target erected 100 meters away had been reduced to ashes by the attacks of magic rays. 120 meters. This is the maximum range of the Persuader I submachine gun. Once this distance is exceeded, the damage that the magic ray can cause will be drastically reduced. Perhaps from the perspective of the previous life. In an environment where the range of various guns is often 300 to 500 meters, the maximum range of only 120 meters may not be that outstanding, or even a bit lame. But, in this world, in today's Norman Empire, this is already comparable to the range of an ordinary bow and arrow. Moreover, the attack power and shooting speed of the Persuader I submachine gun are obviously much stronger than ordinary bows and arrows. It does not require the archer to expend a lot of effort to pull the bow and arrow. Just a light pull of the trigger can cause huge damage to the enemy within 100 meters. Since the built-in magic arrays of the magic rifle and magic cannon are derived on the basis of fireball and heating arrays, both the SH/LS fired by the magic cannon and the rays emitted by the magic rifle have a considerable burning effect, which can pose a greater threat to the enemy. It was also under the burning of the magic ray that the target, which had endured dozens of shots, was finally reduced to ashes and a ball of blazing flames. Although he had already had a certain psychological expectation of the power of the Persuader I submachine gun, it was not until he experienced it personally that Bruno finally discovered a new surprise. Since the Persuader I submachine gun uses a charging-type shooting concept, it avoids the violent friction between the physical ammunition and the air when firing. greatly reducing the noise and recoil of the gun. Therefore, when Bruno pulled the trigger to emit the magic ray, he did not hear the intense sound like the gun shooting in his previous life, but a short and not noisy Bayubia sound, as if a silencer was installed. My lord, Lord Sam Layton has arrived. When Bruno finally emptied the magic power stored in the magic crystal magazine, Mundell finally came over cautiously. Just now, when he looked at Bruno with the perspective of the personal type eye of the issuing gun and scrupulous, Monitor had already watched it. As Bruno's servant, Mondell naturally knew the effort Bruno put into the magic rifle. But, however, he had never expected that this new weapon would be so powerful. After all, he had seen and used enchanted weapons like before. But although the melee weapon with magic circles drawn on it surprised Mundell, it did not overturn his cognition. However, magic rifles, like the Persuader I submachine gun, are a completely new category of weapons, and have no similarities with any other weapons. It's just like an exquisite creation of God. Send him over. Bruno gave the order while replacing the magic crystal magazine of the Persuader I submachine gun with his own hands. Yes. Of course, Sam Layton did not come alone. He was accompanied by outstanding officers and soldiers of the Adar army. Since the deployment of magic rifles has long been a foregone conclusion, the Adar army has already adjusted its training subjects to a certain extent and carried out large-scale adaptive training in the days after defeating Odin's army. The training subjects for melee weapons will definitely not be reduced. After all, close combat is an indispensable skill no matter when and where. However, the training of bows and arrows and other long-range weapons was greatly compressed. After all, magic cannons are used by special artillery units. And according to our Lord the Earl, as long as magic rifles are developed, the old bows and arrows will definitely be gradually eliminated. Although Sam Layton was not sure what the magic rifle was, nor did he know when it would be officially put into service, there was no doubt that the huge combat power improvement that the magic cannon brought to the Adar army made Sam Layton look forward to the so-called magic rifle. My Lord Count, is this the magic rifle you mentioned? The mentor has already been named, and now it is called the persuasive type I flushing rifle. Enel came over to make his presence felt, then moved closer to Bruno with a fawning look on his face. This clearly wants to ask for praise. Bruno curled his lips and said, I will definitely give you a reward. I will guide you a few more times later. After hearing, Anderton was happy. His mentor was unfathomable. Although he had never displayed any magical power, the wizards and apprentices of the Adar school were all in awe of Bruno. Let the soldiers try their guns. Bruno turned around and ordered Sam Layton. After all, Bruno is a powerful wizard and a leader in the design and research of magic rifles. He is not only extremely familiar with magic rifles, but also possesses extremely keen perception and adaptability. Therefore, Bruno's use of the Persuader I submachine gun does not represent the majority of Adar soldiers. Now. Any questions? Bruno asked. It's nighttime now after all, and visibility is poor, so there will inevitably be. What? I remember that I had previously specifically instructed that some vegetables and fruits be added to the soldiers' diets to prevent Adar soldiers from suffering from night blindness. Could it be that you embezzle this money? Bruno's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he glared at Sam Layton fiercely. No, absolutely not. Sam Layton was startled and quickly assured. Over the past year, Bruno has gradually become familiar with his own personality and recognized his own identity. So, as the Adar territory gradually grows and becomes stronger under his leadership, Bruno's own temperament is also constantly changing. Therefore, even with just a simple glance, the unique temperament of the superior was quietly revealed inadvertently, causing the hearts of those around him to tremble. That's better, Bruno said solemnly. Bayou. The training and attempts of the soldiers started. From the initial nervousness and hesitation to the subsequent excitement. What the Adar soldiers were thinking was beyond words. Not only for the soldiers, but also for all the officials who came to the Adar Array Research Laboratory. Today could be called a sleepless night. When the senior officials of Adar County saw with their own eyes the power of the magic rifle, they finally understood why Bruno had always equated active attacks with the magic rifle. Because this thing is truly a magical weapon that transcends time. Collect data and put it into mass production. All soldiers in Adar territory must be prepared for war. Because I want to completely suppress the threat of the Odin people under Adar territory's artillery and swords before the spring plowing begins. Chapter 259, Robotic Arm and Magic Drawing Pen. Take the initiative. Bruno's words undoubtedly trembled the people present. Because before this, passive defense was the strategy that the Adar lords had always adhered to. Although the Admiral Mal-Karan had repeatedly called on the idle naval soldiers to take the initiative to attack and blow up the Odin people as soon as possible, all these were put on hold by Bruno. But, seeing the tremendous power displayed by the Persuader I submachine gun, everyone present had an idea that they had perhaps never considered before: take the initiative to attack. Yes, since the Persuader I submachine gun is so powerful, the cost is so low, and it will be equipped to all Adar soldiers in the near future, why can't Adar's army, equipped with this equipment, take the initiative to attack and drive those vicious Odin cavalry back to the north? For a moment, everyone's hearts were burning with excitement. Idal's leader will listen to the instructions of Lord Earl and swordsman Huahai, at the expense of it, as long as the magic rifle can be installed as soon as possible. The Adar army will definitely explode the dog's head, Sam Ryden said deeply. The Navy too, added Mal-Karan. The new year has passed, and spring is getting closer. As the days of spring plowing are getting closer, the atmosphere of Idal's lead has gradually become nervous. But this kind of nervousness is not the panic of a poor student who has wasted his time when facing the final exam. Rather, it is like a top student who has been on the battlefield for a long time and is thinking about how to impress others while feeling nervous. Adar territory is not the Lay's potato chips that look very inflated but are actually weak, but rather the compressed biscuits that look insignificant but are actually full of dry goods. Especially when the street lamps along Adar Avenue emitted a soft light yellow glow under the impetus of magic. The confidence of the Adar people in defending their homeland was completely ignited. Ever since the Persuader I submachine gun demonstrated its power, taking the initiative has become a consensus among the people of Adar. After all, it would be a bit of a waste to use this long-range weapon, which looks extremely powerful at first glance, to defend the city, Grand Highland. On one side of the Adar steel plant, the Adar Arms Factory, which was built by Bruno himself, has been fully put into production and operation. Old Ford has rearranged the division of labor and schedule of workers, so that the workers in the factory can fall in 3 shifts in 24 hours, so that the production of Type I submachine guns can continue at any time. However, as the vocabulary of the magic guidance industrialization gradually achieved the implementation of Idal, maybe the production of some precision parts is still unsatisfactory. But the magic guide machine driven by magic has undertaken the majority of the factory. The core technology of the magic rifle lies in the part at the back of the gun that gathers a large number of magical structures, and the production process of this part is almost entirely completed by magic machinery. Using what they had learned during these days, the mage apprentices designed a mechanical arm that could repeat the same movements and routes over and over again. In actual applications, this magic-driven robotic arm plays the role of mage apprentice. The magic power transmitted to the robotic arm through wires is divided into 2 parts. The vast majority of the magic power is put into the power structure at the bottom of the arm to maintain the normal operation of the robotic arm. The magic power of the other part is the magic crystal slate and various law arrays that are painted on the robotic arm. After the steps of classification and pure, the selected magic is gathered in the most cutting-one structure of the robotic arm. What do mages use to cast spells? The answer is the staff. The original intention of designing the staff is to enable the caster to cast magic faster by selecting suitable magic-friendly materials while catering to the wizard's feel. However, when the Adar school gradually regarded the drawing of magic circles as its main research object, the original staff gradually became a useless thing. Because for the Adar school, it is really difficult to use a staff that is often 40 or 50 centimeters long to draw a precise magic circle that is only a few centimeters in size. Therefore, as early as when the research on magic circles just began, Bruno improved the staff and designed a drawing tool that was more in line with the development ideas of the Adar school. The shortened staff would not be longer than 18 centimeters. Through the inlaying of magic crystals and the arrangement of source stones, it formed a magic drawing pen that was no less effective than an ordinary staff. The appearance and structure of the magic drawing pen are similar to the pencil in the previous life. The pen shaft is made of the same magic-friendly wood as the staff, but the tip of the magic drawing pen is made of polished magic crystal stone, which makes it easier to draw magic circles. The robotic arm manufactured by Adar also retains this feature. At the same time, in order to ensure the service life of the robotic arm as long as possible and obtain maximum benefits. The most advanced structure of the robotic arm can be replaced at any time, which greatly extends the service life of the robotic arm. However, in the process of using mechanical labor to replace human production, there will definitely be considerable obstacles. And this mechanical arm driven by magic to draw magic circles does not have all advantages. Since this is just a beginning after all, in order to ensure the stability and accuracy of the mechanical arm when drawing magic arrays and splicing magic crystal slabs, the mages of the Adar school had to sacrifice the drawing speed of the mechanical arm, so that it could achieve the mechanized production of the core structure of the magic rifle at an extremely slow speed according to the original preset route. The speed of this mechanical arm in drawing magic circles is even slower than that of the most inexperienced mage apprentice. But the thing is, as long as it has a sufficient supply of magic power, this magical machine can tirelessly draw one core component after another. This is beyond the reach of mere human power, especially in Adar territory, where the number of mages is extremely limited, even with the wonder bonus brought by the Great Lighthouse. The number of mages and mage apprentices in Adar territory is only 40 or 50. Although this number is already large, it is far from enough if these mages are to be used as labor. Although a large number of robotic arms have a slow production speed, they can achieve large-scale production of core components by virtue of their quantity advantage. As for what Idal's workers need to do, they are assembled to assemble each scattered component so that they are stitched into a complete persuasive type I. Such a production process not only greatly improves efficiency, but also ensures to a large extent that the manufacturing method of the core structure is not leaked. While the Persuader I submachine guns were being produced and gradually put into service, the managers of Adar County were not idle either. The battle ideas, attack methods, expected targets, these were all issues that Bruno and his officials and generals at all levels needed to consider. And, although taking the initiative to attack may sound like just a change in combat strategy, in fact, it will involve all aspects of Adar territory, such as, before the war started, Bruno planned to make a newspaper, Chapter 260 Adar Daily and Merlin News Agency. In fact, Bruno had the idea of publishing a newspaper a long time ago. This is not just a matter of hitting the nail on the head. Every step Bruno takes has been carefully considered. For example, when we first crossed over, we made salt from the sea and went fishing in the sea to provide logistical support for the construction of the Sky Gardens. The production of cement and the construction of roads were intended to strengthen his control over the Adar territory and to build the Namur fortress. The subsequent purchase of sugar, wine, and luxury goods was intended to help Adar, whose expenses were growing, find a new break-even point, or even a profit point. As for the Friend Islands, planting tulips and so on, although it does not seem to play the role it should have at the moment, it is to pave the way for the future of Adar territory. Bruno had wanted to start a newspaper a long time ago, but the environment in Adar at that time did not allow him to do so. A year ago, the Adar territory was facing the threat of the Sauron territory. Although the territory could not be said to be full of starving people, it was extremely poor, when the lower class people couldn't even afford to have enough food and clothing. There was no soil for newspapers to survive in Adar County. And now it has arrived when the newspaper was founded. As a time traveler, Bruno is well aware of the importance of public opinion. Correct guidance of public opinion can greatly enhance the sense of belonging of the people of Adar and improve the reputation of the Stewart family in the hearts of the people. Therefore, as the supreme ruler of Adar territory and the spokesperson of the Stewart family, Bruno must have a suitable channel to let the people of Adar territory hear his voice and understand Bruno Stewart's thoughts. In short, it is to improve the people's favorability towards the ruling class and strengthen the Stewart family's control over the Adar territory. Due to the limitations of the times, most of Bruno's orders and words could only be spread among the top ruling class of Adar territory. However, this way of information transmission has already revealed many drawbacks in the face of the rapidly developing Adar territory. Uploading is easy to say, but it is not so simple to do it. This is not because Bruno does not trust Idal's officials, and is more to prevent it. Bruno naturally knew that Old Ford was loyal and that Sam Layton, Mal Cullen and others supported him. But, as the Stewart family's ruling area gradually expanded, it was impossible for Bruno to know all the officials serving the Adar territory. The changes that are taking place in Adar territory are unprecedented. So, in the process of constant changes in Adar territory, it is inevitable that some mistakes will occur. Of course, The most important point that prompted Bruno to finally make this decision is the installation of the magic rifle. Let him prepare to turn on his external expansion. Most of the war criminals who have played European 4 know that there is a kind of disgusting thing is a very annoying thing. Although today's people in the Adar are generally supported by Bruno's measures, necessary public opinion guidance is still necessary to cheat. Besides, this is a time to pay attention to jurisdiction. What is Bruno's title? It is Earl Edal. So, Earl Edal Earl in the Eastern Empire is the legal territory of Bruno. This means that as the Earl of Adar, he cannot just go north to cause trouble by taking the initiative to cross several viscounties and earldoms. Although Bruno didn't care about the opinions of other nobles at all, necessary mobilization and propaganda were still necessary within the Adar territory. And then, it is not just a war that is about to come. The next morning, Mr. Nicholas came to Bruno's study with dark circles under his eyes. Earl, yesterday night. As soon as he saw Bruno, Mr. Nicholas, he rolled his body and squeezed it. I know that it was bright last night, but I will be so bright every night. Just get used to it, Bruno said lightly. When Bruno danced for the powerful power of the magic rifle in the Almius Mountains, and in the city of Idru, Mr. Nicholas, the dean of the Double Point College, also witnessed the miracle of the night sky and witnessed the bright lights of Idal City all night. The calmness of Bruno made Mr. Nicholas a little bit interested, but he quickly adjusted his state. Mr. Nicholas knows the role he is currently playing now. He was indeed a Bruno teacher, but now Bruno is his lord. Looking at the student in front of him, Mr. Nicholas was love and hate, and the emotions in his heart were extremely complicated. First of all, teaching is one of Mr. Nicholas's great pleasures, but Bruno was once the only student who made Nicholas doubt his own life value. However, now he has become the dean of Double Point College under the promotion of Bruno. Whenever he sees nearly 1,000 children and young people from Idal, Nicholas is full of gratitude. He has only one goal today. That is, to live up to Brienne's entrusted entrustment. Let Double Point College a college with the most famous reputation in the empires, and cultivate a group of people who can be played by Brienne for Idal. I'm planning to start a newspaper. I hope you can recommend a suitable candidate to me. Bruno went straight to the point, preferably a teacher from 2 Point Academy, and must be reliable. Newspaper? Mr. Nicholas shook his head, expressing his confusion. It's probably like this. Bruno stretched out his hand and handed over the template that he had been thinking about for quite some time. Idar Daily. Merlin News Agency. Mr. Nicholas muttered as he looked at the first line of text on the template. That's right, Bruno continued. Although the 2 Point Academy has been opened in Adar, with a limited number of teachers, it can only teach children and people near Adar. Hearing that, Mr. Nicholas couldn't help nodded. So, you should also see that there are many sections in this newspaper. We can take out 1 or more sections to teach the people to learn simple reading and spelling, and then accumulate less and affect the lives of the people, etc. Hearing this, Mr. Nicholas interrupted Bruno and asked in a trembling voice, Lord Earl, do you mean this so-called newspaper is for the people?